Zhao Hohat suddenly slammed the table. Mi Chunhua, it's time to settle your accounts, you shameless fool. Your family is practically begging us to keep you here, right? Does your husband think he can scare you with divorce? Does he think you can't leave? This time, you're not staying. Go back to your family. The whole family snapped out of the joy of receiving money and looked angrily at Mi Chunhua. Mi Chunhua's heart sank, and she forced a calm expression, thinking to herself, don't panic, it's fine. But with so many people pointing at her, she couldn't find an excuse to explain. She quickly tried to come up with a response in her mind, but she was too flustered to think of anything. Miharu's eyes showed a hint of panic. She clenched her teeth and cursed Zhao Hohat under her breath. She was willing to bend, and in her desperation, she knelt down. As long as they didn't send her back home, it was bearable. Han Taizhu frowned. Second sister-in-law, please get up. We don't do this in our family. If others found out, it would be a problem. Dad, Mom, let me explain. That, was my mistake in the past. Ever since that incident, I haven't said anything and have been behaving well. Mom, I haven't done anything wrong lately. I've been working hard and kept my mouth shut. Please don't misunderstand me. Can you really trust what those women say? Liwan looked at Miharu, who was kneeling and almost swearing to the heavens. She lowered her gaze to hide her complicated feelings. Miharu was someone who could lie without blinking. Just before going to see the commotion, she had proudly insulted her sister-in-law. But she was leaving now and didn't want to get involved in the Han family's matters. Wong Xha had already decided not to give Miharu any leeway. She frowned. Second sister-in-law, have you really been behaving lately? You haven't stopped insulting our mother-in-law and younger sister in front of me and the third sister-in-law. Just a few days ago, you even stirred trouble, saying I was working too hard while you thought the younger sister should take care of the kids. It wasn't that she wanted to make things worse for Miharu, but Miharu was truly out of line. If she kept quiet and hid things from their mother-in-law, everyone would be caught off guard and might suffer later. Wang Zhaodi always felt that Miharu was a dangerous person, like a ticking time bomb. With a swift motion, Zhao Hohat grabbed a broom from the bed and hit Miharu hard. You troublemaker, how did our Han family end up with such a bad luck charm like you? Get out, leave now. Mom, I'm really being wronged. Wang Zhaodi, you can't stand me, can you? If you drive me away, this family will be yours. Don't think I don't know your plans. Mom, don't listen to Wang Zhaodi. She doesn't have good intentions. Wang Zhaodi thought. She also wanted to slap Miharu. She was infuriating. Han Ke scoffed. She doesn't have good intentions, but you do? My parents are still young. When will it be your turn to have this family? She was referring to Miharu. Zhao Hohat snorted. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm not foolish. Save your tricks for someone else. Even without me, this family isn't yours to claim. Give up on those thoughts. With that, she grabbed the money from the table and put it away. Miharu felt the weight of her family's gaze on her, her face burning with shame. She hypnotized herself, kneeling before the old woman now for her future. The humiliation she felt today would be repaid later. Watching the money being taken away made her heart ache. Mother, I have worked hard during my years with the Zhao family. Considering I have given birth to 2 sons for the Han family, please give me another chance. I promise I won't misbehave again. If I do, you can kick me out. Li Xia, please say something. No matter my faults, I am still the mother of 2 children. Dahu, Eru? Han Li Xia turned her face away. This time, both boys did not support her because they knew their mother was truly scolding their grandmother and aunt. No, the whole family was scolding. What's so great about having sons? Anyone can have sons. Being able to have daughters is real skill. I gave birth to 4 sons. Did I boast about it? Mi Chunhua bragged about having sons in front of Zhao Hohat, which was like showing off in front of a warrior. All right, that's enough. Everyone go back and rest. Han Taizhu had not expressed much opinion, letting his wife deal with the daughter-in-law. It was time to teach Mi Chunhua a lesson. She was like a stubborn piece of meat, behaving for a few days before returning to her old ways. She was the type who never learned. Mi Chunhua thought to herself that the worst person in the family was her father-in-law. All the bad things were done by her mother-in-law. Perhaps it was Han Taiju who suggested it behind the scenes. Why didn't he suggest everyone disperse before Zhao Hohot got angry? He only spoke up after Zhao Hohot had finished dealing with her and after Wong Xha had bullied her. Han Taiju announced that the family meeting was over and everyone returned to their rooms. Zhao Hohot frowned, still sitting cross-legged on the bed, feeling that the money they had just collected was no longer satisfying. Han Taiju comforted her. I know you feel wronged. Don't let it upset you. Every family has its troubles. Why did our second son end up with someone like her? I really can't accept it. Our second son is only 26, a fine young man with a long life ahead. Does he really have to spend it with someone like her? I'm afraid she'll drive him to an early grave. Just look at her face. She has the look of a widow. No, even if it means being scolded, I must make sure our second son divorces her. Now I want her to act out, so I have an excuse to send her back to her family. This was why Zhao Hohot's anger was loud, but not very impactful tonight. Also, it was not the right time to completely deal with Mi Chunhua. Recently, the Han family had been quite prominent in the village. First, the daughter attempted to jump into the river out of despair. Although she was saved, the news spread quickly in the village. Then, her face was disfigured. To make matters worse, her family came to cause trouble. This series of events has been overwhelming, especially with the recent incident involving Mrs.
Chen.
It seems like every few days, there's something new making headlines in Yangshugo. They really can't afford any more trouble. It would draw too much attention to their family. Since you've made up your mind, don't worry. There will be a way out, Zhao Hohot said, rolling her eyes at Han Taiju. You really are carefree. Let's just wait for the right opportunity. Zhao Hohot had no idea that the opportunity she was waiting for would almost scare her entire family to death. If she had known in advance, she would have kicked Mi Chunhua out without hesitation. Back in the house, Mi Chunhua saw that Han Lixia hadn't come in, so she quickly grabbed her two sons and searched their pockets. You little rascals, hurry up and give your money to your mother. I'll keep it safe for you. What if you lose it? Eru and Dahu tightly held onto their pockets, looking unwilling. Eru stubbornly said, if anyone should get it, it should be our dad. If I give it to you, you might just send it to your family. Mi Chunhua was furious and took out her frustration on the kids, giving each of them a slap. Hey, you two little rascals, that's your grandfather. Why are you talking like strangers? Despite saying this, she felt a deep bitterness inside. Mi Chunhua had already lost all hope in her family after their coldness during her time of need. She remembered how they turned their backs on her without a second thought, and that moment left her heartbroken. The anger she felt earlier only added fuel to the fire. Honestly, you've taken enough of our things to your family. If you don't give it to me, give it to Dad, Eris said, twisting away from Mi Chunhua's hand. You two don't understand anything, Mi Chunhua shouted. These two kids were driving her crazy. If she had known they would be so disobedient, she would have left them in a bucket when they were born. I'm just worried you'll lose the money. Dahu muttered quietly, I don't believe it. Once the money is in your hands, can you even get it back out? The two brothers knew their mother too well. Mi Chunhua, you're even eyeing the little money the kids have? Are you still a person? Han Lixia said with a dark expression as he looked at Mi Chunhua. Mi Chunhua was so focused on the $2 that she didn't notice Han Lixia had come in. Caught in the act, but still stubborn, he said, you just keep spoiling them. Why do kids need so much money? What if they go bad? Won't you be upset if they lose it? Eru firmly replied, we can take care of it. We won't lose it. Dahu handed the money to Han Lixia, saying, Dad, please keep this safe for me. Han Lixia didn't want to take it, but knowing Mi Chunhua's personality, he realized that if he refused, she would keep worrying. All right, I'll keep it safe for you. Just ask me when you need it. Eru also shoved his money into his father's hands, and the two brothers ran off together. Mi Chunhua was both angry and anxious as she shouted at the two children, you ungrateful kids. I raised you with so much effort, and this is how you repay me? Han Lixia ignored Mi Chunhua and went to wash up, leaving her stamping her feet in frustration. She sat down on the bed, wiping her tears. Who am I doing this for? It's all for this family, so you three can have a good life. She didn't know if the three men heard her. It felt like she was just talking to herself. She felt so frustrated. Nothing was going her way, and tonight, she even had to kneel before Zhao Hohat in front of the whole family, losing face and not gaining a single penny. She hated Zhao Hohat, hated Han Ku, no. She hated the whole family. But she couldn't leave them, which made her even angrier. Why was nothing going her way? It felt like everything was against her. Mi Chunhua pounded the bed in anger. Until midnight, Mi Chunhua tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Since the last time the Mi family caused trouble, Han Lixia had been sleeping with their two sons. Mi Chunhua wanted to have another son but had no chance. Han Lixia was really holding back, and she never got what she wanted. Tonight's incident with Zhao Hohat giving out money upset her, filling her with resentment. Especially Wong Xha, who received $2 all by herself. It was clearly meant to show her up. Zhao Hohat was trying to intimidate her. At least, that's how she saw it. They had to split the family. There was so much money now, and her two sons had to get the majority. The two old folks would have to come over for support. Once they split, would those two old folks not leave her some savings for herself? With Zhao Hohat's nature, she would definitely hold back. As long as she provided for them, they would take everything from her. Once they split, the second household would be under her control. She was mentally calculating how much money Zhao Hohat really had. In the end, the number she estimated shocked her. She thought Zhao Hohat might have around $2,000. This conclusion came from overhearing Zhao Hohat discussing a dowry for Han Ku a few days ago. Could a dowry be small? At the very least, it should be a few hundred. Plus, with the compensation from Chen and the others and the allowance sent back by Han Laosi, the old couple should have a bit more, which adds up to nearly 2,000. Thinking about having so much money made Mi Chunhua feel excited. Enduring some hardship is nothing. They say that sweet words can lead to a lifetime of comfort. As she thought about this, Mi Chunhua fell asleep. Before sleeping, she was still considering finding a chance to talk to Han Lixia about the division of the family. As long as Han Lixia supported it, they could split the household. In contrast to the first house, after returning home, the two children and Han Lichuan immediately handed over all the money they had. Xiaoshuan also gave his mother 2 dimes. Wong Xha was the biggest winner today, having won a lot. The main reason was her mother-in-law's approval. Wong Xha was no longer the same person she used to be. The next morning, Wu Wenzhou went to the brigade office early. Every morning before work, the officials at the brigade hold a morning meeting, and all the officials are present at this time. He originally wanted to privately discuss Han Laosan's matter with Wu Lei, but then thought better of it. That would just bring trouble to Wu Lei. If someone caught wind of it, it would look bad for Wu Lei to be seen as giving his distant cousins special treatment. People can be quite malicious, so one must be cautious. Therefore, he decided to bring up the suggestion when all the officials were present. After all, this was a public matter, not a private one, and there was nothing wrong with discussing it openly. When Wu Wenzhou arrived at the brigade office and found Wu Lei's office, he saw that a meeting was indeed in progress, discussing when to deliver the grain. Wu Wenzhou knocked on the door, and it was opened by a team leader from the production team.
Hey, Dr. Wu, come in. Come in.
Haha, am I interrupting? I can wait outside for a bit, Wu Wenzhou said politely, but he had already heard that the meeting was about to end. Not at all, we're done here. Old Wu, what's on your mind? Zhou Jianxi personally moved a stool for Wu Wenzhou to sit down. Dr. Wu usually doesn't come to the brigade office without a reason, so when he does, it's definitely important. Wu Wenzhou smiled as he sat down. Last month, I mentioned that our brigade health station is short-staffed. At that time, the brigade office said they would apply for more help, but with the busy autumn harvest, that matter was put aside.
I'm here about that.
Sigh. It's all delayed because of the autumn harvest. We're just discussing sending the grain, and when it's time to send it, I'll go to the commune to handle this matter, Wu Lei said. No, that's not necessary. I have someone in mind, Wu Wenzhou replied. Who? Who do you have in mind? Where are they from? When Wu Wenzhou said this, everyone became curious, especially those with their own motives who wanted to know who it was. Many people were interested in the position at the health clinic. Several candidates had been sent there before, but Wu Wenzhou had turned them all down. It's Han Tieju's third son, Wu Wenzhou said with a glint in his eyes. He had offended a few people over the assistant position, which is why he decided not to approach Wu Lei privately. What? Han's third son? That clumsy guy? Dr. Wu, are you joking? That kid is too carefree to be a doctor. Sure enough, when they heard it was Han's third son, several people were shocked. In their eyes, Han Liqiu was just a carefree, silly boy. They thought anyone else would be better than him. Calm down, everyone. Let's hear what Dr. Wu has to say, Zhou Jianxi said, raising his hand. He knew that with the relationship between Dr. Wu and Secretary Wu, Wu Lei wouldn't say much, so he had to step in.
Compradas.
We can't judge someone by their appearance. Han's third son has an extraordinary talent for medicine. He can be considered a genius. He is very interested in medicine and often borrows books from me. He's read almost all of them. He might even be able to handle common ailments. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use such a talent? First of all, I have no personal motives. My relationship with the Han family is the same as with any other family in the village. There's nothing special about it. I just appreciate talent. Plus, for our village health clinic, he understands the work and can get started right away, which is better than someone learning from scratch. I'm here to discuss this matter, so please make a decision quickly. After all, with the cold weather, the clinic is getting busy again, and I can't manage it all alone. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head back now. Wu Wenzhou knew he couldn't say too much. If he did, people might start to suspect him, thinking the Han family had given him some benefit. But he had already made up his mind. If it didn't go through, he would still privately take Han Liqiu as a student. Good students and good successors are hard to find. After missing Han Liqiu, he didn't know if he would ever meet such a talent again. He understood that Han Laosan was a genius, but he never said it in front of him, fearing the boy might get too proud. He only mentioned that he had a talent for medicine. The health clinic in Yangshigu was well known because of Wu Wenzhou. Other barefoot doctors in different teams mostly just fooled people. They could only treat common colds and fevers, and if those got too serious, patients had to go to the town or county, making the clinic mostly a formality. So, people from nearby villages came to Yangshigu for treatment, which put a lot of pressure on the clinic. This was especially true in winter, when many people caught colds and fevers. Previously, the clinic sent over people who were mostly useless. They couldn't do anything and only added to Wu Wenzhou's workload. After getting frustrated a few times, he sent those who were just there for work points away, which upset some people. After Wu Wenzhou left the team, the meeting room erupted with discussions. Everyone was talking about Dr. Wu recommending Han Laosan for a job at the clinic. They didn't expect Zhao Tieju's third son to have such skills. Getting praise from Wu Wenzhou was not easy. It was known that 4 people had been sent to the clinic, and none had satisfied Dr. Wu. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? That kid Han Liqiu, a medical genius? I really don't believe it, someone said. Don't judge by appearances. How would you know if he's a genius unless he tells you? The defense team leader, Wu Weimin, was the first to oppose, his face flushed and emotions running high. I disagree. My sister worked at the clinic for 2 months and was let go by Dr.
Wu.
My sister graduated from middle school. In terms of knowledge and experience, she is no less than Han Laosan. If she couldn't make it, how could he? Dr. Wu is clearly targeting my family. Wu Weimin, your words are biased. 4 people have gone to the clinic and your sister is just one of them. How is it targeting your family? The other 3 were also sent back. If they had real skills, wouldn't they be kept? Let's not talk about anything else. Your sister stayed at the clinic for 2 months and couldn't even clean a wound. She got dizzy and cried at the sight of blood. Can someone afraid of blood be a doctor?
Wu Lei replied, upset.
What did Wu Weimin mean by saying Dr. Wu was targeting his family? Did he really think so highly of himself? Dr. Wu wasn't even from their village and had no ties to the locals, so there was no question of favoritism. Old Wu, we all understand that you care about your sister, but every family has a sister, right? However, we need to be realistic and not distort the facts. You are an official, and we must maintain a proper attitude. Zhou Jianxi disagreed with Wu Weimin's thoughtless comments. He continued, yes, this job is very demanding and we need to consider education. The previous few candidates had low literacy. What can they do if they can't read? I heard that Han Laosen graduated from high school. You all know that, right? Zhou Jianxi asked the group. It seems so. Han Tieju's sons are educated. Laosan, Laosi, and the youngest daughter are all high school graduates. Oh my, they have been discreet about it. We usually don't pay attention, but Han Tieju's family is well educated. I didn't notice it either, but it's true. Zhou Jianxi nodded and continued. Han Liqiu graduated from high school, and he is hardworking and honest. Such a person is very outstanding. Dr. Wu has no selfish motives. He must have his reasons for recommending Han Laosan. As for whether Han Laosan has real skills, we can find out through an exam. It's simple. Wu Lei stood up, raised his hand to signal for silence, and said, yes, Jianxi is right. Let's hold a public exam. If he really lacks skills, it will show in the test. I propose we have a public exam. Whoever passes will take the position, so no one can say anything behind our backs. Let's let the facts speak for themselves. A public exam? That's a good idea to avoid any accusations of unfairness, but how will we conduct it? Zhou Jianxi asked Wu Lei. Wu Lei replied, we can create a comprehensive evaluation standard, including basic medical knowledge, practical skills, and the ability to handle emergencies. Then we can ask the commune to have doctors from the health center score the exam to ensure fairness and professionalism. Dr. Wu won't participate to avoid any blame. Wu Lei almost mentioned Wu Weimin's name. Sounds good. But if Han Laosan doesn't pass, will Dr. Li have any objections? After all, Dr. Wu said Han Laosan is a genius. Wu Weimin said sarcastically. What's the problem? Since it's a fair exam, if he doesn't pass, it just means he lacks ability and Dr. Wu can't say anything. Zhua Yongjun joked to lighten the mood. If it weren't for his sister-in-law being on the G committee, Wu Weimin wouldn't even have a chance to be the team leader. He is narrow-minded, has low literacy, is overly critical, and enjoys opposing the officials. Seeing that even Captain Lien couldn't satisfy him, was he aiming for the sky? Wu Weimin thought this was an opportunity. His sister was educated and often read books. Surely, she could pass the exam better than Han Liqiu, a country bumpkin. Since you all said it's a fair competition, I want my sister to sign up. If she gets in, you can't find any excuses to dismiss her. Wu Lei sneered internally and suggested again, Captain Wu is right. Since it's fair and open, I propose that everyone in our team can participate, including those from the educated youth school. Haven't you always claimed your sister is well-educated? There are plenty from the educated youth school. Wu Weimin's expression changed, and he angrily left. Wu Lei ignored him and addressed everyone. What does everyone think? Let's vote by raising hands. Of course, this was a good idea. Everyone has siblings or younger relatives who should have a chance to participate. The vote passed unanimously, and the matter was settled. After the meeting, Zhou Jianjie announced this news to the entire team using a loudspeaker. The whole team was in an uproar. Dr. Wu heard about it and specifically went to find Han Laosan, advising him to study well for the exam in 3 days. Do you have confidence, Laosan? You don't need to be nervous. Just perform normally. You have a solid foundation and know more than they do. But take it seriously. After all, the educated youth are all well-educated. Dr. Wu wasn't worried about others. He was concerned about a dark horse from the educated youth school. He might seem a bit biased, but he liked Han Liqiu's character. Han Liqiu confidently assured, don't worry, Teacher Wu. I have confidence. As long as it's a fair exam, I won't lose. Dr. Wu patted the student's shoulder and walked away satisfied. Young people should have spirit, As long as there's no manipulation behind the scenes, Han Laosen has a good chance. The recruitment matter made the entire Yangshiga team anxious, and no one felt like working, especially those from the Educated Youth School. At noon, the educated youth gathered to discuss this issue. Previously, all positions were filled internally within the team, and the Educated Youth School was never considered. Now that the team was openly recruiting, the educated youth were eager to participate. Except for a few lacking confidence, like Cheng Yusi and his group, who had some education but felt they couldn't handle the work, the rest were determined to succeed, calculating their chances. The loudest voices came from several female educated youth, including Yu Jingxi and Shen Mengyao. There are many applicants, but only one position available. There are already 7 or 8 people from the Youth Academy who want to apply. What about the whole team? Yu Jingxi's eyes darted around. She had her own plans. Even though she was friends with Shen Mengyao, with only one position, they had become competitors. She decided that when no one was around, she would go to the clinic to borrow books from Dr. Wu and ask about medical knowledge. The exam questions might be set by him. Shen Mengyao was unaware of Yu Jingxi's intentions and was too preoccupied with her own thoughts about discussing things with Gu Chongqing. She knew nothing about medicine, but that didn't stop her from wanting the position at the clinic. As a young educated person who graduated from high school, she believed she could learn faster than the village girls. She pulled Gu Chongqing to a quiet place and said, "Chongqing, this is a great opportunity, and I want to seize it.
Can you help me?"
"How can I help you?" "Mengyao, this position isn't really suitable for you. Do you know anything about medicine? If it were a teaching position, I would support you trying for it." Gu Chongqing thought Shen Mengyao wanted him to teach her some medical knowledge, but he didn't know that either. Shen Mengyao bit her lip and said, "Chongqing, I want to get into the clinic. Let's bring some gifts to the team leader and the secretary. It's not that I lack confidence in my education. It's just, I really don't think the team will give this position to us young, educated people. The exam is just a formality. In the end, they will definitely choose someone from the team. Don't you believe that?" Gu Chongqing frowned. "Gifts? You mean to go through the back door?" "Chongqing, if we don't go through the back door, others will. Don't be so rigid. We have knowledge and education, but we don't have opportunities. Only with opportunities can we better serve our country, right? Especially for someone like me, who can't do heavy labor and won't earn many work points. Isn't that a waste? I have so much knowledge, but no way to use it. Now there's a chance to go to the clinic, where I can learn from Dr. Wu. I believe that if I work hard, I can bring honor to our youth academy." Shen Mengyao's words sounded insincere and overly dramatic, linking everything to serving the country. Gu Chongqing looked at her calmly. "What do you think will convince them to give you this position? Haven't you heard that the team announced a fair and open exam? The exam results will be public. How can you cheat? Even if you give gifts, it won't help." "Oh, come on. Why are you so stubborn? They know what questions will be on the exam. Should we give a gift to get the exam questions? Are we still worried about not passing?" Gu Chongqing's eyes widened slightly. Although he still had a calm expression, Shen Mengyao noticed his discomfort. She felt a pang in her heart and bit her lip. "I'm not just doing this for myself, but for the team too. Think about it. If those without education get the job, won't they harm the patients? It's better if I take the exam." Her reasoning felt weak, and she struggled to continue. Even if Gu Chongqing was enchanted, he hadn't completely lost his sense. "Mengyao, I can't do this. Besides, I don't have enough money for gifts. I have things to do, so I'll head back." He suddenly realized Shen Mengyao was not being sincere. He needed to calm down. "Shen Mengyao, does this mean he won't help?" She found it hard to accept Gu Chongqing's refusal. Just a few days ago, he kept saying he was her boyfriend and to come to him if she had difficulties. Now that she asked for help, he turned her down. Men's words, huh? At the Han family, Zhao Ho-hot was a bit dissatisfied. "What's going on? Didn't we agree on our 3rd child? Why is the whole team hiring?" Han Taiju replied, "It's obvious that someone is against it. 3rd child, let's stay calm. If you don't pass, just forget it and focus on farming. If you do pass, then great." Han Liqiu took a bite of his bread. Dad, Mom, Teacher Wu told me that there are indeed people against it, thinking I'm not reliable. You know you're not reliable. Zhao Hohot glared at her son. She disagreed with Han Taizhu. Since Dr. Wu approved, the position should belong to their third child. No matter how much her child complained, he was still hers. Mom, I'm just keeping a low profile. I'm not afraid of taking the exam. Be careful. Don't be careless. For the next 3 days, focus on studying and don't go to work. I'll ask for leave for you. You need to study hard, or I'll make sure you regret it, Zhao Hohot said. Don't worry, I'll definitely pass, Han Liqiu confidently promised. That's good. If my third brother passes on his own merit, those who doubt him will have to keep quiet. I support you, the eldest brother said. Our family will have a doctor soon, Han Liqiu added, patting his brother's shoulder. Han couldn't say anything but already had a plan in mind. It was time to support the third brother. Tonight, he would treat him to some special milk drink. Although 3 days is not enough time for a noticeable change, at least it allows Han Laosen to participate in the exam with a refreshed spirit. In the afternoon, everyone went to work while Han Laosen stayed home to study. Han Ke brought over a cup of well-prepared spring water and malt extract and handed it to Laosen. Brother San, you should drink this. Han Laosen felt so touched. My little sister is the best. Can I save it for later? Saving it for sister-in-law? Han Laosen scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Just drink it. Don't be ungrateful, Han Ke said, glaring with her hands on her hips. It wasn't that she had a problem with Li Wan. She just disliked people who were overly focused on romance. Han Liqiu seemed worse than when she was sick before. If something happened to Li Wan, could Han Liqiu handle it? She had only seen people who treated their wives as their lives in novels. In reality, well, let's not talk about it, it's frustrating. Han Laosen silently apologized to his wife, repeating it 3 times in his mind before taking the malt extract and drinking it all in one go. After a while, Han Liqiu felt greasy all over and thought he was just sweating from the heat. He even mentioned it to Han Ke. Han Ke was shocked. Oh no, the spring water was a bit too strong. Luckily, Han Liqiu is tough. If it were ergo, he would have been in trouble. They needed to be careful from now on. To be honest, when it mattered, Han Laosen was truly reliable. He had never studied this hard before. With his future and promise to Li Wan for a better life at stake, he was giving it his all, studying day and night. The whole family took Han Laosen's exam seriously. Even the children were quiet, afraid of disturbing their uncle in case he didn't pass. Finally, the day of the public exam arrived 3 days later. The morning sun shone on the corn in the drying field, creating a golden glow. Following the principles of openness, fairness, and justice, the village decided to hold the exam in this spacious area. This way, everyone in the village could witness it, making cheating impossible. The results would be announced on the spot. The drying field was filled with villagers early on. Some were even family members of the candidates, all anxious. Of course, those who came to take the exam were not illiterate. They were educated, so there weren't many left after filtering. Including the 7 from the youth academy and 5 from the village, there were only 13 candidates, one of whom was Wu Weiman's sister. Han Liqiu arrived early, and each candidate was given a desk, spaced far apart to prevent cheating. Wu Lei and Zhou Jianxi personally handed out the exam papers. This exam is not about math or science. It tests medical knowledge, but it's all basic information. When Han Liqiu received the paper, he didn't even look up. He quickly started writing, showing he knew what he was doing. The others either chewed on their pens or frowned in thought. Only Wu Weiman's sister, who had spent 2 months at a health clinic, had some understanding. The rest were completely lost. What was the point of the exam? After half an hour, some of the students had turned in blank papers. Over 40 minutes later, Han Liqiu finished. Instead of submitting blindly, he checked his answers twice before handing in his paper. A doctor from the town graded the papers on the spot and announced that Han Liqiu scored 95, making him the top candidate. The others were not even close. His paper was clean and his answers accurate. There was no denying his skills. Some questioned whether Han Liqiu had cheated or knew the questions in advance. Zhou Jianjie almost shouted in anger, thinking this was just the officials manipulating the process. Those who didn't know might think he had received something in return. He criticized that person on the spot. The Han family cheered. Han Liqiu smiled widely, occasionally glancing at his wife's expression. The silly boy's eyes were shining with excitement. Zhao Hohat looked at her son with joy, saying, "I never expected my son would achieve this." As the crowd was noisy and distracted, Lu Tsuefan gradually approached Zhao Hohat, making it hard for Zhao not to notice her. "Is there something you need?" "Zhao Hohat, I do have something to discuss with you. Let's find a quiet place to talk." "All right, let's go." Although Zhao Hohat sensed Lu Tsuefan's unfriendly intent, she was in a good mood. The two found a pile of firewood that blocked the noise from the threshing ground. "Zhao Hohat, I'm not here for anything else but to tell you to stop dreaming. My son is not interested in your daughter. Take care of your daughter and keep her away from my son." Just as she finished speaking, Zhao Hohat slapped her face. "I was in a good mood until you mentioned my daughter. If you hadn't said that, I could have avoided this slap. You really have some nerve. You made my hand hurt. Which eye of yours saw my daughter approaching your son? Are you blind? It was clearly your son who came near my daughter. Take care of your own son. Let me be honest with you, you can rest assured, my daughter is a fortunate person and won't fall into your family's trap." Lu Tsuefan, shocked and angry, covered her face, not expecting Zhao Hohat to fight back. She is the wife of the team leader, and her son is the deputy chief of the police station. This woman is not thinking clearly. She glared and said, "Don't think I don't know what your family is planning. Do you really think your daughter is good enough for my son? You should consider your own reputation. I'll tell you, Dr. Wu is our relative. If you dare to make any more moves on my son, don't blame me if your third child loses a good job." After threatening Zhao Hohat, Lu Tsuefan left angrily. She wanted to fight back, but she couldn't match Zhao Hohat. Besides, she considered herself a person of status and didn't want to stoop to Zhao Hohat's level. Zhao Hohat spat at Lu Tsuefan's back, saying, "What a joke. You should take a good look at yourself." Zhao Hohat had long lost any interest in Wu Aigua. Even if Lu Tsuefan didn't mention it, she wouldn't let her daughter marry into the Wu family. Han Taizhu was right. Lu Tsuefan and Wu Xiaoyan were both trouble. Han Liqiu succeeded and proudly became a health worker at the clinic. Although the educated youth were not convinced, facts speak louder than words, and the results were clear. The one wrong answer was nitpicking. If it weren't for that, Han Laosan would have scored full marks, highlighting their incompetence. Shen Mengyao only scored 15 points, so angry she almost broke her pencil. Yu Jingxi went to borrow a book from Dr. Wu, but he said it was too late to cram. Still, she participated, hoping for good luck. That evening, Han Taizhu discussed apprenticeship with Zhao Hohat. She waved her hand, saying, "There's no rush. Those gossipers will have something to say, and they might try to tarnish Dr. Wu's reputation. Let's wait a few months until our son has made some achievements and can silence those envious people. Then we can proceed smoothly. It would be best to do it around the new year, when we have food at home. What do you think?" "Oh, that can wait. I have something even more infuriating to tell you. Today, Lu Tsuefan came to see me. Guess what she said? She called our family delusional, saying our daughter has feelings for her son, and that our daughter should stay away from Wu Aigua. How ridiculous. Fine, let's just forget about Wu Aigua. My daughter won't suffer because of this." This morning, Wong Xha made breakfast. There was no need to wake up early to dry the grain. It had to be sunny for that, so everyone got up late. After Han Ke finished practicing the 8 pieces of brocade and washed up, she stepped outside and heard movement in her mother's room. It was Zhao Hohat's voice. Zhao Hohat is not the same as before. Ever since Han Taizhu taught her to read, she has learned hundreds of characters in just a month. This morning, she had a sudden idea and leaned against the wall to read the newspaper. When Han Ku entered the room, he saw his mother struggling to read the newspaper aloud. Although she wasn't fluent, she was definitely serious about it. Whenever she came across a word she didn't know, she would ask Han Taiju. At this rate, Zhao Hohat would surely leave the ranks of illiterates within a year. "How am I doing, daughter?" Zhao Hohat asked eagerly for praise. Han Ke gave her a thumbs up. "You're amazing, Mom." "Of course. If I, Zhao Hohat, want to do something, I will succeed." Wong Xha, in the kitchen, heard Zhao Hohat reading and felt a twinge of envy. Everyone in the family, except for her and Mi Chunhua, could read. Even her mother-in-law was learning at her age. She felt a strong sense of urgency to have Li Chuan teach her. In her eyes, being able to read was a valuable skill, and if her mother-in-law could learn, then at just over 20, she shouldn't be illiterate. She had attended a literacy class before but thought it was useless and preferred to spend her time working in the fields. Now, seeing Zhao Hohat's progress, she felt she should learn too, even if she didn't need it right away. "Wow, our mom is really impressive," she said sincerely while holding a steamed bun. Mi Chunhua, who was fetching water, rolled her eyes and silently criticized the old lady. But after yesterday, she didn't dare to complain. While the family was having breakfast, someone from the village came to tell Mi Chunhua that her mother was sick and wanted to see her. Mi Chunhua nervously looked at her family. She was in a difficult position. "Mom, do you think I can go home to see my mother?" She knew her mother well enough to suspect something was off. It was a perfect excuse for her to return home, and it felt like a stroke of luck. Zhao Hohat stirred her porridge. "They say your mother is sick. If you don't go back to check on her, they'll say I'm a cruel mother-in-law." "I won't take that blame." Mi Chunhua grimaced. Her mother-in-law always spoke so harshly. After breakfast, Mi Chunhua hurried out the door. In fact, Mi Chunhua was right. Her mother was pretending to be sick. Ever since they learned that the Han family received a compensation of several hundred yuan, the Mi family had been restless. They regretted not being more cautious during their last visit. They wanted to call Mi Chunhua back but felt embarrassed. Then her father came up with the idea to say her mother was sick, but her mother wasn't too happy about it. Wasn't that just a curse? Why doesn't the old man say he is sick? Uncle Mi thinks he can't curse himself, and his sons aren't strong enough, so it must be up to the children's mother. Last time, the Han family tricked them out of a lot of money, which left them feeling uneasy, as if something was missing inside. If they don't recover the loss, the whole family will be upset. The Mi family is lazy, loves to eat, and is greedy. In theory, there are plenty of strong workers at home, but they don't work hard. They cheat and slack off, so they don't earn much in a day. Just look at Mi Chunhua to see what kind of family they are. How can such a family not be poor? That's why the Mi family takes advantage of Mi Chunhua and her older sister. The two daughters have been brainwashed into taking things from their in-laws back to their family. A $5 fine can't stop the gossip in Yangshigu. Maybe the fine was too small. Rumors about the Han family's wealth spread quickly. And what about Aunt Chen's nephew being fined? How could they not talk about it? Now, news that Aunt Chen and her nephew lost 200 also spread like wildfire. The Mi family is anxious. The Han family's money should belong to Mi Chunhua. After all, their daughter gave birth to two strong sons. Mi Chunhua is a Mi family girl, and her money is the Mi family's money. There's nothing wrong with that. Over the years, the Mi family has gotten used to asking for help. After offending Mi Chunhua, they haven't taken anything from her family for almost a month. Too embarrassed to go themselves, they can only send a message. "Dad, Mom, can Chunhua come back? Last time we didn't support her. Will she hate us?" asked the second daughter-in-law. It's unbelievable. She thinks she can ignore her family just because she has a little independence? Is Han Er the one living with her? Sooner or later, she will regret it and come back crying for us to help her. Don't worry. She won't dare to stay away. Uncle Mi waved his hand confidently. To take a bite out of the Han family, Mi Chunhua's parents and two brothers-in-law didn't go to work. How much money can they make working? If they could get a piece of meat from the Han family, it would be enough to eat for half a year. Hey. She's here. Mom, lie down quickly. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Han family saw Mi Chunhua entering the yard through the window. Mi Chunhua's mother quickly lay down. When Mi Chunhua entered the yard, She heard her mother groaning. Can a sick person make such a loud noise? She sounded strong, not sick at all. She stepped into her parents' room and saw her brothers and sisters-in-law gathered around the Kong, as if they were preparing for her grandmother's last moments. Mi Chunhua looked at the Kong and saw her father sitting cross-legged, smoking a pipe, while her mother lay on the Kong with a towel on her head, groaning. Second sister, you're here? Sit down. Our mother has been waiting for you. Sister Han held Mi Chunhua's hand warmly, and Mi Chunhua felt a sense of family love return, even if it was fake. On the Kong, Grandma Mi said, "What do you mean just waiting for her? It sounds like it's the last time we'll see each other." Grandma Mi reached out to grab Mi Chunhua's hand, but Mi Chunhua pulled away. Grandma Mi wanted to get angry, but Grandpa Mi kicked her lightly. "Daughter, I've been feeling unwell since I returned from the Han family. I'm so upset. I feel useless as a mother for not being able to protect you and for letting you suffer. It makes me sick." Sister Mi looked troubled. "Chunhua, your mother has been thinking about you. We didn't dare visit you because we were afraid of causing you more trouble." It sounded nice, but Mi Chunhua knew better after living in the same house for 17 years. Mi Chunhua sat down on the Kong. "Mom, enough with the act. Just say what you need to say. Why all this drama?" Grandma Mi felt bored by Mi Chunhua's words and got up, pulling off the towel from her head. "I really do miss you. If I didn't have an excuse, how could I come back?"
Mi Chunhua taichet hermaut.
What a lie. Using excuses to deceive the Han family was pointless. "You miss me? If you hadn't left me behind last time, I wouldn't even know my place in this family. Don't just say nice things. What do you really want? Just a reminder. Because of your failures, I'm not welcome at the Han family. Even the chickens in the coop give me dirty looks. If you want me to do something, I can't. I'm barely holding on, and who knows when that old woman will send me back to my family." When the last incident was mentioned, the Mi family felt awkward and guilty. They not only lost the lady but also their own people, failing to manage the Han family, and even losing more. Eldest brother Mi ruffled his hair in frustration. "Mom and Dad, let's just be honest. She's our daughter. Isn't it right for her to help us?" Sister Mi pinched eldest brother Mi. "What honesty? We need to ask for help, so we can't afford to be rude."
Mi Chunhua's face darkened.
She thought she shouldn't expect anything from her family. They were all useless, with not a single decent person among them. She didn't expect them to come up with ideas. It was pointless. If they knew she wanted to take the Han family's money for herself, they would probably move in with her. No doubt about it. Her family was capable of that. Having been betrayed before, Mi Chunhua no longer fully trusted her family. She had a frown and didn't speak, just watching what these people were saying. Old Mi noticed no one was stepping up, so he took a puff from his pipe and said, "Chunhua, you need to have a conscience. Last time, we got a lot of money from the Han family because of you. If it weren't for you, why would we offend our in-laws? You know our situation. We are poor. We can barely manage with plain porridge. Adults can endure. But what about the children? Your nephews are growing up, and if we don't take care of them now, what will happen later? The Mi family will rely on your nephews to support us, and you will need them too. You've seen it. Your 2 sons are ungrateful. They belong to the Han family, and you should wake up. No matter what, you are a Mi. If Han Lisha bullies you and your sons don't help, at least you have your nephews. You need to think ahead." Old Mi was trying to reason with Chunhua. Surprisingly, he hit the nail on the head. Chunhua suddenly remembered her 2 ungrateful sons who had money but didn't give her any. Her father was right. Those 2 were not on her side. They say a child's character is set by age 3, and now they were 7. It was too late to change them. Chunhua felt a wave of sadness and loneliness. In the Han family, the men didn't care for her, and her future looked bleak. Tears began to fall. Old Mi slapped his thigh and said, "Dad is right. The Han family is unreliable. Sister, you should plan ahead. You're still young. Why not consider getting a divorce and finding a better family? Honestly, there's nothing good to gain from the Han family. You could get some money and things from the divorce. If you have money, you won't have trouble finding a good man. Old Mi Air didn't mention that if Chunhua divorced, she could return to her family, and Chunhua didn't catch that. She only focused on what he said about the Han family not being worth it. Yes, she had nothing. The men sided with their parents, and her sons were with their grandparents and their little shoes. She was not only alone, but also broke. What would she do when she got older? She had come with a plan to be cautious with her family, but she wasn't very clever and got swayed by the Mi family, ending up back where she started. Woo woo woo, what should I do? Chunhua cried, covering her face. Didn't we say to make money? Why are you so foolish? Old Mi just said bluntly. How can I make money? The money isn't in my hands. That old woman holds it tightly. Not to mention me. Even the main house doesn't have any. Those two old folks want to empty the house to prepare a dowry for that little shoe. What can I do? You're just standing there talking. What are you saying? You're giving your sister-in-law a dowry? That's hundreds of dollars. The Han family has gone crazy. Don't those brothers have any objections? Grandma Mi was stunned. She thought Mi Chunhua was talking nonsense. How could she not believe it? No matter how precious a daughter is, you can't empty your pockets. How will they live? The rest of the Mi family also thought Mi Chunhua was just making things up. You don't believe it either, right? Anyone with common sense wouldn't do this, but everyone in the Han family, except for me, seems to have lost their minds. I don't know what kind of spell that girl has cast on them. Mi Laotu waved his hand for others to be quiet. Chunhua, how do you know this? How do I know? I heard it with my own ears. A few days ago in the morning, Mi Chunhua shared how she had eavesdropped. The Mi family didn't think it was wrong for her to eavesdrop. They felt she should have listened earlier and caught more of it. It seems everything Chunhua said is true. I just don't understand why the Han family has gone mad. Even the 3 married sons are acting crazy. How can a loser compare to their sons? Mi Urseo said, clicking her tongue. Mi Chunhua shot her a glare. She didn't think Mi Urseo was wrong, but she was also a daughter of the Mi family. Saying that in front of her was like calling her a loser too. She was polite to her sister-in-law, but not to the second sister-in-law. They had never gotten along before marriage. This woman, who was also a girl, favored sons even more than Mi Chunhua. Her 2 daughters were treated worse than a servant in a wealthy family. Mi Air had a lot of thoughts. He glared at his wife. If you can't speak properly, just be quiet. This isn't your business. Go work in the fields. What can you decide about family matters? Go, go, go. Mi Urseo left reluctantly. Besides a few daughters, she had the least status in the family. Mi Daisao had a voice in front of the in-laws, and Mi Laoda listened to his wife for everything. What was the difference between her and Mi Chunhua? It was all fate. Who told her she was a woman? With the annoying one gone, the remaining Mi family members were all sharp-minded. Your sister-in-law is really annoying. It's not that I'm mean, but if it weren't for her, the Han family would be doing much better. They treat such a waste like a treasure. I don't understand what for. Mi Daisao said, confused. Who knows? Which family has a daughter in high school, and which family has a daughter who doesn't work in the fields? If you ask me, the Han family must be under some spell.
Mi Air added.
But really, what spell? That girl has nothing but her looks. With a bad reputation, what kind of good family could she marry into? Grandma Mi said with a dismissive expression. Sister Mi's eyes lit up. Chunhua, have you thought about marrying her off? Mi Chunhua slapped her thigh. Excited. I have thought about it. But I can't make that decision. If that old woman were to pass away, I would sell those old shoes in the mountains to several men as wives. That would really be satisfying. Sister Mi, you really are something so ruthless. Old Lady Mi perked up. Selling her in the mountains is a good idea. Once she's there, she won't be able to escape.
She'll be stuck for life.
Sister Mi, let's not dream too much. Let's talk about something practical. Can the Han family really marry their daughter off to the mountains? What practical things? Unless we split the family, but I have no standing in the Han family. Splitting is harder than marrying off those old shoes. Mi Chunhua's thoughts of splitting the family were dashed this morning by Wong Xha. Wong Xha, the flatterer, Would do anything to please Zhao Hohot. Would she agree to a split? Li Wan is just a fool, all alone. Without allies, she might end up being sent back home. So this path is blocked. She needs to think of another way. If your sister-in-law were gone, those two old folks would go crazy. If things go well, they might follow her. Mi Laoda suddenly said. The rest of the Mi family. Mi Chunhua hasn't come out from her family yet, and no one knows what she discussed with them. Han Ke is home alone now. She can quietly write her novel and has already written several thousand words. She plans to find a chance to send the first 2,000 words to town soon. Is anyone there? Han Ke, are you home? A young woman's voice called from outside. When Han Ke is home alone, she always locks the door for convenience. Han Ke opened the door. Yu Ziking, is there something you need? Standing at the door was Yu Jingxi, and her face looked a bit ridiculous now. Days have passed, and the wounds on her face have scabbed over. The scabs are large and cover her cheekbones, forehead, and nose. The scab on her nose looks particularly silly, like a dog's nose. Han Ke admired this woman's courage to come out with such a face. She could tell it would definitely leave scars. Yu Jingxi hadn't originally planned this with Shen Mengyao. She later thought it would be better to be polite first. The Han family isn't easy to deal with, so she decided to come over while they were away. Seeing Han Ke's beautiful face made Yu Jingxi jealous to the point of madness. Even before her injury, she couldn't compare. If only this face could be ruined. It's a shame that someone who is just a village girl has such a pretty face. It's really unfair. Why is fate so kind to her? Can I come in to talk, Comrade Han Ke? It's not convenient here. Han Ke looked around. There was no one nearby. The closest house was hundreds of meters away, so there was no one around. After the kids went to school, her playmates stopped coming to her house, and it was very quiet in front of her door. If there's no one around, it's not inconvenient at all. Han Ke didn't want to let this woman in. Who knows what her intentions are? What if she means trouble? How rude. Yu Jingxi was unhappy. She was an educated youth from the city, and she felt she deserved better treatment than being at a poor farmer's house. Usually, people would jump at the chance to invite her over. Han Ke rolled her eyes and was about to close the door when Yu Jingxi quickly blocked it with her hand. I need to talk to you. If you have something to say, just say it. Are you sick? I don't have time for your nonsense. Yu Jingxi thought of herself as a cultured and refined young person. She didn't want to stoop to the village girl's level, as that would lower her status. Your face looks better. What medicine did you use? So that's why she came here? Since she needed something, why act so high and mighty? This woman really had issues. Yes, it looks better. I'm not prone to scarring, and the injury was minor, so there are no scars. Yu Jingxi didn't believe her. A few days ago, you were still putting on ointment. Who are you trying to fool? I want that ointment. If you want it, go get it yourself. Why are you bothering me?
Han Ke was confused.
Yu Jingxi felt that Han Ke was shameless. After hurting her, she didn't apologize or offer compensation and acted like nothing happened. Han Ke, I got hurt because of you, and you need to take responsibility. It's a privilege for you to have the chance to help me heal. Don't take it for granted. If there were outsiders around, she wouldn't dare to speak like this. After all, it was just Han Ke here. Her face might not be as pretty as Han Ke's, but her status was higher. Her parents were both formal workers in the city. Could Han Ke, a simple village girl, compare?
Ha!
Do you think you're some rich heiress? Right now, being from a good family is the most honorable thing. Just from what you said, I could report you, and your so-called impressive family would be ruined. Han Ke suspected this woman had something wrong with her head. Yu Jingxi quickly looked around and, not seeing anyone, calmed down. Darn it, this girl was not easy to bully or fool anymore. I don't care. You are responsible for my injury. What if I don't take responsibility? Han Ke was very curious about what she would do if she didn't. You are being disrespectful. Just wait until you regret it, Lin Jingshi thought. He had tried to negotiate calmly, but since she insisted on taking extreme measures, that was unfortunate for her. After throwing out a few harsh words, Yu Jingxi left. Han Ke wasn't afraid. She was just waiting for the chance to report her. If she reported her, it would be a perfect opportunity to collect her debts. She had a list of debts to collect but hadn't found the time to do it. It wasn't that she didn't want to go. Things have been happening too quickly lately. But if someone else was looking for trouble, she wouldn't feel guilty. Maybe her luck was changing, as people had been giving her money recently. She had planned to wait a while before collecting debts, but seeing Yu Jingxi's reaction made her think it was time to act sooner. Yu Jingxi angrily walked toward the youth dormitory, cursing under her breath. Hey, who upset you? That face is just too funny. Yu Jingxi's expression darkened. That arrogant voice belonged to Qing Yusi. She was careful about who she offended. She wouldn't dare say anything to someone like him. If it were someone else, she might have said a few words, but he was a troublemaker, and she didn't want to provoke him. Not wanting to be alone with a troublemaker and ruin her reputation, Yu Jingxi kept her head down and walked around Qing Yusi. Suddenly, she turned back and said, I just want to find Han Ko. She was home alone. After saying that, she ran off. She wasn't sure if Qing Yusi would understand her hint, but at least she had told him. If Han Ko married someone like Qing Yusi, that would be something. Qing Yusi licked his teeth. A pretty girl home alone? Yu Jingxi was being mischievous. Did she think he was foolish? If he got caught now, it wouldn't be a joke. He was wary of Han's brothers. Otherwise, he would have dealt with Li Wan by now. But the thought of Han Ko made him excited. This was a great opportunity. If he could date Han Ko, life in Yangshigu would be much better. Besides, the Han family was doing well. He was 28 this year. It was time to settle down. With no hope of returning to the city, he didn't want to work in the fields, and he had no money. Thinking about it, Han Ko would be the perfect wife for him. If he married her, he wouldn't have to work in the fields at all, especially with those big fools in the Han family around to help. The Han family had recently come into some money. After marriage, would they let their daughter suffer? They treated Han Ko like a treasure. There's enough for Han Ko to eat, so there's enough for him too. Qing Yusi thought more and more about it and felt it was a good idea. As for whether Han would like him or if the Han family would agree, he didn't need to worry. He was a city youth, and even marrying a rural girl would be a big deal for the Han family. Didn't they always want to find someone from the city? Qing Yusi was from the city. As soon as Han Ko sat down, someone knocked on the door. Who could it be? Her family would call her, so it must not be them. Han Ko opened the door with annoyance, then wanted to close it again. She felt embarrassed by the sight. She decided to go wash her eyes. It was really strange for someone to come at this hour. Wasn't this guy just the Wu Dalong that everyone in the youth dorm disliked? In her mind, she apologized to Wu Dalong. He was quite hardworking. This guy was shorter than Han Ko, with greasy hair sticking to his scalp, and she could see flakes of dandruff. He wasn't very polite either, with a triangular head and a bulbous nose. His double eyelids looked like belly buttons. How could he even think about Li Wan? She patted her chest. He had really startled her. Before she could close the door completely, it was pushed open forcefully. Qing Yusi, forgetting his fear at the sight of Han Ko, had completely lost any hesitation. Hey, don't go. I just want to talk. Qing Yusi wedged one leg between the doors and pushed against them with his arms, preventing Han Ko from closing the door. Through the crack, she saw Qing Yusi grinning, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and bad breath wafted through the gap. Talk to your mom. What's there to chat about with an ugly guy like you? You look like a disaster. If you don't leave, I'll get a knife and chop you up. Han Ko really didn't expect this ugly guy to be so bold. His lewd gaze made her instantly understand his intentions. How shameless. She wasn't scared. If it came to it, she could just grab a knife from the kitchen. If he broke into her home with bad intentions, she could claim self-defense. Dead people keep secrets, but killing someone was new to her, and she might shake it first. Plus, it would be unlucky to get blood all over her house. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean any harm, and I wouldn't touch you. I just wanted to see you. Qing Yusi still had a bit of reason left. What if he did something to this girl? The Han family wouldn't just let it go. They might want to retaliate. After all, the Han family has not been concerned about their reputation lately. They are truly strong-willed. Because of their strength, he didn't dare to force her. Hanku's eyes sparkled. Wait here, I'll get you something. Chung Yusi's eyes lit up. The pretty girl was paying attention to him, which was a good sign. He hoped to see her more often and win her over quickly. He obediently stayed outside and stretched his neck to peek into the courtyard. In just a moment, Hanku came out, smiling and carrying a basin. The basin was filled with clear water. If it had been dirty water, Chung Yusi would have suspected it was meant to splash him, but seeing the clean water, he couldn't guess what Hanku was up to. Hanku approached him, and Chung Yusi pointed at the small amount of water in the basin, asking, "What's this? For me?" "Yes, it's for you." After saying that, Hanku splashed the water at Chung Yusi. She splashed it skillfully, aiming for the middle.
Ah!
"What are you doing?" Chung Yusi looked down at his pants. Taking advantage of his distraction, Hanku quickly brought out another large basin of water and poured it over him, saying, "All for you. No need to thank me." She wasn't being kind. She had a mischievous idea. The first basin actually contained a concentrated spirit spring, specifically aimed at his pants, to avoid raising his suspicions if she drenched him completely. She hoped that his problem would blossom and bear fruit. Chung Yusi was furious. Even though he liked this girl, it didn't mean he would let her take advantage of him. Just wait. She would learn what it meant for a man to be in charge. Before he could raise his fist, he was suddenly hit on the head. Hanku was swinging the basin while shouting that there was a thief. She had no intention of being inappropriate. That would only bring trouble to herself. After being hit a few times, Chung Yusi's anger flared, and he forgot his caution, thinking of taking advantage of the moment to force Hanku. "Third brother, hurry up. This guy is trying to run."
한키호tet.
Chung Yusi didn't dare to look back and ran away. He couldn't match up to Han Lao-san. A few years ago, he had learned his lesson. The four of them couldn't even handle one of him. Han Lao-san was strong from daily training. At that time, Li Wan had just married Han Liqiu, and Chung Yusi, feeling bold, tried to tease Li Wan when Han Liqiu wasn't around. He didn't expect to be caught by Han Liqiu. He thought that with 3 lackeys, they could take on Han Lao-san, but they were completely outmatched and suffered greatly. Because of that incident, they ended up on the blacklist, which made it seem like he was being inappropriate while trying to pursue Shen Mengyao. It didn't seem fair. He was just trying to court her, so why was he seen as acting inappropriately? By that logic, Gu Chongqing was also acting inappropriately. But it didn't matter. Who could he talk to about it? Watching Chung Yusi flee, Hanku silently put away the basin. She was just trying to scare Chung Yusi. There was no trace of Han Lao-san, but Mi Chunhua was definitely present. Mi Chunhua held a family meeting at her parents' house and returned feeling satisfied. From a distance, she saw that little troublemaker talking to Hanku at her door, and later she watched as Hanku splashed water on him. Once Chung Yusi ran away, she swaggered back home, feeling superior as she looked down at Hanku. With her arms crossed, she tilted her head, inspecting her sister-in-law like she was examining goods, feeling no jealousy or anger, only a sense of schadenfreude. She knew that the little troublemaker dared to come over because no one was home, so she felt bold. She didn't think much of Hanku. "What's this? No one at home, so you're inviting men over? Are you really that desperate? If you need a man, just tell me. I can find you 10 or 8. You'll definitely feel better." Hanku remained unfazed. Dealing with someone like Mi Chunhua was simple, just hit her. She raised the basin she had and smashed it over Mi Chunhua's head, making a loud noise that felt satisfying, causing Mi Chunhua to flee, covering her head. Hanku didn't say a word. She couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on someone so foolish. She had heard that talking to idiots could lower your intelligence. Her second brother was a good man, upright, handsome, hardworking, and he didn't mistreat his wife. Mi Chunhua must have had some incredible luck to marry him, yet she was ungrateful, greedily wanting everything from the Han family. Why didn't she just aim for the sky? The more she smashed, the more excited Hanku became. The basin was already dented. Suddenly, she realized she had forgotten that the basin was more valuable than Mi Chunhua. Her mouth twitched. Oh no, her mother was going to be angry. If Mi Chunhua hadn't had a big plan in mind, she would have reported Han Ko to the police long ago. The Han family's past actions had opened a door for her. Anyone who dared to touch her could be reported. But now, she felt frustrated. She ran out the door, no longer shouting or threatening Han Ko. Han Ko noticed something was off about her. Both Han Ko and Mi Chunhua chose to stay silent about the afternoon's events. The basin has deformed, and Han Ko has to bear it. Zhao Hohat only poked Han Ko's forehead a few times out of pity and didn't say anything more. Mi Chunhua didn't dare to speak up. If she reported it, Zhao Hohat might chase her with a knife, especially since what she said was too harsh. She knew that herself. There was no point in denying it. Between her and Han Ko, it was obvious who would be chosen. Han Ko didn't want to cause trouble for her family. If she spoke up, her whole family would immediately come to the youth dormitory. Recently, her family had been in the spotlight, and it was best not to upset the team. She also couldn't let the team question why only the Han family had problems when other families did not. Even Han Ko herself thought this way. Her third brother had just gone to the health clinic, and many people were watching that position. If she caused him to lose his job, she would feel guilty and unable to sleep. As for that rude person, it was fine. Such people would be scared for a few days, and when they saw nothing happening with the Han family, they would become bolder. That would be the right time to deal with him. Han Ko believed that day was not far off. When it came, she would personally send him to jail. Just as Han Ko guessed, Cheng Yusi was scared half to death. He ran back to the youth dormitory and bumped into Yu Jingxi. Yu Jingxi wasn't in the mood to work today and had asked Shen Mengyao to call in sick for her. Now it was easy for her to take a day off, unlike before when she could only get a day off once in 10 tries. Now, because her face was injured, she frequently took time off, claiming her face hurt and that the sun could not shine on it, as sun exposure would leave scars. The team was also fed up. If she didn't want to work, then fine. They wouldn't give her food if she didn't work. Even Gu Chongqing couldn't stand it anymore. There wasn't much food to begin with. Who would support her without her working? Shen Mengyao had been warned by several male colleagues, but she had her own plans and wasn't ready to part ways yet. Seeing Cheng Yusi return looking like a drenched chicken, Yu Jingxi secretly cursed him for being useless. The opportunity was right in front of him, and he still couldn't handle it. How hard could it be to deal with just one woman? Cheng Yusi didn't have time to vent his frustration on Yu Jingxi. He quickly went back to change into dry clothes. When he came out after changing, he found Yu Jingxi still there. He kicked the door frame in frustration. What? Did you fail?
Why?
Did someone come home? Cheng Yusi wiped his face. Han Lao-san is back.
Impossible.
I just came back from the health clinic. He was fine there. We came in just moments apart. Yu Jingxi thought Cheng Yusi was foolish for not recognizing the person. Cheng Yusi exclaimed, "Darn it. Did that girl trick me?" I fell for it. He wanted to hit his own head. Why didn't he look earlier? If he had known that Han Ko was lying to him, he would have made sure to take action today. He didn't realize he had been given a second chance. If he dared to do anything to Han Ko, she would really retaliate against him. Let's find another opportunity. But it needs to be quick. There are many people watching the Han family. Hey, Cheng Yusi, if I help you with this, can you help me in return? Cheng Yusi squinted. What do you mean? Yu Jingxi touched the scab on her face. That ungrateful Han Ko. I wanted her to take responsibility today since my injury is because of her. Ruining my face is like ruining my whole life. I only asked her to pay for my treatment, which was already generous of me. Who knew she wouldn't admit it and was so shameless? Fine, if she doesn't appreciate it, I won't be polite anymore. I'm planning to report her to the main office, but I'm alone and weak. I want you to gather the people from the youth center to support me. You know I don't have that much influence, so I hope you can help. Cheng Yusi thought for a moment. Well, if the Han family was in trouble, Han Ko wouldn't be able to get married. Then, when he showed up, wouldn't it be easy for him? Reporting her is fine. But what's the reason? Yu Jingxi smiled. Cheng Yusi was agreeing to help her. I have a reason ready. The two of them started to make a plan against Han Ko at the youth center. Cheng Yusi hadn't felt proud for long before he started to feel something was off that evening. He discovered it while using the restroom. shocked to the point he almost fell into the pit. Not daring to make a fuss, he quietly returned to his room, found some scissors, and was so nervous his hands shook, almost cutting himself. He carefully snipped for a long time. If someone saw him, they might think he was sick. But he was indeed unwell. Otherwise, why was it growing so fast? He looked up at the ceiling in fear. What was wrong with him? But he didn't dare tell his few followers. He decided to observe first. The next morning, he woke up confused and felt like he was about to explode with anger. Chung Yusi was in tears. He hadn't shaved this often before. The problem was he had to cut it. At this rate, just imagine himself working in the fields. Oh no, he didn't even want to think about it. How would he explain this? He had to go to the hospital. Finally, on the fourth morning, Chung Yusi took a day off. He hadn't cut it yet and wanted the doctor to take a look. At the hospital, he specifically chose a male doctor. Even though he was a bit of a rogue, he didn't want a female doctor to see him, as it would hurt his image. A doctor looked at a man suspiciously, and it was clear he didn't seem like a good person. "Doctor, I need help." "How unusual. What brings you here, if you're not sick?" I have a problem." The man pointed to his pants. The doctor's expression darkened. "Leave." The man hesitated, thinking he would leave, but instead, he closed the door and locked it. The doctor was taken aback. The man's next action was even more shocking. The doctor watched as he quickly unbuckled his belt and pulled down his pants.
Get out, or I'll call someone.
"Wait, just listen and you'll understand." He continued, and when the doctor raised a chair to hit him, he thought, is this normal? After nearly 10 years as a doctor, he had never seen anything like it. Doctors usually want to study unusual cases. How long has this been going on? Did it start during puberty?" The doctor calmly set the chair down and sat, acting as if nothing had happened. "No, it just happened a few days ago."
Doctor, please help me.
"When will this end? I'm worried I might hurt myself." The man was close to tears. The doctor looked at him sympathetically. "You should get some tests done, a blood and urine test. Come back to me after you have the results." "Okay." The man agreed and started to leave. "Wait a moment. Has it grown?" The man replied, "No. It seems to have shrunk." The doctor said, "All right. Get the results and come back to me. I'll take a good look at it." This case was truly strange. Hano also went to the city today to send her novel manuscript. After sending it, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative, where her good friend Sun Jie was. How nice. She was looking for her. Sun Jie was chatting with her coworkers. The cooperative was quiet, with some working on personal tasks and others chatting. Sun Jie was laughing and talking, but when a customer came to the counter, she didn't even greet them. This service attitude was lacking. Hano tapped on the glass counter. "Excuse me." Sun Jie put on a serious face. "What do you want?" Her counter sold fabric, and not many people came to buy it, as fabric coupons were rare.
Hey.
"Sun Jie, don't you recognize your old classmate?" Sun Jie looked closely at Hano. "Who are you?" She doesn't look down on people, but ever since she joined this class, both acquaintances and strangers have been trying to get close to her, which is really annoying. So, she naturally doesn't show a good attitude to those she doesn't know. "It's me."
Hanke. Hanke.
Sun Jie exclaimed loudly. "Is this really Hano? Oh my. I almost didn't recognize you. You've gotten darker. What happened to your bangs?" TSK, leaving school and returning to the countryside really showed your true colors." Sun Jie pointed at Hano, who gently took her hand away. "Sister, keep your voice down. If someone hears you, they might accuse you of looking down on farmers and being superstitious." Sun Jie was startled and smiled at the colleague she had been chatting with. That colleague rolled her eyes. "What do you think I am? You two keep talking. I'll head back to my counter." The colleague left discreetly. Sun Jie pulled her hand back. "What are you doing? We're not at that level yet." Hano looked wronged. Sun Jie shivered. "When did you become so shameless? What happened to your previous confidence?" "It ran away when it saw you." "Sister. No, I beg you, speak normally." Sun Jejia rubbed her arms. Sun Jejia was a year older than Hanku and was 18 this year. They used to be rivals in school, both looking down on each other, but after leaving school, it seemed they had grown up and matured overnight. After starting work, Sun Jejia entered society, and when she saw Hanku again, it was no longer a rivalry. Hanku leaned on the counter. I just passed by and wanted to see if there was anything here that didn't require a ticket, and then I found out you were working here. Isn't that a coincidence? Is it fate? Fate, my foot. I stand here every day, and you come here all the time. It's not like we see each other once every few decades. By the way, you're different from before. Sun Jejia leaned on the counter too. After all, they were classmates, so they had plenty to talk about. Hanku had been back in Yangshigu for a year, and she didn't know what her classmates were like anymore, as she had spent all her time pursuing young men. Sun Jejia talked about these things easily, like how a female classmate got pregnant before marriage and almost caused her mother to faint from shock. Hanku said, "Really? She used to be so well-behaved. I didn't realize she had that kind of courage." Sun Jejia replied, "That's right. You can't judge a book by its cover. Sometimes the loudest dogs don't bite, while the quiet ones can be surprisingly bold. And there's more. That person, her dad wants to marry a widow in the village and plans to divorce her mom, even asking them to leave with nothing." Hanku said, "Oh my, that's terrible. What happened next?" Sun Jejia replied, "Later, the three of them chased him out, ha." Hanku laughed, "Haha, what about now?" Sun Jejia said, "Now he left with nothing."
Han left again. Ha.
The two chatted happily, forgetting their past disagreements and feeling like they had found a kindred spirit. Indeed, gossip can bring people closer, and their friendship was slowly being restored during their conversation. Hanku took a crystal hairpin out of her military backpack and placed it on the counter, almost dazzling Sun Jejia. No, in fact, she couldn't take her eyes off it. "What is this hairpin? It's so beautiful." The rhinestones on the hairpin sparkled under the dim light of the store, and Sun Jejia clutched her heart. "Is it for sale? I would spend everything I have to buy it." Hanku knew that Sun Jejia wouldn't be able to resist once she saw it. She didn't even hesitate to reach for her wallet.
What are you talking about?
"You're being too formal. I thought our friendship had grown stronger, but now, I'm so sad." "You mean you're giving this to me?" Sun Jejia looked at Hanku in disbelief, her eyes wide. "Don't doubt it. It's yours." Hanku pushed the hairpin closer to Sun Jejia. "Oh my, why would I deserve this?" Sun Jejia swallowed hard, liking it more and more, almost losing her rationality. "Sister, tell me if there's anything you need, just say it. Except for anything illegal, I'd do anything for you. Am I the kind of person who would take advantage of my friends? If I want to give it to you, I will. I regret my past shallowness and feel a connection with you. Sister, please accept my gift of repentance. Let me put it on you."
Wow.
"It really suits you. Look in the mirror and see how good it looks." Hanku personally placed the hairpin in Sun Jejia's hair. Honestly, the clothes from this era are quite outdated. Sun Jejia was wearing a black and purple checkered top and black pants. Her two long black braids didn't match the sparkling crystal at all. It felt like a flower on a monkey's head. Hanku felt a bit shy and couldn't look directly. But Sun Jejia was quite pleased with herself, admiring her reflection for several minutes before carefully taking off the hairpin. "Why take it off? Why not wear it?" "I can't. I want to keep it safe at home." Hanku said, "There's really no need. But it would look even better with a different outfit." "Hey," I made Sun Jejia feel embarrassed. This rhinestone was actually bought on Taobao for just over 30 yuan. Sun Jejia is quite naive, and even Hanku felt a bit guilty for tricking her. "But why don't you keep it for yourself?" Hanku replied, "Cough, sis. I don't think I deserve it. Look at me, wearing patched clothes, and wearing something like this wouldn't be right. My fourth brother bought this for me in the provincial city, and it cost a lot of foreign exchange coupons. It really is precious, or else you wouldn't carry it around. Come on, what do you want? I'll try to meet your needs. You can't refuse, or I'll feel bad. Oh, by the way, didn't you just say to check if there's anything you don't need?" Oh my, you came at the right time. I have some flawed fabric here. Do you want it? Originally, a few of us colleagues were going to share it, but I'll give you my portion. Sun Jejia remembered that there was flawed fabric at her counter. They had agreed to share, but since she took something so valuable from Hanko, she decided to give her portion to Hanko instead. Hanko's eyes lit up. Wow, sis, you're the best. Yes, yes, yes. You don't know, our kids' clothes are all too short with patches everywhere. It breaks my heart. We're struggling at home. Hearing Hanko complain about their difficulties made Sun Jejia feel even guiltier. The rhinestone hairpin felt a bit too much to hold onto, but returning it was not an option. She really liked it, so she decided to give more in return. Sis, I'm dating someone, Sun Jejia said shyly, while taking flawed fabric from the back shelf. What? You're dating someone? Who is it? No one is good enough for my sister. Hanko thought people nowadays marry too early. For example, in their family, aside from Han Lao-san, everyone else got married before reaching adulthood. Han Taizhu and Zhao Hohat had Han Lichuan when they were just 17 or 18. But Sun Jejia was already 18. He's from the county meat processing plant. Wow, sis, how did you find him? That job is really sought after. You won't lack for meat in the future. I'm so envious. What's there to envy? It's just okay. Should I ask your brother-in-law to introduce someone to you? Hanko waved her arms like a pendulum. No, no, no. I don't want to embarrass myself. I'm just a girl from the countryside with nothing, and he's from the county and works at the meat plant. How could he be interested in me? She was still young, and she didn't want that. She doesn't oppose being in a relationship or getting married, but not right now. Sun Jejia thought the same. I'm telling you, this flawed fabric is what I kept for myself, but I'm giving you this piece. It's several meters long. Do you want it? Yes, yes, yes. How much is it per meter? Actually, at this moment, Hanko didn't understand the pricing by the meter. Sun Jejia didn't correct her. Let me tell you, if it were flawless cotton, it would be 40 cents per meter. This flawed one is 15 cents per meter, so it's not a big deal, Sun Jejia said quietly. Okay, I'll take it all. Hanko looked at it. Although it was labeled as flawed, the area was small, just a little blank spot far away, which was simply undyed. But the quality of the cotton was good and thick. Sister, are they all the same color? The blue porcelain pattern is actually quite nice, but Hanko suddenly had some thoughts. There are several patterns, but this one looks the best. I advise you to use this one. No, just give me a little of each, that will be fine. At home, the kids can't wear the same thing. They need something festive. Sun Jejia thought about it and gave Hanko more than a meter of 4 different patterns. When measuring, she even added a little extra. That was generous. They accounted for the shrinkage. The two exchanged knowing glances. When Hanko was paying, Sun Jejia insisted on not taking any money, and they playfully argued, Hanko, you called me sister. If you do this, don't come looking for me next time. I won't recognize you as my sister. Hanko replied, sister, next time I buy something, you have to take my money. If you don't, I won't dare to come to you again. Sun Jejia was satisfied. Although she was strong-willed, she didn't like taking advantage of others. It would make her seem unrefined. Especially for such expensive items, if she owed someone, she might not sleep well at night. Well, sister, I'll head home now. I'll come to play with you next time. It's already noon. Let me treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant, Sun Jejia said, pulling Hanko back. How could she not go? If she hadn't seen anyone she knew, she would have agreed. After a month, she still didn't know what the state-run restaurant was like. Next time, don't worry. I'll come up in a few days, and I'll treat you. Although my family is poor, I can still afford one meal. Sun Jejia could only regretfully let go and watched Hanko leave. Jejia, who was that? You looked so reluctant to part. The colleague who had been chatting with Sun Jejia came back. A classmate. We used to be very close. Colleague. I'm not forgetful. You weren't like this when she arrived. Speaking of which, it's impressive that this girl could charm the proud Sun Jejia. Hanko quickly caught up with the old lady in front of her, and indeed, she was following Grandma Han. the mother of Han Taiju. Earlier at the supply and marketing cooperative, Grandma Han bought a lot of items that caught her attention. If Grandma Han hadn't spent so much money, Han Ke might not have noticed her at all. The old lady bought eggs, brown sugar, malt milk powder, and steamed cakes. She also bought a pair of women's leather shoes that didn't seem suitable for her age. Han Ke decided to give up her chance to go to the state-run restaurant to follow the old lady. Grandma Han didn't recognize Han Ke. She usually didn't like her. Although they lived in the same village, Grandma Han spent time with her second son and often went to the city, so she didn't see Han Ke very often. Besides, her granddaughter wasn't valued much by her. After all, there were 3 in her second son's family. Today, Han Ke had put on makeup, darkened her face, and cut her bangs, so Grandma Han didn't notice her at all. Han Ke followed Grandma Han through several turns into a small alley, and then she saw Grandma Han push open a big door and go inside. Han Ke was deep in thought. Grandma Han lived in the city with Han Adong, who had a dormitory at his workplace in the county. So what was this place? Han Ke casually walked past Grandma Han's door. Looking around and seeing no one, she leaned at the entrance to peek inside. She saw Grandma Han talking to a very pregnant woman. Wasn't that Widow Li from the village? Han Ke was shocked. She glanced at the 4 red brick houses in the yard and thought, could this be a place bought by Han Adong? She saw Widow Li sitting on a small stool while Grandma Han personally helped her put on the new leather shoes. Usually arrogant and tough, Grandma Han was being exceptionally nice at that moment. Han Ke was astonished. Grandma Han, who was usually so proud, was serving Widow Li. There was definitely something suspicious going on. Han Ke squinted at Widow Li's large belly. How many months along could she be? It was quite big. This was too dramatic. Could this child be Han Adong's? Han Ke was filled with disbelief. Han Adong, that ungrateful person, used their family's money to marry, raise children, and buy a job, leaving them in debt while he saved money to buy a house in the city and support a widow. It was outrageous. Han Ke made a mental note of the location and left, thinking she had to tell her parents about this. Indeed, Han Adong not only bought a house in the county, but also in the town. He had recently moved back to the town after staying in the county for a while. The reason is that Widow Li's belly has grown, and she is afraid of being seen. After all, Widow Li works as a nanny in the city, and many people know her. For safety, he must move Widow Li to a different place so it won't affect his work. Although there are acquaintances in the town, at least it is on his own turf. Also, Widow Li insists on giving birth in the hospital, and in the town he can manage things better. He doesn't have as much influence in the county. Han Adong secretly moved his mother and Widow Li to the town. If they hadn't returned, Han wouldn't have discovered the secret so conveniently. With many thoughts on his mind, Han felt it would be a shame not to visit the recycling station since he was finally in town. So, he inquired about the location of the recycling station. It turns out that novels are just made up. What nonsense about hiding gold in stools, jewelry in broken bottles, and rusty boxes full of gold bars. Are the people at the recycling station fools? Believing such things is just foolishness, and it made him feel worse. Han searched for treasures at the recycling station for a long time, but found nothing. Eventually, he left the station with a dusty head and a broken bicycle. The broken item in his hand cost him 20 cents. Since meeting Grandma Han and learning their family secret, Han has not felt great. However, reconnecting with Sun Jie as classmates was good news. Sun Jie's job provided him with a cover. Han found a secluded spot, entered his space to wash off the dust, and dried his clothes. When he came out, he saw Han Dazhuang pacing back and forth in the villa yard, looking like he had something on his mind. Since having Han Dazhuang, he wanted to train a second helper but hadn't succeeded. This made Han Dazhuang even more precious. Zhuang, is something wrong? Han Dazhuang responded with a sound and then tugged at Han's pants leg, pulling him toward the poultry area. Han followed him to where the birds were, and Han Dazhuang pointed with his wing at a large white goose, which waddled over eagerly. Wow! This goose was extremely flattering to Han Dazhuang. Han's eyes lit up. Zhuang, is this your little helper? Han Dazhuang puffed out his chest.
Gaga.
Han interpreted that as a yes. He patted the goose's head.
Great.
You've trained a helper. Since you have a partner now, I'll let you go out today. After arriving home, the responsibility for guarding the house is now yours. By the way, you'll also be in charge of seeking justice, dealing with theft, and handling any trouble that comes your way. Since you're outside the law's reach, you can act freely. I have high hopes for you. You two should quickly hand over your tasks. I need to step out first. Han Dazhuang didn't understand.
Hey.
This is why we need to learn more. Not understanding a saying is quite frustrating. Before Han left, he went to the kitchen and took out a piece of pork belly and some bones from the fridge. He found some craft paper in the storage room, wrapped the meat and bones, and tied them with string. After thinking for a moment, he grabbed a piece of cloth from the shelf, tearing off 3 meters. This cloth was bought on a discount sale online. The advertisement claimed it was a big clearance due to the factory closing, with the owner lamenting the losses. The dark-colored cloth was enough to make 2 pairs of pants for the elderly couple. It must be said that having Sun Jejia as an excuse made things easier. She planned to use the flawed cloth and some old bicycle tires to make hair ties when she got home. After considering it, she also packed a brush, ink, and red paper into her bag. She couldn't keep her skills hidden forever. She needed her family to gradually accept them. If one day she accidentally revealed her abilities and couldn't explain herself, it would raise suspicions. However, she couldn't remain hidden forever, especially since she would need to navigate society in the future. Chung Yusi received his results and went to the doctor. The doctor frowned upon seeing the results, and Chung Yusi was almost frightened by the doctor's serious expression. Doctor, am I okay? If there's something wrong, please don't tell me. The doctor looked at him oddly. You're fine. Chung Yusi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Didn't that mean there was something wrong? He slumped onto the chair. I'm finished.
I haven't even married yet.
Oh, I regret it. He regretted not pursuing Liwan back then. At least if he died, it wouldn't feel like a loss. What are you thinking? It's all normal. What surprises me is that most people are malnourished, yet you lack nothing.
How do you manage that?
The doctor, who himself was malnourished, felt a bit jealous that this guy had all normal indicators.
What? I'm fine?
Chung Yusi perked up immediately. The darkness faded, his legs felt strong again, and he was full of energy. Doctor, then what about that area? The doctor stood up and closed the door. You need to lower your pants, so I can take a look. Chung Yusi. He shamefully complied, nearly crying out, Doctor, it has grown. The doctor leaned in closely to examine, noting the thick and impressive growth. If the cause could be found and a treatment developed, wouldn't that mean no one would be bald in the future? The doctor was curious, but Chung Yusi couldn't handle such attention. So, did you find the cause? Have you eaten or drunk anything unusual lately? I drank water from the river and had corn porridge. I'm not the only one. Others drank that water and had the same porridge. Why didn't they grow like this?
Put your clothes on.
I don't think there's a problem. As Chung Yusi fastened his belt, he asked, if there's no problem, why did it grow so much? It means your kidney function is quite good. The doctor had no choice but to explain it this way. Chung Yusi's eyes brightened. Good kidney function meant he was strong in that area, right? He excitedly grabbed the doctor's hand, saying, Thank you so much, doctor. Cough, no need to thank me. This is just your personal ability. It has nothing to do with me. When you have time, just give it a trim. Think of it like shaving. Don't be nervous. It's not a big deal, just a bit of a hassle. The doctor said this with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Chung Yusi walked out of the hospital proudly. He was satisfied with the results. He realized he was quite a man. This meant he had strong kidneys. Whoever married him would be lucky. Unfortunately, he couldn't show off this ability. In the town's police station, in Wu Aigua's office, 3 men were smoking. One was Wu Aigua, and the other 2 were in military uniforms. Commander Emote, have you made a decision? I hope you can think it over. They didn't say you had to take responsibility. Wu Aigua felt quite low saying this. He wanted Han to marry someone good and be happy, but he was reluctant to let go. His own family felt overwhelming. Since he saw Emote Sunji that morning, he had been in conflict and turmoil, feeling a bit suffocated as he loosened his collar. Emote Sunji looked at Wu Aigwa. His eyes seemed to see right through everything. Aigwa, it's not that I want to marry. The initiative is in their hands. If I don't take this step, what will happen? Let's see what the Han family thinks and how they respond. Emote Sunji felt quite frustrated inside as well. A month ago, Wu Aigwa chose to retire due to an injury. He was also going to visit the parents of a fallen comrade, and he planned to take Wu Aigwa home. When they arrived at Yangshigu, children shouted that someone had jumped into the river. Wu Aigwa's injury wasn't fully healed, but Emote Sunji couldn't let him go save someone. As a soldier, protecting the country is his duty. Without hesitation, he jumped in to save the person. Once in the water, he realized it was a woman. Regardless of gender, a life is at stake. After bringing her to shore, he performed CPR. At that moment, people from Yangshigu arrived. Some thanked him, while others accused him of misconduct. The woman's family didn't make a fuss, but some villagers insisted he take responsibility, or they would accuse him of wrongdoing. No matter how much he and Wu Aigwa explained, it didn't help. They said he saved her, but her reputation was ruined. Who would want to marry a woman who had been touched by a man? Emote Sunji felt helpless. He was being blamed. Did he regret saving her? Even now, he didn't. As a soldier, saving lives was his duty. Even knowing he might be blamed, he would still jump in to save someone. However, seeing his comrade's interest in the woman, he thought if they had mutual feelings, he would support them. But since she insisted he take responsibility, he needed to understand her thoughts and wishes first. He felt indifferent about marriage. His parents' issues and his childhood made him have little expectation for it. If it weren't for his grandfather urging him to marry, he thought being alone for life would be fine and peaceful. Aigwa, are you? Wu Aigwa stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Captain, I didn't expect to have feelings for her. But she is a good girl. Recently, she has faced a lot of gossip in the village, yet she and the Han family seem strong. They aren't worried about what others say about her not being able to marry. The Han family isn't in a hurry at all. But my mother and sister are not kind to her. Recently, my sister even hurt her. I can't give her a happy home. But I can't let go of my feelings. Wu Aigwa ran his fingers through his short hair. Emote Sunji's guard, Lu Sudong, looked at his captain. Wooing, does that girl have feelings for you? Wu Aigwa paused. I don't know. She doesn't know I have feelings either. Then why are you worried? Lu Sudong felt uneasy. What was happening? Was someone trying to take our captain's future wife? Our captain is almost 27. It's not easy for him. Actually, Emote Sunji is not the big boss. He became the leader at a young age and is one of the most handsome men in their unit, so it's impossible that no one has feelings for him. Not only does someone have feelings, but many people do. It's just that their leader doesn't realize it. It makes me anxious to see him like this. Before coming here, the commander introduced their leader to a star performer from the arts troupe. That woman is incredibly beautiful, the best in the troupe, and she's 23 years old. She sings beautifully and has a good background. I don't know what the leader said to her, but she ran away crying, covering her face. I didn't dare to ask. Even though she seems to be attached to our leader, at least he is willing to marry. Whether it's out of responsibility or something else, as long as he doesn't remain single, that's what matters. Last time I wasn't there, so I didn't see what kind of girl the leader saved. If she's not pretty. I glanced at our leader, and it would be a shame if she were ugly. What if he saved a married woman? Would he have to divorce her to marry our leader? What are you thinking? Emote Sunji knows that Lu Sudong has a lot on his mind, his eyes darting around, not knowing what to think. Leader, I was just wondering, if the person you saved was a single middle-aged woman who insisted you marry her, would you do it? Does age change her character? Emote Sunji replied, I knew you were up to no good. Really? Was it a girl? Emote Sunji looked at Wu Aigwa, who hadn't dared to look closely at the person. Wu Aigwa's mouth twitched. I'm not that weird. Should I go to Yangshigu with you? Or should I go first? I still have things to finish here. You go back first, and I'll come after I'm done. Just a reminder, when you get to Yangshigu, find my dad first. Don't look for anyone else, especially my mom and sister. That's all I'll say. He felt embarrassed saying too much. Emote Sunji wasn't foolish. After years of being comrades, he understood Wu Aigua's meaning. Got it, I'll go first. He planned to stay close to Lu Sudong once he entered the village to avoid being schemed against. Hanko left the town and walked on the road back to Yangshigu. This dirt road was sparsely populated since the nearby production teams were busy working and there weren't many people around. So, Hanko walked alone on the yellow dirt road, looking around to make sure no one was there. Then, she called out loudly, "Come out, Handajwang." With a mental command, a large, plump white goose appeared, twice the size of a regular goose.
Honking.
Handajwang was communicating with his little brother in the space. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a different place. He looked around in panic until he saw Hanko, which made him feel relieved. Once he calmed down, he realized he was standing on yellow soil. He raised one foot in a pose but quickly had to switch feet, eventually giving up. He scratched the ground with his webbed feet and finally got both feet firmly planted. I have no choice. This is the environment outside now. Just make do. You look strong, so help with some work. We don't keep idle geese. You need to earn your keep. Hanku tied pork, bones, and some fabric onto Handajwang's back. She carried a shoulder bag easily, while Handajwang bore all the weight. This goose was quite strong. Even with nearly 10 pounds on its back, it moved swiftly. Its webbed feet pattered quickly on the ground. It even complained that Hanku was too slow, turning back to wait for her every now and then. Oh my, so considerate. The more Hanku looked, the more she cherished him. After all, he was raised by her own hands. She felt proud seeing how big he had grown. Her gaze softened as she looked at Handajwang. Walking together, neither felt tired. Although Handajwang couldn't speak human language, he understood what was said and occasionally responded. A military jeep approached from behind, kicking up dust. Lu Sudong was driving while Emote Sunji rested in the back. The bumpy dirt road made the ride slow and shaky. What is that up ahead? Emote Sunji heard Lu Sudong exclaim softly. He opened his eyes and saw a girl walking in front of them. It wasn't just her bright appearance. She was the only one on that road. Captain, is that a goose? Lu Sudong wondered, feeling uncertain about recognizing a goose. It was so large that it made the girl look small. Emote Sunji looked at the large, white goose waiting for the girl. It should be a goose, he said, seeing such a big one for the first time. It was truly a giant among geese. This goose is beautiful, with snow-white feathers and no stray hairs. Its crown is bright, and those webbed feet must weigh a pound each. Captain, let's ask if it's for sale. If it is, we can make a big pot of goose stew. Or we can trade. Wow, it looks delicious. Captain, I'm drooling. Let's ask, just in case. What if it's for sale? I'll pay a good price. Lu Sudong stared at Handajwang with a strange look. Then just ask, Emote Sunji said, agreeing with Lu Sudong. Asking wouldn't hurt. Bringing back this goose could mean a nice meal with some comrades. Meat is hard to come by, especially such a large goose, which is rare. Lu Sudong picked up the pace. Hanko heard the engine noise behind her. Cars were uncommon on this road, so she instinctively turned around. The car tires made a dull sound on the dirt road, and as Hanko turned, Lu Sudong had to slam on the brakes. At that moment, he wasn't thinking about the goose anymore. All he could see was the girl. Hanko had just finished her bath and went home without any makeup. She either forgot or found it too troublesome. Besides, there was no one on this road. Everyone in the village knew what she looked like, so there was no need to make an effort. Although she had cut her bangs, the rest of her beautiful face was enough to captivate Lu Sudong. The two people in the car felt like they were in a dream. Could this be a fox spirit in the wilderness? But raised under the red flag, they only believed in materialism and kept such superstitious thoughts to themselves. Captain, are we still buying the goose? He asked Emote Sunji, while his eyes were fixed on Hanko. It wasn't that he was being inappropriate. It was just that her face was too beautiful. He couldn't bear to blink. He only dared to look at her like this in the car. Outside, he wouldn't have the courage to stare. This is much prettier than the flower of our art troupe. We should ask her if she's selling it. Buying the goose was secondary. He genuinely wanted to flirt. If their captain were to marry someone like her, he would do anything to make it happen. Hanka noticed it was a military jeep, but didn't pay much attention and continued on her way. Little did she know, the jeep passed her and then stopped, with 2 soldiers getting out. Men in uniforms always looked handsome, walking with confidence. One of them was particularly attractive to Hanka. Although he was good-looking, she wasn't starstruck. After all, she looked at her own face in the mirror every day and had long since become immune to such charms. Who could be more beautiful than her? Ahem, comrade. May I ask if you are selling that goose? Lu Sudong asked Hanko, rubbing his hands together. Hanko replied, sorry, it's not for sale. The young girl was very pretty, and he wanted to talk to her a bit more. It wasn't Lu Sudong's fault for being infatuated. There were many more men than women in the army, and the art troupe was the only place to see female soldiers, along with the wives in the family quarters. If we don't go out during the holidays, we really won't see many girls. As the saying goes, after 3 years in the army, even a pig can compete with a beauty. Comrade, we really want to buy it. How about you give us a price? Lu Sudong persisted. What do you want to do with it? Of course, to eat. What else would we do with it? It can't be a wife. As soon as Lu Sudong finished speaking, Han Dazhuang stretched his neck and rushed over so quickly that Han Ke didn't have time to react. Lu Sudong and Emote Sunji didn't notice Han Dazhuang either. Who would think a goose could understand human speech? Suddenly, Han Dazhuang bit Lu Sudong's thigh.
Ow!
Lu Sudong was chased and bitten by Han Dazhuang. Han Ke's expression broke into pieces. Dazhuang, come back. I'm not selling you. Come back. Kong's hand stretched out several meters, but couldn't call Han Dazhuang back. In the blink of an eye, 1 person and 1 goose had become 2 small dots. Emote Sunji felt extremely embarrassed. His bodyguard was being chased and bitten by a goose, and didn't dare to fight back. This bodyguard couldn't stay if a goose was going to join the ranks. Sorry, we shouldn't have asked. Emote Sunji realized that this goose was more like a pet to the girl, not food. That goose could actually understand human speech. When he heard Lu Sudong mention cooking goose, the goose's eyes suddenly lit up with a fierce look. But he didn't expect it to chase and bite. It was a big goose that could run so fast. Commander, help. It's not letting me go. Lu Sudong ran back around a corner. If it weren't for his training, he might not have outrun the goose. He decided he wouldn't eat goose anymore. Han Dazhuang ran incredibly fast, and surprisingly, nothing fell off its back. Dazhuang, that's enough. If you keep chasing me, I won't take you home. Han Dazhuang finally stopped chasing, but it was still not satisfied. This guy wanted to eat it. How could it not be angry? Just biting him was too lenient. Han Dazhuang pointed its wing at Lu Sudong and wouldn't let it go, stubbornly indicating its displeasure. Han Ku approached and patted it. Give me some face. Let's not argue with him. When we get home, I'll give you something delicious. Lu Sudong, being adaptable, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know you couldn't eat. I apologize. Han Dazhuang finally won and lowered its wing, no longer pointing at Lu Sudong. Lu Sudong felt a mix of anger, amusement, and curiosity. This creature could actually understand human speech. Amazing. Ahem, my Dazhuang can't stand hearing about eating it. Comrades, I'm leaving now, Han Ku said as she prepared to take Han Dazhuang away. We're going to Yangshigu. If it's on your way, I can give you a ride, Emote Sunji said. Going to Yangshigu? It's nice of him to offer her a ride. Who wants to walk when they can take a car? Her black cloth shoes had already turned yellow. Thank you both. I'm also going to Yangshigu, but what about my goose, Dazhuang? No problem, there's room, Lu Sudong said, trying to make up for his earlier mistake. Emote Sunji sat in the front passenger seat, while Han Ko and the goose sat in the back. Dazhuang was too big to get in, so Lu Sudong kindly helped lift him in. Dazhuang, being a grudge-holding goose, ignored Lu Sudong. The three of them and the goose set off for Yangshigu. Han Ke didn't ask what they were doing there, as they had just met and weren't familiar. Emote Sunji didn't pry, fearing it might harm Han Ke's reputation. Lu Sudong wouldn't speak out of turn without orders from the leader. If Emote Sunji had saved Han Ke, why didn't they recognize each other? There were many people during the rescue, and it was chaotic, with everyone eager to let him take charge. Han Ke was wet all over, and he didn't dare look at her. Her hair was messy, so it was no wonder Emote Sunji didn't recognize her. When Han Ke was rescued, she had just arrived and then fainted, so she didn't even know what Emote Sunji looked like. When she woke up on the bed, she vaguely heard her parents talking about the leader being responsible. Later, it wasn't mentioned again, and she didn't want to be forced into marriage. This matter faded away without anyone pushing it. Some villagers liked to gossip, but Han Ke didn't care. These two people, despite being so close, didn't know each other. The jeep stopped at the entrance of Yangshigu village, as Han Ke requested, not wanting to be seen and talked about. "Thank you, comrades," Han Ke said as she got out of the car, and Dazhuang jumped out after her, stretching his neck to look back at Lu Sudong. "Leader, I think this goose hates me." "You don't just think so, it really does." It was around 10 o'clock. Most people were working in the grain drying area, but there were many children and some who weren't working. Han Ke didn't want to enter the village, not wanting to be seen and cause trouble. It wasn't fear, it was just annoying. While collecting fines could be satisfying, they couldn't rely solely on fines to get rich. It wasn't a long-term solution. After thanking the two comrades, Han Ke headed home with Dazhuang. The Han family's location is a bit remote, requiring a walk through most of the village. So even though Emote Sunji and Lu Sudong see people, they don't know which family they belong to. "Captain, this place is truly remarkable. It can raise such beautiful girls. The one you saved must be special." Emote Sunji replied, "You're overthinking it." He had witnessed the villagers of Yangshigu being unreasonable, or else he wouldn't have made this trip today. Han Ke brought Han Dazhuang home, where Wong Xha and Zhao Hohat had already returned, and they were cooking in the kitchen. Wong Xha couldn't cook alone while taking care of the little one. As soon as she turned around, the child would disappear. Li Wan's cooking wasn't great, sometimes even undercooked. Manhwa could cook, but she needed supervision. If left alone, she might take food, and the family would soon run low on supplies. So, it was best for Zhao Hohat and her mother-in-law to come back, and Zhao Hohat could take a break too.
Mom.
Zhao Hohat heard her daughter's call. "Oh, that sounds like my girl. What's going on?" She wiped her hands on her apron and said to Wong Xha, "I think your little sister is back. I'll go see what she's shouting about."
Okay.
Wong Xha was sitting on a small stool peeling potatoes, while the little one was squatting by the basin, playing with water, stirring it with both hands. Wong Xha swatted his hands. "Don't make a mess. Your shoes are wet. If you keep being naughty, I'll have to spank you. Go, see if your aunt is back." As soon as the little one heard that his aunt was back, he jumped up, calling out "Aunt!
Aunt!"
Before leaving, he stomped his little feet on the water stains by the basin and then hurried off with his short legs. He got stuck at the threshold, needing to hold onto the doorframe to step outside. Wong Xha couldn't help but smile. This child is so fond of his aunt, just like who raised him. Her son has grown chubby and fair, with little pudgy hands. He takes after his father, and being well-fed makes him especially adorable. Wong Xha was clear-headed about this. It was all thanks to the little aunt. As a mother, she felt no jealousy. Why wouldn't she want her child to be well taken care of? People like Manhwa are rare, 1 in a million. "Oh my goodness!" Wong Xha suddenly heard her mother-in-law exclaim. The little one ran to the kitchen door, holding onto the doorframe, making some noise before running off again. Wong Xha thought, "What's happening?" She wiped her hands and got up to leave the kitchen. She saw Zhao Hohat happily hugging a large goose by its neck, laughing joyfully. It was clear that her mother-in-law was genuinely happy. Little Xuan didn't know what fear was. He ran over to touch the goose, which was much bigger than him, almost giving Wong Xha a heart attack. Geese can chase dogs, and if it bit him, her youngest son would surely get hurt. Just as she was about to rush in to save her son, she saw the goose nuzzle against little Schwan's hand and make a few soft honking sounds, as if it were greeting him.
Dazua.
This is our family member, your youngest nephew. You need to protect him, Zhao Hohat said seriously, introducing the goose to Han Dazhuang while petting its head. Wang Zhaodi saw the goose nod its head and exclaimed, "Oh my! It's so clever! Don't make such a fuss. Don't you know not to believe in superstitions? Arda Zhuang is smart and understands things." Zhao Hohat completely forgot that she had just been startled by the goose. Wang Zhaodi nodded. Yes, this goose is really clever. I've never seen such a big and smart goose in my life. De Zhuang, this is my sister-in-law, and she is a good person. There are others in our family who haven't come back yet, but you need to know who is good and who is not. Han Ku introduced Wang Zhaodi, emphasizing that she was a good person because there was also a bad person, Mi Chunhua, in the family. Later, she would need to explain to De Zhuang who was good and who was bad, and who to be careful around, especially mentioning Mi Chunhua. Yes, I am a good person. This was true. De Zhuang thought, based on his sister-in-law's expression, that this goose was not for eating, but was a guard. If a thief came, they could just take the goose and make a fortune. Wang Zhaodi thought this in her mind, but didn't say it out loud. Luckily, she kept quiet, or Han Dazhuang would have shown her the goose's strength. She narrowly avoided trouble by not speaking up. By the way, where did this goose come from? Just as Wang Zhaodi thought about it, Zhao Hohat asked. Before Han Ke could answer, Zhao Hohat noticed something on the goose. Oh, it has so many things on it. Zhao Hohat was so excited to see the big white goose that she forgot to think about the items tied to it, and only then remembered to ask. Mom, it's a long story. I met someone important. Come on, let's sit in the kitchen and talk, Han Ke said, having already prepared a story. The mother sat in the kitchen, listening as if it were a fascinating tale. As Han Ke told the story, he began to untie the items from Han Dazhuang. Mom, look at these pieces of pattern fabric. My classmate Sun Jie gave me some leftover fabric. She was really friendly when she saw me and didn't hesitate to give it to me. It was only 1.5 yuan per meter, and I spent just 2.7 yuan for all of this. The flaws in the fabric are hardly noticeable. What a great deal. Yes, it's a great deal. Zhao Hohat and Wang Zhaodi were both amazed. This little floral fabric is so pretty. Oh dear, you should make 2 floral cotton jackets for yourself, and 1 for each of the girls. I was just worried about not having enough fabric tickets to make jackets for you and the 2 girls for the new year. But now we have enough fabric. We can take the cotton out of the old jackets and have your sister-in-law make new ones for you. Wang Zhaodi was overjoyed. Her mother-in-law was thinking about her 2 daughters, and she was determined to make the jackets really nice, with tight stitching. The 2 women spread out the cotton fabric, continuously expressing their delight. Mom, this darker fabric is for you and Dad. You both can have a pair of pants made. Han Ke showed the dark fabric to Zhao Hohat. You silly girl, what your dad and I need new pants for at our age? Save it for yourself. This nice fabric must have cost a lot, right? Last time, Han Ke went to the supply and marketing cooperative with some kids, and Zhao Hohat secretly gave her 10 yuan, which she must have spent all today. Mom, how can you say that? You and Dad have worked hard all your lives. You deserve to wear nice clothes.
Take it.
If you don't, I'll be upset. Someone specially bought this for you. Besides, when you go out to handle things, you can't wear patched pants, can you? Zhao Hohat felt emotional. That's my dear daughter. So filial. She planned to secretly give her daughter 20 yuan later for safety. Wang Zhaodi was feeling a bit awkward. She wanted to show her filial piety too, but she didn't have any money. Dear, your classmate is really generous. We shouldn't take advantage of her. Once I save up enough eggs, I'll return the favor. Zhao Hohat was frugal, shaped by years of debt, but she didn't like taking advantage of others. She was known in Yangshigo for being straightforward and never taking small benefits from anyone. That's right. Sun Jie said that if I ever have any difficulties or need anything, I can always ask her. Do you know what her dad does? He is a leader in the county's material bureau. The office director is much more impressive than my second uncle. His mother works at the town savings bank. Sunji's family is well off. She works at the supply and marketing cooperative in town, but it's just a temporary job. Sooner or later, she'll be transferred to the county. By the way, Mom, sister-in-law, these pieces of beautiful fabric are not for making clothes. We have big plans for them.
Huh?
Such pretty fabric. What else could we use it for? Zhao Hohat asked Han Ku while holding the fabric. We will use this fabric to make money. Once we have money, we can buy any fabric we want, and then we can all have new clothes.
Sure.
Mom, sister-in-law, I'll explain everything in detail tonight when no one is around. It's lunchtime now. Let's cook first. If Mi Chunhua hears us, it will be a problem, and I don't want her to know. Zhao Hohat and Wong Xha exchanged glances. Wong Xha said, Mom, hurry and put the fabric away. The family will be back soon. Okay, Zhao Hohat replied. The two women quickly folded the pieces of fabric as if they were being chased by a dog, and Zhao Hohat took them back to her room. Wong Xha felt a little excited. Since her sister-in-law shared the money-making plan with her, it meant she was thinking of her. Her gaze towards Han Ke became even more curious. Sister-in-law, come here. I'm making braised pork today. You and Mom can watch how I do it. Okay, I want to learn too. Since the Han family became richer and their food improved, Zhao Hohat has been less stingy. When Han Ke brought out a large piece of meat to make braised pork and also wanted to make dumplings, Zhao Hohat didn't stop her and even went to prepare several bowls of flour for dumpling wrappers. Should we make the dumplings with pure meat filling or with cabbage and pork filling? Han Ke asked Zhao Hohat. Let's do cabbage and pork. With so many people, a little over a pound of meat won't be enough. Zhaodi, go to the backyard and cut a cabbage. Zhao Hohat was willing to sacrifice a cabbage for this meal. Okay, Wang Zhaodi replied and went to cut the cabbage. Han Dazhuang followed Wang Zhaodi to the backyard to see the surroundings.
Hey.
Daughter, you haven't told me how this goose came to be. It's amazing. It's so clever. I think it's smarter than our little pet. Zhao Hohat chuckled quietly, worried her grandson might hear. I'll tell you, I stumbled upon a good opportunity today. I just came out of the supply and marketing cooperative when I saw someone approaching with a bag, acting suspiciously. The bag was moving, and someone was chasing him. Just as he was about to be caught, he threw the bag in front of me. I looked and thought, oh no, are they trying to set me up? I'm not foolish, so I grabbed my bag and ran. Those people chased after someone else, and I ended up with a goose for free. Ha, I told you my daughter is lucky. That person clearly was up to no good. They deserve it for trying to harm my daughter. We didn't do anything wrong taking that goose. That person has no conscience. Mom, our Han Dazhuang is so smart. Let's have him guard our home in the future. Right. Wait, oh no. How did I forget? We can only raise 3 poultry. I guess I'll have to butcher one of the hens, Zhao Hohat said through gritted teeth. For Han Dazhuang, she was even willing to sacrifice a laying hen. Those eggs were important for the household. But it's okay. Now we have a good friend, Sunji, who can help with supplies. With her around, we can manage. While the mother was busy making meat filling for braised pork, Emote Sunji had already reached the village office. In Secretary Wu's office, Emote Sunji sat down to discuss the Han family. Little Emo, I need to be honest with you. After you left last time, the Han family came to see me. I conveyed your thoughts to them, and they were quite understanding. They decided not to tell their daughter about this matter for now. If you don't want to proceed, the Han family won't pressure you. I understand, Uncle Wu. I initially planned to come at the end of the year, but I had some business in Yangshigu and wanted to resolve this issue. I appreciate your advice, but I still intend to visit the Han family. If their daughter is being talked about negatively in the village, I feel responsible for that. Hearing about the gossip made Secretary Wu a bit uneasy. Just a few days ago, he dealt with some rumors, but they weren't completely eliminated. This was indeed a problem. Now, Han Ku had already been blacklisted in the marriage market of Yangshigu. Not only in Yangshigu but also in the surrounding areas. Her reputation was known. Good families might be too stubborn to seek her out due to her bad name. Those who came to propose were often looking for something else, whether it was her looks or the Han family's wealth. For example, Lu Tsuefin would never allow someone like Han Ke to enter her family.
Sigh.
It's a shame. She was a good girl. If it can lead to something good, that would be a great achievement. What's rare is that Xiao Emo didn't just walk away. He is willing to take responsibility. Xiao Emo, you're a good person. Let me tell you, the daughter of the Han family is indeed a good child. If anyone speaks ill of her, don't take it to heart. They're just talking nonsense. That girl.
Sigh.
I won't say much more. Seeing is believing. Let's go. I'll take you to the Han family, and you'll see for yourself. Wu Lei said no more, as the truth speaks for itself. The character of the Han family's daughter is clear. Although her background is a bit lacking, she doesn't match with Emote Sunji's family. But she graduated high school and has grown up well. To be honest, Wu Lei thinks Han Ke's looks might attract trouble. If she could find a strong family to marry into, it could protect her. As for his son, forget it. It's not that Han Ke is bad, but he worries about the chaos that might come after marriage. He can't really divorce Lu Tsuefin. Even if he did, there's still Wu Xiaoyan, who could be just like her mother. Having two troublesome people at home is exhausting to think about. Uncle, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse it, and don't treat me as an outsider. My bond with Aigua is as strong as life and death, a friendship of 7 or 8 years. We're like brothers, so treat me like your own nephew. Please don't be polite with me. Emote Sunji said while taking things out of his army green travel bag. 2 bottles of Maotai, a bottle of peony, a bottle of red plum, and 2 cans. Last time, he passed by and dropped off something for Wu Aigua without even staying for a meal. But this time is different. He came specifically, so he couldn't arrive empty-handed. Besides Wu's family, he also prepared a gift for the Han family. He shouldn't show up without something.
Hey.
You said I'm not an outsider, so why are you doing such formal things? No, take it back. I can't accept this. Secretary, Wu quickly stopped him. These gifts add up to enough for a worker's monthly salary. How could he accept such an expensive gift? The matter isn't settled yet, and even if it is, he can't take so much. The 2 men argued a bit, but in the end, Emote Sunji insisted, and they accepted the gifts. Let's go. We're heading to the Han family. It's noon. The Han family should be back by now. Wu Lei took Emote Sunji and Lu Sudong to the Han family, with Lu Sudong carrying a military green bag that still had a lot of items for the Han family inside. The daughters had finished making dumplings, and the braised pork was simmering. They also made 2 rounds of pancakes because there were many people at home, and they worried there wouldn't be enough dumplings. At that moment, the goose started honking. Han Dazhuang was a clever goose. It didn't rush to bite when it saw people, but first checked if they were good or bad. Han Taizhu returned home with his family, and the children came back from school, chattering excitedly around Han Dazhuang in the yard. Auntie, are we having the big goose cooked in the iron pot today? This goose is so fat. I want to eat its backside, Era shouted in the yard. After he shouted, Han Dazhuang chased him around, making Eru cry out in fear. Han Lixia quickly picked up her son. Han Dazhuang was faster than Eru. Zhao Hohat came out and stopped Han Dazhuang, saying, Eru, don't say that. Dazhuang will be part of our family from now on. He's your second aunt. Got it? Grandma, Auntie, why is it an aunt and not an uncle? Eru asked, showing his cleverness. Han Ke was confused too. She didn't know if Han Dazhuang was a male or female goose. What is it, male or female? Zhao Hohat wondered as she tried to check. Oh my, how embarrassing. Han Dazhuang quickly moved aside to avoid Zhao Hohat's hand. Then, it squatted down and laid a huge egg, much bigger than a regular goose egg. Everyone was stunned as they watched it lay an egg to prove its gender.
Ah.
It's a female, Dahu exclaimed. Han Dazhuang laid an egg right there, and Han Ke was taken by surprise, her eyes nearly twitching. Wow, can it control when it lays eggs?
Good job, my Dazhuang.
Our Dazhuang is amazing to lay such a big egg, Han Laosen said, picking up the egg to examine it and giving Han Dazhuang a thumbs up. After that compliment, Han Dazhuang laid another egg. Zhang Hohat felt dizzy and nearly fainted, then hugged Han Dazhuang's neck, calling it her little girl. You little rascals, after dinner, hurry to the backyard and build a house for my little girl, away from the chicken coop. Our Dazhuang is not the same as the chickens. Remember, don't make the fence too tight. Give Dazhuang a door. From now on, Dazhuang will be free. So, Dazhuang was upgraded to little girl status. Han Ke thought. She has a sister now. Zhao Hohat decided that Han Dazhuang would be her little girl from now on, and there was no arguing about it. Thus, Han Dazhuang became a member of the Han family. There was no choice. It laid eggs so well that it clearly earned its keep. Zhao Hohat is now content. She no longer feels bad about killing the old hen since Dazhuang lays eggs. 1 goose egg is worth 4 chicken eggs, so who needs a bicycle? I'm telling you, Dazhuang can lay 2 eggs at once. If you dare to spread that around, I'll kick you out of the Han family. Especially you, Mi Chunhua. Keep your mouth shut. If this gets out because of you, you can go back to your mother's house right away. Mi Chunhua was specifically called out. She felt angry but couldn't say anything. She thought Han had deliberately named the goose Dazhuang to make her look bad. Her older brother is named Mi Dazhuang, and Han gave the goose the same name just to annoy her. Han felt wronged. She had no idea Mi Chunhua's brother was named Mi Dazhuang. How boastful. The Han family hasn't had much to boast about lately, Mi Chunhua thought bitterly. Thinking about discussing matters with her family, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She really wanted to see Zhao Hohat crying in despair, and it would be best if both Zhao Hohat and Han Taiju were so upset they couldn't take it. Even if she got less during the division of the family property, she wouldn't mind. Oh, everyone is back. Wow, what delicious smell is coming from your house. Secretary Wu's voice reached them before he even entered.
Ah.
Secretary Wu is here, come in. Hohat, what are we having today? I just got home and haven't even entered yet. Braised pork and dumplings. Secretary Wu, please eat with us. What a coincidence. Let me prepare a few more dishes. Zhao Hohat sincerely invited him. A few days ago, because of the matter with Granny Chen, Wu Aigua and Zhou Jianxi really showed her respect. Otherwise, how could that few $100s have come through so smoothly? She may be stingy, but she knows how to distinguish between gratitude and resentment.
Oh.
There are 2 handsome young men standing behind Secretary Wu, and they are soldiers? One of them looked a bit familiar. Isn't he the officer who saved her daughter? Zhao Hohat clapped her thigh. Oh my goodness, son-in-law, you finally came. Han Ke's expression changed. Oh my gosh, can you not call every man you see son-in-law? Do you know how embarrassed your daughter feels? Zhao Hohat had been eagerly waiting for Comrade Emote to arrive. She said she wasn't anxious, but the pressure she felt was greater than anyone else's. She knew very well what her daughter's situation was. She feared that in the future it would either be a second marriage or a widower coming to the door. Just recently, didn't Granny Chen bring a widower to their home? Han Taiju and several brothers and sisters-in-law were excited too. Well, except for Mi Chunhua and Li Wan. The rest were quite happy. Mi Chunhua was extremely jealous, envious of Han Ke's good fortune. Han Ke felt completely out of place. She had no idea what was going on and was still in a daze. Li Wan honestly admitted she was jealous. Han Ke, a farmer's daughter with a bad reputation, was marrying a young and handsome officer who was said to be from a wealthy family in the city. Any woman would be envious. In her view, this marriage wouldn't happen. The difference in their backgrounds was too great, and Han Ke couldn't reach that level. If she actually managed to marry him, it would be a huge joke, like a fairy tale that defied belief. She looked at the silly smiling Han Liqiu, and then at the composed and handsome Emote Sunji, and quickly turned her gaze away. Aside from his face, Han Liqiu had nothing that compared to him. If only Han Laosan's family background were better, she would have accepted it. Hello, Auntie. Hello, uncle. Hello, comrade Han, Emote Sunji said as soon as he saw Han Ke. At that moment, the girl's expression was quite funny, shocked, disbelieving, and awkward, but not shy. To be honest, she didn't seem like a typical rural girl. She was more natural and poised than the so-called socialites from the city. Unlike rural girls who would blush and fidget around young men, she was different. When he met Han Ke on the road, he noticed her unique presence. She didn't seem like a rural girl or a city socialite. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was raised in a big family. Who would have thought she was from the Han family? The last time he helped her was when she was in trouble. Han Ke watched as her mother rushed over to pull Emote Sunji into the house, while her brothers tried to drag Lu Sudong and Secretary Wu along. Then the yard was left with just her, a few kids, and a goose. The autumn wind blew, and a few yellow leaves fell at her feet, fitting the scene perfectly. Wait, what did her dad say last time? Didn't he say not to worry, that she wouldn't be married off right away, since her future husband was still unborn? Well, it seemed like he was born now and had grown up quickly. Han Ke felt speechless. Old girl, why are you just standing there in the yard? Hurry up and come inside. Zhao Hohat jogged out and pulled Han Ke toward the house. In the northeast, houses don't have living rooms. Guests go straight to the Kong, a heated bed, and Emote Sunji followed suit, sitting cross-legged on the Kong. Han Ke felt like she was being pulled down by 1,000 pounds, and Zhao Hohat couldn't move her. You stubborn child, why do you get scared at the crucial moment? Let's talk calmly. Please let me go, Han Ke said softly, not daring to raise her voice. Can you explain what's going on? Didn't we agree not to mention it? Not mentioning it doesn't mean it's over. The person is here. What a great match. Listen, if you mess this up, you'll see how I deal with you. But you can't act like I'm desperate to get married and push me toward someone. That's not right. It's too sudden. I need some time to think. Zhao Hohat released her grip, realizing it made it seem like they were desperate to marry off their daughter. Did that mean her daughter wasn't valuable? Han Ke finally felt relieved. As long as there was no pressure, it was fine. If her mother knew her true feelings, she would probably chase her with a feather duster. All right, daughter, go to the kitchen and show your skills. Let your sisters-in-law help you. Han Ke was speechless. Setting aside whether this would work out, even if it did, it shouldn't be like this. If a man only marries you for your cooking, is he marrying a wife or a cook? Does she want to be a cook for life? Ridiculous. She couldn't blame Zhao Hohat. After all, she was from a different time and couldn't escape her old beliefs. She decided to go along with her for now. The outcome had to be in her hands. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen. As long as she didn't have to face an embarrassing situation, she would agree to anything. Zhao Hohat was satisfied. Go ahead. Your sister-in-law has already prepared the chicken for you. Mom, you really went for it. Han Ke thought about how the chicken could have lived a few more days, only to find out it was slaughtered early because of Emote Sunji's arrival. We need to make space for our big guy, so it had to be done. By the way, I need to discuss something with your father. Zhao Hohat hurried off again. Han Ke felt a pang of confusion. How did a match suddenly drop from the sky? She entered the kitchen, and her sisters-in-law looked at her with mixed expressions. Wong Xha was naturally happy for her, while the other two seemed to have their own thoughts. Han couldn't have time to analyze their looks and started cooking. Zhao Hohat pulled Han Taizhu aside and whispered, Taizhu, let's invite Secretary Wu to lunch today. We can't leave out the captain, right? Since both the captain and the secretary are here, let's invite Dr. Wu too. It's perfect for a master-apprentice feast. No one can say anything. Han Taizhu clapped his hands. Why didn't I think of that? Hohat, you're so thoughtful. Then you go in and quickly tell Lao San to invite his teacher over. Han Taizhu took on the task and entered the house. Then Han Lao San came out. He needed to invite the captain and Dr. Wu. Han Ke cooked a large pot of chicken stew with mushrooms and added a big handful of vermicelli. He also stir-fried 3 dishes. Han Dazhuang's 2 large goose eggs were made into a big plate of scrambled eggs by Han Ke, with green onions, sugar, salt, and a bit of wine added. They smelled delicious when cooked. Finally, after finishing the last dish of daylily, Wu Aigua arrived. Before Wu Aigua, Dr. Wu and Zhou Jianxi had already come. Now, Zhao Hohat's room was very lively, filled with smoke, and crowded with men chatting about various topics. 11 men squeezed around one table, but there wasn't enough space for a large table in Zhao Hohat's room, so they ate at the big round table in the kitchen. The women and children went to Zhao Hohat's room, where 2 small tables on the Kong were enough. When Zhao Hohat announced that the meal was ready, Han Taizhu brought everyone to the kitchen. Taizhu, everyone in the village, says your family has great food. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. This is probably the best in the village. Wu, the village secretary, exclaimed. Wow, there were dumplings, braised pork, several meat dishes, stir-fried vegetables, and cold dishes. There was also a big pot of bone soup, filling the table. With Han Ke as the chef, they managed to put together 10 dishes, including soup. This is a special occasion. We have guests at home, and we need to thank the secretary and the captain for bringing justice to our Han family a few days ago. Lao Zhan has also become a disciple of Dr. Wu. I've wanted to hold a disciple ceremony for a long time. Last time, we didn't want to draw too much attention after that incident, so we kept it quiet. Dr. Wu, I apologize. Please drink a few more cups today as Lao Zhan officially becomes your disciple. Haha, it's a good day for celebrations. Han Taizhu was careful. He couldn't say that this meal was prepared for his son-in-law, just in case things didn't work out. What would his daughter do then? So, he used Dr. Wu as a reason. If things didn't work out, they would just pretend nothing happened and continue with life as usual. Everyone understood, so no one stirred trouble, and they all sat down. Han Lichuan wanted to get some liquor, but was stopped by Emote Sunji, who signaled to Lu Sudong. Lu Sudong turned and went out, returning with a bottle of Maotai. Uncle, drink this, Emote Sunji said, wanting to express that it was his first visit and that a small gift was a sign of respect. But he understood Han Tieju's meaning and didn't say much more. He glanced at Han Ke and saw her making dumplings. Then she noticed that Wu Aigua was also watching. He felt a stir in his heart, unsure of what it meant, but it was something he had never felt before. Meanwhile, the men were bustling around, pushing and shoving as they prepared for the gathering. Outside, the news that Emote Sunji had driven his jeep into the village had spread throughout Yangshigu. Most people were feeling envious, thinking that no one wanted Han Ke anymore. The high-ranking officer hadn't acknowledged her, but now he had come to visit, which meant he accepted her. They speculated that the officer probably didn't know about Han Ke's reputation or character. If he did, he would have turned and left. But who would dare to remind him? They could only feel sorry for Han Ke, who seemed to have gotten lucky. Some were anxious, like Han Yu, who had taken her mother's words to heart. Just a few days after they were spoken, someone had come to visit. Mom, someone is here. What should we do? Han Yu paced nervously in the room. Why are you panicking? Go find a nice outfit to wear, Yang Bangxia told Han Yu to stay calm. Okay. Han Yu happily went to change her clothes, having heard that the officer was quite handsome, possibly even better looking than Wu Aigua. Yang Bangxia thought for a moment, and also went to change into new clothes. After all, she wanted to make a good impression on her future son-in-law. People respect appearances, and that has always been the case. When she and Han Yu stood there looking presentable, they immediately outshone the other members of the Han family. It was clear who would be chosen if anyone had sense. If this worked out, the second branch of the Han family would rise to prominence. Having a colonel as a son-in-law would mean the first branch of the Han family would never be able to hold their heads high in front of them and would always be beneath them. The two women exchanged smiles, feeling confident about their chances. Han Yu even put on lipstick, thinking of herself as the golden phoenix of Yangshigu. How could Han Ke compare to her? Chasing after men with a bad reputation and poor family conditions, Han Ke had nothing to show for herself. Han Yu adjusted her outfit and stood tall. Today, she was going to make a statement and stand up for her father. A few years ago, Zhao Hohat had made her father suffer over a big iron pot, and in the end, he had given in and bought it. That wasn't just about the pot. It was a matter of pride. Today, she was going to reclaim that pride. Yes, she was deliberately going to steal the spotlight. Thinking about how Han Ku would cry over losing her chance, Han Yu felt a rush of satisfaction. As the head of the family, Han Taiju raised his glass. Today we have guests at home, and it's time for the third son to hold a proper apprenticeship banquet. With 2 officials here, let's enjoy ourselves today. Cheers! The friendship among the men blossomed around the dining table. They were all familiar faces, so the conversation flowed easily. When asked where Emote Sunji was serving, he shared his unit's address and which division he belonged to. Han Taiju felt a jolt in his heart. Could he be the leader of his 4th son? No, that would be too coincidental. His 4th son had just returned. It shouldn't be, right? He didn't ask, as he didn't want to put his son in a difficult position if the engagement didn't work out. If it did, it might seem like he was trying to help his son unfairly. Next time he wrote to his 4th son, he would ask who their regiment commander was. In Zhao Hohat's house, 5 women and 5 children gathered around a large table, enjoying their meal. The children ate with greasy mouths, not looking up from their food. Han Ke brought back over 3 pounds of meat. Half was used for dumplings, and the other half was made into braised pork. Most of it was on the men's table, with only a small portion set aside for the children. With little meat to go around, the women hesitated to eat, deciding to give a few pieces to one child. Mi Chunhua took 2 pieces from each of the bowls of Da Hu and Er Hu. There wasn't much to begin with, and each child should have only gotten 3 pieces, yet she took 2 for one child. Zhao Hohat wanted to get angry right then, but Han Ke shook her head at her mother, signaling her not to intervene. Zhang Hohat thought about the people at home and decided to let it go. After all, this was not something worth making a fuss over, especially since she was even taking food from the children. The 2 little tigers were understanding and didn't cause a scene. Deya and Arya each shared a piece with their 2 younger brothers. Mi Chunhua's children were still too young to understand, which left Han Ke feeling quite conflicted. Honestly, she had never seen a mother like this in her life. Mi Chunhua was truly one in a million. She constantly claimed to be doing everything for her 2 sons, saying they were the treasures of the Han family. Yet her actions contradicted her words completely. This woman was incredibly selfish, only caring about herself, even neglecting her own biological children. Her second brother was truly unfortunate. Wong Xha not only took care of herself, but also looked after her youngest son. That's what being a mother is about. Although Xiao Xuan was small, he still used chopsticks to feed himself, making a mess but determined to manage on his own. Li Wan turned her eyes away in disdain. Ever since receiving that sealed letter, her heart felt like it was overgrown with weeds. She wished she could fly out of this poor mountain valley immediately. She couldn't stay here for even a day longer. It was especially hard to bear. Big sister? Big sister? Quack, quack, quack. While they were eating, the yard was noisy with crying, shouting for big sister, and Han Dazhuang's loud quacking. Zhao Hohat and a few other women looked out the window and saw Han Dazhuang with his arms wide open, chasing Yang Bengxia and Han Yuman around the yard. Auntie and my younger sister are dressed so nicely. What brings them to our house out of the blue? I'm curious. They never visit during holidays, so what's going on today? Wong Xha said, leaning on the windowsill. What could it be? Night owls don't come without a reason. Don't be fooled by Yang Bengxia's quietness. She's clever.
Hey.
You 2 are dressed like you're going to perform. Who are you trying to impress? Zhao Hohat said, pushing the window open with a smirk. They're not fools. People who never visit the house all year round and usually look down on the Han family wouldn't just show up without a plan. Han Ku deeply agreed. They must be after Emote Sunji. Wow. Emote Sunji is like a prized piece of meat that everyone wants a bite of. Yang Bengxia, with her daughter, thought she entered the Han family yard gracefully, but suddenly, a big white goose charged at them. It bit Han Yu's backside and she couldn't dodge in time, causing her to cry out in pain. Then it turned into a game of chase. Yang Bengxia saw Zhang Hohat and her daughters-in-law peeking through the window, laughing at them, which made her so angry she almost spat blood. She was furious. They had come prepared, but a goose had stopped them. Big sister, do you really look down on me? We men are close brothers. If you have any complaints, can we settle this privately? Don't let others laugh at us. Big sister, Han Yu is just a child. She hasn't offended you, right? At least the child calls you aunt. Zhao Hohat was delighted. Yang Bangxia really knew how to put on a show, subtly blaming Emote Sunji in front of her. Who cares? Zhao Hohat opened all the windows, I say. Sister-in-law, your words are sweeter than singing. With your ambitions, you shouldn't have asked the second brother for a big house. If you want a big house, let your husband earn it for you. Why should my husband build it for you? What's so special about it? Is it made of gold? Or do you have a crush on my husband? Yes, Han Adong is not very good-looking, unlike our Taizhu, who is quite handsome. What are you doing here today? You're dressed so nicely. It seems like you have some extra money at home. That's great, so hurry up and pay it back. Our family is struggling. 500 yuan is just pocket money for your family, but for us, it's life-saving money. If you have a conscience, please return the money quickly. Don't let others laugh at you and say your whole family is taking advantage of your brother. Yang Bangxia, your mother-in-law is enjoying life in the city. Why aren't you going? Is your husband stopping you? I hope he's not keeping a mistress outside.
Han Ke.
Oh, dear, you're so good at guessing. Han Ku sat cross-legged on the Kong, eating while looking out the window. Her big brother Zhuang is really impressive. He can tell good people from bad ones. He's strong enough to twist Han Yu's behind without caring about the smell. I need to talk to Zhuang about this later. Uft. Han Ku spat out her food.
She saw it.
When Han Yu ran, his backside was facing her. There were several big holes in his pants, and his red and white underwear was clearly visible against his black pants.
Ah, go. Ah.
Han Ku couldn't hold back and started laughing uncontrollably. People in the kitchen heard the commotion outside and came out. Emote Sunji saw several heads peeking through the open window. A little girl was holding a bowl and laughing loudly without any shame. A beauty like a painting, but here she is holding a bowl. Han Ku's laugh was not graceful, but she was still charming. That smile was stunning, capturing someone's heart. Wu Aigua smiled slightly. She looked really beautiful when she laughed. Zhao Hohat was eating while teasing Yang Bangxia. Honestly, watching that mother-daughter duo being chased by Han Dazhuang was quite entertaining. She thought today's meal was especially delicious. The worries she had kept inside for years were eased by her daughter and Dazhuang. Big brother, aren't you going to help my sister-in-law?
Yang Banxia showed that to Han Taizhu.
She wanted to act elegant, but it was impossible. The goose had already grabbed her thigh. The sound she made was so broken. Her face was twisted and scary.
Dazhuang.
Stop chasing and come here, Han Taizhu called to Dazhuang. His daughter didn't know where he got that goose, but it was really good at guarding the house. Han Dazhuang finally stopped chasing. It looked at Han Taizhu and then at the open window. It ran to the bottom of the window, stretched its neck, and rested its head on the windowsill. Han Ku somehow found a small apple and stuffed it into Han Dazhuang's mouth. This fruit had been nourished by spiritual water and energy, and Han Dazhuang only ate food with that energy. Lu Sudong couldn't help but smile, biting his tongue to avoid laughing out loud. This family was quite amusing. The team leader's partner called Han Dazhuang's sister, while the team leader's father-in-law referred to the goose as dad. He even foolishly wanted to eat the daughter of the family. Taizhu, when did your family get such a big goose? Wu Aigua asked, admiring the plump goose.
Ah.
My daughter raised it, Han Taizhu replied vaguely, not mentioning that the goose had just arrived today. So there was a misunderstanding. Everyone thought the Han family had raised a goose for some time. Sister-in-law, if you have something to discuss, come back tonight. We're busy and can't entertain guests right now. Wait until the second one returns and talk to me then. Han Taizhu didn't have a good impression of Yang Bangxia. That incident from years ago had left a lasting shadow. Because of that incident, the brothers had fallen out, and they rarely interacted now. Today, she came dressed up with her daughter. What did she want? He wasn't bragging, with his daughter around, who would be interested in her plain-looking daughter? Unless his daughter didn't want her. Han Taiju was very confident. Big brother, I heard someone came to our house. Since the second one isn't home, I thought I would represent our branch. Since I'm here, my daughter and I haven't had lunch. You won't mind us using 2 pairs of chopsticks, will you?
Han Tishu ned.
To be honest, he had never particularly disliked a woman before his younger brother's wife came into the picture. But after the second one married Yang Bangxia, he found a woman he particularly disliked. She was shameless and sly. Mi Chunhua was openly bad, but this one was sneaky. You never knew when she would stab you in the back. It was better not to associate with her. If they did, they would always have to be on guard against this relative. This woman was also very good at pretending, acting one way in front of people and another behind their backs. She had 2 faces. She was completely different from Zhao Hohot. Although Zhao was difficult, her issues were apparent, and she spoke her mind. She was straightforward, while this woman was fundamentally deceitful. Her words could lead you astray if you weren't careful. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for her to be with that difficult mother for so many years. Not everyone can get along like family. If she can handle Grandma Han, then Yang Bangxia must have some skills. Sister-in-law, you came late. Our house is just leftovers now. We're poor and short on food, so we can't make you a proper meal, Zhao Hohot quickly added, worried her husband wouldn't be able to deal with this woman. Aunt, you should take your daughter Hanyu home to change her pants. They're full of holes. How can she face anyone? She's a big girl, Wong Xha said with a smile. Yang Bangxia's expression changed. She had been too busy to notice Hanyu, and now she saw her daughter covering her backside with both hands. Feeling embarrassed and angry, she said, since my brother won't even give us a meal, we'll leave. She pushed Hanyu ahead of her, shielding her from view as they moved toward the door. Hanyu kept looking back at the kitchen, where that handsome man was watching her. She started to cry, reluctant to leave. The one most upset in the house was not Zhao Hohot, but Han Dazhuang. Seeing the 2 of them hesitating, he stood up abruptly and headed for the door, causing them to run away in panic. They didn't look back, just focused on escaping, while laughter followed them. Look, Hanyu is wearing flower-patterned pants. I saw it. A child shouted. I saw it too. Another one chimed in.
We all saw it.
That last line almost made Hanyu want to disappear. Wow, it looks like our family will have to rely on Dazhuang from now on, Han Laosen sighed. And so, this little drama was abruptly ended by Han Dazhuang. After losing the adults, Hanyu cried loudly on the bed when they got home.
Mom, I'm ruined.
My image is destroyed. I can't stand Hanku anymore. What should I do? Wu Aigua is here. How will he see me? Did he see me in those flower pants too? No, if he saw, he has to take responsibility, right? Hanyu stopped crying, deep in thought. Did this mean she lost her innocence?
Come on.
All the boys in the yard saw you. Who do you expect to take responsibility? That idea is unrealistic, Yang Bangxia said, her face scrunched up in pain as her legs hurt. Hanyu continued to cry on the bed. Don't worry, someone can handle them. When your grandma comes back, that whole family will be in trouble, Yang Bangxia said, taking off her pants to check for injuries. The bruised area has turned purple. Hanyu also got up, crying as she looked at herself in the mirror. Wah, there's not a single good spot left. Just wait until my grandma comes back to deal with them. My grandma loves me the most. I will make sure they lose everything, otherwise, I won't let it go. Yang Bangxia thought about the recent income of the Han family and couldn't deny she was tempted. But that money had to come from the old lady. While looking for medicine, she said, Your grandma has been gone for over a month. Why hasn't she come back yet? Mom, should we go to the city to find my dad and grandma? We can't just take all this mistreatment. We need them to stand up for us. I can't wait any longer. Forget about that officer. It's definitely not going to work out. At least I can manage to get Wu Aigua's attention. What will Wu Aigua think when he sees me like this? Wah, it's all Hanka's fault. Fortunately, we live in the same village, so Wu Aigwa can't run away. Let's talk to my dad and have him propose to Wu Aigwa's family. What do you think, Mom? Yang Bangxia frowned. She wanted to go to the city so badly. She felt she belonged there, but her husband wouldn't take her, and he used to yell at her when she went. She was also worried that her husband might be unfaithful, so she had no objections to her mother-in-law going. With her mother-in-law around, Han Adong wouldn't dare to do anything wrong. That's why Grandma Han often went to the city, and Yang Bangxia fully supported her going. Isn't it better to have someone watching over her husband? The youth center was also discussing how Han Ku had gotten lucky. Yu Jingxi was sitting at a broken table, combing her hair in front of a small mirror, where the scabs on her face had fallen off, leaving scars. Han Ku is really fortunate. I never expected that officer would take responsibility. I was there when she was rescued from the river that day. That officer was so handsome. If I had known this would happen, I would have jumped too, Su Yuanyuan said enviously. What are you envious of? If someone doesn't deserve their position, they will face disaster. Can a village girl like her match that? Her background is too different. Even if she gets married, she will still have to serve and please others, a short-haired girl chimed in. Chunwon, that's not right. The man has good conditions. After joining the army, he can find a job and change his household registration. Even if they don't end up together and get divorced, it's still worth it. For a village girl with nothing to lose, this is a huge opportunity. If I had that kind of luck, I would never let go of the chance to change my status. A dark-skinned young woman sitting on a small stool, washing clothes, looked up at a few people on the Kong and said something. Shen Mengyao rolled her eyes, wondering what kind of daydreams they were having. Each of them was unattractive but thought they were beautiful. There were 6 young women living together in the youth dormitory. Shen Mengyao and Yu Jingxi were a pair, while the other 4 formed a small group. When girls spend time together, there can be some minor conflicts. Yu Jingxi had a few male friends backing her and Shen Mengyao, so the other 4 girls didn't bother them much. Well, they can leave this place soon, but we don't know when we will get to go, one of them said. Just thinking about spending my life stuck here makes me feel hopeless, Yu Jingxi replied, slamming her comb on the table. What's there to envy? If a person like her can succeed, then it's truly unbelievable. Is she really so foolish that she doesn't check on her character? Just ask anyone, and they'll tell you what kind of person she is. What's there to envy? I'm just waiting for her to jump into the river again. That person should have drowned last time. Yu Jingxi's words became more extreme. The other young women looked at her in shock. How could she wish harm on someone else? If she had the courage, she should confront Han Ke directly. She didn't have many friends in the dormitory, and the other girls avoided her. She only felt confident because she was close to Shen Mengyao. It wasn't that they were afraid of her, it was just that her behavior was terrible. Chunwon couldn't stand her attitude one day and ended up in a fight with her, resulting in some of her clothes getting torn. After that, Shen Mengyao and Gu Chongqing stepped in to mediate. Since then, the other girls banded together and stopped paying attention to them. So when Yu Jingxi yelled at them and cursed Han Ke, the other girls exchanged glances and changed the subject, ignoring her. Yu Jingxi was furious, feeling bullied by them. Didn't they see that she was the victim, that Han Ke was the one causing her pain? What do you mean? Are you all happy that my face is ruined? Why are you so cruel? Anyone who laughs at me will face consequences, Yu Jingxi said, feeling twisted inside because of her appearance. She thought everyone was mocking her and that the world owed her something. While it is indeed sad for an unmarried young woman to have her face ruined, that doesn't justify her attacking others indiscriminately. No one is obligated to tolerate her behavior, not even her mother. But this time, she went too far by wishing harm on someone else. Who indulges her? She doesn't have any powerful connections. Just because others don't argue with her doesn't mean they are afraid of her. Yu Jingxi, do you have a serious problem? I see you are getting your comeuppance. You usually act so arrogant, thinking you're above everyone else. Who do you think you are? Just because you've made friends with a few boys, you think you're tough now? I have to say, those boys have unique taste. They only like the unattractive ones. Chanwon is quite fierce. If Yu Jingxi wasn't so extreme, I could overlook it, but cursing them to death is too much to bear. The other three got angry too. One of them threw her clothes into the basin, splashing water all over Yu Jingxi's pants. Since the last time Yu Jingxi had an embarrassing moment, she has felt insecure about her pants being dirty. Now, with water splashed on her leg, her eyes turned red, and she kicked the girl. That girl wasn't easy to deal with either. She grabbed Yu Jingxi's leg and squeezed it. The three on the bed saw their friend being bullied and jumped down to pull Yu Jingxi's hair. Suddenly, it was 4 against 1. Shen Mengyao was stunned. Things were getting out of control. She didn't dare to step in, fearing she might get caught in the fight. Although they were both cowardly and mean, they could still talk. Stop fighting. Please, let's not fight over an outsider. Is it worth it to turn against each other? We come from all over, and it's such a blessing to be together as youth workers. We can't fall for the tricks of the class enemy. She wants to divide us from within. We must not let her succeed. We need to unite. Unity is strength. So, your friendship with Han is just a way to undermine the class enemy from within? Su Yuanyuan couldn't take it anymore. Shen Mengyao always pretended to be innocent, encouraging Yu Jingxi to do bad things while acting like she was clean. Of course, Yu Jingxi wasn't innocent either. They were just alike. But Shen Mengyao's ability to act charmed the men, and Gu Chongqing's friends were completely taken in. She wasn't young anymore, and with no hope of returning to the city, she thought about marrying someone just to settle down. She didn't want to marry someone from the countryside, so she considered settling for someone from the youth center. Chung Yuxi's group had no good options, and she liked Liang Wei from Gu Chongqing's side, but he had feelings for Shen Mengyao. She wouldn't lower herself to compete with a girl for a guy who had a girlfriend. By the way, does Gu Chongqing know that his girlfriend is on someone else's mind? Shen Mengyao probably knows too. She had seen Shen Mengyao alone with Liang Wei several times, and that ambiguous look on Shen Mengyao's face disgusted her. Shen Mengyao covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Yuanyuan, did I offend you? I have no other intentions. I just want us young people to stick together, because it's not easy for us. The villagers already bully us, and if we don't unite, we'll be bullied even more. You talk a good game, but when Yu Jingxi was cursing us earlier, why didn't you say anything? You weren't insulted, right? Since you think those words are fine, I'll be the first to speak up. Shen Mengyao, you embarrassed us by cheating a village girl out of her money. You deserve to be punished.
I'm seconding that.
Shen Mengyao, you act one way in front of people and another behind their backs. You should be punished. I'm thirding that, Shen Mengyao. I'll summarize for you. Shen Mengyao was almost furious. She was just trying to mediate, yet everyone turned against her. The noise in the girls' dorm was too loud. It was either crying, shouting, or cursing, which attracted attention from the youth center. The boys came over to watch the commotion. Wow. Yu Jingxi had her hair pulled and her clothes torn. Her already troubled face was scratched, adding insult to injury. Shen Mengyao could have avoided the fight, but after her earlier remarks, she ended up getting caught in it too. This was a scene that had never happened since the youth center was established. The girls fought fiercely, pulling hair, scratching faces, and pushing each other, leaving the boys stunned. Yu Jingxi and Shen Mengyao were being held down and beaten by 4 others. Stop it. If you don't stop, we. Liang Wei was getting anxious. What are you going to do? Want to hit girls?
Come on.
If you lay a finger on me, I'll make sure you regret it. You bully. Chunwen was the fiercest. Her family was the best off in the youth center, and even Chung Yusi didn't dare to provoke her. What nonsense are you talking? Can't we discuss things calmly without resorting to violence? Liang Wei's face was turning red. Discuss what? You're all in this together. You deserve to be beaten. A girl with a dark expression twisted Shen Mengyao's shirt. Chung Yusi couldn't handle the situation anymore. He instinctively looked down, realizing he had just gotten a haircut. He was worried again. Was his growth slowing down? Should he go to the hospital again? Chung Yusi, aren't you going to help? Yu Jingxi screamed as she couldn't take it anymore. Chung Yusi understood what she meant. Stop it. If you keep this up, I won't hold back. The girls were tired of fighting. It wasn't that Chung Yusi was impressive, but they simply didn't want to continue. Chung Yusi felt quite satisfied with his authority. Shen Mengyao looked at the indifferent Gu Chongqing, who didn't say a word for her. She felt like her sincere feelings were wasted. Crying, Shen Mengyao ran outside, while Liang Wei wanted to chase after her, but he felt he had no right to do so since Shen Mengyao was Gu Chongqing's partner. As she ran and cried, she saw a jeep parked at the team headquarters and instinctively hid behind a pile of firewood, peeking at the headquarters. She hadn't seen the officer during Hanke's river incident because she was with Gu Chongqing and Yu Jingxi at the time. They had upset Hanke, causing her to run away in tears, and they didn't think she would attempt something drastic. They felt scared, knowing that if something had happened, the consequences would be unpredictable. Thankfully, Hanke was saved by a comrade of Secretary Wu Sun, which made Shen Mengyao feel very emotional. Peeking from behind the firewood pile, she saw two soldiers leave the office with Secretary Wu, and the one talking to him was definitely the man who saved Hanke. Shen Mengyao was stunned. The officer was tall and handsome, exuding a strong presence that clearly set him apart from others. Gu Chongqing was good-looking among the young men in the educated youth camp, but compared to this officer, he seemed lacking. Shen Mengyao gritted her teeth, feeling it was unfair that Hanke, who had a bad reputation, could still end up with someone like that. Her face twisted with jealousy as she watched a few people head toward Hanke's home. The Wu family was also lively. After hearing the news, Wu Xiaoyan couldn't sit still. Emote Sunji went straight to find Wu Lei instead of visiting the Wu family, which frustrated Wu Xiaoyan, who had been eagerly waiting for him but couldn't see him. How could she build a connection this way? Feeling shy to approach Emote Sunji, she took her frustration out at home. Sitting on the Kong, she vented by pulling feathers from a chicken feather duster, cursing with each pull, though Lu Tsuifan knew who she was cursing. As she was about to ruin the duster, Lu Tsuifan couldn't take it anymore and snatched it away. Why are you taking out your anger on the duster? What will you use to clean the Kong when it's ruined? Wu Xiaoyan refused. I'm upset. Just leave me alone. I don't want to interfere, but do you know how hard it is to make a duster? You can't even manage to get enough feathers from one chicken all year. Lu Tsuifan finally got the duster back, feeling pained at the half-ruined feathers. You're just acting tough at home. If you have the guts, go bother your dad instead. You're just picking on the easy target. I'm just being stubborn here, and I'll follow you. If you have the ability, go to the Han family and bring Captain Mo back home. Wu Xiaoyan protested. I'm not going. I've already given up, Lu Tsuifan replied. She had fallen out with Zhao Hohot and didn't want to put herself in an awkward situation. She was proud and thought of herself as someone important because she was the secretary's daughter-in-law. Being slapped by Zhao Hohot seriously hurt her pride. When she went home to complain to her husband, Wu Lei not only didn't support her, but also asked what she had said to Zhao Hohot. Otherwise, Zhao Hohot wouldn't have hit her. Listen to this. Is this how a husband should speak? Am I his wife, or is Zhao Hohot? If she wasn't confident in herself, she'd think Zhao Hohot was involved with Wu Lei. Today, that man foolishly went to eat at their place. Why didn't he choke? Lu Tsuifan's enthusiasm for finding Emote Sunji as a son-in-law had dropped to zero. If someone liked Wu Xiaoyan, they wouldn't come to their house. Now that she was calm, she realized it was impossible for anyone to like her daughter. She didn't want to embarrass herself. Are you just afraid of Zhao Depeo? Is your pride worth more than my happiness? If I marry Emote Sunji, the first thing I'll do is arrange for you to move to the city. Then Zhao Hohot will be so jealous. Wu Xiaoyan painted a bright picture for Lu Tsuifan. Lu Tsuifan remained unmoved, adjusting her feather duster. No way. I used to think differently. My son is the chief at the town police station. I can find him a city wife, and I can still go to the city. Why should I hang myself on one rope? Relying on my son is more reliable. Forget about that idea. It's just a fantasy. I'll have your brother find you someone from the town. What? From the town? I don't want that. How can that compare to Emote Sunji? Am I crazy? And just so you know, my brother is the deputy chief, the deputy. Wu Xiaoyan was furious. Her mother favored her brother too much. Now she was especially proud, and Wu Xiaoyan couldn't stand seeing her mother show off about Wu Aigua. She reminded everyone that Wu Aigua was only the deputy chief, stabbing Lu Tsuefan with her words. If she was unhappy, no one else would be happy either. You little brat, what good does your attitude do me? If you're so capable, go to the Han family and take him. Lu Tsuefan was infuriated by Wu Xiaoyan. The mother and daughter stood facing each other, one with hands on her hips on the bed, the other on the floor pointing with a feather duster at her ungrateful daughter. Suddenly, Wu Xiaoyan lunged at the cabinet, yanked down the blanket, and started tearing it apart. The stitches on the quilt were pulled apart, and Wu Xiaoyan was grabbing handfuls of cotton, throwing it everywhere. Lu Tsuefan rushed to save the quilt, and the two of them were tugging at it like a tug-of-war. Wu Lei, who had a bit to drink, walked into the chaotic scene. The mother and daughter were pulling at the quilt, and there were feathers and cotton scattered all over the bed and floor. Wu Lei was the type to get tipsy easily. After dealing with the two of them for days, he couldn't take it anymore and felt anger rising when he saw the mess. He bent down, picked up a feather duster from the floor, and swung it at Lu Tsuefan.
Ow, ow.
Wu Lei, are you blind? It's me. Why are you hitting me? Lu Tsuefan thought Wu Lei was too drunk to recognize her and Wu Xiaoyan. I'm hitting you because you're causing trouble, he shouted back. Lu Tsuefan exploded in anger. Wu Lei, you ungrateful person. I've been with you for so many years. Oh no, you're going to kill me. She started cursing at him. In reality, Wu Lei only hit her a few times without much force. He was just frustrated from dealing with Lu Tsuefan's antics lately. He thought she was causing trouble again and, fueled by alcohol, gave her a couple of swats. Now, after being hit on the head and scratched on the face, he sobered up and felt regretful. I can't take this anymore. I'm going to the village to ask for help. I want a divorce. I'm going to the commune. Lu Tsuefan felt extremely wronged. She hadn't done anything wrong today. It was Wu Xiaoyan causing trouble. Wasn't she just trying to save their family's belongings? Why was she the one getting hit? Wu Xiaoyan was stunned. She knew she had caused trouble. Taking advantage of her parents not noticing her, she quickly slipped out and leaned against the wall outside. Once outside, she patted her chest. Oh my, that scared me to death. Looking up, she saw Wu Aigua standing nearby with a serious expression. Brother, you're back, she stammered. Wu Aigua didn't respond, and seeing his bad mood, Wu Xiaoyan didn't dare to provoke him. Hearing the crying and shouting from inside, he turned and went back to his own room. After dinner, Emote Sunji stayed behind. Since the others were starting to set up matchmaking, he felt it was time for him to leave. His mood was already bad, and returning home to such chaos only made it worse. What could he say? He was in public security, but he couldn't control his own mother, which left him feeling helpless. Brother, Wu Xiaoyan suddenly called out to him. She remembered that she wanted to see Emote Sunji. Since her family wasn't supportive, she decided to go find him herself. She is a young woman of the new era, free from the old feudal thoughts of the past. Happiness is something she fights for, and there's nothing to be embarrassed about. In her heart, she made up many excuses and never considered that Emote Sunji might not be interested in her. Speak, Wu Aigua said without turning around. What about Emote Sunji? Where is he? He doesn't like you, so don't humiliate yourself, came the harsh words from her brother. You all can't see how good I am. You're just holding me back. If you all helped me, I would have succeeded by now.
Boo-hoo.
Why is my life so hard? Wu Xiaoyan cried as she ran out. She really had to rely on herself. The noise continued inside, and Wu Aigua closed the door. At the Han family, once everyone from the village had left, only the Han family and Emote Sunji remained. Zhao Hohat sent the rest of the family away, leaving only Han Ku and Emote Sunji staring at each other. A partner? She had never had one. Han Ku was a bit stunned. In her past life, she was only 21, and in this life, she was still under 20. Even after 2 lives, she had never dated anyone. It was unbelievable. Emote Sunji realized that Hano was unaware of the family's plans, and he felt a bit surprised. As a man, he thought it was not right for a girl to take the initiative, so he had to step up. Comrade Hano, let me introduce myself. My name is Emote Sunji, and I am 26 years old. He emphasized his age, feeling strangely nervous. He had never thought of himself as old. In his military unit, he was the youngest among the regiment leaders. But facing Hano made him feel inexplicably anxious. The girl across from him had innocent, clear eyes that seemed to see into his heart, making him feel conflicted. She looked confused. I don't have any bad habits, unless smoking counts. If you don't like me, I'll quit. I am currently a regiment-level officer, earning over 200 a month with salary, bonuses, and allowances. I want to develop a romantic relationship with Comrade Hano, with marriage as the goal. After marriage, I will willingly hand over my salary and ration tickets, and I will take care of my wife and children, ensuring they have enough to eat and wear and are not bullied. Although he spoke fluently, his tightly clenched fists revealed his nervousness. He never expected to feel more anxious in front of a girl than in front of his superiors. He felt a hint of anticipation. What would her reaction be? Shy? Happy? Nervous? Emote Sunji guessed wrong. Hano was silently complaining, imagining the scene where Zhao Hohot would chase her with a rolling pin. Where could she run to? The man across from her was over 1.85 meters tall, sitting with perfect military posture, back straight, and eyes fixed straight ahead. No, he was staring directly at her, not blinking at all. If she were shy, she might have melted under his gaze. But she was different. She was bold and looked him up and down.
Montakomji.
Hano stood up with a serious expression, deeply bowing at a 90-degree angle, and sincerely said, First, I must sincerely thank the soldier for your bravery. In that critical moment, you stepped forward without hesitation, saving my life with your fearless courage and decisive actions. However, I cannot repay this kindness with obligation. I understand that your actions were not for reward, but out of respect for life and commitment to justice. I will remember this kindness and turn it into motivation to become a person who benefits society, so as not to waste your life-saving grace.
Montakomji.
Even he, who usually showed little expression, smiled at this moment. Was that a polite refusal? Zhao Hohot had sent everyone away, but stayed herself. She sat on a small stool, mending shoes while eavesdropping. She didn't want to be so shameless, but she had to protect her daughter, who was young and naive. What if someone deceived her? What about the officer? If he wasn't suitable, she wouldn't force her daughter to marry him. While working, she listened to the conversation inside. She found it amusing when Emote Sunji introduced himself. Smoking wasn't a bad habit. Many women in the village smoked, including her own family. At 26, he wasn't too old, and her daughter was 17. It was common for women to be older than men by several years. Her third child was 2 years younger than Liwan. Zhao Hohot mentally checked off another point for Emote Sunji.
Wow.
He earns 200 a month. Her daughter had fallen into a lucky situation. She wouldn't have to do much and could just stay home and enjoy life. Satisfied, Zhao Hohot's smile reached her ears. Just as Zhao Hohot was feeling happy, she heard her daughter say something that made her frown. The smile quickly vanished, and her eyes searched for something to hit. Well, a tree branch is suitable for hitting someone. It hurts but won't cause serious injury, so that's what I'll use. Just wait a bit longer. I'll give that ungrateful girl another chance. If she keeps saying those hurtful things, I can still hit her later. I also want to hear what the young man has to say. Look at how wild she is. It's hard to find such a good match, and she still isn't interested. What does she want? Does she think she can reach the sky? Zhao Hohot angrily poked the shoe sole with a sharp object. Emote Sunji adjusted his expression. Do you want to think it over again? After all, those rumors. His eyes showed helplessness. Honestly, he wasn't fooling himself. He was interested. Neither his grandfather's nor his boss's pressure had swayed him, but today he felt defeated. As a man, He had to admit that when he saw a suitable partner, he needed to pursue her or risk regretting it. He had no objections to Hano being his future partner. Perhaps it was because her gaze was so sincere, as if it had no impurities. At least it lacked the obsession, greed, and scheming he had seen before. However, the gossip in the village was indeed a big problem, as it could affect Hano's future personal matters. He didn't want a reputation to suffer because of him. Hano said, "I've thought it over. What I said was sincere, more genuine than pearls. As a young person raised under the red flag, I should have this level of awareness and quality." Emote Sunji felt an indescribable disappointment. Where was the problem? He wasn't being vain. The issue was that he was quite sought after in the dating market, and meeting someone like Hano was a first for him, leaving him feeling powerless. Could she be interested in Wu-Aigua? If they were in love, it would make sense. Are you with Comrade Wu-Aigua? He realized this question was a bit abrupt, but he was afraid of missing out if he didn't ask. Stop right there. Comrade Wu-Aigua is one person, and I am another. How can you link two unrelated people together? Hano quickly distanced herself from the Wu family. She didn't want any connection with them. The relationship between the Han and Wu families was just a matter of social ties, not hers. Although Wu-Aigua was a decent person, she just couldn't marry him and didn't want to face Lu Tsuifan and Wu Xiaoyan, two difficult women, every day. Her mother was worried that she might have feelings for Wu-Aigua and had already conveyed Lu Tsuifan's concerns to her, which left her speechless. It felt like trouble had fallen from the sky without her doing anything. Emote Sunji sighed in relief. It seemed Wu-Aigua was one-sided in his feelings, so did that mean he still had a chance? Outside the room, Zhao Hohat had taken several deep breaths. Unable to listen any longer, she tossed the shoe sole into the sewing basket. Straightening her collar, Zhao Hohat thought hitting someone was wrong and uncivilized, making her look bad. She could read the newspaper now. She couldn't act like she used to. She absolutely wouldn't admit she was reluctant to hit her daughter. After calming down, she stepped into the house. It was her time to shine. What she says doesn't count. This matter is settled. A child can't make such decisions, Zhao Hohat said firmly. How can such a big thing be decided by a child? Don't listen to her. This time, Hano's expression changed. How could her mother eavesdrop? Truly unbelievable. And what did it mean to call her a child? If she knew she was a child, why was she trying to find her a partner? She rejected early relationships. In fact, she wanted to avoid dating until after college. It was 1974 now. By the time she graduated, she would be only 25. Before 25, she didn't want to be tied down by marriage. Besides, she had many life plans she hadn't implemented yet. She wanted to take her family to new heights, and then her mother's standards for a partner wouldn't be so humble. In her past life, she hadn't graduated from college before being sent back. She still wanted to make waves in her career, and she didn't want to miss this chance again. Mom, they saved us. How can we repay kindness with ingratitude?
Hano said.
How is that ingratitude? Zhao Hohat replied. Isn't it? Using their life-saving kindness to cling to them isn't called ingratitude? What is it then? Zhao Hohat opened her mouth, unable to argue with her stubborn daughter. But she also had no reason to force anyone to marry her daughter. After all, Zhao Hohat had her principles. She could be just as difficult as those troublesome people, but she couldn't act out like that with someone like Emote Sunji. Her daughter still needed to maintain her reputation. She realized her daughter truly didn't want this, and it was disheartening. Forget it, I'm getting old. I don't understand what young people think. You all can discuss it among yourselves. Zhao Hohat waved her hand and walked away, no longer eavesdropping. If it wasn't meant to be, what was the point? Emote Sunji felt mixed emotions. The future mother-in-law who supported him the most had given up. Was this a failed proposal? Whether he admitted it or not, the girl simply wasn't interested in him. He couldn't force it. He wasn't the type to cling desperately. It seems we are not meant to be, so I will take my leave. Hano bowed to him again. Really, thank you so much once more. I will write a letter to the army. thanking Comrade Mo for his selfless spirit in saving lives without seeking recognition. I believe that Captain Mo will definitely find a suitable partner, and you will be happy because good people are rewarded. Emote Sunji replied, enough already. This girl is too clever for her own good. Her innocent appearance has fooled me. If I can't see through this, then all my years of service have been for nothing. With regret, Emote Sunji left the Han family, who warmly sent off their savior. The engagement didn't work out, but they truly saved their daughter's life, and that kindness should not be forgotten. Han Taiju even forced Lu Sudong to take the gifts that Emote Sunji had brought. Since he was no longer a prospective son-in-law, it felt wrong to accept gifts from them. Emote Sunji took Lu Sudong to the brigade office to get a vehicle. Not far along the way, someone chased after them. Captain Mo? Wait a moment. Emote Sunji turned to see a woman running towards him. Do you need something? Yes, I do. Captain Mo, I just wanted to remind you. Although she rejected you, my sister-in-law is quite clever and might be playing hard to get. Honestly, as her sister-in-law, I should support her. But as a decent person, I can't just stand by and watch a good comrade be deceived. Hanka's bad reputation is not unfounded. She is indeed interested in a male youth from the educated youth school, who already has a partner. As her sister-in-law, I don't want her to make a mistake that could harm a hero who fights for the people and the country. I also don't want you, a promising comrade, to ruin your future by marrying someone like her. I should go back. If the Han family finds out, my fate will be. The woman bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Thank you for telling me, but it's not good to speak ill of others behind their backs, Emote Sunji replied calmly. The woman was surprised by his reaction and, feeling embarrassed and angry, turned and ran away. Captain, do you believe what she said? Lu Sudong was unsure how the girl from the Han family had spoken to his captain, but he knew the outcome was not good. What do you think? Lu Sudong frowned. I don't have a good impression of that woman. She barely spoke at the Han families, but I noticed her eyes weren't honest. She kept glancing at you. If she wants to look, she should look openly. But she was sneaking glances. It makes her seem insincere. The Han family isn't peaceful either. Even her sister-in-law is deceiving her. Lu Sudong had a good impression of Han Ke, but the earlier betrayal by that woman made him worry about Han's situation. I'll go get the car. You tell Han Ke about this situation. Okay. Lu Sudong handed his travel bag to Emote Sunji and turned to head to Han's house. Emote Sunji squinted at the direction of Han's house. Even though he and Han Ke didn't work out, he wouldn't just stand by and watch her get hurt by her so-called family. That woman was not trustworthy. What she claimed to be righteous was actually underhanded behavior. In the end, she even tarnished the Han family's reputation. Han Laosan treated this woman like a treasure, wasting his kindness. As long as she was around, all of Han Laosan's attention was on her. She reminded him of his father's second wife, who was bad to the core, pretending to be good in front of others while being deceitful behind their backs. Han Ke was inexplicably called out by Lu Sudong again. After hearing this, she was a bit stunned. What had she done to offend Li Wan? Since she arrived, she had been at odds with Mi Chunhua, but had never clashed with Li Wan. Lu Sudong sighed. You need to be more aware. I'm leaving now. Han Ke was in a bad mood. Once inside the courtyard, she wanted to confront that woman and ask how she had offended her. She tried to calm down. Fine. She had planned to make some money with her sister-in-law, but now she realized there was a traitor, and all the money would go to Wong Xha. Forget it. If she exposed this, her mother would definitely be upset, putting Han Laosan in a tough spot. He had taken care of her since she was little, and anyone who bullied her would face the consequences. But right now, she was more concerned about his wife. It seemed like he had forgotten about her. She decided to keep an eye on Li Wan from now on. It's true that you can know a person's face but not their heart. A silent dog can still bite. After looking toward the third house for a moment, she went to her parents' room, where she still had some things to discuss. What greeted her was a slap, not painful, but very humiliating. Then came a poke on her forehead, not painful, but embarrassing. Han Taiju, this child is clueless.
Who does she take after?
I think it's you. Zhao Ho Hot. Only bring things into the house. Never push them out. What a great match. What were you thinking? That young man is handsome, has a good job, and is from the capital. Go ahead. Just keep making choices like that. I wonder what kind of person you'll end up with. If you don't listen to your elders, you'll regret it later. Han was enduring her mother's stormy criticism, both of them looking like the same confused quail. Zhao Ho Hot kept complaining, and Han realized this wasn't helping. She needed to divert her mother's attention with something stronger so that her mother would forget to criticize her. Han Aidong is with Widow Li now.
Han Tishu.
Zhao Ho Hot. The couple wore the same bewildered expression. A light tap on the forehead came from her father. This child talking nonsense. Don't say such things at home. What if someone hears you outside? Han Taiju was frustrated. His daughter really had no filter. Ha 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 ha. Oh my goodness. My daughter really knows how to make her mother laugh. If only that were true.
Ha ha ha.
Zhao Ho Hot laughed heartily, slapping her thigh.
Han Kesaihed. Feeling helpless.
What I said is true. Why doesn't anyone believe me? My grandmother is serving Widow Li in town, and her belly is bigger than a pot. The laughter stopped abruptly. Daughter. Is that really true? Han Tieju's expression turned serious. At first, they thought Han Ke was joking, but now they were starting to take her seriously. Grandma Han had been gone for over a month. She used to go to the city occasionally, but she would return within 3 to 5 days. This time was different. It was too unusual. Am I joking about our family's reputation? Even though we have split the family on paper, Grandma Han always said you can't write 2 Han characters with 1 stroke when she came to our house. Would I joke about our family's name? Han Ke had no respect for Grandma Han and almost called her by her name, but Han Taiju was still dutiful to his mother, so she quickly corrected herself and called her Grandma. This second child is too bold. Doesn't he fear being found out? If he gets exposed, he'll lose his job. What are we going to do? Han Taiju was anxious, pacing back and forth in the room. Although Han Aidong's actions hurt him, he still cared for his brother, whom he had raised. Han couldn't have such a kind heart. She thought to herself that it would be better if he got caught. If he lost his job, he would have to step up, and that job was originally his. Things should go back to where they belong. As for Han Aidong being fired for his misconduct and not being able to take over, Han Ke believed that it was up to the situation. But she couldn't say this in front of Han Taiju. It would ruin her innocent image in his eyes. She would plan with her mother behind his back, as they were alike in nature. Honestly, it's not your concern. Why are you so worried? I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. If Yang Bangxia finds out, it would cause a huge uproar. We shouldn't get involved. You've done enough thankless tasks. Your mother has never praised you and often scolds you. Aren't you ashamed? Let's just treat it as a joke. This matter doesn't concern us. We just need to focus on living our own lives. Don't think I'm heartless. That family has done many wrong things, and we've suffered enough over the years. Han Taiju was silent for a moment, then nodded. Han Ke and Zhao Ho Hot exchanged a glance and sighed in relief. Both mother and daughter were calculating their own plans, waiting for Han Aidong's secret to be exposed. In the third room, Han Liqiu noticed Li Wan was restless, constantly looking out the window. Do you have something on your mind? Li Wan's heart skipped a beat, and she forced a smile. Nothing, I'm just tired. Call me when it's time to work. Han Laosan felt sorry for her. He was in the clinic while his wife had to toil in the fields. After a few days, she had become darker and her hands rough. Li Wan lay down, hiding her anxiety from Han Liqiu. She had just seen Emote Sunji, the guard, talking to Han Ke outside. She regretted speaking up. She only meant to give a friendly warning. That man was truly ungrateful. She tried to help, but he didn't appreciate it. Earlier, she had been peeking out the window, and when Han Ke returned, her heart raced. But to her surprise, Han Ke just glanced at her and walked away, without causing a scene. Still, she knew the soldier must have said something to Han Ke. She scoffed at herself for misjudging him. A man gossiping like that was unexpected. The real reason she approached Emote Sunji was her jealousy. If she couldn't have him, she didn't want Hanko to have him either. Since she was leaving, it didn't matter, but if she stayed, she might have helped Hanko, especially since she could benefit too. But now that she was leaving, what was the point? In the future, she would have to watch her sister-in-law's expressions, but thankfully she was leaving, so she wouldn't have to care. Later, when she saw Hanko go upstairs, her heart sank again. She worried Hanko would tell on her. If Xiao Hohot found out, it wouldn't be a joke. That old woman wouldn't treat her like she did with Mi Chunhua, would she? She quickly reassured herself that it would be fine. With Han Laosen around, she wouldn't be scared. Just then, laughter from Xiao Hohot echoed from upstairs, and Li Wan finally relaxed, relieved that Hanku was sensible and knew that family harmony was important. Not long after Emote Sunji dismissed Lu Sudong, he was stopped by someone else. October in the northeast is really cold, and those who are sensitive to the cold have already put on light cotton jackets. Wu Xiaoyan ran out of her house and quickly returned. She wanted to dress up before meeting her crush. She rummaged through her things, hurriedly looking for clothes, but was not satisfied with any of them. In the end, she wore a summer dress and went out, shivering from the cold. But for the sake of her future happiness and to be with the army, she was determined. Emote Sunji looked silently at Wu Xiaoyan, who was nervously playing with her braid, trying to appear composed despite shivering from the cold. He felt a bit sorry for Wu Aigua. With such family members holding him back, he was destined to have no chance with Han Ko. Wu Xiaoyan slightly lowered her head, occasionally glancing at Emote Sunji, her face starting to blush. Captain Emo, I actually have liked you for a long time. Emote Sunji raised an eyebrow. Comrade Wu, I arrived in Yangshigu just over 20 days ago. I've never been here before, so how could it be a long time? Oh, that doesn't matter, Wu Xiaoyan said shyly, twisting her body and playfully stomping her foot. She was not unattractive. In fact, she was much prettier than Han Yu. If she weren't acting so shy, she would be more appealing. However, her behavior made Emote Sunji take a few steps back, worried about being misunderstood. Seeing his attitude, Wu Xiaoyan felt wronged. Brother Emo, I am sincere. How can that girl Hanko compare to you? I may be a country girl, but my heart is true to you. Besides, my brother has been your comrade for many years. Isn't it better to be closer? Is that how closer works? Lu Sudong had just returned and heard this girl boldly confessing her feelings. He took back his earlier words about the place being full of talented people. It seemed to produce quite the characters. Emote Sunji's expression turned serious. Comrade Wu Xiaoyan, you shouldn't say such things lightly. I only see you as a sister, and have no other thoughts. Tears welled up in Wu Xiaoyan's eyes. She was unwilling to accept this. Happiness was right in front of her, and now she was being told she couldn't have it?
Why?
What's wrong with me? How am I worse than that girl Hanko? Wu Xiaoyan shouted. She had pretended to be reserved earlier, but now that she was rejected, she let it all out, even calling Hanko a little troublemaker. Emote Sunji replied, Comrade Wu Xiaoyan, please mind your manners. Without evidence, how can you casually slander another innocent girl? Secretary Wu and Aigua are both good people. How can you have such family members? His words were a bit harsh for Wu Xiaoyan. If the old women in the village said that to her, she wouldn't care at all. But when her crush said it, she felt hurt, thinking her sincere feelings were wasted. You're not a good person either. Anyone who likes a worn-out shoe isn't worth much, Wu Xiaoyan cried and ran away, covering her face. Lu Sudong was stunned. Captain, it's tough for you. Emote Sunji shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect the patriotic girl to be like this. Lu Sudong nodded. Captain, don't take it to heart. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Let's go to the team office to get a car. Then we'll pick up the patriotic girl. When the two arrived at the team office and were about to get in the car, a voice called out. Comrade, I have something to say to you. Emote Sunji. Lu Sudong. Emote Sunji thought, who is this again? This comrade, I don't know you. Shen Mengyao replied, Comrade, I know you. You're the one who bravely saved Han Ku and got involved with the Han family. This statement displeased Emote Sunji, and he felt no fondness for this suddenly appearing woman. Sorry, we have things to do, Emote Sunji said, ignoring Shen Mengyao as he tried to get into the car. Shen Mengyao became anxious. She had waited a long time to find him and couldn't let him leave just like that. Comrade, just a few minutes. I want to remind you that the Han family is two-faced. They act nice in front of you, but are actually bullies in the village. Recently, they have scammed a lot of money from the villagers. I'm a youth from this team. My name is Shen Mengyao. Han Ku took my boyfriend for me. Because of her, I broke up with him. Seeing Emote Sunji unmoved, Shen Mengyao gritted her teeth. Please believe me. There are many victims in our village, and I have no reason to lie. The Han family has been domineering for too long. Everyone is angry, but afraid to speak up. Emote Sunji looked at the woman with a half-smile, thinking she was similar to Han Ku's sister-in-law. Oh, what do you think I should do? Emote Sunji asked. Shen Mengyao's eyes lit up. Comrade, you can't let them succeed. You must expose their true nature and prevent more people from being deceived. So, according to you, the cadres of Yangshiga team are all siding with the Han family or are complicit, right? This is indeed a serious issue. I can't ignore it. Lu Sudong, let's go find the team leaders and get to the bottom of how the Han family has been so powerful. Shen Mengyao was quite scared. She didn't expect that this man would go to find the team leader. Wouldn't that expose her? Well, there's no need for that. I just wanted to address the issue of Han Ku taking my partner. It's fine anyway, I didn't date Gu Jiqing for long before we broke up, so I won't pursue it further. Comrade, your heroic deeds have spread throughout Yangshigu. I would like to write about your story and submit it. Could you give me your address? If my submission is successful, I'll send you a newspaper. She couldn't believe that any man wouldn't want the honor, so she was sure he would give her his address. Emote Sunji felt uneasy. He didn't mind Han Ku wanting to write a thank you letter to his unit, but this woman clearly wanted his address to contact him later. Her intentions were too obvious. What bothered Emote Sunji the most was that Shen Mengyao was using Han Ku to achieve her own goals. Lu Sudong also found it hard to express himself. Our team leader has done many good deeds, so you don't need to thank him specifically. If anyone should be thanking someone, it's Han Ku's family, not you. The team leader's time is almost up. Get on the bus. Shen Mengyao watched helplessly as Emote Sunji got on the bus, feeling very disappointed. What a great opportunity just slipped away. Her usual tactics had failed today, leaving her feeling lost. Emote Sunji picked up Wu Aigua, and the three of them left Yangshigu. Aigua, how many people has Han Ku offended? Since I left the Han family, 3 women have complained about her to me. It's like poking a hornet's nest. Wu Aigua rubbed his forehead. You don't believe what they say, do you? It's just jealousy among women. I didn't realize how fierce women's jealousy could be since I haven't interacted much with them before. By the way, when will we celebrate your wedding?
Montag kommt die Schroget helplessly.
I was rejected. The reason was that I can't repay kindness with enmity. Wu Aigua laughed. Sounds like something she would say. But if she didn't notice how great you are, then I have no chance. Emote Sunji replied, without me, you still have no chance. Wu Aigua fell silent, understanding the implication of Emote Sunji's words. He had seen Wu Xiaoyan wearing a short-sleeved shirt earlier and hadn't tried to stop her, thinking it was better for her to learn from her mistakes. Lu Sudong clicked his tongue. I have to say, Han Ku's cooking skills are really good. It's a shame we won't get to enjoy that anymore. Emote Sunji left, thinking he probably wouldn't have another chance to meet Han Ku. Little did he know life has a way of bringing people together unexpectedly. In the evening, after dinner, everyone returned to their own rooms. Wong Xha took the opportunity to go to Han Ku's room when it got dark. This was their plan. When she arrived, her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were already sitting on the kong, working with some fabric. Wong Xha took off her slippers and climbed onto the kong. Sister, what are we going to do with this fabric? My sister-in-law, we can make something with this fabric that can be sold, Han Ku said, taking out something from the kong cabinet for Zhao Hohat and Wong Xha to see. She demonstrated in front of them, showing a hair tie she had made during her free time. "Dear, what is this?" Zhao Hohot asked, taking it and stretching it. "Wow, this fabric is so nice, and you're using it for this? You're really wasteful." Zhao Hohot felt that this item wasn't worth using good fabric for. Plus, they still needed to buy elastic bands. Wong Xha also felt a bit sad, but since it was her sister-in-law's idea, she didn't say anything. Han Ke didn't waste time explaining. She showed them instead. They watched as Han Ke took apart her 2 long braids and loosely braided one to the side, using the hair tie to secure it. When she finished, she showed them. Zhao Hohot exclaimed, "Oh, it's a hair tie." She suddenly understood. Wong Xha, being younger, thought it looked really nice when her sister-in-law wore it. "Wow, it looks great. Much better than using a handkerchief to tie hair." She realized that her sister-in-law wanted to make these hair ties to sell. Han Ke nodded. "If you think it looks good, that's great. But can we sell them?" Zhao Hohot clapped her hands. "Yes, we can sell them." Wong Xha was happy too. She would earn a share from this. She wondered why her sister-in-law hadn't called the third brother's wife, but people often have their own interests. If the third brother's wife didn't come, they could earn more money. She didn't ask why. Her sister-in-law had her reasons, and she just needed to follow along. Han Ke handed Wong Xha a piece of washed fabric. "Sister-in-law, cut this. If it's not enough, we have elastic bands. This is simple. You'll get the hang of it. Once we're done, I'll find Sun Jie. She will definitely have a way to sell them. Once we sell them, we can buy some good fabric to make cotton jackets for the kids." Wong Xha asked, "How much can we sell each for?" She thought it might only be a few cents. Even after making them all, they wouldn't earn much. "At least we can sell them for 10 cents each. Just give Sun Jie 10 cents. We won't worry about how much she sells them for. Whatever extra she makes is hers. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it." Han has managed to get by. The elastic bands cost just 2 dimes each, and 1 yard of fabric can make over 20 of them. The cost is almost negligible. Of course, the elastic bands were bought from a discount store, but that's just how it is now. It's a bit messy, but at least she knows how to manage her supplies. Wong Xha looked at the hair ties and said, "These are easy to make. I can make dozens in one night, and I can ask Dia and Arya to help." "Big sister-in-law, the kids have school tomorrow. If they work at night, how will they attend classes during the day?" Han was very much against it. Wong Xha chuckled awkwardly. "Then I'll do it alone." "Mom, we can't work at night." "Why not?" Han pointed at the oil lamp. "It's too dim. Earning this little money isn't worth damaging our eyes. There's no time during the day. How many can we make in just that little time at noon?" Zhao Hohot waved her hand. "Mom, I have a suggestion. Let's get electricity for our house from the village office." Han had been wanting to suggest this for a while.
"What?
Electricity? Oh my, what kind of conditions do they have? If it's free, I'll get it." Zhao Hohot got upset at the thought of getting electricity. She had heard that electricity bills were expensive, and she usually went to bed right after dinner. Why would they need electricity just to make a few hair ties? That wouldn't be worth it. No, can we keep doing this work? There isn't that much fabric. After a few days, we'll run out. What's the point of getting electricity? Mom, it's not just for making hair ties. We have several kids who need to do homework at night. Can they see with such a dim lamp? Han patiently explained, "Mom, getting electricity is beneficial in the long run. It will help the kids with their homework at night, and we'll need it for making hair ties too. The house will be brighter during holidays." It wasn't easy to convince Zhao Hohot. She was usually very frugal with the oil lamp, and spending on electricity felt like losing money to her. Wong Xha thought she should support her sister-in-law. Since others were thinking of her when it came to making money, she felt grateful. "Mom, I think what my sister-in-law says makes sense. When Dia and Arya do their homework, their eyes are almost glued to the paper. I'm really worried about their eyesight." Zhao Hohot fell silent. Han continued, "Mom, think about it. If the kids' learning is affected by poor lighting and their eyesight gets damaged, what will we do?" Zhao Hohot finally said, "All right. I'll go back and discuss it with your father. If he agrees, I won't be the bad guy." Well, if we can't see the stitches at night, we can't sew. Let's start cutting the fabric first. So they all began cutting fabric and elastic bands. Mi Chunhua was feeling anxious. She had seen Wong Xha and her mother-in-law enter the small, shabby house, and they still hadn't come out. The curtains were drawn, so she could only see a dim light inside. Last time she eavesdropped, she got caught, so she didn't dare to do it again. But her curiosity about what was happening was driving her crazy. Dahu and Eru were reciting their lessons, which made her even more upset. She wanted to scold them, but was afraid of Han Lixia. That man had always been indifferent to her and kept sleeping with the two kids, hardly speaking to her. She leaned closer to Eru and whispered, "Eru, I need to tell you something." Eru looked up. "What is it? Can you go check what your aunt is doing?" Eru looked at me Chunhua suspiciously. "Why should I check on my aunt? What she does has nothing to do with you." "Mom, what are you up to? Can't you just relax for a few days?" Mi Chunhua was frustrated and poked Eru's forehead. "You ungrateful child. I raised you for nothing, you little ingrate." No matter how curious she was, she couldn't get her son to cooperate. Eru saw that his mother had stopped bothering him and went back to reciting his lessons, not noticing Mi Chunhua's strange look at him. In the youth commune, Shen Mengyao was upset with Han Ke because of her own frustrations. She pretended to care about Yu Jingxi's injury. "What are you going to do? If you don't go to a big hospital, it won't heal properly. You know, last time you met her alone was unnecessary. Did she compensate you?"
No, right?
"I even gave you advice, but you didn't listen. I'm worried for you." Yu Jingxi's face was dark. I thought it would be best not to make things worse, but she didn't appreciate it. I gave her a chance, and if she doesn't value it, then it's not my fault. She glanced at the other young women and lowered her voice. "I already talked to Qing Yusi. I'm going to report the Han family to the team, and he'll help me gather support." Shen Mengyao's eyes lit up. Even though she found Qing Yusi disgusting, she had to admit it was satisfying when he made things difficult for others. Yu Jingxi leaned in close. "I'm going to find him now. Come with me." Shen Mengyao hesitated. "I won't go."
You know how he feels about me.
She didn't want to go. If Gu Chongqing saw her with Qing Yusi, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Yu Jingxi rolled her eyes, knowing Shen Mengyao was unreliable and would always try to distance herself when things got tough. But this was her own issue, and she couldn't rely on Shen Mengyao. She couldn't delay any longer. She was eager to go to the big hospital for her face. She quickly put on her shoes and left. 3 dormitories for the youth workers, with 6 girls sharing one room, all sleeping on a large kong. The other 2 rooms are for the male youth workers. Qing Yusi and his 3 followers are not well liked, and the other male youth workers refuse to live with them. Previously, there were 6 people in their room. Qing Yusi often bullied them, so 2 of them moved to Gu Chongqing's dormitory. Now, Qing Yusi and his 3 followers occupy a spacious room. Qing Yusi, come out," a woman calls softly from outside. Qing Yusi lies on the kong with his hands behind his head, daydreaming about marrying a wife. Of course, he imagines marrying Han Ke, believing that ordinary women are not good enough for him. He feels anxious these days, worried that if he loses his hair, it won't grow back, which frightens him. He plans to visit the doctor again soon. Chui Zi and the other 3 are playing cards, with white paper strips stuck to their faces. He hears someone calling for Qing Yusi outside. "Old Qing, someone's calling you." "It sounds like Yu Jingxi. Do you want to go out?" Chui Zi tosses out 2 rings. "Forget it." Qing Yusi kicks Dianzi in the rear, saying, "Go let her in. I don't want to get up." The 3 finish their game just then, and Dianzi quickly gets off the kong. Yu Jingxi hesitates to enter. Those guys have a bad reputation, and as a young woman, being alone with them could ruin her reputation. Dianzi looks at Yu Jingxi with disdain, even though it's dark and nothing can be seen. "I think you're worrying too much. With how you look now, we wouldn't even think of it. We're more worried you might cling to us. Hurry up, are you coming in or not?" Old Qing is waiting. With a determined expression, Yu Jingxi steps inside. Yu Jingxi follows Chui Zi into the room, which is lit by an oil lamp, revealing 3 men on the kong. Chung Yusi is lying back, and the other two whistle when they see her. Chung Yusi sits up slowly. Have you thought it through? When will you take action? Yu Jingxi's eyes flash with disdain. I want to report her to the brigade tomorrow. Can you bring all the youth workers to support me? No problem. But if I help you, how will you help me? I have to win over that girl from the Han family. When that soldier arrives, you won't be scared he'll regret it, will you? Chung Yusi casually pulls out a cigarette from the pack, and Chue Zi quickly lights it for him. Yu Jingxi frowned. I need to find out more. What if they end up together, and we end up harming Han Ke? The consequences. She wasn't foolish. If Han Ke's partner wasn't in the military, she wouldn't dare to scheme against her. A woman who has lost her reputation, even if she finds someone, what does it matter? Can they really overlook marrying someone with a tarnished past? I don't care. I helped you, so you have to help me. Just say yes or no. Chung Yusi exhaled a puff of smoke. Yu Jingxi bit her lip and resolutely said, Fine, I agree. But you have to guarantee that this will work out. Chung Yusi smiled proudly. Of course, I'm looking forward to getting married. The man with glasses squinted at Yu Jingxi as she left. Old Chung, the Han family, is not to be trifled with. Civ, your name is wasted. You've plenty of tricks but lack courage. If old Chung were to win that girl over, the Han family would probably be begging him to marry her. If he doesn't want her, it would be a waste, Hammer scoffed. Chung Yusi, Hammer, and Point were all from the same place. The three of them were known local troublemakers. They were idle, either teasing young women or stealing. Chung Yusi came from the best family among them. His father was a steelworker. He took advantage of his father's job to steal iron from the factory. When the factory found out, his family quickly sent him to the countryside. Since there was no solid evidence, his father wasn't implicated. After he left, his family seemed relieved and never tried to bring him back. His younger siblings also went to the countryside when they reached the right age, and two have since returned to the city. His brother now has 2 children. Hammer and Point, who were small-time delinquents like him, also came to Yangshigu because their families were in a similar situation. Civ, whose real name is Jin Shuyuan, joined the group after arriving at the youth station. He was a delicate scholar who found a protector in Chung Yusi and didn't suffer much hardship. He was the brains of the group, always coming up with ideas. Last time, when the team had wild boar for a feast, he was the one who recited those 2 sour lines of poetry about Han Ke. Jin Shuyuan adjusted his black-framed glasses. Why are you in such a hurry? If this goes wrong, it's just sending the boss to eat peanuts. You can't stand to see the boss do well, can you? Hammer, frustrated, jumped onto the bed and pinned Jin Shuyuan down. All right, stop messing around. Let's get to the point. Shuyuan is right. We need to come up with a plan that avoids trouble while making the Han family accept it. Chung Yusi assigned a tough task to Jin Shuyuan. Jin Shuyuan pushed aside the hammer and got up. Hearing Chung Yusi's words made him twitch his mouth. This needs to be clever. We can't just go straight to the wall. Stop beating around the bush and just say what to do. Under the dim oil lamp, the pockmarks on Dianzai's face were blurred. Jin Shuyuan adjusted his glasses. Isn't it true that the soldier became a hero by saving the beauty, and that's how the Han family got involved? You could do a hero saving the beauty act too. You make it sound easy. Where are all these heroes to save the beauty? Can someone really jump into the river just to wait for Lao Qing to rescue them? Hammer rolled his eyes and shook his head. TSK, 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 why don't you all think a bit? That Han isn't just fishing by the river, right? Just watch her. As soon as she goes to fish, push her into the water, and the boss can rescue her, right? The other 3 were silent. Hammer opened his mouth. Who would push someone into the river? This was practically murder. This bad idea was truly terrible. He wasn't going to push anyone. He still wanted to live. Even if the Han girl was rescued, would the Han family be easy to deal with? The boss could marry into the Han family without issues, but others might not be so lucky. The room fell silent. No one wanted to push someone into the river. Chung Yusi realized it. Brothers like these had thin bonds. It became clear in a critical moment. He was almost 30. Was it easy to find a wife? Forget it. You don't need to hide. I already have a candidate for pushing someone into the river. Who? Who is it? Is it Yu Jingxi? Jin Shiyuan quickly guessed it was that unlucky girl Yu Jingxi. It was easy to guess. The other two were just too foolish. What Yu Jingxi had said to Chung Yusi earlier had already hinted at it. The Han family woke up to a piece of news. Zhao Ho had announced they would get electricity. Aside from the indifferent Li Wan, the most upset was Mi Chunhua, who felt heartbroken, thinking that if the whole family used electricity, the bill would be all on her. The others were quite happy. Then those who needed to work went to the fields, and those who needed to go to school went to school. Han Ko stayed home to cook. Han Ko was almost done with the novel she was writing. It was just a short story, and she was writing quickly using the time difference in her space. It had been a week without news from the newspaper, and if she didn't hear anything soon, she would submit it to another one. She had about 30,000 words left to finish it. Han Ko planned to complete it tomorrow. At the brigade office, after distributing tools in the morning, all the members went to the fields, except for the young intellectuals who stayed behind. Moreover, they have blocked Secretary Wu and Captain Zhou in the office. Zhou Jinjia.
Wu Lei.
Gu Chongqing had a blank expression. He didn't want to come at all. It was Shen Mengyao who said they were all young intellectuals, and even if they couldn't help much, at least they could offer moral support. They couldn't let Yu Jingxi feel abandoned. If young intellectuals couldn't unite and support each other, who would help them when they faced difficulties in the future? If he didn't show up, it would make him seem cold-hearted. Anyway, the few of them were just there to fill the numbers, watching without speaking. 3 other male young intellectuals were simply sent over by Chung Yusi and the others. The other female young intellectuals were just there to watch the excitement. They had no intention of helping Yu Jingxi. They found her unreasonable and shameless demands embarrassing. However, they enjoyed seeing someone they disliked face misfortune. Zhou Jinjia felt a headache seeing this scene. Last time it was because Chung Yusi and Gu Chongqing fought over Shen Mengyao, and now it was for what? These young intellectuals were not good at anything. They avoided hard work and took every chance to slack off. The few work points they earned in a day weren't even enough for them to eat. When they ran out of food, they cried and made a scene at the team, spouting grand theories about responding to the national call to help build Yangshiga village, claiming that they needed to be well-fed and clothed to settle down there. They used all their knowledge on empty words, but showed no action. The benefits they received came from the hard work of the villagers in Yangshigu, so it was no wonder the team members were unhappy. These people were a burden to the team. He wondered when these pests would leave. It seemed they were about to cause trouble again today. What's wrong? Out of food again? Zhou Jinjia glared at the group of young intellectuals and said, "When you first arrived, you were all so confident, and now look at you." The villagers of Yangshigu worked hard from dawn to dusk and didn't complain like you do every few days about hunger. You enjoy the fruits of the villagers' labor but show no gratitude and only create trouble for the team. A few young intellectuals who still had some shame lowered their heads at Zhou Jinjia's words. Secretary Wu sighed. "I know you came from the city and aren't used to life here. But since you are here, you need to learn to endure hardship. The country called you to help build the countryside, not to come and enjoy yourselves. Look at the villagers of Yangshigu. They have lived here their whole lives without complaints. Now look at yourselves, always complaining." Standing in front, Yu Jing thought, "Secretary, you are absolutely right. We are here to work, not to enjoy life. Although we, the educated youth from the city, may not do much labor, at least we are willing to work in the fields. Our attitude is correct, and our awareness is clear. Unlike some people who were born and raised in the countryside, yet live like wealthy capitalists, acting all high and mighty." Zhou Jianxi replied. Secretary Wu said, Some things should not be said lightly. Speaking out of turn can have consequences." He noticed that this girl Yu was particularly troublesome. Taking leave to be lazy was common for her, but now she was reporting others? Where was her sense of shame? Should he open the record book and show her how many work points she earned in a year? Zhou Jianxi scoffed. "Aren't you all here to borrow food?" So they were trying to stir up trouble. But he had already guessed who he was talking about. He wondered why that girl, who rarely went out, had so many people looking for trouble with her. Working in the fields wasn't strictly enforced. The Han family could afford it, and as long as their family had no objections, the team couldn't say much. The fact that the Han girl didn't earn work points and still received food was a different matter. But if they insisted on labeling her as someone who resisted working, that was another story. There was nothing to be done. The environment was like that. A few educated youths were restless, including Gu Chongqing. Two of them were struggling, and their food supply was running low, but in this situation, they couldn't speak up. They would wait until the crowd dispersed to discuss it. Actually, Captain, Secretary, I want to report Comrade Han Ke. She has a capitalist lifestyle and secretly catches fish for the collective. Isn't that undermining socialism? Last time I got injured because of her. We went up the mountain to gather firewood and saw Han Ke digging pits for hunting. I witnessed her catch wild rabbits and chickens. That is collective property, belonging to the state. We advised her, but she ignored us. Later, her pit attracted wild boars and I was injured because of that. I am the victim, and I got hurt while trying to protect collective property. Both the collective and Han Ke should be responsible for my injury. If the Han family doesn't acknowledge this, I will report her to the commune. If the commune doesn't take action, I will go to the county, and if the county doesn't respond, I will go to the city, then the province. This was inspired by what she learned from Zhao Hohat's handling of Chinpozi that night. This tactic was truly effective. She even felt a bit scared herself. Zhou Jianxi and Wu Lei frowned. This woman must be seriously ill. Otherwise, how could she talk nonsense and connect unrelated things? Just because someone digs a hole, does that mean wild boars will come? If that's the case, they should dig holes too and wait for the boars. Everyone knows that hunting for game is an unspoken agreement in the village, and anyone who can catch fish from the river should do so. If they are jealous, they should have the skills to catch their own. Being jealous without the ability to back it up is just mean. However, hunting is only quietly accepted and not openly discussed. Who dares to say that the animals on the mountain can be hunted freely? They don't understand the petty bourgeois behavior. The Yu family doesn't speak like normal people. Captain, Secretary, it's good that you're here. Someone knocked at the door. Everyone turned around to see Han Lao-san. Han Liqiao was stretching his neck to see what the young people were doing in the office. Old San.
Come in.
Secretary Wu waved him in. Han Liqiao squeezed into the office, holding a list. Secretary, Captain, the Western medicine in the clinic is almost gone. I need to apply to the county for more. Please stamp this and give me a letter of introduction. He placed the list on the desk. Han Lao-san's arrival felt like adding fuel to the fire. Why does the Han family get all the good things? Han Ke doesn't even have to work to enjoy a good life, and now Han Lao-san is in the clinic. How could such a good job go to someone like him? It's a waste. That position should belong to the educated youth. Especially Shen Mengyao, who felt that the Han family had taken her job. If it weren't for them, she would already be in the clinic, no longer exposed to the elements and still respected. How could a person like him deserve it? She poked Yu Jingxi to signal her to keep quiet. Anyway, if the Han family wanted to settle scores, it had nothing to do with Yu Jingxi. She just wanted to see the Han family embarrassed. Today, she would make sure to keep Han Ke under her foot. Thinking of that handsome man, why wouldn't he look at her? What was wrong with her? She was better than that poor Han Ke, right? That man was blind. He missed the chance to be with her and deserved to be deceived. She transferred her anger over Emote Sunji's indifference towards her onto Han Ke. Yu Jingxi felt a bit intimidated by Han Lao-san. She had seen him nearly beat Qing Yuxi and the others. No matter how much Shen Mengyao pushed her, she remained silent, understanding that Shen Mengyao had bad intentions. Secretary Wu took the list and looked it over. Okay. He opened the drawer, took out the official seal, stamped it, and wrote a letter of introduction. Old San, don't leave yet. There's still something regarding your family. He called out to stop Han Liqiao from leaving. Is there anything else, Secretary? Just let me know. Han Liqiao thought there was something important since he was already in the county running errands. Zhou Jianxi pointed at the young people in front of him. These young people have reported your sister.
What?
They reported my sister? What did she do to them? Before Zhou Jianxi could finish, Han Laosen got angry. His little sister was so well-behaved. Why were they picking on her? Shen Mengyao pushed Yu Jingxi forward, hoping Han Laosan would take action. If he hit Yu Jingxi, her chance of keeping her job at the clinic would be gone, and she would have another opportunity. Yu Jingxi, pushed unexpectedly, felt furious. Just wait, Shen Mengyao. When I no longer need you, I will definitely find a way to get back at you. Seeing Yu Jingxi pushed out, Han Liqiu narrowed his eyes. It seems you are unhappy with my sister. I want to know what exactly you are unhappy about. Facing the dangerous Han Liqiu, Yu Jingxi forced herself to stay calm. She dug her nails into her palm to keep from running away. The usual Han Laosan, who only smiled foolishly, now radiated danger, as if he had become a different person. Yu Jingxi swallowed hard. She realized none of the young people behind her would stand up for her. They were either forced to come along, or were just there to watch her fail.
Han Laosan reported Han K for stealing collective property.
You're talking nonsense. Try using the word steal again. Han Liqiu's eyes were filled with rage. They could say anything about him, but not about his sister. Zhou Jianxi, sensing the situation was getting worse, pulled Han Liqiu away, worried he might do something reckless. If he harmed that woman, who knew what the consequences would be? These issues were like hot potatoes, too risky to handle. The team had no good way to deal with them, and could only tolerate it. He wanted to find some mistakes to send a few away, but these young people kept making small mistakes without committing any major ones. They couldn't be sent back. Seeing Zhou Jianxi's attitude, Yu Jingxi felt encouraged. She did steal collective property. The game from the mountains and the fish from the river, can you say those aren't state property? Your family is taking advantage of the state and undermining socialism. I will bravely expose this and confront the evil forces, fighting against them. Han Liqiu trembled with anger. He wanted to argue back, but his family had indeed been eating better lately. Yu Jing thought to herself, feeling pleased, your sister's poaching led to me being chased by a wild boar, which caused my injury. The Han family must compensate me for my medical expenses until I fully recover. If I don't heal, the Han family will have to take care of me for life. I got hurt while serving the public, so this is considered a work injury. I won't trouble the public, just have the Han family compensate me instead. This is an opportunity for the Han family to make amends, and you must cherish it. Otherwise, if I take this further, the Han family will face serious consequences. And about your lazy sister, who doesn't work and bothers the male youth, if she doesn't start working in the fields, I will report her to the community. They will hold a meeting and make an example of her. At that point, the Han family's reputation might be reassessed. Emma, Yu Jing felt she had expressed herself fully today. After so many days of frustration, she finally had a chance to vent. Han Liqiu remained calm, but when Yu Jing mentioned being chased by the wild boar, he suddenly became alert. Secretary, Captain, I want to expose Yu Jing's ill intentions, harming the future of our country. Everyone was confused. What did he just say? I don't understand. Cough. Third, please elaborate, Secretary Wu said, trying to hold back laughter as he patted Han Liqiu on the shoulder. If Yu Jing hadn't mentioned the wild boar, I wouldn't have remembered. Everyone was there and saw what happened, right? I saw the wild boar chasing her, and since I was close, I shouted and threw my rake at it to stop the chase, saving her life. Doesn't that count as a life-saving grace? Han Liqiu, am a generous person and won't hold a grudge. What I want to say is that she deliberately led the wild boar towards the children in our village. How cruel and wicked do you have to be to do something like that? She tried to use the children to distract the boar and save herself. How can someone like that accuse others with such righteousness? Everyone was present that day, and you all saw it too. So, let's ask, does this not count as attempted murder? Does it not endanger the future of our village? Does it not harm the future of our country? Anyone can throw accusations, right? It's not just Yu Jing who can do that. Han Liqiu graduated from high school too. The room fell silent. They were all there that day and witnessed everything. Han Liqiu was speaking the truth. Yu Jing had indeed tried to use the village's children to save herself from the wild boar. This incident brought back unpleasant memories for Gu Chongqing and the others. That day, Yu Jing had also run away while they were dealing with the wild boar. Heaven opened its eyes. That pig ended up following her. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened to the three of them? So, Yu Jingxi felt no sympathy for them at all. Yu Jingxi's eyes widened in fear. She thought no one would mention that incident, either because they were too foolish to notice or they had forgotten. Now that Han Liqiu brought it up, how could she defend herself? No. How could she explain? If Han Lao-san labeled her for this, not only would she not get her medical expenses, but she might also face serious consequences.
No, she didn't want that.
Clearly, she was the victim, and she wouldn't allow Han Lao-san to twist the truth. You're talking nonsense. That day, I was chased by a wild boar and panicked. I was so scared that I couldn't think straight. How could I have thought of making someone else distracted? If your family doesn't want to take responsibility, just say so. Don't drag me into this. If you want to countersue me, then bring evidence. The people from Yangshiga don't count. They're from your village and will definitely side with you. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Even the educated youth felt embarrassed. Living in the same dormitory with someone like her, who knows if she would stab them in the back later. Gu Chongqing and a few other male educated youths exchanged glances. They needed to tell Shen Mengyao when they got back that they had to distance themselves from this woman. They couldn't let her stay this time. Third brother, go get your sister. She's involved and we need to clarify things face to face. And you Jingxi, don't think you're clever while everyone else is foolish. I believe there are plenty of righteous people in your educated youth dorm. Yu Jingxi's mind was buzzing. Very few people in the dorm were on her side. If they came out to testify, she would be finished. She had no doubt that with a few pounds of grain, they could sell her out. What should she do? Keep holding on? Or give up? Giving up meant no money, and her face would have no hope at all. But not giving up could lead to unpredictable consequences. Han Liqiu stormed off in anger. The door was knocked on, and Han Ku stepped out of her space to open it. The whole family agreed that it was best for Han Ku, a beautiful young lady, to lock the door when home alone. It was too dangerous. Third brother, who made you angry? Han Ku opened the door and saw Han Liqiu's extremely grim face. Seeing his little sister's confused eyes made Han Liqiu's heart ache. Who had wronged her? Why did those things have to come after her? Little sister, come with me to the team office. That woman, Yu Jingxi, along with the educated youths from the dorm, has reported you. Really? That's great. She finally took action. I've been waiting anxiously. Han Ku's eyes lit up.
Han Liqi.
Did my little sister not understand what I said? I was scolding her, not praising her. This child, sigh. No matter how silly she is, I have to protect her. Little sister, she reported you for poaching and for enjoying capitalist pleasures. She even indirectly blamed you for her injuries. It's really unreasonable. Don't worry, with me around, I'll make sure no one bullies you. I'm not afraid. I've been waiting for this day forever. Oh, the wealth is coming again. Brother, wait a moment, I need to change my clothes. Han Ku turned and went inside. Han Liqiu didn't understand what his sister was thinking. Why change clothes? When Han Ku came out, he was stunned.
Wow.
Who would dare say his sister was enjoying life? Her previous outfit had only a few patches, but now it had even more. She had also put on a bit of makeup that made her look delicate and pitiful. She waved a piece of paper in her hand. Let's go collect the debt. Han Liqiu was confused, but since time was urgent, he didn't ask. He would find out when they got to the team. At the team office, there were already a few people watching the scene, pointing at the young intellectuals. When Han Ku arrived, the young intellectuals automatically made way for her. Even in a sackcloth dress, she looked beautiful. Secretary, Captain, I heard someone reported me? Cough, yes, it's just that Comrade Yu has raised some different opinions about you. Secretary Wu was worried that he might scare the girl with his loud voice. He gently explained the situation regarding Yu Jing. Her outfit was even worse than those of the young intellectuals, so how could she call them petty bourgeois? Hanke said, about the matter with Comrade Yu. Let's wait a moment. I have something else to deal with first. Zhou, Jianxi replied. Oh?
What is it?
Hanke handed the paper in her hand to Zhou Jianxi. He looked at the date, the money, the receipts, and what seemed to be chicken soup and eggs. What was all this? Secretary, Captain, these are things that Comrade Shen Mengyao borrowed from me before. She borrowed so much and never returned it. Half a month ago, I ran into Comrades Shen and Gu on the mountain, and she even promised to pay me back in a week, but today there's still no news. I thought she must have forgotten, so I planned to settle this debt while dealing with the report from Comrade Yu. After I settle this, I'll talk about Comrade Yu's matter. Shen, you have no objections, right? Shen Mengyao had not taken her eyes off Hanko since she entered. That girl seemed even more beautiful. Every day, I work outside and get darker, while she, a farmer's daughter, stays home enjoying herself. If she worked, she would be just as fair and beautiful. Jealousy and anger are almost overwhelming. Today, I must take advantage of Yu Jingxi's hand to deal with that woman. But unexpectedly, Hanke came in and brought up her debts instead of addressing Yu Jingxi's issues. That woman, I had almost forgotten about this matter. Shen Mengyao's expression was quite dramatic. Oh, there's this too? Secretary Wu also came over to look. Wow, a total of 63 yuan and 52 cents. The young people and onlookers started discussing. Is that true? Over 60 yuan is quite a lot. Isn't it true that you, the young woman, doesn't get along with Han's girl? How could she borrow things or money?
Right.
Han's girl wouldn't lie. Would she? Are you out of your mind? If she were lying, would Shen not refute it? Shen Mengyao did want to argue back. She wanted to say that Hanku was lying and didn't want to pay back the money. She didn't even realize she had borrowed so much. There must be some exaggeration. But she wasn't alone in this. That day on the mountain, Gu Changqing and Liang Wei were there, and she had admitted it. If she backed out now, how would they see her? Her carefully built image would be ruined. Yu Jingxi was quite pleased, thinking it was karma for being pushed earlier. Mengyao, hurry up and pay the money back. I need to deal with this. She also pushed Shen Mengyao a bit. Can I see that list? Hanke handed the paper to Shen Mengyao, not worried she would tear it since there were several copies. Besides, she didn't think Shen Mengyao would be foolish enough to destroy it publicly, as that would mean admitting it and ruining her carefully crafted image. Shen Mengyao held the paper tightly, her nails almost tearing it apart. There can't be that much. You can't just rely on what you wrote. I don't even remember borrowing this much. Hanke replied, before you pay back, I need to clarify something with everyone regarding the rumors about me and Comrade Gu Changqing. Last year, after I graduated high school and returned to our village, you approached me to be friends. I'm quite naive and didn't realize she had a motive. She said that Comrade Gu Changqing was well-educated and that I was lacking, implying I wouldn't be able to pass if there were job openings in the city. As everyone knows, schools are busy with various activities and teachers aren't focused on classes. I know I didn't do well in high school, and I truly want to move to the city. Under her persuasion, I sought extra lessons from Comrade Gu Changqing, of course, for a fee. The items and money were suggested by Xin Jiqing. She said Teacher Gu needed fabric coupons, so I lent them to her. When she said Teacher Gu needed money, I lent her that too. She even borrowed more from me, claiming he was hungry. In reality, Comrade Gu Changqing had not taught me much. Later, I felt something was off and decided to approach Comrade Gu Changqing directly, not wanting those matters to go through Xin Jiqing anymore. However, this action led to a misunderstanding with Teacher Gu. He thought I had some ulterior motive and said some very inappropriate things. I am quite sensitive, and in a fit of anger, I almost lost my temper. I felt ashamed of my childish behavior. It wasn't my fault, so why should I pay for someone else's mistakes? This matter has weighed on my heart for a long time, and today, I want to reveal the truth. I don't want my family to suffer because of this anymore.
Hanke stod tall, radja ting reiteosness.
With Shen Jiqing's lack of credibility, it was clear that Han's words were true. Otherwise, Why wouldn't Shen Jiqing defend herself? Regarding your claim that I might write something false about you, don't worry, I won't behave as poorly as you. There are still many things I haven't remembered. Should I think of more to add?
Han K looked at Gu Chongqing.
Gu Chongqing also looked at Han Ko. She was different now, able to twist the truth. She had confessed her feelings for him, and now, in front of everyone, she was distancing herself. She smiled, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. The fact that Shen Mengyao was using his name to deceive others for money couldn't be changed. Today, the money had to be repaid. Otherwise, their reputation would be ruined, making life in the village even harder. It was Mengyao's reputation that was at stake. Comrade Han, we will repay this money. Shen Mengyao tried to grab Gu Chongqing's arm, but he ignored her. All right, Comrade Gu, let's settle this now. After all, you've delayed for too long. Gu Chongqing searched his pockets and borrowed more money from Liang Wei and Su Jiafeng, but it still wasn't enough. He was short by over 20. Liang Wei was willing to help, but Su Jiafeng was not pleased. He questioned when the money would be repaid, arguing that it wasn't fair for Gu Chongqing to borrow from others and expect them to cover for him. There was hardly any money to begin with, and now it was all lent out. How would they get by? Gu Chongqing looked at Shen Mengyao expressionlessly. Mengyao, this is all we have. You need to cover the rest yourself. Shen Mengyao was unwilling, but everyone was watching her, so she had no choice but to take out the money wrapped in her handkerchief from her pocket. However, it was still not enough, falling short by more than 5 yuan. I'm not being unreasonable. How about this? Since Shen Jiqing really can't come up with the money, the team will keep a record for her. She can pay it back with her work points, Han Ke said kindly to Zhou Jianxi. Shen Mengyao nearly lunged at Han Ke. Did she want to starve her? How cruel. The money issue is settled, but Shen Mengyao, you need to apologize for deceiving my feelings for money. Just because you paid back what you owe doesn't mean you understand your mistake. Apologize. I'm waiting. Han Ke was determined to make this clear and label Shen Mengyao's actions as deceitful. Yes, you approached my sister with hidden motives. Our family noticed, but my sister naively trusted you. Because of you, our family has faced criticism lately, and you must apologize, or I will ask the team to intervene. Shen Mengyao was in tears. You all are being too much. I've already paid back the money. Doesn't that show my attitude? Why can't you let it go? Liang Wei felt a pang of pain seeing Shen Mengyao cry. Han Ke, I advise you to stop. Don't go too far. Gu Chongqing lowered his head expressionlessly, lost in thought. If I were serious about this, it would be considered fraud, and if pursued, it wouldn't just end with you paying back the money. You're an educated young person. Surely you know this basic principle? Liang Wei's expression darkened. He couldn't argue with Han Ke. She was beautiful, but her character was lacking. Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is what makes a good comrade. Shen Jiqing, you are educated, so you must understand this principle, Secretary Wu said, supporting Han Ke. He had long disapproved of this pretentious young woman, always trying to put others in a difficult position. He even suspected she had pushed Yu Jiqing into this situation. Shen Mengyao bit her lip. No one was speaking up for her, so she had to apologize, knowing that once she did, the blame would fall entirely on her, and Han Ke would be vindicated. I'm sorry. Is that enough? What kind of attitude is that? Shouldn't you apologize properly? I don't want a half-hearted apology. Your issue is settled. Next. Who's next? Yu Jiqing, right? Come on. Tell me about the accusations you made and the compensation you want from me. I'm curious. It's really interesting how trouble can come unexpectedly. Secretary, Captain, if she falsely accuses me, can I hold her accountable? Secretary Wu nodded. Yes. If anyone can just come out and accuse someone without consequences, it would be chaos. Then people would follow suit, thinking they could get away with it. You need to think carefully, Yu Jiqing. Do you want to continue with this? Yu Jiqing hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she was afraid of the Han family. After all, they were local villagers, and the team wouldn't support her. What discouraged her the most was that Shen Mengyao, who was quite clever, had also faced trouble with Han Ke. She didn't feel she was much better than Shen Mengyao. She secretly glanced at Qing Yuxi, whose eyes seemed glued to someone else, making it hard for her to be noticed. She gritted her teeth. What if she could intimidate the Han family? Even if they didn't pay for medical expenses, she would take whatever she could get. Comrade Han Ko, I have real evidence. You can't deny that you went hunting the day we went up the mountain to gather firewood. We all saw you catch a wild chicken and a rabbit. Am I wrong to expose you for undermining socialism? Han Ko replied, wrong. Yu Jingxi said, how can you lie like that? Let's ask everyone. Doesn't that count as collective property?
Anke responded, let me clarify.
Yu Jiqing, you mean that mountain is collective property, right? Yu Jingxi replied, yes. Han Ko said, then your youth group has always gone up the mountain to gather firewood, right? Yu Jingxi confirmed, yes. Han Ko clapped his hands, got it. Captain, Secretary, did you hear that? The youth group has been undermining socialism all along. Everything on that mountain belongs to the state and the collective. Let's say the branches and twigs cut from those trees are also collective property, right? The youth group fell silent. Well, that's not the same. Everyone goes up the mountain to gather. Yu Jingxi was almost at a loss for words. If that was the case, Han Ku actually had a point. Let's talk about the mushrooms, firewood, wild vegetables, and even the river water. Those are all collective and state property. So, you don't drink water or gather wild vegetables, right? Exactly. This Yu person is always looking for trouble. Han Laosan isn't wrong. I also saw this girl lead a wild boar to the drying yard, almost causing a disaster. I may be older, but my eyes are still good. I saw it too. These youth have too many tricks up their sleeves. None of them are trustworthy. I'm really sorry for the girl from the Han family. I always said, how could a girl from the Han family be interested in a useless, educated youth? That's right. A few older men and women commented while eating snacks. The embarrassed, educated youths quickly turned to leave. They didn't want to be part of this public humiliation. After several people left, Yu Jingxi felt a chill in her heart. The initial momentum had already faded by half, and she sensed that today would be tough. Yu Jingxi, asking the Han family for money is your business. Don't drag the educated youth team and the brigade into this. The members of Yangshigo have been gathering firewood in these mountains for generations, and even the nearby villages go up the mountain to cut wood. No one cares if a few trees are cut down. Who do you think you are? The team leader and the secretary added, we are not involved with her. We just came to see what she plans to do. Chen Wen quickly distanced herself from Yu Jingxi. They already had conflicts with her and supporting her? Not a chance. All right, since you mentioned compensation, let's just talk about that. Yu Jingxi realized that the idea of digging up the socialist wall was not reliable, so she quickly shifted the conversation to compensation to avoid being cornered. This was a terrible idea suggested by that troublemaker Shen Mengyao. What do you mean by not talking about anything else? Are you too scared to continue? Chen Wen scoffed. Han Ke laughed. I also want to see how she connects her injury to me. Do you dare to say that pit wasn't dug by you? Yu Jingxi was furious, feeling attacked by the educated youths, those traitors. Han couldn't deny it. Yes, I dug it. What does it have to do with you? Yu Jingxi replied, she attracted wild boars, which caused my injury. Han Ke said, then I'll dig another one and see if they come jumping over and chase you. Yu Jingxi retorted, you're being unreasonable. Who is being unreasonable? If anyone could attract wild boars by digging a pit, then I would dig one too. Is Yu Jingxi's brain broken? Exactly, what a stretch. I knew these educated people were full of tricks. Yu Jingxi was on the verge of breaking down. Things were not going as she had planned. Then why do the wild boars only chase me? Han Ke replied, ask them. How would I know? Maybe it's because of your character. Wah. This is too unfair. There's no justice, wah. Yu Jingxi cried in frustration. Captain, Secretary, it seems I have nothing to do here. I don't have time to play around with the youth. I still need to go home and cook, Han Ke said, shrugging her shoulders. No, you can't leave. There are still matters to settle, Shen Mengyao insisted, not allowing Han Ke to go. She hadn't finished her accusations yet. How could she leave? Determined to finish her process, Han Liqiu wanted to push her aside and let Han Ke go. Han Ke blocked Han Liqiu, saying, "Well, I don't even know what else we need to discuss." Yu Jingxi wiped her tears. Oh no, her disfigurement was already unsettling, and now with tears, her features looked frightening. Han Ke felt helpless. Why must women make things difficult for each other? It's not easy for anyone. She really wanted to keep her distance from these youths. They were all so dramatic. You seek pleasure. I heard you act like a princess at home, doing nothing and having your family wait on you. And you. She wanted to say Han Ke had a pretentious attitude, but after sizing her up, she felt hopeless. Han Ke was dressed much better than her. Even being unreasonable should have some basis. She felt like crying in despair. Ha ha ha, I heard. May I ask who told you? Who is the witness? I want to confront her directly. If there's no witness, then it's slander, and I can pursue this. Please prepare the fine. I'm ready to collect it, Han Ke said with a smirk at Yu Jingxi. How ungrateful. She was about to leave, ready to let this woman go, but the woman wouldn't let her. Everyone was waiting for Yu Jingxi's response, but what happened next left everyone shocked. She turned, pushed through the crowd, and ran away. Was she going to wait for a fine? Where would she find a witness? If she did, would they admit it? If it came to that, her slander against Han Ke would be undeniable.
How could she afford the fine?
These people came in a grand manner but left in disgrace. Han Ke called after Yu Jingxi's retreating figure. Don't run. We haven't finished our conversation. Yu Jingxi stumbled and fell but quickly got up and vanished. Coward, was the thought shared by everyone. Han Ke's reputation rose even higher in everyone's eyes. No wonder she was born to Zhao Hohot. She could handle herself well now. Just look at how calm she was in front of so many people. Little sister, third brother is going to the county now. Do you need anything? Han Liqiu thought he should bring something back for his sister. Do you have money or tickets? Han Ke shot back. Han Liqiu felt embarrassed. He had no money, and any little he had went to Liwan. The bus fare to the county was covered by Wu Wenzhou, and he would pay it back after reimbursement. Han Ke pulled out 20 yuan from the money she just received and stuffed it into his hand. You can't go out without money.
Take this.
Han Liqiu firmly refused to take it. How could he accept his little sister's money? He was her brother. But he felt warm inside. His sister was so kind to him. Han Ke insisted on putting it in his pocket.
Take it.
Just in case you need money. You can pay me back later if you don't spend it. The siblings finally stopped arguing. Secretary Wu envied them. That was what real siblings looked like.
His own daughter? Sigh.
Don't even get him started. Just as the siblings were about to leave, the mailman arrived with the newspaper. This mailman also delivered packages and letters to the countryside. Since Accountant Zhua was not there, Secretary Wu received the mail. Hey, Lao San, wait a minute. You have a package and a money transfer slip, Secretary Wu said while handing over the package to the mailman. It was from Han's family. Han Ke and Han Liqiu stepped forward. It's from Lao Si. Han Ke looked at it. It was indeed from the provincial military district, and the package was quite large. There was also a 5 yuan money transfer slip. Han Liqiu signed for it and lifted the package to leave. There's also a money transfer slip addressed to someone named Han Ke.
Who is that?
The mailman asked Secretary Wu. Everyone watching was still there, all looking at Han Ke. Han Ke was overjoyed. That's me.
I'm Han Ke.
Comrade Han Ke, you have a letter and a money transfer slip. Please sign for it, the mailman said, handing her the pen. Little sister, what is this? Han Liqiu wanted to ask, but suddenly remembered they were outside. What if his sister didn't want to explain? She had to clarify. This was the day she could finally spend money freely. I submitted a novel to the newspaper, and I think they accepted it. The money transfer slip is probably my payment. What? What does that mean? She wrote a novel and got paid? As Han Ke explained, everyone present was in shock. Secretary Wu and Zhou Jianxi were dumbfounded. Han Ke opened the envelope in front of everyone, pulling out a newspaper and a letter. She read the letter aloud. Hee hee, it really is. My novel was approved, and they want me to send the rest of my work. Third brother, my novel is in the newspaper. Look. Han Liqiu was stunned, dropping the package on the ground, doubting if he was dreaming. Secretary Wu had seen the amount on the money transfer slip. He was filled with surprise.
60 yuan. This is not a small amount.
Nowadays, a formal worker earns only about 30 a month, while the child from the Han family made 2 months' salary just by writing a story. This is even more surprising considering he didn't know that Han Ku wrote a novella. If he did, he would be even more amazed. Secretary Wu couldn't help but reflect. People say that the children from the Han family are useless and just eat without working, mocking Han Taizhu and Zhao Ho Hot for being poor while supporting a loser to study. But is this really a loser? What is not a loser? Now it seems that usefulness is not just about working in the fields. Those who toil hard in the fields hardly earn 60 a year. Take himself as an example. As the team leader, he only makes 12 a month. This makes him feel ashamed. And how difficult is it to get published? Is it something anyone can do? Just wait, the Han family is about to change, all because of this girl who is not well regarded. Soon, the town and county will know that a talented woman has emerged from Yangshigu, and the Han family's door will be crowded with matchmakers. Han Liqiu finally snapped out of a shock. Sister, your novel really got published? Let me see. I need to check out what my sister wrote. He didn't care about how much money his sister made. He was filled with pride and curiosity about her story. He took the newspaper and began searching for his sister Han Ku's novel. Secretary Wu and Han Ku joined in the search, and the three of them eagerly scanned the paper. Finally, they found the story in a prominent spot. About 2,000 words long, Han Liqiu felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This was written by his little sister. It was real, not a dream. He, Han Liqiu, has succeeded. He has a writer sister now. Aside from Han Ku, who calmed down after her initial excitement, everyone else was thrilled, including the elderly and sick villagers, Secretary Wu, and a few young people who didn't want to leave. Among those who didn't want to leave were Cheng Yusi and his friends. Han Ku usually stayed at home, so Cheng Yusi rarely saw her. Today, he finally got to see her and was eager to learn about the news of the publication. Cheng Yusi's heart raced with excitement. He didn't even notice the pretty girls anymore as he hurried away with his friends. They found a secluded spot and crouched behind a haystack to smoke.
Did you see?
Your sister has talent. Writing something brings in money. This is not something just anyone can do. Gu Chongqing submitted his work several times, but was rejected each time.
Men ville, Han.
My wife succeeded on her first try and earned 60. If she writes every day, how much would she make in a month? In a year? Cheng Yusi was so excited that his hands trembled. He couldn't even calculate it. Wow, he wanted both money and love. After getting married, he wouldn't have to do anything. Even if the Han family didn't support his wife, she could still earn a lot with just a pen. He thought about showing off when he had money, letting those who looked down on him see that he could succeed without them. His fingers shook as he held a cigarette, and his heart raced. I need to hurry and marry her. With her talent for making money, she might attract a lot of attention. Even though he was confident, he knew his own limits. He wouldn't have any chances without taking shortcuts. Besides, he wondered if the soldier and the Han family had made any commitments. If they had, it would be over for him. If the soldier came back, it would probably be when Han Ku was leaving with the army. How could he not be anxious? Let's go find you, Jingxi. She shouldn't be working. She needs to keep an eye on my wife all day, Cheng Yusi said as he took a few followers to look for you, Jingxi. Meanwhile, Han Liqiu was seriously reading a novel. It didn't have fancy words, but it was genuine and touching. He couldn't put it down, but unfortunately it ended. He finished the 2,000 words quickly. Secretary Wu carefully took the paper and looked at it closely. He had read it too, but wanted more. Why did it have to end? Not knowing the outcome felt like 100 claws scratching his heart, which was very frustrating. His fingers trembled slightly as he gently touched the words on the paper, as if he were handling a precious treasure. Daughter, "You are amazing. You are the pride of our Yangshigu." The way he said it, calling her daughter, made it sound like Han Ke was his own. Han Liqiu took the paper back from Secretary Wu without hesitation. "I need to take this home to show my parents. My little sister is in the newspaper. This is the happiest and proudest moment for our family, so I won't share it with Secretary Wu." Secretary Wu playfully slapped Han Liqiu on the head. "You little rascal. Can't you let me enjoy this for a moment? You're wrong. This isn't just your family's honor. It's the honor of all of Yangshigu. Right. This daughter's success is also ours. Wow, if this news spreads, all the girls and boys in our village will be so proud. Yes, and it will make future marriage leave much easier. We are borrowing the light from the Han family, haha. Anyway, the old folks in the village love to gossip, so it won't be long before the news spreads everywhere." As for the good news, Secretary Wu doesn't mind. He is already thinking about sharing it with everyone. Han Liqiu picked up the mailbag and pulled his sister home. On the way, Han Liqiu started to nag, "Little sister, you should have hidden the remittance slip. Don't you know that money shouldn't be flaunted? You always said to make money quietly. Are you confused with happiness today?" Han Ke replied, "I'm much calmer than you, right? Where's the confusion? I just want everyone to know on purpose, you know?" Han Liqiu was puzzled. "Why? Aren't you afraid those who want to take advantage will come to borrow money?" Han Ke said, "We won't have to hide our food and clothing anymore. With our income, our living conditions will improve, and no one can complain. We won't have to sneak around just to have a meal." Han Liqiu stopped. This should be the concern of the older brothers, but they weren't helpful, leaving his little sister to work hard for the family's well-being. He didn't think her success in submitting her work was a coincidence. She must have put in a lot of effort and hard work behind the scenes. "Third brother, why aren't you moving?" Han Ke noticed Han Liqiu standing there, lost in thought with the mailbag. Han Liqiu bit his lip. He wanted to tell his sister that he would work hard and ensure a good life for the family, so she wouldn't have to worry at such a young age. But words alone were empty. He needed to turn them into action. Han Ke's success in writing was truly a one-time achievement. She hadn't suffered much, yet Han Liqiu misunderstood and unintentionally pushed her further. Han Liqiu's future success would really be thanks to Han Ke. If she hadn't written novels to earn money for their needs, he wouldn't have worked so hard. He also owed part of his gratitude to Li Wan's betrayal. Zhou Jianxi grabbed a handful of corn, rubbed it, and bit into one. It's dry. We can bag it now. In a few days, we'll take it to the county to deliver the grain. They started plowing the fields these days to prepare for sowing winter wheat. In northeast China, winter wheat is usually sown in October. A few kids were running and chasing each other toward the drying yard, shouting, "Grandma Han, your family got a mail package and a remittance slip. Your fourth son sent money back again." Before they even found Zhao Hohat, they were already shouting everywhere. The fact that Han's fourth son sends money home every month makes the people of Yangshigu envious. "My son joined the army and has achieved something this year." At such a young age, he became a company commander. A 21-year-old company commander is impressive. If he keeps rising, he could become a battalion commander. That's not much different from Comrade Wu's family. When Wu was promoted to battalion commander, Lu Tsuifan walked around the village with a lot of pride. It seems like Zhao Hohat is not far from that either. Many families with daughters are starting to feel hopeful, especially since the Han family situation has improved. Their youngest son joined the medical team and earns 10 work points a day just by sitting there. Marrying off the only child who used to be a burden has really helped the Han family. The children are making a fuss, which makes everyone even more excited. Zhao Hohat, with a scarf on her head and corn kernels in her hands, glanced at the children and muttered, "These kids are just making noise." She continued her work, thinking about going to the village office during lunch to pick something up. "Mom, is there a package? Did our fourth child send something home?" Wong Xha, sitting next to Zhao Hohat, asked, while her little one played with corn cobs at her feet. "Who knows? I'll check after work." "Every little thing gets around the village quickly," Zhao Hohat said, expressing her frustration through her work. There's only one hand-operated thresher in the village, so most of the work is done by hand. By the end of the day, her hands are swollen and sore. Finally, Era's younger brothers found Zhao Hohat. Grandma Han, your family is doing well. What nonsense are you talking about? Go play somewhere else, she replied. Who can just say someone is doing well? That's only for the wealthy. I'm not joking. Someone sent money for your daughter. Hearing this, Zhao Hohat stood up. Manton, don't say silly things. What do kids know? Wong Xha was surprised. Could it be from that comrade Mo? No, that can't be. He just left. Why would he send money during this time? Manton was anxious. If you don't believe me, go to the village office. Comrade Wu is there too. It's true, there's a lot of money. Hohat, is it from your son-in-law in the army? Oh dear, your daughter must have found good fortune. The women sitting together working were envious. They didn't care about reputation. Being pretty was enough. It's hard to deny that Zhao Hohat and Han Taizhu are both good-looking, and their child is too. Don't spread rumors about things that aren't true. The engagement didn't work out, and that girl has become quite determined. Today, several people have asked her family about the outcome. What did she say? That it didn't work out? Everyone thinks it's because no one liked her daughter. Did she say her daughter wasn't willing? No one believes that, not even her. What kind of conditions could she have that would make her unwilling? It's ridiculous.
Sigh.
There's no way to explain it. To others, it just looks like she's feeling guilty. Hohat, it seems it didn't work out. Don't be upset. Once the autumn harvest is over, I'll visit my family and help find a suitable match for our daughter. No need to trouble yourself. My daughter is still young. We can talk about it in a couple of years.
Manhwa felt ignored.
Just because he was young, did that mean no one took him seriously? Grandma Zhao, your daughter wrote a story for the newspaper, and that money is what they gave her. The child couldn't explain the newspaper's payment clearly, but it got the point across. Zhao Hohat exclaimed, What? What did you say? Was there something wrong with her hearing? She pulled off her scarf in surprise. Speak clearly. I didn't understand. The child sighed. Your daughter wrote a story for the newspaper, and they paid her. After saying that, he ran off, afraid Zhao Hohat would ask more questions and delay his playtime, with several kids following him. Is that true? A woman asked skeptically. We haven't seen it. How would we know? Do you really believe what the child says? Zhao Hohat replied. Why not? My daughter has indeed been writing stories lately. Everyone in our family knows. Oh my, it made it to the newspaper. Zhao Hohat was stunned, and then started to scream in excitement. Mom, it must be true. My little sister is so talented. Wong Xha also realized. Mom, my sister is in the newspaper. Yes. Wait, why did that child run off without explaining? I'll ask Secretary Wu when he comes. Since she couldn't take time off, she'd wait for Secretary Wu to clarify. The Han family seems to be on a lucky streak lately. Their children are doing well. Someone murmured with envy. Those with some connection congratulated Zhao Hohat. It wasn't just about the money. Having a child in the newspaper was impressive. In their eyes, the newspaper represented something prestigious, something only educated people read. Not everyone could get published. Zhao Hohat and Wong Xha felt like their hearts were blooming with joy. By noon, as they were finishing work, they still hadn't seen Secretary Wu. Well, they would find out when they got home. When Han first announced she wanted to write a novel, it didn't create any buzz in the Han family. No one believed it. They thought the child was just going through a phase. They didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a way for her to pass the time. Oh, recently their daughter has started writing with a brush. Besides Han Taizhu, no one else understands it. They didn't think much of it. But today, the Han family was surprised. Han Taizhu and Zhao Hohat were each looking at a side of the newspaper, or rather, they were reading Han's novel. Oh, my little sister, you are amazing. You say you will do something, and you actually do it. Wong Xha gave Han a thumbs up. She was anxious. She was worried because she couldn't read the newspaper. Recently, She had been learning characters with her 2 daughters, but she couldn't remember them. For every 3 she learned, she forgot 2. In these days, she had only remembered about 10 characters. Han Lichuan and Han Lixia stretched their necks, but didn't dare to urge their parents. Zhao Hohat finished reading and looked at Han Ku with a complicated expression. Daughter, is this just the beginning? Is there more to come? How did you come up with this story? Those who are easily moved will surely cry. I'm almost done, about 300,000 words. I'll show it to you later. Third brother, tomorrow when you go to the county and pass through the town, please pick up my payment at the post office and send the rest of the manuscript.
Okay.
Han Liqiao was busy reading the letter from the newspaper's editorial department with his 2 brothers. Little sister, they pay 3 yuan for 1,000 words. Is that a lot or a little?
Han likunasked han kia.
I don't know, but when I sent in my first 20,000 words, I got 60. Once I finish, this book might earn about 1,000 yuan, Han Ku said casually.
Wow. What?
How much? Han Ku heard the gasps from the whole family. In her previous life, she had some assets and even had space, so 1,000 yuan didn't mean much to her. But did she realize the impact it had on others? Zhao Hohat almost fainted. Mi Chuanhua's eyes turned red. She didn't expect this little girl to be so capable, making money from a simple story. Li Wan also felt complicated. She believed Han Ku was just lucky. Han Ku handed the remittance slip to Zhao Hohat and Han Taizhu. Dad, Mom, this is 60. From now on, we can eat whatever we want. Don't hold back. Zhao Hohat's tears fell as she stroked the remittance slip. My daughter has succeeded. Really, if anyone says my daughter's education was wasted, I'll spit in their face. Han Taizhu was also excited, his hands trembling. He valued honor more than money. Our ancestors are watching over us. The ancestors of the Han family bless us. Zhao Hohat's earlier emotion disappeared immediately. She rolled her eyes at Han Taizhu. Oh, please. What does that have to do with your ancestors? It's all thanks to my daughter's own ability. If your ancestors had that kind of skill, they would have taken away Han Lair's unworthy descendants by now. Han Taizhu put out the fire, feeling guilty. Ever since he learned that Han Laonia was not being a good person by supporting a mistress and having children, he felt inferior. Fourth brother, open the package quickly. Han Taizhu quickly changed the subject, fearing Zhao Hohat would bring up Laonio again. Zhaodi, please open the package. Zhao Hohat handed the scissors to Wong Xha. Wong Xha opened the package, revealing its contents. At the top was a military coat in good condition. Zhao Hohat picked it up and shook it. This is thick. It will be perfect for winter. You can't even buy this coat with money. Under the coat were 2 sets of old military uniforms, and further down were 3 pairs of yellow rubber shoes neatly tied with string. Zhao Hohat stuffed the military coat into Han Tieju's arms and distributed the 3 pairs of shoes among her 3 sons. We'll talk about the 2 sets of uniforms later. We'll alter them for the boys when the new year comes. Mi Chunhua could no longer hold back. The 60 yuan remittance from Han Ku had made her lose her mind, and she had forgotten her current situation. Mom, shouldn't the money my younger sister earned be handed over? It had been nearly a month since she had been active, and the whole family was starting to forget what she used to be like. Are you feeling uncomfortable after a few days of not working? Han Lixia pulled her back. Mi Chunhua forcefully pushed Han Lixia's hand away. What's wrong with me? What did I say that was wrong? Does anyone in our family earn money without contributing? A small book could earn 1,000 yuan. How could they allow that money to stay with Han Ku? As long as it was handed over to the family, she would get her share. With many men in the family, they would receive a larger portion when dividing up. She initially planned to be humble and obedient for a few days, but the issue with Han Ku's manuscript fees disrupted her plans. At the very least, she needed to adjust her timing and wait until she received the manuscript fees before taking action. Zhao Hohat grabbed his shoe and hit Mi Chunhua several times. You heartless creature. Are you thinking about what doesn't belong to you? Who do you think you are? Do you think my daughter's things are up for grabs? After pretending for a few days, she couldn't keep it up anymore. A dog can't change its nature. Mi Chunhua was hit a few times with the shoe by Zhao Hohat. Han Taizhu, with a dark face, did not intervene, and no one in the family stopped Zhao Hohat. She didn't chase after Mi Chunhua, who ran outside, while Han Dazhuang followed her, barking. Mi Chunhua quickly ran out of the yard. After a while, Han Dazhuang returned, looking frustrated. Zhao Hohat spat. Ugh, you'll be sent back to your mother's house sooner or later. Han Ke had no intention of handing over her manuscript fees. She said nothing and kept a calm expression, just observing her family's attitudes. She used a little money as a test, believing that if she could gauge their character, it wouldn't cost her much. Just like Li Wan, this person seems okay most of the time, at least not as extreme as Mi Chunhua. But how can you tell? If Lu Sudong hadn't reminded her that day, she wouldn't have known this person was hiding so much. So far, there's only Mi Chunhua. The others don't think it's natural for her to hand over the manuscript fees. Zhao Hohat went back to her room to put on her shoes, saying, "Don't think about this money. Earn it yourself if you can." This family is actually supported by Han Taizhu, Zhao Hohat, and Han Laosan. The eldest and second sons have several children and aren't earning work points. The earnings of the eldest and second couples can't support the whole family. The one losing out is Han Laosan. If Han Lichuan and his wife thought like Mi Chunhua, Zhao Hohat would immediately split the family. Han Taizhu looked at his sons and grandsons, saying, "This money was earned by your younger sister through her own efforts. She will keep it, and that's final." The three Han brothers really didn't have that idea. Just now, Mi Chunhua shamelessly said it out loud, and the brothers were quite angry. If it weren't for their sister-in-law, they might have acted out. The next morning, Zhao Hohat slipped a box of cigarettes into Han Tiezhu's pocket, saying, "When you go to the team office, give everyone one." Han Taizhu chuckled as he felt the cigarettes in his pocket. These were gifts from the Wu family. At the team office, Zhou Jianxi pinched one of the cigarettes Han Taizhu just handed out, asking, "What? Your family is getting electricity?" Han Taizhu distributed more cigarettes to the others, saying, "Yes, the kids can't see at night when they study." "Wow, your Han family is really moving up. You're the first in the village to get electricity. No wonder, your third son earns 8 yuan a month at the clinic and still gets work points, while your daughter can earn 2 months' salary with one newspaper." Wu Weiman said sarcastically, the bitterness clear in the air. Han Taizhu laughed. "Well, I didn't expect it either. I mean, I and Hohat haven't really managed the kids. Their success is all on them. Of course, they also need to know how to give birth." This statement made everyone present feel a bit sour. Wu Weiman had a big issue with the Han family because of the clinic position, and today he found a chance to poke fun at Zhao Taizhu. Little did he know this person was so shameless, bragging about how well he could raise children. Not only did he fail to insult him, but he also got quite upset himself. Since he was already at odds with the Han family, he couldn't let them get electricity. "I oppose the electricity issue. Such a big matter should be decided by a team meeting, so why should you, Wu Weiman, represent the team?" Originally, some people in the Han family were envious and wanted to oppose the electricity project, but Wu Weiman was unpopular. He relied on having a relative in a committee to seize power in the village, which made the officials very resistant to him. Wu Weiman was a petty person who held grudges. He was still upset about Han Liqiu's exam at the health center, thinking it was a way to take advantage of his sister. His opposition only made those who disliked him speak out against him. "Captain Secretary, I think we should have a collective vote. Our team is not a dictatorship," said a production team leader who had a grudge against the Wu family. Once he spoke up, others followed suit. "What's wrong with the farmers getting electricity? They're not being charged for it. Besides, it shows that our team is doing well. It's great to see farmers living better lives." Exactly. Other teams would be envious if they knew. In the end, the vote passed unanimously, except for those with the surname Wu. The majority ruled, and the decision was made. This needed to be submitted to the commune for approval, and once it was approved, the electricity could be installed. The cost would also be determined by the commune. The team had agreed, and Secretary Wu would handle it. As soon as Han Taizhu left the team office, people began to discuss. Look at how well the Han family is doing now. Before, they were struggling because of their mother. Yeah, they've really turned things around. Their daughter will be able to earn money, just with her writing skills. I regret not sending my child to school for some education. If they had learned a bit, maybe they could have been helped by Han's daughter and earned a living too.
Ha!
You're dreaming. It's not just about knowing a few words. Look at how many educated people there are. Can they all write books? True, not everyone can succeed in this way. The royalties from Han's work were like a bomb, shaking up Yangshigu and stirring everyone's thoughts. It also removed her from the blacklist in the marriage market. In the face of such great benefits, reputation meant little. The Han family's daughter was like a golden child. Whoever married her could support their whole family with just 1 month's earnings. Having a wife who could appear in the newspaper would bring great pride. With such a sister-in-law, the younger sister wouldn't have trouble finding a husband, and the younger brother wouldn't have trouble finding a wife. With money, they could also prepare a decent dowry. It was truly a win-win situation. Many people were eager to act again. The youth in the village couldn't sleep all night, excited by the prospect of earning writing fees. They prided themselves on being cultured individuals and believed that if a village girl could do it, so could they. Small groups gathered to discuss, submitting their own works. Some, lacking confidence, wanted to ask Hanke for help, claiming it was for mutual exchange and learning, but really, they just wanted to know how he wrote. Yet, they couldn't let go of their pride. Others wanted to borrow Hanke's newspaper to imitate his style, convinced that if they copied it, they could succeed. The problem was that none of them had a good relationship with the Han family, and after causing a scene during the day, they had offended them. Those who went to watch the commotion regretted it. It seemed that watching such events casually was not a good idea. That night, Han Lao-san returned and gave the 5 yuan sent by Lao Si to Zhao Hohat, along with 60 yuan for Han Ke. He also returned the 20 yuan he borrowed from his sister. He couldn't just keep that money hidden away. Han Ke didn't refuse. It's good to keep clear accounts among brothers. Now, Han Ke was seen as the richest person in the family. Mi Chunhua lost her temper today and was scolded by her mother-in-law. She was also chased by Han Dazhuang. If it weren't for Da Hu and Air, who discussing things with Han Dazhuang, she wouldn't have made it home. She had planned to wait until Han Ke received his writing fees before taking action, but after being scolded and chased, she was furious. Without telling her family, she ran back to her parents' home. The Han family had no idea. They just thought she was too scared to return home. By the time Mi Chunhua got back, it was already evening, and Han Lixia ignored her. 3 days later, the grand event of delivering grain began. At the grain-drying field, bags of grain were piled together. Without tractors, each household had to use handcarts to transport the grain to the county granary. Yes, it was to the county, not just the town. Pushing the carts for miles on foot became a major village event. Despite their poverty, people still engaged in light-hearted banter and gossip, but for such important matters, they were united with a spirit of dedication. Even if they couldn't feed themselves, they wanted to send grain to the country and ensure that their brothers and sisters in the city had food to eat. At the grain-drying field, there was a platform made of stones, usually used for meetings where leaders would speak. Today, the secretary and the team leader stood on the platform. Team leader Zhou Jianxi, responsible for production, held a metal megaphone and addressed all the members, essentially holding a rally. Fellow villagers, the autumn harvest is over and our Red Star team has achieved a victory, perfectly concluding the harvest. Every member of our Red Star production team has done a great job. Not afraid of hardship or exhaustion, without delaying production, overcoming all difficulties, not for fame or profit, but wholeheartedly for the country. Zhou Jianxi shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse. Han Ke stood among the crowd, also a member of the team. Although she didn't work in the fields today, she wanted to feel the spirit of the times. Every strong laborer in the village, as long as they weren't disabled or sick, had to deliver grain. 1 trip was never enough. They could only make 1 trip a day, traveling back and forth for about 80 miles, waiting in line at the grain depot, and going through quality checks. It was good if they could return the same day. The team could deliver their grain in about a week. Imagine traveling those long distances every day for a week. Couldn't they hold a rally to boost morale? Han Ke thought it was exhausting, but the young and strong in the village had no choice, not even Dr. Wu from the clinic or her brother. In the morning, the rising sun shone on the long line of carts, giving them a golden glow. Han Ke stood at her doorstep, watching the long line leave the village, winding along the path. She felt a rare sense of excitement and reflection. Her mother mentioned that there would be a big market in town tomorrow and asked if she wanted to go. Of course, she wanted to go. Her memories of the market were hazy. She had visited as a child, but as she grew up, she found the county market more appealing. She planned to explore the market, where she heard they could trade goods or use money in private. Now, with a significant amount of money, over 100 yuan, she could take items from her space and say she bought them, since she was now wealthy. Delivering grain was truly tiring, even more exhausting than working in the fields. Han Ke thought she should take advantage of the quiet in the village to go to the river and catch fish to improve her family's meals. At home, aside from a few children in school, it was just her and Xiao Xuan. Even Zhao Hohot and her sisters-in-law had to help deliver grain. Han Ke locked the door to keep Xiao Xuan from running out and asked Han Dazhuang to watch the children. After settling the kids, she took out a few fish from her space, which she had caught before, and also grabbed 2 fat rabbits. She used her mental energy to handle them since her father and brothers were not around, so she had to do it herself. Having never killed a rabbit before, she nervously used half her mental energy and half her manual skill to finally prepare the rabbits. She made braised rabbit with a few large potatoes, filling 2 big bowls. All the fish stored in the space have been cooked, some are braised, and some are made into fish soup. There's also a small bowl of stir-fried cabbage with a bit of meat oil. The main dish is a large flatbread, which was cooked on the big pot while preparing braised rabbit meat. A big pot of porridge made from rice and sorghum was also made, with a few pieces of rock candy added. She tasted it. It was thick, sweet, and delicious, with just a hint of sweetness from the rock candy that wouldn't raise any suspicions. She initially thought about adding some spring water, but considering there's a troublesome person at home, she decided against it to avoid giving them any advantage. The kids had lunch at school, where they brought their own food, so Han Ke managed to have a simple meal by herself. After lunch, she put the kids to sleep and started preparing dinner. Han Ke was at the front door holding her little nephew, looking out. They left around 6 in the morning, and it was almost 6 in the evening with no sign of the grain delivery team returning. The kids had finished eating and had greasy mouths.
And go eat.
I'll watch here, said Daya, tugging at Han Ke's sleeve. Aunt isn't hungry. I'll wait for your grandma and grandpa to come back to eat together. She really wasn't hungry. Little Xuan had secretly been given some formula and porridge, and he didn't want to stay inside. He wanted to go outside. Han Ke had no choice but to hold him while they watched the scenery. Daya clapped her hands at little Xuan. Sister will carry you. Aunt is tired, and I'll play with you. Han Ke asked, did you finish your homework? Daya replied, it was little today. The school knew we were getting supplies, so they didn't give us much homework. Han Ke said, the school is quite good. She put little Xuan down and reminded the other kids to stay close and not run around. She also asked Han Dazhuang to keep an eye on them, saying if the kids ran off, he should let her know. With Han Dazhuang around, it was much easier for her. He could watch the kids, look after the house, and handle any issues. Han Ke went to the kitchen to boil water, planning to let everyone wash up when they returned. The water boiled, and she heard the kids calling for their parents. Han Ke went out to greet them. She saw everyone had entered the yard, looking tired. Zhao Hohot sat down on a small stool and waved at Han Ke. Let me rest for a bit. Oh, I'm so exhausted. If your brothers hadn't pushed me back, I don't think I would have made it. You all sit and rest. I'll get water for you to wash up. You're all dusty, Han Ke quickly said as she filled water for the kids. Little Xuan hadn't seen his mother all day and clung to Wong Xhao's leg, saying, Mom, I missed you. Oh, Wong Xha, you're quite a sight, but you're covered in dust and can't hold your son. She pushed him away, saying, let go. Mom is all dirty, can't you see? Little Xuan stepped back, covering his nose with his chubby hand. Stinky. This made Wong Xha laugh in frustration. A few people put down their tools and went outside to shake off the dust. Hanko and some kids brought out hot water. Everyone chatted while washing up, and the Han family became lively. Dad, why did you take so long to get home? Hanko thought they should have arrived around 4 if everything went smoothly. Han Taiju wrung out a towel to wipe his face and hands. Well, our team didn't have a tractor to help, so it was slow. When we finally got there, the line was really long. Then, when we got to our team, the inspectors kept saying one thing after another was not up to standard, and we ended up with a grade 3. Hanko replied, "No way, the corn is almost cracking open, and it's that dry, and we only got a grade 3? Huh. It's not our grain that's the problem, it's the inspectors." Later, I saw the secretary slip them 2 packs of cigarettes, and then they changed it to a grade 2. It's frustrating. We contribute to the country without complaint, and we encounter such corruption. Han Liqiu angrily tossed the towel. You're too young. You don't know much living in the village all year. It's like this everywhere. If you don't give them something, they won't help you. They're used to being corrupt and have lost their integrity. They don't care about the country. Han Liqiu, being the eldest, understood some of the ways of the world. Although Hanko was young, she had come from a different time, where material desires were rampant, and compared to that, today's situation seemed minor. After washing up, they had a meal. Hanko set the hot dishes from the big iron pot on the table. Zhao Hohot asked, "Did you go up the mountain again?" Hanko replied calmly, "No. I had Han Dazhuang watch the kids while I was by the river catching fish, and a rabbit jumped out and hit a tree, so I picked it up." Everyone looked at her, skeptical. Really, Hanko couldn't think of a better excuse and had to make up a story. She planned to come up with a better explanation in the morning, or it would be hard to explain. After a big meal, the Han family had no energy to chat and quickly washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Hanko got up early to cook. She made porridge from the brown rice that had soaked overnight, and when the porridge was ready and the pickles were stir-fried, the family was up. Not far from the Han family's door, there were 2 willow trees.
Hanko was thinking about the time.
When she felt it was about right, she applied a little bit of the magical spring water on the tree. She didn't dare to use too much, unsure of what it might attract, and felt quite nervous. The wild boars were just nonsense. They were too far away, and it was impossible for them to smell anything from that distance. The Han family had finished their meal and were pushing a cart outside to the warehouse to store grain. Not far away, under the willow tree, cats and dogs were circling around, while a few chickens from who knows where were bumping into the tree. Hanko was holding her usually obedient rabbit, looking confused and lost, thinking, "What's going on? I just came out to throw out dirty water and saw this rabbit sitting dumbly at the base of a tree." "Rabbit, are you polite? I was just fine in my space, and suddenly changing environments makes me look silly." Not only the rabbit was confused, no one in the Han family seemed to understand what was happening. Zhao Hohot stared blankly. She often said her daughter was lucky, but seeing this kind of luck with her own eyes was a first. Don't catch those chickens. They belong to old Zhou's family. We can't eat them." Han Taiju said, "Daughter, hurry home. Keep your mouth shut about today's events. If anyone spreads rumors, don't blame me for being rude. Besides, even if you talk nonsense, no one will believe you. Engaging in superstitions can lead to criticism." Mi Chunhua was furious. Why was it always directed at her? Last time it was old Qian, and now it was Han Taiju. Why her? Moreover, how could a father-in-law say such things to his daughter-in-law without worrying about being laughed at? But that little broken shoe really seemed a bit strange. She became more convinced that Hanko had stolen her good fortune. She felt justified. When Hanko was doing well, she was not. Since that little broken shoe jumped into the river, it had been getting better day by day, while she was getting worse. Now it seemed the Han family could no longer tolerate her. If she didn't get rid of that little broken shoe, she wouldn't have any good days ahead. Heilongjiang Province, Daxing Farm. After leaving the Chung family Emote Sunji hurriedly arrived at the place where his grandfather, Emote Guanqing, was currently assigned. The old man was someone who could assess the situation. When he saw things were not going well, he voluntarily requested to be reassigned. Because he had planned ahead, he was now able to be with his son and daughter-in-law. Logically, given Emote Guanqing's current status, Emote Sunji meeting him would not have a good influence. However, Emote Sunji's comrade was at this farm, which provided him with some convenience. Before coming, he changed into casual clothes and carried a travel bag filled with items his grandfather and uncle needed. In the distance, he saw his grandfather, Mo Guanqing, working in the fields. It had only been a year since they last met, but the old man looked much more hunched over. He quickened his pace and called out, "Grandpa." Mo Guanqing looked up, his eyes filled with surprise. "Sunji, what brings you here?" He put down his tools and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Seeing his grandfather's slightly worn face made Emote Sunji feel a pang of sadness. "Grandpa, I couldn't stop worrying about you, so I came to check on you." Emote Sunji supported his grandfather. "You should rest. I can help." He picked up a hoe and continued to work the land. The two of them chatted while working, and those watching just turned a blind eye after being greeted. Emote Sunji asked, "Grandpa, you've been through a lot. How are uncle and aunt?" Emote Guanqing sighed. "Life is tough, but we manage. I've made plans so our family can stay together and support each other. Your uncle and aunt are doing okay." In truth, his son was not well and was getting weaker, but he didn't want to worry his grandson. It was already a lot for the boy to visit them, and Emote Sunji noticed a hint of worry on his grandfather's face. "Grandpa, it's not easy for me to come here. If you have any difficulties, please tell me. Don't hide anything from me. I brought some common medicines and some winter clothes." "I'm all right for now. It's just that your uncle has been coughing a lot lately and is getting weaker. Our medical resources here are limited, and we don't know what to do." Emote Guanqing's face was full of concern. Telling his grandson wouldn't help. Their situation made it hard to go to the hospital, and there weren't any good medicines on the farm. The pills they had didn't seem to work. Emote Sunji paused his work. "How long has it been? Why didn't you?" He wanted to ask why they hadn't told him, but then he remembered that his grandfather and the others were restricted and couldn't contact him. He felt guilty for coming late. "Where is uncle now?" "Your uncle is working in the fields too. It's not as serious as you think. You'll see them by noon." At noon, the two of them walked back to their living quarters. The conditions on the farm were harsh, especially for someone like Emote Guanqing, who lived in a basement. Emote Sunji had been here twice before, and this was his third visit. He followed his grandfather down into the basement. It hadn't changed much in the few months since he last came. It was still very poor. He opened his travel bag and took out items: canned beef, canned fruit, malted milk, powdered milk, sponge cake, and mung bean cake. There are fever reducers, diarrhea medicine, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Besides these, the Han family also brought back everything they wanted to return. "Grandpa, you and uncle, aunt should take these nutritional supplements. And these cigarettes and alcohol will help make life a bit easier." He also took out a few bills and 200 yuan. Old Mr. Mo didn't hold back with his grandson. This wasn't the time for politeness. He needed to live well with his son and daughter-in-law, hoping to leave this place one day. As long as they were alive, there was hope. Cough, cough, cough. While they were talking, a series of coughs came from outside. "Your uncle is back." Hearing his son cough, the old man frowned. The entrance darkened as two people came down. Cough, cough, cough. "Sunji, you're here." Emote Sunji's uncle was a highly educated researcher. In modern terms, he was a big name in research, having studied abroad. But such a status was also dangerous. Emote Yushu, in his 40s and wearing glasses, was in a humble position now, but he still had the pride of a scholar. Even in worn clothes, his noble demeanor shone through. Behind him was his wife, Du Lanru. She brightened up when she saw Emote Sunji. "Sunji, you're here. Tell me, how is your cousin doing? Is she adjusting well in the army?" Emote Yushu and Du Lanru had only one precious daughter, the little princess of the Emote family. Before they were sent down, They managed to get their daughter into the army, as given their situation, she would either go to the army or work in the countryside. Of course, joining the army was safer, and she served in the same unit as Emote Sunji. That girl was raised with care. The training in the army was tough, and they worried if she could handle it. After all, she was only 17, still a child. But with Emote Sunji around, nothing serious would happen. At first, she cried a lot, but she got through the new recruit training. Now she has been assigned to the military hospital as a nurse.
Don't worry.
She's not that fragile. I didn't expect her to hold on, but she did well. Good for her. Emote Sunji praised his little cousin. Parents love to hear compliments about their children. It makes them happier than being praised themselves. Dulanru urged Emote Sunji to share more, missing her child so much. However, being a woman who studied abroad, she was forward-thinking and not easily intimidated. She wouldn't cry just because she missed her daughter. She simply wanted to know how she was doing. Emote Yushu listened with a smile as they talked about their daughter's experiences in the army. Emote Sunji stayed at the farm for 3 days and, through a friend, contacted a good doctor for his uncle, who turned out to have chronic pneumonia. However, the things he brought were useful, and his uncle could visit the doctor regularly. His uncle was a rare young scientist and a valuable talent for the country. Even if he weren't Emote Sunji's uncle, Emo would find a way to help him. Such talent shouldn't be lost. Unable to withstand the pressure from his elders to marry, Emote Sunji returned to the army 3 days later. The day after delivering the grain, Hano also went to town. Zhao Hohat and her daughter took their little grandson to the big market. Hano wanted to see where the market was held and what items could be exchanged. The two women carried baskets filled with goose eggs laid by Handajwang, as the chicken eggs were given to the children at home. In the past, chicken eggs were traded for oil, salt, and vinegar, but Hano promised that she would buy those items from her classmates in the future and save the eggs for the children. Now that the family had money, and with Han Dajwang's talent for laying eggs, who cared about chicken eggs? Zhao Hohat's fingers were now more relaxed. Zhao Hohat said the big market happened once a month on the 15th day. It was located between several villages, not far from town, but Yangshigu was the farthest village, making it quite a distance. The three of them strolled along and soon saw a large open space already filled with people, with items scattered about for exchange. The variety wasn't extensive: chicken eggs, cabbage, radishes, potatoes, sweet potatoes. These were things that rural people didn't need, since they had plenty at home, but they were in demand from people in town. There were also coarse grains, winnowing baskets, kong mats, brooms, baskets, and buckets. Mom, look, there's cotton over there. Hano pointed to an old man squatting under a tree with a patched-up bag beside him, the open mouth revealing white cotton. A few people asked about it but shook their heads and walked away. Zhao Hohat's eyes lit up. Cotton was hard to come by, and even with tickets, there was no guarantee of getting any. Her family needed cotton. Come on, daughter. Let's see what he wants to trade. The two women, holding the child, approached him. How many pounds of cotton do you have? What do you want to trade for it? Zhao Hohat grabbed a handful of cotton and examined it. It was indeed quite good. The old man, with a dark, wrinkled face, took a puff from his pipe. Over 4 pounds. I want to trade for 2 bags of milk powder.
What?
Why don't you just go steal it? How much is 2 bags of milk powder? That's not about money. Why would something so precious require milk tickets? No wonder no one wants it. Zhao Hohat thought the old man was a bit unrealistic. 2 bags of milk powder cost only a few dozen yuan, and this 4 pounds of cotton isn't worth that much. Is he crazy? Let's go, daughter. We can't afford this. I don't think he'll ever be able to trade it. Zhao Hohat wanted to pull Hano away. She couldn't move Hano because she noticed some cotton seeds mixed in with the cotton. She didn't have any cotton in her space. If she had cotton seeds, she could plant a small area. Even though it would only be 3 or 4 mu, she could harvest twice a month, so she wouldn't have to worry about cotton in the future. What are you still looking at, daughter? We can't afford it. Mom, 2 bags are indeed too expensive. I could consider one. Hano didn't want to be taken advantage of. When the old man heard there might be a solution, he stopped smoking and stood up. Young comrade, my daughter-in-law needs milk for her baby. We can't feed her. The child was only a little over 3 pounds at birth. Our family is struggling, and we don't have any fine grains. If we had some rice, we could make rice soup for the baby, and the child wouldn't have to. The old man's voice choked up. The baby might not survive. If we had some milk powder to feed her for a couple of months, maybe she could live. My son has been weak since childhood, and it took 8 years of marriage to have this daughter. If we lose her, sigh. The old man couldn't continue, slapping his leg and squatting down to wipe his tears.
Han Kay looked at Shao-gyua.
Oh my, could she really be heartless? The old man's family was suffering so much, and she felt no strong emotions. She felt like a bad person. Her mother, known as the fiercest woman in Yangshigu, was actually crying. Mom, what's wrong? Han Ku asked softly. Zhao Ho-hot wiped her eyes and sniffed. It's nothing. It just reminded me of the years during the natural disasters. You were just born like a little kitten and our family was ruined because of your milk. It was worse than this old man. If it weren't for your maternal grandparents, you and your brother might not have survived. Zhao Ho-hot was tough on the outside, but soft-hearted. She took out 2 goose eggs from the basket. All right, I'll be a good person today. Take these 2 eggs back to your daughter-in-law to help with her milk.
Sigh.
Let's try to keep the baby alive. She's still our blood. We can't give up just because she's a girl. The old man was stunned. Food is life. Was this young woman a goddess sent to save his granddaughter? Young lady, I can't take this for free. How about we trade it for cotton? I can't just take it. Even though people are poor, they should not take advantage of others if they have dignity. Han sighed. Mom, wait here. I'm going to find my classmate from the supply and marketing cooperative to get a bag of baby formula. Just wait, I'll be right back. What could she do? Her mother had a kind heart and wanted to do good, so her daughter had to support her. Besides, she knew her mom. If she didn't know the outcome, she might not enjoy her meal later. Zhao Ho-hot saw her daughter run off quickly. She wasn't worried since the cooperative wasn't far away. It would only take a few minutes. What was she really looking for? Sun Jia was just an excuse. She found a secluded spot and slipped into her space. Once inside the storage area, she grabbed a bag of baby formula, tore off the outer packaging, revealing a plain, clear plastic bag inside. She stayed there for a while before heading back out. Carrying the formula slowly on her way home, Zhao Ho-hot saw her daughter really did come back with a bag of formula. Your classmate is really nice. Next time, we should bring her something. We can't keep bothering her. Yeah, I know. I can't let her down. She still needed her help selling the intestines. The old man was crying even harder. Han thought, do men start to cry more as they get older? She had never seen a young man cry so much before. Come on, big brother, this is a good thing. It means your child is lucky. How much cotton can a bag of formula and 10 goose eggs buy? Zhao Ho-hot showed the old man the goose eggs in her basket. In truth, she thought 4 pounds of cotton wasn't worth a bag of formula. But remembering how her daughter almost didn't survive at birth made her heart soften. I'll take it all. That's enough. Miss, why don't you tell me where you live? I'll plant cotton again next year and make up for the 2 pounds. The old man knew he was charging too much, but he had no choice. As long as the child could survive the next 2 months, it would be worth it. This cotton was the most valuable thing he had. He couldn't offer anything else. Zhao Ho-hot waved her hand. Just take the stuff and go. I'm starting to regret this. At that moment, Zhao Ho-hot was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Her mind was racing. But since she had already agreed, she couldn't back out now. The old man quickly took his things and left. Mom, why are you regretting it again? Zhao Ho-hot looked at her grandson in her arms. My little grandson hasn't had any formula yet. I thought I was being kind, but now I'm questioning who put a curse on me. She adjusted her chubby grandson in her arms, feeling a bit better as he seemed heavier. After wandering around for a while, they found nothing interesting. They had enough vegetables and grains at home. The 3 of them just treated this as a fun outing. Han Ku was surveying the market, which was crowded with people from both the countryside and the town. After all, they had been waiting for this day for a month. She was thinking that she could do something during the new year. When she got home, Hanku planted the cotton seeds she found in the cotton and watered them, waiting for them to grow. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Hohot counted the large intestine hair ties in her hands. The calm was filled with large intestine hair ties as the three women counted together. Wong Xha spent all her time on this except when she was working in the fields. Han Ke finished counting. I have 254. Wong Xha said, I have 192. Zhao Hohot had 121. In total, they had 566. Oh my, at 10 cents each. That's over 50 yuan. Zhao Hohot couldn't believe it. The two of them finished sewing in less than 10 days. Han Ke didn't help. She needed to finish her novel. She didn't care much about the money, just wanted to help her mother and sister-in-law earn a little extra. As Han Ke stuffed the hair ties into a bag, she said, I'll go to the town tomorrow to find Sun Jejia. Zhao Hohot also put more into the bag. Let's see if there are any flawed fabrics left to buy, and make more. This business is too easy. Han Ke replied, Oh my. This is a one-time deal. Soon others will follow your lead. Believe it or not. Wang Zhaodi felt it was a pity. It was hard to come by such a good opportunity to make money. Not far from the youth station, behind a tall stack of firewood, Gu Chongqing and Shen Mengyao stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense. Gu Chongqing's expression was calm as he slightly lowered his gaze, seemingly trying to suppress his complicated feelings. After a long moment, he slowly raised his head, took a deep breath, as if making a huge decision, and softly said, Mengyao, let's break up. Shen Mengyao's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. She doubted her ears and trembled as she asked, Chongqing, what did you say? A flash of pain crossed Gu Chongqing's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and clearly said again, Mengyao, I've thought it over. We aren't suited for each other. Let's break up. Shen Mengyao's body jolted, her mind going blank. After a while, she finally reacted, her emotions turning to agitation. Why? Why break up? I won't agree. Gu Chongqing sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with exhaustion. We aren't suited. Continuing won't lead to anything. Our personalities and ideals are very different. Forcing ourselves to stay together will only cause more pain for both of us. Shen Mengyao listened, her emotions growing more intense, tears welling up in her eyes. No, I don't want to break up. You can't be so cruel. We've been through so much together. How can you just say we should split? If you leave me, I don't know how I can go on. Her voice was filled with despair, as if losing Gu Chongqing would make her world fall apart. How would she survive without him? She thought about how she had grown up, and if no one protected her, what would happen? The thought of Qing Yusi, who had always been interested in her, made Shen Mengyao shiver. She held onto Gu Chongqing's arm tightly, as if letting go would make him run away. Gu Chongqing looked at Shen Mengyao and felt a pang of sympathy, but he knew that enduring a long pain was worse than a short one. The conflicts between them had increased, and staying together would only lead to more suffering. With a heavy heart, he pulled away from Shen Mengyao's grip. Shen Mengyao was unwilling to let go and hugged Gu Chongqing's waist. No, I don't agree. Then she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. Gu Chongqing, already unsure, suddenly felt blank. What breakup? What worries? He forgot everything. Shen Mengyao took advantage of the moment to hold onto Gu Chongqing, making it impossible for him to shake her off. That evening, Han Ku entered her space, preparing to bring some treats to Sun Jejia. She found 2 large pig trotters in the freezer and started to cook them. In her past life, those trotters would have cost a few dozen yuan, but now she had to give gifts worth that much just to sell them. Han Ke couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Sun Jejia had useful connections and was a good person. Even if it was just for this friendship, the trotters were worth it. The next day, Han Ke carried a cloth bag to town. Now that the grain delivery was done, the work in the brigade was less urgent. Zhao Hohot and Wang Zhaodi stayed home to watch the children. As Han Ke left Yangshigu, She tossed the cloth bag into her space along the way. When Sun Jie saw Hanku arrive, she greeted her warmly. Today, she wore a sweater and the rhinestone hairpin that Hanku had given her. Hanku gave her a thumbs up. Looks great, beautiful. Sun Jie happily touched the hairpin on her head. Today, you have to listen to me. Let's go to the state-run restaurant. Hanku replied, I brought you something you will definitely like. Sun Jie leaned in and whispered, What is it? Hanku looked around to make sure no one was watching, then pulled out a package from her bag and handed it to Sun Jie. Sun Jie took it, feeling its weight. And what's that smell? It's so fragrant. She was almost drooling. She slowly crouched down while holding something, using the counter to hide herself. She opened the brown paper bag, and her eyes lit up. The smell was incredible. Without thinking, Sun Jie took a bite. It was so delicious that her eyes squinted with joy. Hanku kept watch for her, and luckily there were no customers at that moment. All that could be heard was the sound of chewing from under the counter. It was too tempting. She couldn't wait any longer. Sun Jie stopped only after finishing a big braised pig's trotter. When she stood up, her mouth was already clean, as if nothing had happened. Oh my, it's been so long since I enjoyed meat like this. I'm so craving it. Who made this? Is it from our mom? She joked, claiming a pig's trotter as her own. Hanku replied, It's my cooking. How is it? Still tasty? Sun Jie said, Very good. The two pig trotters brought them closer as friends. Hanku took out a hair tie and handed it to Sun Jie. Sun Jie picked it up and asked, What's this? Hanku tied the hair tie in her braid. Sun Jie's eyes widened. Is this for me? Who is this amazing classmate? She thought her mom could use another daughter. Hanku said, Not exactly, but since you like it, I'll give you a few. Sun Jie's eyes sparkled with joy. Really? You're so nice. I don't even know what to say. You're great. In the future, don't hesitate to ask me for anything. I won't hold back. I came to find you on purpose today, Hanku said, beckoning Sun Jie closer. Sun Jie leaned in, and Hanku whispered in her ear. Sun Jie looked at the hair tie in her hand with surprise. Do you think this can be done? Sun Jie replied, Of course. You came to the right person. My cousin works at a clothing factory in the city. This is no trouble at all. Give it to me and I'll sell it for you next week. Hanku clapped her hands. Deal. At noon, Sun Jie rode her bike with Hanku to the state-run restaurant. Hanku had been to the state-run restaurant in town before, and her memories matched the current one. The restaurant had a sign above the door, with black letters on a white background that read State-Run Restaurant. The building was made of red bricks, and the walls had a worn gray color, giving it a sense of history. As they entered the restaurant, a special aroma greeted them. The air was filled with the smell of food and the scent of firewood from the large stove. The floor was made of cement, and the hall had several square and round wooden tables with benches. Although simple and old, it was clean. The restaurant had two windows, one for paying and the other for serving food. Yes, the service is not very good. You have to serve yourself. The waitress acts like the customers owe her money, rolling her eyes and making snide comments. This is the power of a stable job. On the wall, there is a small blackboard with the day's menu written in white chalk. There aren't many options. Sun Jie chose a table for Hanku to sit down. Let's see what's available today. Feel free to order. Hanku looked at the blackboard, feeling frustrated. What could she order? There were only a few choices. Stir-fried shredded potatoes for 20 cents, cabbage with vermicelli for 30 cents, and pork with vermicelli for 1.20. A bowl of rice costs 5 cents. Sun Jie said, Let's get all these dishes. It's rare to have meat. I'll go pay and hold the table. Hanku didn't argue. Since Sun Jie was treating this time, she could pay next time. Sun Jie went to stand in line. Even for these simple dishes, there was a line which showed that the food was decent today. She noticed many people in line holding empty takeout containers, likely to take their meals home. After paying, Sun Jie waited at the food counter. Once the food was on the table, Sun Jie served Hanku some braised pork. Hey, you're lucky. We gotta try this braised pork today. You have to taste it. It's the restaurant's specialty, and the chef is famous. Hanka looked at the braised pork on her plate. Honestly, she thought that a state-run restaurant would be as good as people said, at least better than her cooking. After all, it was a chef, but this? Her expectations quickly faded. The braised pork looked dull and lacked the bright red sheen it should have. The cutting was poor too. The pieces were uneven, some big enough to barely fit in her mouth, while others were only slightly larger than a fingernail. Hanku picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, immediately feeling the greasiness. The lean parts were particularly tough, and it got stuck in her teeth. The taste wasn't great, wasting the meat. She didn't find it delicious, and there was a faint bitterness, clearly from burnt sugar. Sun Jieja quickly served Hanku more with her chopsticks. How is it? I told you it was good. I really like this place's braised pork. It's better than the county's state-run restaurant. Hanku couldn't say anything negative since Sun Jieja was treating her. She forced herself to eat a few pieces, but soon felt overwhelmed by the richness, so she switched to eating cabbage and shredded potatoes. She thought the rice was the best part of the meal. After finishing, Hanku said goodbye. Sun Jieja reluctantly went to work. Hanku then went to the yard of Han Lao Air, but the gate was tightly locked. She stood on her tiptoes to look inside. Young lady, who are you looking for? A woman in her 40s came out, pushing a bicycle. Auntie, I'm looking for the old lady of this family. The woman parked her bike and locked the door, saying, the daughter-in-law just gave birth, and the old lady is at the hospital taking care of her. Hanku thought, oh no, this is big news. I need to hurry home and tell my parents. She excitedly headed home. At the town hospital, Grandma Han was feeding widow Li chicken soup. For this grandson, Grandma Han was dedicated and tireless. Really, all her efforts were just to ensure her son had a legacy. Last night, widow Li went into labor. Since Grandma Han was alone and Han Adong wasn't there, she had to knock on her neighbors' doors. The neighbors were very helpful, understanding that it was tough for the old lady. Her son was busy with work, and they hadn't seen him since they moved in a month ago, which showed just how busy he was. This mother-in-law was so good. No one had seen a mother-in-law who cared for her daughter-in-law so well. Who wouldn't praise her? Grandma Han had become a well-known, excellent mother-in-law in the area. The close neighbors are better than distant relatives, and it was tough without the men at home, so several neighbors helped take widow Li to the hospital. At the hospital, Han Adong had everything ready for widow Li's arrival. Who could doubt that? After a night, Grandma Han finally got her wish. She worked hard, and heavens saw her efforts. She was smiling and gentle while feeding widow Li chicken soup. Everyone in the ward praised Grandma Han, and several pregnant women envied widow Li for having such a wonderful mother-in-law. After feeding widow Li, Grandma Han watched over her grandson, thinking he was just perfect. Oh, my grandson, your dad is too busy to come see you. When we get home, he will definitely be excited to see his big boy. She had given widow Li plenty of good food, and the baby was born weighing nearly 7 pounds, which almost made Grandma Han faint with joy. Who else could have a 7-pound grandson? The only downside was that the baby didn't look like her son, but rather like widow Li. She glanced at widow Li, and then at the baby. Her son had a big forehead, and all the granddaughters took after their father. Maybe the baby was just small and hadn't fully developed yet. She hoped he wouldn't resemble widow Li too much. That could cause trouble. Her son still had to advance in his career. Initially, she thought arranging work for widow Li was too generous, but now she couldn't wait for her to be discharged, so she could help her. If she moved in with her daughter in the city, it would keep things discreet. Yang Bansha wasn't foolish. She would definitely notice. Who was she doing all this for? Not just for her son, but also for Yang Bansha. What would she do when she got old without a son by her side? If she caused a scene, it would be heartless. Hanku rushed home, only to find the power was out. Neighbors gathered around to watch. She saw that 2 utility poles had been set up between the village office and her house, with several workers installing the wires. Those poles must have cost a lot, and her mother would be upset about it. As she guessed, Zhao Hohat nearly fainted when she heard they had to pay 150 yuan. People thought getting electricity was simple, but since their house was far from the village, they needed 2 poles. The village wouldn't cover this cost, and it would be a miracle if they could get any help at all. Zhao Hohat wanted to back out, but Han Taizhu stopped her, saying, "Do you think it's easy to get approval? If it weren't for the secretary's help, we wouldn't have a chance. They've already approved it, and if you say you don't want it now, it would upset them." So, Zhao Hohat reluctantly paid the money. Han Ke saw her mother was unhappy and said, "Mom, don't be upset. I have good news. Sun Jejia is selling hair ties. Money isn't saved, it's earned.
So don't worry about it."
Zhao Hohat replied, "Just leave me alone. I'll be fine in a bit." The good news about the hair ties didn't lift her spirits. That night, the Han family finally had electricity, and everyone was happy. Han Ke went to her parents' room and told them that widow Li had given birth. This immediately lifted Zhao Hohat's mood, and she was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. A few days after sending out her manuscript, Han Ke received her second payment. This time, she submitted 50,000 words and received 150 yuan. If the last payment of 60 yuan had stirred everyone, this larger sum made them all restless. The Han family was prepared, knowing that once the book was finished, Han Ke would be quite wealthy. But others didn't know that. They thought Han Ke could keep writing and earn money easily, and it would be a fortune. The Han family had been making quite a stir lately. With several large sums coming in and electricity installed, it was the talk of the town. Not only were people eyeing Han Ke, but even Han Laosi, who was in the army, was being noticed. Wong Xha's family was also getting restless. After the Han family received compensation last time, they felt uneasy. However, after the trouble with the Mi family, the Wong family decided to take things slow to avoid any complications and to maintain their relationship with their second daughter. In Dahu village, Wong Xha's sister-in-law, Gu Fengmei, nudged Wong Jiabao, saying, "What do you think? Will you agree?" Wong Jiabao was lying on the bed with his legs crossed, his foot playfully bothering Gu Fengmei.
"This is not easy.
My second sister is different from my eldest sister. She doesn't care about the family. She only thinks about the Han family. Because your family is asking for so much in dowry, my second sister has already fallen out with our family, and you know that." Gu Fengmei, annoyed by his antics, swatted his foot away. "I'm telling you, it has to work out. My brother has high standards, and after searching for so long, he finally found someone. Besides, your second sister's sister-in-law shouldn't act superior. My brother has a job. Even if it's not a formal one, being a temporary worker isn't something just anyone can get. Marrying my brother isn't a disgrace." Wang Jiabao twitched his mouth. His brother-in-law worked at a brick factory. To put it bluntly, he did hard labor, so what was there to boast about? Don't have your hopes too high. I'm telling you, the Han family might not agree. They can write articles for newspapers and earn a lot of money. Would they really consider a country boy? He wouldn't even look at a brick-moving job. Would the Han family? Their daughter is educated and supposedly quite attractive, and her family dotes on her. I don't care if the Han family agrees or not. They have to agree. You go talk to our mother and have her discuss it with your second sister. Your second sister is the elder sister-in-law in the Han family. An elder sister-in-law is like a mother. Can't she manage a younger sister-in-law? That would be too useless. Your sister-in-law's in-laws will have to live with the eldest son eventually. If they want to avoid living under their daughter-in-law's thumb and rely on her for support, they should agree quickly. Gu Fengmei had a strong say in the Wang family.
Why?
Because Wang Jiabao was the only son, with 2 older sisters and 2 younger sisters. He was the precious child of the Wang family. So whatever he said, his parents listened. They might not always heed Gu Fengmei's words, but they certainly listened to their son. Wang Jiabao also cherished his wife, who was known as the most beautiful girl in the area. However, the Wang family had to pay a large dowry to marry her. At that time, the Gu family asked for so much that the Wang family couldn't afford it, so they called back the 2 already married daughters to ask them for money. Wang Xha even took out her savings, but the Wang family was still not satisfied and insisted that she go back to the Han family and ask her mother-in-law for more. Moreover, they used emotional manipulation, claiming that they were delaying Jiabao's marriage and the continuation of the Wong family line, making these sisters feel like sinners of the Wong family. Wong Xha refused to accept this and was beaten by her parents and brother, losing 2 of her molars in the process. After that, she cut ties with her family. For over 4 years, she never returned home for holidays, acting as if she had no family. Wang Zhao's older sister had no say in her in-laws' house, but secretly took out her savings. Later, when her husband found out, he beat her and took the money back. The Wang family had no choice. Several brothers came to demand it, threatening to cause trouble if they didn't comply. The bride price was still insufficient, so the Wang family, wanting Wang Jiabao to marry Gu Fengmei, ended up marrying off 2 younger sisters, which was more like selling them. The youngest sister was only 15 at the time, and Wang Zhaodi had no idea where she ended up. There had been no news for years. Gu Fengmei, who was brought home at a high cost, was not easy to come by, so she had to be treated well. This gave her leverage over Wang Jiabao, who was the apple of his parents' eyes, making her the one in charge at home. She was quite unreasonable, demanding whatever she wanted, and would throw a fit if she didn't get it, not stopping until she achieved her goals. She hadn't acted this way at her own family's home, but her temper seemed to grow after marrying into the Wang family. A few days ago, her brother came and mentioned seeing a girl from the Han family in town, saying he was interested in her. He thought the Han family was well off and a good match for the Gu family. After some inquiries, they learned about Han Ke's writing for newspapers and how she was managing her earnings. The Gu family couldn't sit still. Even Gu Fengmei's parents came to urge her to help set up a match, insisting it must happen quickly. Such a valuable daughter-in-law couldn't be let go to someone else. The Gu family was struggling financially, which was why they initially asked for a bride price of 150 yuan. Because she was attractive, they wanted to find a family that could pay a high bride price. But who could afford over 100 yuan to marry a wife? That amount could marry 4 or 5 women in the countryside. After much searching, Gu Fengmei grew older and reached 20 without marrying. Eventually, she got involved with Wang Jiabao, and when they were caught in a field together, they had no choice but to marry. If he didn't pay the 150 yuan, she threatened to accuse him of being inappropriate. The Gu family had many children, and with several younger siblings, marrying Han Ke would make life much easier. She can earn a lot of money, easily making hundreds in a month. Her older brother doesn't even need to work hard at the brick factory anymore, and she takes care of her parents, so they won't treat her poorly. Therefore, Gu Fengmei is determined to make this marriage happen no matter what. This is important for her own interests. Having a sister-in-law who can earn money means she can benefit for a lifetime. In her mind, this marriage is bound to succeed, especially with her brother's job and Han Ke's poor reputation. As for her brother saying that Han Ke is good-looking, she doesn't care at all. No one is more attractive than her. Han Kiki doesn't know that every time she goes to town, she puts on heavy makeup and wears old clothes, which has caught people's attention. Gu Fengmei touches her noticeably pregnant belly. After being married for several years, she is finally expecting this year, and the Wang family treats her like royalty. Gu Fengmei, feeling empowered by her pregnancy, is becoming more demanding, as if she is the most important person. I'm feeling heavy now, so if you want this baby to be born smoothly, you need to support me and not make me angry. I'm carrying the first grandson of the Wang family. If I get upset and something goes wrong, the Wang family will regret it. Wang Jiabao looks at Gu Fengmei helplessly, knowing her temper. If he doesn't go along with her, life will be difficult. He sighs and sits up. Okay, I'll talk to our mother, but let me be clear. If your sister doesn't agree, we've done our best. If you keep causing trouble, there's nothing I can do. We can't just take someone else's daughter, can we? Gu Fengmei rolls her eyes at him. Go, go, go. Go tell your mother right now. I don't care. It has to happen. If your sister can't handle this small matter, then she's truly useless and will be bullied in the Han family. If the Han family doesn't value her, then they should find another family. Gu Fengmei really thinks this way. If her sister-in-law can't get any benefits, it would be better to find another family that can offer a better bride price. Wong Jiabao, feeling helpless, gets up to find his mother. His mother is sitting on the bed, sewing a small quilt for the future grandson, while his father is outside chatting with someone. Wong Jiabao climbs onto the bed and sits across from his mother. "Mom, I need to tell you something." She lifts her eyes. "Is it that your wife is causing trouble again?" Bringing home such a demanding daughter-in-law has made Wang Laotai regretful. Her son is easily swayed, and whatever his wife says goes. In this family, her opinions no longer matter. Wang Jiabao said, "My uncle has taken a liking to my second sister's sister-in-law. Can you call my second sister back to talk to him? My uncle is already 27 and should settle down. He can't attract rural girls and city families don't want him. It's not easy for him to like a girl from the Han family, so let's help him out." Old Lady Wang stuck her needle into the quilt and waved her hand. "Hurry up. Stop dreaming. Zhao Ho Hot is not someone to mess with. Have you forgotten that when you married, we had to deal with her? She almost destroyed our family with her son. Don't provoke her. I can't handle it. To marry such a girl, we offended our in-laws. In the past, during holidays, daughters and sons-in-law could bring gifts home to see their parents, but now they haven't visited in years. We've almost forgotten what our daughter looks like." Wang Jiabao said, "My second sister really holds grudges. She's as petty as can be. I only knocked out 2 of his teeth in a moment of anger, and she has hated me for years. If it weren't for this feud, I would have approached her myself, but now I need your help." He lowered his voice and pointed towards his room. "She's pregnant now and can't get upset. For the sake of your grandson, you have to help. You know her temper. If she gets angry, it's hard to calm her down, and it's not good for the baby."
Mom.
Old Lady Wang grinned silently and pointed at her son, frustrated. "You just spoil her, don't you? She's practically riding on our backs. If she's so capable, let her talk to the Han family. She's so bold at home, but won't face her in-laws. They treat her like a princess, while one works hard and only earns $8 a month, and look at how proud she is. Every day, she acts so high and mighty." Wang Jiabao felt stuck between his mother and his wife, unable to please either. But he couldn't bear to upset his wife, so he turned to his mother, clasped his hands together, and bowed. "Mom, please. If it's possible, great. If not, then it's fine. Just ask. If it really doesn't work, she will give up." Old Lady Wang poked her son's forehead with her finger and sighed. "This is not easy. Your second sister has been distant since the bride price issue. Besides, that girl from the Han family is doing so well. Would she even consider her brother? That brother of hers is just average-looking and getting old. Earning 8 yuan a month and wanting to marry someone who makes over 100? It's impossible. They won't look for someone from the city." Wang Jiabao clicked his tongue. "I said the same thing, but Fengmei is making a fuss. I can't refuse her." Wang's mother frowned and thought for a moment. "Let's send a message, but I'm not sure if he will come back." Wang Jiabao nodded. "All right." Wang Zhaodi received a letter from Wang's family, which didn't mention any specific issues, just asked her to return home. Wang Zhaodi was distracted all day and sat by the Kong in a daze at night. Han Lichuan nudged her. "Is something bothering you?" Wang Zhaodi nodded. "This afternoon, someone from my village brought a message saying my family wants me to come back, but they didn't say why. It's been years. I've almost forgotten my family." Wang Zhaodi was different from Li Chunhua. She was clear-headed and understood her family's situation. Since she got married, apart from bringing gifts during festivals, she never took advantage of her family. Moreover, she married during a tough time for her in-laws. How could they afford to help her brother get married? Growing up, there were 4 sisters. The Wang family favored boys, only caring for their precious son. So, Wang Jiabao and the older couple always relied on the sisters. It was only after her marriage that she could escape that difficult situation. After falling out with her mother-in-law and her family, she never returned. Later, she learned that her family sold her younger sister, but she didn't know where she ended up. Han Lichuan understood Wang's family well. "I'll go back with you." Wang Zhaodi replied, "No need." She didn't want to bring Han Lichuan back and didn't want him to see how terrible her family was. With such a family, She felt embarrassed herself. The next day, after breakfast, Wong Xha told her mother-in-law, "Mother, I need to visit my family. I don't know what's going on. Please help me take care of Xiaoshuan." Zhao Hohot was genuinely unhappy with the families of her 3 sons. The families of her eldest and second sons were greedy, always trying to take advantage of the Han family, while the family of her youngest son had never even shown their faces. They didn't even know what their son-in-law looked like. "Go ahead. I'll take care of the child." Wang Zhao's family was quite far from Yingshigu, a 3-hour walk. By the time she arrived at Wang's home, the sun was already high. The 4 members of the Wang family waited for Wang Zhao and didn't go to work. They were used to relying on their daughter, and both the parents and their son and daughter-in-law were lazy, avoiding work whenever possible. Even when they did go out, they just slacked off to earn a few work points. "Oh, my second daughter is back. Come in, let me see you. My goodness, you've lost weight. The Han family is not treating my daughter well." Grandma Wang was holding a bowl of chicken feed to feed the chickens when she saw Wang Zhao enter the yard. It had been 4 years since they last met, and her second daughter looked much better than before. Unlike the others who looked pale, at least she had some color in her face, and seemed to have gained weight. The Han family must have good food. No wonder people say the Han family is doing well. It seems the rumors are true. Wang Zhao frowned. Although her mother was unusually warm, she knew her mother well. Right away, she started to speak negatively about her in-laws, which made Wang Zhao uncomfortable. But she couldn't argue back. Could she say her in-laws were living well? She didn't dare to say that. If she did, her mother might take it the wrong way and expect her to do something. Seeing her mother in good spirits, with a happy expression, it didn't seem like anything bad had happened at home. "Mother," Wang Zhao said flatly, calling out to her. "Come on, let's go inside and talk. It's been so long since we last saw each other, and you didn't come back to visit. What, do you still hold a grudge against your parents?" Grandma Wang placed the chicken feed bowl in the coop and pushed Wang Zhao into the house. Wang Jiabao was lying on the Kong, and Grandpa Wang was sitting cross-legged on it, rolling tobacco from a basket. Wang Jiabao's wife, Gu Fengmei, sat on the edge of the Kong, her arms crossed. She didn't even get up when Wang Zhao entered, instead giving her a sideways glance. Wang Zhao hadn't seen the sister-in-law since she got married because of a disagreement over the bride price, so she didn't attend their wedding.
Oh.
It seemed like she wanted to show her who's in charge. Wang Zhao was not the same person she used to be. Back at her parents' house, she and her sisters were like workhorses, supporting their parents and brothers, and they were often mistreated. Now that she was married into the Han family, her life was much better than before. She stood tall. Who would still tolerate them? She sat down at the edge of the Kong. The Wang family didn't say anything, and she didn't ask either, planning to stay for just a short while. Gu Fengmei said, "I say, second sister, do you have a problem with me? You come in without even greeting me. It seems you don't see me as your sister-in-law." Wang Zhao glanced at Gu Fengmei and sneered. "Sister-in-law, you say that? You know I'm your sister? You didn't even stand up to greet me when I came in. It seems that not everyone has good manners." Gu Fengmei was used to being the center of attention at home, with everyone catering to her, and she had become arrogant, unable to tolerate any perceived disrespect.
"What did you say?"
"If you have the guts, say it again. Wang Jiabao, you decide what to do. If you don't support me today, I will take your son back to my family." Wang Jiabao glared at Wang Zhao, remembering how he was beaten by the Han brothers and couldn't get out of bed for half a month. "Do you think just because you got married, you can act all high and mighty in front of me? Who do you think you are?" He could be humble in front of Gu Fengmei because he valued his wife. But Wang Zhao was nothing to him. Wang Zhao was usually submissive, and he was used to bullying her. Wang Jiabao was just a year older, and before she got married, she often suffered from his beatings. This made her submissive even after marrying into the Han family, enduring bullying from her sister-in-law Mi Chunhua. But recently, she had gained some courage and dared to stand up to Mi Chunhua. After resisting, she realized that her enemies were not as strong as they seemed. They were nothing to be afraid of. Now, She had a husband, a mother-in-law, and a sister-in-law supporting her. Why should she be scared? If she couldn't stand up for herself, how could others help her? Wang Zhaodi picked up a small stool from the ground and threw it at Wang Jiabao. She had seen Zhao Hohad often hit Mi Chunhua this way and learned from it. Her hands trembled with excitement. She would no longer let anyone bully her. They were all human, so why should she be lower than Wang Jiabao and his wife? Who did they think they were? They were just like her, so why act superior? A good person can be frightening when pushed too far. In the eyes of the Wang family, Wang Zhaodi was someone anyone could bully, but now she was fighting back, catching them off guard. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, as her sister-in-law Han Ku often said. Look at her sister-in-law, realizing her mistakes and changing for the better. Wang Zhaodi wanted to change too, and all the past pain came rushing back. Wang Zhaodi frantically threw the stool at Wang Jiabao, hitting him repeatedly before he could even defend himself. Gu Fengmei screamed in fear, and Wang Laodai rushed to pull Wang Zhaodi away, but Wang Zhaodi took the chance to hit her too. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Wang Laotu quickly stepped in. Wang Zhaodi hadn't completely lost her mind. Seeing the older couple approaching, she stepped back a few paces and pointed the stool at Wang Jiabao. You animal, let me tell you what respect means. If you keep acting tough, I won't hesitate to take you down. Who do you think you are? Old Lady Wang rushed over to see where her precious son was hurt, but Wang Jiabao groaned and didn't get up for a long time. Gu Fengmei was shocked. She wanted to show Wang Zhaodi who was in charge, so she could control her in the future. Wang Jiabao had told her that his second sister was useless. Was this really useless? Old Lady Wang cried as if she had lost her parents, calling Wang Zhaodi a thankless person and a troublemaker.
Ha!
If you know I'm a troublemaker, then don't provoke me. From now on, don't come to me for anything, Wang Zhaodi said. She had a reason for hitting Wang Jiabao. She wanted to cut off any hopes the Wang family had. No matter what they planned, she wouldn't agree. With old grievances against her family, Wang Zhaodi wanted to vent her anger. After hitting Wang Jiabao, she felt relieved. After so many years, her frustration finally came out. When Gu Fengmei saw her turning to leave, she couldn't let that happen. It was hard to bring her back, and after this conflict, if she let her go, she wouldn't be able to coax her back home next time. Second sister, you can't leave. It was all Jiabao's fault. He won't be so thoughtless again. I'll apologize for him. We still have things to discuss, she said, blocking the door with her belly. Old Lady Wang couldn't believe it. What did she mean Jiabao was thoughtless? Wasn't it Gu Fengmei who caused this trouble? If she hadn't provoked Wang Zhaodi, would Wang Zhaodi have hit Jiabao? What a disaster. Wanting to argue, she was held back by Wang Jiabao. Old Lady Wang shot her son an annoyed look, feeling frustrated. This boy was completely under Gu Fengmei's control. Wang Zhaodi noticed Gu Fengmei's belly, realizing she was using it to feel secure. She stepped back 2 paces. What do you want to say? Seeing Wang Zhaodi back away, Gu Fengmei felt pleased and even puffed out her belly. She knew Wang Zhaodi wouldn't dare to hit her, which is why she blocked the door. She looked at her hands, fiddling with her nails. My older brother has taken a liking to your sister-in-law. Wang Zhaodi's eyebrows shot up, and she squinted. What did you say? Gu Fengmei lifted her chin and repeated, I said my older brother has taken a liking to your sister-in-law. This is good news. It's great to have family ties. You should go home and tell your mother-in-law that we are relatives, and your sister-in-law marrying into our family won't be a hardship for her. You should go home and say that in a few days, my family will come to propose. Wang Zhaodi chuckled lightly. Are you dreaming before it gets dark? What do you think your family is to be thinking about my sister-in-law? Does your brother even deserve her? Gu Fengmei felt she had already lowered herself enough, but Wang Zhaodi was being unreasonable. She got angry again, saying, Don't be ungrateful. What's wrong with my brother? He has a job, isn't that good enough for a village girl? I'm carrying the heir of the Wang family. If you don't agree, I'll take my son and divorce Wang Jiabao. From now on, my son will carry the Gu family name. Wang Jiabao got anxious. Wang Zhaodi, don't be unreasonable. You better agree. He pointed at her fiercely, ready to confront her if she refused. Wong Xha trembled with anger. I don't care what your family's son is named. It has nothing to do with me. I'm telling you to give up on this idea. It's absolutely impossible. Don't daydream. Life is precious, and you should be careful with it. My mother-in-law is not someone to mess with. You must have forgotten her temper.
If you're smart, step aside.
I said I'd be home for lunch. If I'm not back, do you think my in-laws won't come looking for me?
Let's see how you handle that.
The Wong family hesitated. They knew exactly who Zhao Hohat was, a fierce woman. They still remembered the events from 4 years ago. Old Mrs. Wong looked at her son with concern. Don't provoke that woman. We can't handle her. I've told you, that situation is serious. Plus, if you're asking for help, you need to act like it. Look at what you've done. Wang Jiabao was frustrated but knew his mother was right. He couldn't let the Han family come after them. But it was too late. If he had known that Gu Fengmei's idea would lead to their downfall, he would never have provoked the Han family. Fengmei let her go. Gu Fengmei was reluctant, but seeing Wang Jiabao's serious expression, she had no choice but to step aside reluctantly. Wang Xha pushed Gu Fengmei aside and walked straight out the door. Gu Fengmei shouted at her back, if you don't agree, don't come back to this family. If you suffer in the Han family, don't expect Jiabao to support you. Wang Xha turned back and spat. Wang Jiabao supporting me? That will never happen. If I can't survive in the Han family, my brother will be the first to turn against me. Old Mrs. Wong watched Wang Xha leave, stomping her feet in anger. That stubborn girl really might not come back. If she offends them, she won't get any benefits from the Han family. It's all your fault. I hadn't even asked to borrow some money yet, and you offended her and made her leave. Gu Fengmei said, why didn't you tell me earlier that you needed to borrow money? If I had known you were asking her for money, I wouldn't have brought it up first. I feel like the Wong family doesn't treat me like one of their own. I've been married for years, but I still feel like an outsider. Woe is me, it's all my fault. I must be cursed. I've brought trouble to the Wong family. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Gu Fengmei started to cry and make a scene. Wang Jiabao shouted angrily at his mother, she's pregnant. Why are you bothering her? Old Lady Wang felt like she couldn't go on living like this. She could barely speak, and now her son was yelling at her because of this troublemaker. She regretted caring for him. Old Man Wang was weak and didn't dare to comfort his wife, fearing it would upset his son and daughter-in-law. Wang Xha got home in the afternoon. Zhao Hohat was in the yard playing with her grandson, while Han Dazhuang was strolling around with Xiao Xuan on his back. With Han Dazhuang watching the kids, Zhao Hohat felt much more relaxed. When Wang Xha entered the yard, Zhao Hohat glanced at her and asked, why are you back so late? Have you eaten? I saved some food for you. Wang Xha forced a smile and replied, oh, I haven't eaten yet. I'll get something myself. Zhao Hohat frowned, knowing her daughter-in-law's family wasn't good. It was disappointing that her daughter came home without even a meal. Seeing Wang Zhao's tired face, she asked, you don't look well. Did you face any trouble at your family? If something's wrong, just tell me. Don't keep it to yourself. Wang Zha felt warmth in her heart, and her eyes began to redden. She didn't dare to speak but was worried that the Gu family would come over without realizing the situation. What would that make her? Her mother-in-law would surely blame her, thinking she was in cahoots with her family. But if she spoke up, her mother-in-law would definitely explode in anger, and she covered her face and started to cry. Zhao Hohat said, sometimes I think you're even weaker than me, Chunhua. At least that troublemaker speaks her mind. Do you want to drive yourself crazy? Wang Zhaodi sniffled and wiped her tears, not daring to look up at her mother-in-law. They actually asked me to introduce a partner for my brother-in-law. Zhao Hohat replied, is that really worth crying over? If you can't do it, you can't. Just say so. If they dare to pressure you, I won't let them off easy. Zhao Hohat was fiercely protective. Although she wasn't entirely satisfied with any of her 3 daughters-in-law, she felt Wang Zhaodi was the best among them and was willing to stand up for her. Wang Zhaodi lowered her head even more. Her family really couldn't be relied upon. They want me to introduce my sister-in-law to my brother-in-law. Although Wang Zhao's voice was very quiet, Zhao Hohot still heard her clearly. Zhao Hohot scoffed repeatedly. I think they don't realize the consequences of targeting my daughter. They should take a good look at themselves. Luckily, you're not foolish.
What?
Have you fallen out with your family? Wang Zhao nodded. She suddenly saw her sister-in-law standing quietly at the door, expressionless. Wang Zhao felt a panic rise in her heart. Little sister, believe me, I'm not the kind of person who would betray my family. If I agree to this, what kind of person would I be? I know right from wrong.
Han Kell walked over to Zhao Gihua.
Mom, we can't let this go. At noon, Zhao Hohot loudly criticized the Wang family in front of everyone, showing no mercy when it came to her precious daughter. How dare they come up with such a cruel idea? They deserve to face consequences. Heartless people should be punished severely. Han Taizhu, this isn't over. Wang Zhao's head was so low it almost touched her lap. She felt like the family sinner, disappointing the Han family. The Han family was in an uproar. They knew exactly what the Wang family was like. They were even worse than the Mi family. They favored sons over daughters and were infamous for selling their daughters for their sons. Targeting my daughter? They really dare to dream. You can let it go, but I won't, Han Taizhu said, his face dark with anger. Who were these people thinking about his daughter? Remembering the last time when Aunt Chin brought her widowed nephew to propose to his daughter, and now facing the Wang family situation, Han Taizhu was furious. He slammed the table, making the bowls on it jump. It was clear how angry he was. He rarely lost his temper, especially regarding family matters, usually letting Zhao Hohot take charge. But today, this issue had crossed a line. His daughter was his soft spot, and that was unacceptable. As a parent, who wouldn't want to find a good match for their daughter? As a father, he was also selfish and very realistic. If the match were someone like Emote Sunji, he wouldn't object at all. But what kind of person was the Wang family's son-in-law? Although they haven't met, it's hard to say if this young man is good, but from how the Goose family demanded a high bride price from the Wang family, it's clear they aren't good people. He can imagine that the Goose family is only interested in his daughter because she can earn money. Families that are only after money can't be good. Why should his daughter work so hard for them? And what kind of people are the Wang family? He wouldn't be this upset if it were someone else. Han Lichuan clenched his fists. He didn't blame his wife. She was different from Yi Chunhua. He knew how much she suffered at her family's home before they married. He met Wang Zhao through an introduction, and the matchmaker praised her for being capable. She was hardworking both inside and outside the home. A girl of 17 or 18 worked just as hard as any young man. She had good character and wasn't the type to cause trouble. Since the girl was so good, he decided to meet her. On the day of their meeting, Wang Zhao wore old clothes and kept her head down, not daring to look at him. But he liked the honest Wang Zhao. The Han family wasn't wealthy. They struggled to make ends meet. If the girl could live a good life with him, he would be content. In fact, Wang Zhao was indeed good, hardworking, and dedicated. But who knew the Wang family was like this? Fortunately, his wife was clear-headed. For years ago, due to the high bride price for her younger brother, they had basically cut ties with the Wang family. Wang Zhao was devoted to building a life with him. Honestly, if Wang Zhao had a family like Mi Chunhua's, Han Lichuan would have divorced her long ago. Luckily, his wife was a good person. Zhao, our little sister has had a hard time. It's not easy for her to improve her reputation a bit. We can't let your family ruin it. So this matter can't be overlooked. Wang Zhao nodded vigorously, her eyes red. I understand. Dad, Mom, Lichuan, you can do what you need to do.
Don't worry about me.
I feel the same way. I want to find out where they sold my little sister. I want to know if she is alive or...
Sobi.
Wang Zhao covered her face and cried. When Wang Zhao cried like this, Zhao Hohot and Han Tieju's anger lessened a bit. Recently, Zhao Hohot had been sewing with Wang Zhao, and they shared a secret, which had built some feelings between them. Zhao Hohot sympathized with her daughter-in-law, feeling that being born into such a family was truly unfortunate. How pitiful! She was someone who preferred gentle treatment over harshness. If anyone confronted her directly, she would become even more unreasonable. However, when it came to someone like Wong Xha, Zhao Hohot could only pat her and say, "It's okay. Don't worry. This isn't your problem. You are you, and the Wong family is the Wong family. They are two different matters." Wong Xha covered her face and nodded, feeling truly embarrassed to face anyone. Mi Chunhua, who was watching the scene, felt delighted. Ever since she learned about the situation, she had repeatedly thought that it served them right. She felt that Wong Xha deserved it, Han Ke deserved it, and the Han family deserved it too. It was quite satisfying. Last time, because of her maternal family's issues, Wong Xha had become upset. To her, it seemed like Wong Xha was taking pleasure in their misfortune. Han Ke said, "Sister-in-law, we're going to the Wong family to seek justice for me. But regarding your family selling daughters, that touches on legal matters. Buying and selling people is against the law, so you need to think carefully." Wong Xha understood her sister-in-law's meaning. They were going to the Wong family for her sake, not to address the issue of selling daughters. She didn't want the Han family to be blamed if something went wrong with the Wong family later. Wong Xha replied, "I know, that has nothing to do with the Han family." Han Ke nodded, as they were her biological parents. If Wong Xha regretted it one day, the Han family could end up in a difficult position. Without delay, they made their plans. Han Laosan didn't need to go. He was responsible for getting them time off and would still be working in the clinic that afternoon, taking Xiao Xuan to the clinic. The rest of them would go to the Wong family to demand an explanation. Did they think they could just mess with the Han family and get away with it? It wasn't just for Han Ke, it was also for Wong Xha. Once a girl is married, she becomes part of her husband's family. Wong Xha, being an honest person, especially with her mother-in-law, never dared to lie. So, she told Zhao Hohot everything that happened at the Wong family that morning, which made Zhao Hohot extremely angry. What was that Goose something May? Why did she think she could bully her daughter-in-law? She was protective, but she felt embarrassed to say it out loud. After lunch, the whole family went to the Wong family together. When they arrived at Fanjiatan, the Wong family members were all in the fields. Wong Xha went to find someone in the fields, and Gu Fengmei was also there working. When she saw Wong Xha approaching, her eyes lit up. Not bad, at least she knew how to be sensible. It seemed that her threats to Wong Xha had worked. Gu Jia and Wong Xha are from the same village. She quickly called for her mother. Mom, hurry, please take a break. The Han family has come, and my second sister-in-law's sister is here too. Come home and take a look with me." Wang Zhao's parents and Wang Jiabao hurried back home. At the entrance, the Han family members all had serious expressions. They didn't seem like they were there for a friendly visit. Wang Laotai smiled politely but without warmth. "In-laws, welcome. Haha, come in and sit down. It's a long way. Have some water to quench your thirst." Wang Zhao's father took the key from his pants and opened the big door. Wang Jiabao felt uneasy. He noticed the two Han brothers looking at him with unfriendly faces, as if they were staring at a ghost. Suddenly, he couldn't take his eyes off a girl standing next to his second sister-in-law.
Wow.
She was stunningly beautiful. The proudest moment of his life was marrying his wife, Gu Fengmei, who was known for her beauty in the area. But compared to this girl, she seemed ordinary. He couldn't find the right words to describe it. It was like comparing a sparrow to a phoenix. His brother-in-law had such good taste to notice such a beautiful girl. He had paid a hefty bride price for Gu Fengmei. How much would the Han family's daughter cost? Han Lixiao blocked Han Ke and approached Wang Jiabao, giving him a shove. "What are you looking at? She's not someone you can stare at." Wang Jiabao stumbled back a few steps, regaining his composure. He had a temper too. "What are you doing? You can't just hit people here. This is Fanjiatan, not Yangshigu. Who do you think you are?" Seeing the confrontation about to escalate, Wang Laotai quickly held her son back. Was he foolish? No matter how tough he thought he was, he couldn't take on the whole family. Didn't he know that a wise man avoids trouble? "Oh, dear-in-laws, look at these kids. When they get together, it's like a bunch of crows. Don't mind them, come inside." She pushed the defiant Wong Xha into the yard, fearing the brothers would come and beat him up. It wasn't the first time. The Han family also didn't want to cause a scene at the entrance and ruin their daughter's reputation. Gu Fengmei, who was pregnant and couldn't run, followed her mother back. As they entered the yard, the big door slammed shut and was locked. Gu Fengmei said, "What are you doing? Why are you locking my family's door?" Han Lixia squinted. "We're discussing serious matters. We don't want outsiders to interrupt." Gu Fengmei thought for a moment and agreed. "Forget it. Let's get to the point." She shot a glare at Han Lixia and took her mother inside. Little did she know, Zhao Hohat had instructed the second son to guard the door, making sure no one could leave if a fight broke out. Once inside, Gu Fengmei noticed the atmosphere was tense, as if the air could ignite with a single match. Old Lady Wong rubbed her hands together. "In-law, come sit on the bed." "Hey, old man, pour some water for our guest." Old man Wong replied, "All right." Zhao Hohat waved her hand dismissively. "No drinks. We have plenty of water."
Don't waste my time.
This was not a friendly visit. It felt more like a confrontation than a matchmaking meeting. Old Lady Wong's eyelids twitched, sensing something was off and fearing trouble. "Oh my, is this your daughter-in-law? She's truly beautiful. No wonder my son noticed her right away." Gu Fengmei's mother tried to break the tension, thinking she was being clever. Zhao Hohat's eyes widened in anger. "What did you just say? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make sure to shut you up." Gu Fengmei's mother fell silent. Gu Fengmei looked at Han Ku and gasped. Jealousy burned in her eyes. She felt a strong rivalry, especially since she believed she was the most beautiful girl in the county. Otherwise, how could she demand such a high bride price? That fox had clearly captured her brother's heart. She couldn't let someone like that marry into their family. If he forgot his parents after marrying her, would he still listen to them? No, she had to make sure he married her, so she could earn money for the family. No matter how beautiful a girl was, once she was in their home, she would be worn down to a shadow of her former self. Let's see how she would charm anyone then. The thought of such a lovely girl becoming worn out and exhausted by her mother made Gu Fengmei feel a sense of satisfaction. Gu Fengmei thought the Wong family was useless and decided to take charge. "Haha, dear lady, we're family. Let's sit down and talk. Let me introduce you to my mother. We'll become even closer, and you can trust that the Gu family will treat you well." Wong Xha retorted, "What nonsense are you talking? Who's becoming closer?" Zhao Hohat sneered. "Trustworthy? A trustworthy person wouldn't sell their daughter for a high price. I don't want to deal with the Gu family, so get lost." "Old woman Wong, remember what I told you? You can scheme against anyone, but if you try to scheme against me, Zhao Hohat, you're asking for trouble." "Haha, it's been years since we last met, and you've forgotten who I am? You two families have made a good plan, thinking you can target my daughter. Do you think the Han family is easy to bully? Old woman, if you don't give me an explanation today, we won't be done." Zhao Hohat's eyes widened as she flipped the table over, causing the bowls on it to shatter on the floor. Han Ku twitched his mouth. His mother was acting like a villain. The men from the Han family rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront them. Wang Jiabao, scared in his own home, turned pale and hid behind his father. "Humph, a bunch of useless people, and you dare to scheme against the Han family?" Zhao Hohat stood with her hands on her hips, pointing at the Wang family and Gu Fengmei's mother. "You ruined my daughter's reputation, and you need to compensate for that. You've heard, right? Those gossipers in our village were fined for talking bad about us. I see Wang family has plenty of money, so you shouldn't be afraid to pay up." Old Mrs. Wang waved her arms like a fan. "Oh, dear mother-in-law. You are wronging us. This has nothing to do with the Wang family. It was the Gu family's idea. I opposed it, but they didn't listen. You can't blame the Wang family for this. Gu Fengmei, this is your family's wild idea, so don't drag us Wang family into it." At this point, old Mrs. Wang no longer cared about her grandchildren. Gu Fengmei was unreasonable, but in her own home, facing Zhao Hohat, she felt scared, especially since the Han family looked fierce. "No, if you don't want to, then just say so. Why are you being so aggressive? We didn't force you." The Wong family thought the Han family was making a big fuss over nothing. If you don't want to, just say it. Why cause trouble over such a small matter? They had no idea about the Han family's intentions. The Han family wanted to escalate the situation to deter those with bad intentions. Recently, they had been bothered a lot, and they were using the Wong family to warn those who were daydreaming. With Xiao Hohat stepping in, both Gu Fengmei and the Wong family were silenced. Wong Xha asked, "Mother, where did you sell my fourth sister?" Old Mrs. Wong's heart sank.
Why do you want to know that?
Anyway, the Gu family's matter is over. We won't pursue it anymore. Don't come back. I'll pretend I never had you. Just go, all of you. Old Mr. Wong, feeling guilty, couldn't look at Wong Xha. Wong Zhao's eyes were red as she stared at the Wong family. She took a deep breath. She couldn't leave. If she left, she would never know her fourth sister's whereabouts. Her third sister was married too far away, and her eldest sister was just as clueless as she was. Today, she must find out where her younger sister is. The Han family hasn't moved. It seems they are supporting Wong Xha. I'm not leaving. Where has my sister been sold? You must give me an answer today. Wong Zhao's voice trembled. She had a bad feeling. If her sister had married well, the Wong family would have boasted about it instead of hiding it. What about my third sister? I wasn't here when she got married. You must have told her. Wong Laotai regretted deeply. If she knew that Wong Xha, this troublemaker, would ask about the third and fourth sisters, she would never agree to let Gu Fengmei speak. Leave quickly, or I'll call the police. I decide where my daughters go when they marry. Why do you need to meddle? Wong Laotai shooed them away like flies. Seeing the Wong family's guilty expressions, it was clear something was wrong. As Wong Zhaoji struggled to confront them, Han Ku pulled on her sleeve. Sister-in-law, if you really want to know, you need to be more forceful. Wong Zhaoji replied, Sister, I must find out where my two sisters are. What should I do? Please help me. Tears streamed down her face. She felt lost. She had raised her fourth sister, who had no love from her parents and had always followed her around. She started doing laundry and cooking at 3 and had never lived a good life before being sold by her parents. Han Ku said human trafficking is illegal. Wang Zhaoji's eyes flickered. She wasn't foolish and knew what to do. Gritting her teeth, she said, You won't tell me, right? Then I won't ask anymore. I'll call the police to ask. What? You ungrateful person. Eating and drinking from the Wang family and still want to report us? Why don't you just go away? Wang Laodai finally lost her temper. Over the years, her character had softened due to her daughter-in-law's influence, making those who knew her forget who she used to be. How dare you? Selling my own daughters is none of your business. I raised them, and I can do what I want. Get out, or I'll make sure you regret it. Wang Laotai didn't understand. Those 2 girls were hers, and she could do as she pleased with them. Why did she raise them? Wasn't it to exchange them for some money? Wang Zhaoji initially hesitated to report her family, knowing it would tarnish her name as a Wang daughter. But seeing her parents' unrepentant attitude, she steeled herself. With red eyes, she looked at Han Lichuan and said, Lichuan, run to town and report this. My mother just admitted that she sold my 2 sisters and human trafficking is illegal. Since they are unreasonable, I won't talk to them anymore. Han Lichuan didn't expect the Wang family to be so cruel. He knew about the 2 children from years ago, but back then, it was said they were married off. Now, thinking back, there must have been something fishy. What kind of family spends such a large amount of bride price to marry off 2 rural girls? Don't worry, I support you in this matter. Han Lichuan wiped away Wang Zhaoji's tears. She had been married to him for 10 years and had never cried in the Han family. Zhao Hohat said, Go on, hurry up and come back. They won't escape. Selling daughters excited Zhao Hohat. Originally, this was their family's issue, and it wasn't the Han family's place to interfere. However, since the daughter-in-law wanted to pursue it, it was connected to the Han family. The daughter-in-law's issue equals the Han family's issue, no doubt about it. When old lady Wang saw things were serious and her second son-in-law was about to leave, she frantically tried to grab Han Lichuan. Wang Zhaoji quickly grabbed old lady Wang. If you don't want me to report this, just behave and tell the truth. Otherwise, if the police come, who knows what will happen." Old Lady Wong kicked and hit Wong Zhaodi, crying loudly like a pig being slaughtered. Zhao Hohot looked around and found a dirty cloth to stuff in Old Lady Wong's mouth. The rest of the Wong family was shocked by Zhao Hohot's swift actions. Old Man Wong was a coward. He didn't dare to speak up and kept mumbling, "We can't do this. In law, we can't do this." Like a broken record. Wang Jiabao hid far away, afraid that the Han men would beat him up, and he couldn't care less about Gu Fengmei. He hid behind the heavily pregnant Gu Fengmei. Surely, the Han family wouldn't hit a pregnant woman, right? Gu Fengmei and her mother hugged each other in panic, thinking this would keep them safe. The abuse done by the Wong family has nothing to do with us. If they want to find someone, let them go after them. We didn't participate in selling daughters. The two of them kept trying to distance themselves from the situation, and they had every right to do so since they really weren't involved. Wang Zhaodi wiped her tears and held her mother. "What kind of face do you have to say such things? If it weren't for your family demanding a high bride price, and if Gu Fengmei hadn't enticed Wang Jiabao to marry her, would the Wang family be selling daughters?" Gu Fengmei, held by her mother, felt wronged by this statement. "Whoever can pay 150 yuan, I'll marry. It's not like I'm clinging to your Wang Jiabao. He came to me first. If he's cheap, whose fault is that?" Wang Jiabao, hiding behind Gu Fengmei and her mother, gritted his teeth. Who was it that actively flirted with him in the sorghum field? Who pressured the Wong family with threats of reporting them for harassment? When it came down to it, Gu Fengmei immediately distanced herself from him, and he regretted ever liking her. Wait, once this is over, he won't be foolish enough to support that woman anymore. Looking at the Wong and Gu families, none of them are useful. Old Lady Wong felt anxious, unable to speak. Although she didn't know where her two daughters had gone, she could tell that the people who came to take them were not good. With so much money involved, it was likely that her daughters were in a bad situation. To cope, she had convinced herself over the years to ignore it, pretending her daughters had simply married. But now, memories flooded back, and she recalled her youngest daughter crying desperately. When those men grabbed her, it was like catching piglets. No matter how much the little girl cried and struggled, it was useless. A few men just stuffed her into a sack and carried her away. Thinking of this made Old Lady Wong shiver. She managed to free one hand and pulled out what was in her mouth, realizing that being tough wouldn't work. "Zhaodi, I am your real mother. What daughter sues her own mother? Aren't you afraid of what people will say about you later? Besides, you know our family's situation. We are very poor, and your brother is our only hope for carrying on the Wong family name. I had no choice but to marry off your younger sisters." Old Lady Wong tried to appeal to Wang Zhaodi's emotions, hoping to move her with reason and a bit of pity. She knew her daughter well. Wang Zhaodi was soft-hearted, but she had miscalculated. Wang Zhaodi was no longer the same girl she used to be. No matter how much she pretended to be pitiful, Wang Zhaodi remained unmoved. Old Lady Wong watched helplessly as Han Lichuan left. Han Lixia and Han Taiju stood like sentinels, locking the door after Han Lichuan left. They didn't say a word, but their stance made it clear that no one was getting away. Han Ke found it very amusing. "I don't understand. How is the Wong family's legacy any of your business? Do you even share the Wong surname? The ancestors of the Wong family are not your ancestors. If anyone should feel ashamed, it's your sister-in-law's father. Even if you went down, could you meet the Wong ancestors? Besides, the Wong ancestors have probably reincarnated by now. I think you're just using this as an excuse to marry your son off and pay for a bride." With nothing else to do, Han Ke and Zhao Hohot exchanged jabs about the Wong family. Han Lichuan had run to the village, which wasn't far from town. On the way back, he was brought back by Wu Aigua on a bicycle. The whole trip, including reporting the incident, took just over half an hour. Wu Aigua happened to be at the office and took on this case. On the way, Han Lichuan briefly explained the situation regarding the Wong family. Wu Aigua felt a bit annoyed because Han Ke was so outstanding that it attracted unwanted attention. They arrived at Fangjia village. This time, Wu Aigua brought 3 police officers with him, as he suspected this case was significant and might involve a criminal gang. He wanted to ensure they had enough people to avoid missing anything. Han Lixia opened the door, and Wu Aigua led his team inside. When the Wong family saw 4 police officers had truly arrived, Old Man Wong was so frightened that he nearly lost control. Old Lady Wong was also in shock, and Wong Xha tried to keep her awake by pinching her. It was only after drawing blood that Old Lady Wong managed to stay conscious, but her legs felt weak and wobbly. The Wong family and the Gu family huddled together like quail. Wu Aigua glanced at Han Ko, who he hadn't seen in over a week. Despite the serious situation, she seemed unfazed, as if watching someone else's drama unfold. Wu Aigua greeted the Han family members and then sat down on a stool. "Are you going to explain things to me here, or at the police station?" "Of course, here." Old Lady Wong answered quickly. In her view, going to the police station would ruin their family's reputation, and she preferred to keep things quiet. She felt relieved that most people were out working in the fields that afternoon, so fewer would see the police at their home. This logic was her own creation. One police officer took out a small notebook. Wu Aigua asked questions, the Wong family answered, and the officer recorded everything. The process went smoothly, and the Wong family answered every question honestly. Han Ke thought, they really don't understand the law. They think that by answering everything, they'll be fine. But once there were no more questions, the police put silver bracelets on the Wong family members. The Wong family was stunned, unable to react. They had been so cooperative, answering every question truthfully. How could they be arrested without any praise? Old Lady Wong trembled. "Why are you arresting us?" Her voice quivered, lacking its usual assertiveness. Wu Aigua replied, "Human trafficking is a crime. Your 2 daughters weren't married properly. They were sold by you. You sold them for 400, which is quite a large amount."
"What?
Sold for 400? Wang Jiabao, you liar. What did you tell me?" Gu Fengmei was furious. Initially, she wanted 150,000, and the Wong family said they could only gather that amount if they married off their daughter. Now it had turned into 400,000. What about the remaining money? Seeing the Wong family about to be taken away, Gu Fengmei's mother thought, is this really happening? The Wong family is going to prison, and her daughter will definitely get a divorce. Who can wait for a convict to be released? Her daughter is pregnant, and the baby is already over 5 months old. If she remarries, she can't keep the baby. Isn't an abortion expensive? In a flash, the mother and daughter agreed. They needed money. Wang Jiabao felt a chill. Until the handcuffs were on, he didn't realize how cold his wife was. "Are you blind? Our family used to live in a thatched house, and now we have a tiled roof. We've built a house. I don't care, old man. How much money do you have left? If you don't give it to me, I'll make sure your family has no descendants." Gu Fengmei threatened the Wong family by hitting her belly with her fist. Wait. We need to keep the baby. That's our Wong family's future." Old Mrs. Wong was still thinking about the family line. Han couldn't take those words to heart. "Come here, I need to tell you something," Old Mrs. Wong whispered to Gu Fengmei, worried that others would hear. After discussing the money, the Wong family put on a dramatic show of separation, pulling and dragging each other toward the door. Old Mrs. Wong found this scene familiar. Her youngest daughter was taken away in the same way. The 3rd daughter left resignedly, without resistance, and she still remembered the vacant look in her eyes. At that moment, the people from Fanjiatan received the news, and the leaders of the brigade rushed over to inquire. They needed to know why people were being arrested. They learned it was because 4 years ago, the Wong family had married Gu Fengmei for a high bride price, marrying off 2 daughters. This kind of thing was common in the countryside. Not only were high bride prices common, but family exchanges also happened frequently. However, they didn't realize this was also illegal. Those who had sold their daughters hid away, fearing the police would come for them. The Wong family, handcuffed, was tied to the back of a bicycle. Wu Aigua greeted the Han family and took the prisoners away. Hanke knew that laughing at this moment would be hated, especially since Wang Zhao's eyes were swollen from crying. But she couldn't help it. The way they were taking the prisoners away was just too much. Turning away, she shook her shoulders. Dear, are you scared? Don't be afraid. Zhao Hohat thought her precious daughter was crying from fear. The Wang family was now finished, but the house remained, and Wang Zhaodi was still a Wang family member, so they couldn't ignore her. Wang Jiabao has been taken away, and Gu Fengmei doesn't even want to pretend to be sad. She is counting money with her mother in a crack in the wall. Mom, whether he gets sentenced or not, I'm not staying with him. Tell my brother to help me get rid of this baby. I want to find someone better. Marrying Wang Jiabao was a waste for me, Gu Fengmei said while counting the money. It wasn't much, just a few dozen yuan, which made Gu Fengmei very disappointed. Mom, this is too little. The Wang family is broke. I was fooled. Luckily, those scammers got caught. Otherwise, I don't know how many more years I would have been deceived. Mom? Mom? Gu Fengmei looked at her mother, who was looking around. Mom, what are you looking at? Gu Fengmei's mother replied, I'm looking at this house. Wow, this house is much better than our thatched cottage. Gu Fengmei's mother slapped her thigh. What do you mean divorce? If you don't divorce, this house is yours. Get rid of the baby, take over the house first, and after a while, when no one mentions the Wang family anymore, we can all move in. If your brother had a brick house, he could marry a city girl with a job. Gu Fengmei didn't want to agree deep down. She was naturally selfish, and besides, she was already married. Her in-laws' house had nothing to do with her family. However, her mother had a point. If she didn't divorce, she had the right to live in that house, so Gu Fengmei decided to wait and see if the Wang family would come back. If he got sentenced, she would claim the house. She was good-looking and had a house. What kind of partner couldn't she find? With her conditions, she could find a decent guy. She would choose carefully next time. She didn't care for Wang Jiabao at all, but since his family was willing to pay her 150 yuan, she settled for it. She didn't want to suffer again in her next marriage. Not very good-looking but dreaming big. Why should the Wang family let you live in their house? Wang Zhaodi stood outside and overheard their plans clearly. She truly admired the Gu family's shamelessness and cold-heartedness. Gu Fengmei wasn't embarrassed. Instead, she was angry. Who's to blame? It's all your fault. I've never seen such a heartless person, sending your own parents to jail. No matter how bad they are still your parents. You have no humanity, worse than animals. I haven't even divorced your brother yet, and you want to kick me out?
Dream on.
As long as I don't divorce, this house is mine. You can't tell me who can live here.
Wong Xha diznir dinanger. Ah.
They say the Wang family sells their daughters, but it's actually the Gu family that is truly selling. They haven't finished selling one yet, and are already looking for the next. She felt some anger when Gu Fengmei called her an animal and mentioned sending her parents to the police station, but mostly she felt rage. She had no regrets about sending her so-called parents away. She didn't want to waste time arguing with Gu Fengmei. Instead, she directly asked the team leader, Captain Liu, I'm not asking about Gu Fengmei. I'm asking if this house belongs to the Wang family. Can the Gu family move in here? Even if those three are in prison, does the Gu family have the right to occupy the Wang family's house? Are they so desperate that they are waiting to take everything? Gu Fengmei and her mother were shocked. They hadn't expected the team leader to be outside. Moreover, he had heard their entire conversation. Gu Fengmei's mother awkwardly said, We were just joking. Why do you have to say it so harshly? It's not like we sent your real parents away. With the team leader present, she felt braver and dared to retort, completely shedding her earlier fear. Captain Liu frowned. Years ago, the Gu family demanded a high bride price, which caused a stir in the whole Fanjian. Everyone criticized the Gu family for selling their daughter. Now that the police had taken the Wang family members away, it was still the Gu family's fault. Seeing the Wang family in trouble, the two women immediately turned against them without any sympathy. They say that a married couple shares a bond, but Gu Fengmei has been married to the Wang family for 4 years. As soon as Wang Bao was taken away, they were already planning to take over his house and children. What kind of behavior is that? Captain Liu had no respect for the Gu family. He waved his hand and said, "Zhaodi, you're overthinking it. If the Gu family dares to occupy the Wong family's house, not only will you not allow it, but the whole team won't allow it either. If Gu Fengmei stays married, she can live there. If they divorce, the house still belongs to the Wong family. The Wong family members are still alive. If they come back from prison, where will they live? It would just lead to more lawsuits. The team has no time to deal with this, so it's better to end Gu Fengmei's hopes now." Gu Hongmei was used to being arrogant at home, but she didn't dare act that way in front of the team leaders. She knew who she could provoke and who she couldn't. Feeling embarrassed, Gu Fengmei's mother left in a huff. Wong Xha said, "Mom and Dad, let's go back." The police would investigate the case, but it was uncertain when there would be results. When Wu Igua left, he said he would inform the Han family as soon as there was news. A family arrived with great fanfare and left just as dramatically, sending off 3 people in one afternoon. This news won't stay hidden for long. Soon everyone will know that the Han family has done something big. However, it serves as a wake-up call for those with wild imaginations to consider the consequences, so they don't lose something valuable in a moment of impulsiveness. After delivering the grain, the weather turned cooler. With the autumn harvest and the grain delivery, everyone was quite tired, so the team decided to give all members a few days off. After the break, they would start planting winter wheat. During these days, the Han family cut down the cabbages in their front and backyards and began pickling sauerkraut. The women worked on the sauerkraut while the men built higher walls. Once the walls were finished, they would make planting boxes to prepare for winter. It was rare for the whole family to stay home and work together. Since the last time when Yu Jingxi reported Han Ke for undermining socialism, Han Ke had not brought any fish home. That lucky charm skill had not been effective lately, and the family realized that it was only intermittent. With no success for almost half a month, she decided to use her special skill today to improve the family's meals while everyone was home. Zhao Hohot didn't let her do household chores, so she easily worked alongside her 3 daughters-in-law. Seeing that she had nothing to do, Han Ke grabbed a basket and prepared to go out. She walked ahead, followed closely by Han Dazhuang. Each took a goose and left the village toward the foot of the mountain. Zhao Hohot felt relieved seeing her son following her daughter. That goose had become a dominant presence in the village, making dogs walk along the walls to avoid it. The sisters planned to walk far from the village, hoping to stay out of sight to avoid any envious onlookers. Little did they know, someone was watching her every day, waiting for the right moment to strike. Ever since Yu Jingxi faced humiliation after her last report, she had been filled with resentment, which had now turned into deep hatred. Especially after her failed attempt to expose Han Ke, the large sum of money Han Ke received felt like a slap in the face. Originally, when Cheng Yusi approached her for collaboration, she hesitated, fearing to offend the Han family. But recently, her anger had pushed her to agree to work with Cheng Yusi without hesitation. The disfigurement had twisted her mind, and now her current situation was all thanks to Han Ke. She desperately wanted to see Han Ke suffer, believing that only through her pain could she find some psychological balance. She was determined to make Han Ke marry the ugly Cheng Yusi so that she would have to face that unattractive face every day. It would be best if Cheng Yusi could beat her every day, so that for the rest of her life, she would cry in regret for the life that was ruined. Han Ke brought Han de Zhuang to the riverbank. She looked around. This place was quite open, with trees far away in the distance, so even if someone was nearby, they wouldn't see what she was doing. After checking her surroundings, Han Ke set down her basket. She placed the small bottle filled with the spirit spring into the basket, secured it with a rope, and slowly lowered the basket into the water. She waited quietly for the fish to bite. Now, let's say Han de Zhuang as a goose surprisingly did not like swimming. It flapped its wings and ran around, playing joyfully. To avoid scaring away the fish, it went off to play in the distance, keeping an eye on Han Ke's movements. After a few minutes, Han Ke noticed a school of fish swimming toward her. Since Han Ke left her home, she had been spotted by Yu Jingxi, who was watching her closely. Yu Jingxi was diligent and uncomplaining in her task of monitoring Han Ke. Eager to see Han Ke in trouble, she braved the elements, waiting near the Han family's gate. Yesterday, the entire Han family had gone out and she didn't know what they were up to, missing an opportunity to follow Han Ke. But today, she finally caught her alone as she stepped out. It seemed her persistence had paid off. She watched Han Ke walk toward the foot of the mountain, then hurriedly ran to the youth commune to inform Chung Yusi. Upon reaching the commune, she dashed into Chung Yusi's dormitory. Quick, quick. I saw her going alone toward the foot of the mountain. I don't know if she's going to catch fish, but if she goes up the mountain, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. Chung Yusi, lying on the bed, immediately sat up. Dianzi, you run fast. You and Yu Jingxi come with me. Dianzi thought, this is bad. I really don't want to get involved. But he had to obey Chung Yusi's orders. The guy was too fierce when it came to fighting. The other two were relieved that Chung Yusi hadn't called them, but they still flattered him, saying, Boss, congratulations. From now on, you'll be able to win the heart of a beauty. Right. Boss, you'll have both wealth and love, making the rest of us envious. Isn't that why you're the boss? Not everyone has this kind of luck. They threw compliments without hesitation, but Chung Yusi was too preoccupied to listen to their flattery and quickly took off with Dianzi and Yu Jingxi. The people at the youth academy were puzzled, especially since Yu Jingxi had recently been spending a lot of time with Chung Yusi, and her relationship with Shen Mengyao was not as good as before. The three of them rushed out of the academy, worried that if they were slow, Han Ke might disappear. Finally, they waited for her to leave alone, and they had to seize this opportunity. After today, Chung Yusi would stand out. The fish were caught in the basket, and now Han Ke was very skilled at collecting them. She could directly put the fish into her space. She had already stored 2 basins of fish, and after one more, she would be ready to head home. Han Ke was focused on the basket. Meanwhile, Chung Yusi had everything arranged, and Dianzi was watching from a distance to report back to the village. Chung Yusi had already entered the river, and before going in, he asked Yu Jingxi to push Han Ke. As soon as Chung Yusi entered the cold river water, he shivered. He believed that enduring hardship would lead to success, and for his bright future, this little suffering was worth it. Yu Jingxi had sneaked up behind Han Ke, who was watching the water's surface. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the water, and before she could turn around, Yu Jingxi pushed her into the river. Yu Jingxi's eyes were wide with excitement, and with the scar on her face, she looked frightening. When Han Ke fell into the river and turned back, she realized it was Yu Jingxi. But they had miscalculated. The original Han Ke couldn't swim, but this Han Ke could, and she swam quite well. She noticed someone swimming toward her from a distance, but their style was very awkward. Chung Yusi could only dog paddle and wasn't very skilled. He was only thinking about being a hero and forgot that his swimming skills were lacking. After struggling in the water for a few minutes without getting far, he realized he wasn't capable. Han Dazhuang was playing nearby and, seeing Han Ke pushed into the river, became furious. He charged over, raising his foot to kick Yu Jingxi behind the knee. Yu Jingxi was completely unprepared. She was just enjoying watching Han Ke struggle in the water. Instantly, she got her comeuppance and was kicked into the river by Han Dazhuang. Meanwhile, Dianzi saw Chung Yusi enter the river and ran back to the village, unaware of what was happening behind him. Han Ke felt a surge of anger. With her extensive knowledge, how could she not understand? These people were truly bold to scheme against her. She would not let them off easily. Fortunately, she could swim. Otherwise, the original Han Ke might have faced death again. This was attempted murder, and regardless of their motives, they were breaking the law. This time, she would definitely not let Yu Jingxi go. Chung Yusi hated his parents for giving him only 2 arms and 2 legs. He felt it was too slow. The water was too cold, and his legs were cramping. Chung Yusi thought. Now it was a problem. He might not be able to save the girl and could end up drowning himself. Han Ke, with the spirit of if the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain, grabbed Yu Jingxi by the hair and swam towards Chung Yusi. There was no choice. Chung Yusi was too slow. When would he reach her? Chung Yusi struggled in the water and saw Hanku swimming towards him, almost crying out in relief. He was saved. But then he noticed Hanku was still holding on to Yu Jingxi. He worried, could Hanku save both of them? If she could only save one, he hoped it would be him. After swallowing a lot of water, he forgot why he was there. Yu Jingxi couldn't swim and struggled hard when Hanku grabbed her. Eventually, she ran out of oxygen, drank a lot of water, and fainted.
Good.
Hanku wanted her to faint. After bringing Yu Jingxi to the surface for a few breaths, she pulled her back underwater. While Yu Jingxi was submerged, Hanku swam towards Chung Yusi. Chung Yusi watched as Hanku effortlessly reached him. If she saved him today, he would owe her everything. But when Hanku got close, she pressed his head down, and before he knew it, he was gulping down water. Then this useless hero fainted even faster than Yu Jingxi. Hanku dragged the two of them to the riverbank, quickly stripped off their clothes, and tossed them into her space. The two lay there, completely naked. Then Hanku threw their clothes into the dryer and placed them on the shore to dry. After drying her own clothes and putting them on, Hanku stood by the river and shouted, "Oh no! Someone's being a troublemaker. Help! Catch the troublemaker." She was so excited that her voice reached a high pitch, and anyone nearby could see how hard she was trying to be heard. On the other side, Dianzi fulfilled his mission, running back while shouting, "Oh no! Someone fell into the river. Hurry and save them." After Hanku finished her actions, Dianzi led people towards the river, and they coordinated perfectly. The Han family was working in the yard when they heard the commotion in the village. Han Laosi was smoothing mud on the wall. He grabbed someone and asked, "Why are you running? What happened?" The person replied, "Someone fell into the river, and we're shouting to save them." Han Lixia suddenly felt a jolt. Big brother, did little sister just go to the riverbank? The whole family was stunned, forgetting everything else, and rushed with the crowd toward the riverbank. Hanku shouted a few times and saw a crowd rushing toward her, looking like a swarm of zombies, raising yellow dust behind them. Running in front were her older brothers. Were they really that fast? She had no idea that a knowledgeable youth was there to help her. That was good. Those two were just waking up. When Han Lichuan and his brother saw their little sister standing by the riverbank, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was okay, but who had fallen into the river? In the blink of an eye, the crowd reached them. Han Lichuan looked at Hanku. "Little sister, are you okay?" Even though the cold wind was biting, the Han family was sweating from fear. Hanku covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror. I'm fine, but someone else is in trouble." She pointed toward the riverbank. As the crowd arrived, their attention was focused on Hanku, not looking at the river. Now, following her finger, they gasped in shock. They saw two people lying by the riverbank. The man had one arm around the woman's shoulders. "Where's my daughter?" Everyone step aside. A powerful voice came from the back of the crowd. Han Taizhu, being older, couldn't keep up with his two sons. Zhao Hohot, who was late because she was in the kitchen pickling vegetables, arrived a bit behind. The whole family was tense, including Mi Chunhua. She didn't want Hanku to die. She needed to earn money first. How could she not be anxious? The crowd parted, and Zhao Hohot and Han Taizhu rushed into the circle. Seeing that Hanku was okay, Zhao Hohot burst into tears. She was still scared from the last time Hanku almost drowned. She couldn't bear to hear about anyone else falling into the river. She had rushed over in a panic, but now that the adrenaline was gone, she was overwhelmed with fear and cried loudly. "Mom, I'm fine. It's someone else who is in trouble." Hanku tried to comfort Zhao Hohot, but it sounded a bit off. Zhao Hohot checked her daughter from head to toe, confirming she was okay, then looked toward the riverbank. By this time, everyone had rushed to the riverbank to rescue the others. Zhao Hohot's cries had a bit of a wake-up effect, and Chung Yusi and Yu Jingxi were stirred awake by her wailing. Chung Yusi groggily lifted his head, and as he regained his senses, he realized he was almost frozen. "It's so cold." Yu Jingxi also woke up, shivering a few times. After all, both of them had their lower bodies in the water and were frozen awake. They heard a noisy commotion, as if many people were shouting. They both looked up, and upon doing so, screams erupted, their upper bodies exposed. Women gasped, and men inhaled sharply. Isn't that Ching Jiqing and Yu Jiqing? What are they doing? These two were easy to recognize, mainly because they had very distinct looks. Now fully awake, they saw a crowd of people surrounding them, like monkeys in a zoo being watched. Yu Jingxi looked down. Ah. No wonder she was so cold. Where were her clothes? She suddenly remembered being pushed into the water.
Who did it?
Who pushed her? No, she had pushed Hanko into the river. Where was that little troublemaker? She covered her chest with one hand. Where are my clothes? Her voice trembled from the cold.
Ah.
A man's startled voice came from nearby. She glanced over. Ah.
Their eyes met. Ah.
Yu Jingxi and Cheng Yisi both shouted.
Stop shouting.
Aren't you cold? Get them some clothes to wear first. Everyone turn around. What are you looking at? Anyone staring is a pervert. Zhou Jianxi shouted loudly. What kind of people were they? Not helping but just staring. Captain, we want to help, but we don't know how. A young man said, feeling quite helpless, unsure of how to assist since they were both exposed. It wasn't that no one wanted to help, it was just that they were half in and half out of the water and still awake. How could they pull them out? Pulling Cheng Yusi was fine since he was a guy. The problem was that Yu Jingxi was clinging to him. Who would want to deal with that woman? They could look before, but now it was just awkward. Even if they were country boys, they didn't want to be associated with that. Look, there's a pile of clothes over there. Could they be theirs? Someone finally noticed a pile of clothing on the shore. Hanka said, yes, they are theirs. I saw the clothes on the shore when I came.
You.
Jingxi. Upon hearing Hanka's voice, Yu Jingxi felt a surge of anger. She wanted to expose what Hanko had done to her and Cheng Yusi, but when she opened her mouth, her voice trembled. Just stop it and hurry up and put on the clothes. What are you thinking about Han's daughter at a time like this? Zhou Ping, the women's leader, felt an urge to hit someone. This Yu Jiqing seemed unable to stay out of trouble for even a few days. Keep it up, and she would finally get herself into real trouble. Turn around. If you keep looking, you'll have to do a disgusting chore. The mention of that chore made everyone turn around immediately. Cheng Yusi quickly climbed onto the shore to put on his clothes. His head was so frozen that he completely forgot how to wear that outfit. He was crying and sneezing while putting it on. Yu Jingxi was also shivering. Her whole body was frozen stiff. Although those people had turned away, their harsh whispers still reached her ears. Intellectuals just know how to have fun. Us country folks can't think of such games. Do you think it's fun? Why don't you try it and see if you can embarrass yourself too? Ha, I see what they're doing. They're just pretending. Isn't that considered misbehavior? Are you silly? A man and a woman completely undressed in broad daylight. Isn't that something? I know that. Just try holding your wife's hand in the city for a few steps, and you'll get arrested, even if it's your own wife. I see pills. These young intellectuals are really something. It's good to send a few away. It might save our team some food. Yu Jingxi shivered even more, and her frozen brain started to think. Even if she was set up by Han Ko, it was still true that she and Cheng Yusi were naked by the river. No, she didn't want that. She was already miserable enough. Disfigured, no money for treatment, betrayed by friends, and now she could be arrested for misbehavior. She even thought about being executed. Just as she froze for a moment, she was startled and fainted. Before she passed out, she heard someone say, "We brought a stretcher." That was Han Laosan's voice. Secretary Wu had gone to the commune, and Zhou Jinxue and Zhou Ping couldn't just arrest people on their own. Besides, after being frozen once, they might get seriously ill. Even if they did arrest someone, they needed to be careful. If someone died, it would become a big issue, even if it wasn't related to the team at first. Han Laosan received the news in the clinic and already knew that 2 young intellectuals had fallen into the water. He and Dr. Wu took a simple stretcher and happened to find Yu Jingxi fainted. The 2 embarrassed ones were sent to the clinic. Han Ko, as a witness, was called to the team office. Zhao Hohot and Han Taizhu accompanied her, while the others were sent home to work. Before leaving, Han Ko handed 2 fish to her sister-in-law. She did this on purpose, otherwise, she couldn't explain why she was by the river. Han Dazhuang kept looking back as he followed his family, and when Han Ko told him to go home, he obediently went back. In the team office, Zhou Ping poured a basin of hot water for Han Ko, who held it in her hands, saying, "Oh my, that scared me to death. I'm still so scared that my hands are cold." Zhao Hohot hugged her daughter sadly. "My poor daughter was so unlucky to see those 2 awful people today. Our team needs to manage things better. Those young people are getting out of hand. Last time, they even reported my daughter, that one with the last name you, right? TSK, they haven't even cleaned up their own mess and are exposing others." Zhao Hohot wanted to say it was karma, but Han Taizhu kicked her lightly to remind her not to believe in superstitions, so she quickly stopped talking. Zhou Jianxi and his wife pretended not to hear. Zhou Ping said, "This situation is serious. Honestly, the team doesn't want to lose face over something embarrassing like this just to save a little food. Jianxi, if this gets reported, will it affect our team standing this year?" Zhou Jianxi tossed a cigarette to Han Taizhu and lit one for himself. Both men took a puff. Zhou Jianxi exhaled slowly. "What do you think? This is not a small matter. We can't hide it. With so many people in our team, can we silence everyone?" Han Ko was very concerned about the fate of those 2. They won't be executed, will they? Actually, those 2 didn't deserve death, but the punishment was severe now. The original owner had heard of a young man in the county who kissed a girl he liked and was reported by her, leading to his execution. But that was during a tense time a few years ago. Now, the situation was worse for these 2. Although she was partly responsible for what happened, she had no regrets. Those 2 were out to ruin her. Why should she let her enemies go free and risk being harmed again? The one named Chen Yusi clearly hadn't given up after harassing her last time and was now plotting with Yu Jingxi against her. And this Yu person was like a stubborn leech. She didn't understand why Yu Jingxi, who had no direct conflict with her, was so determined to attack her like a rabid dog. It was endless. This time, they wanted to destroy her reputation. If she hadn't been strong, she might have fallen victim to their scheme. If that happened, the Han family would be devastated. Her parents would be heartbroken over losing their daughter, and although her brothers might not feel it as deeply, they had spoiled her while she was growing up. How could they not be sad? Thinking of this made Han Ke's resolve even stronger. Zhou Jianxi said, "I really don't know, but let's hope no one gets hurt. The question now is whether to send them to the police station or return them to the youth office. First, tell us what you saw today. We need to understand the situation clearly and make sure our team stays out of it." He planned to return it to the youth office. If he took it to the police station, it would be serious and the consequences were unpredictable. He didn't want anyone to get hurt. Zhou Ping took out a notebook to make notes. Han Ke had already prepared a draft in her mind. She could remember almost everything she read, so her draft wouldn't have mistakes no matter how many times she repeated it. She organized her thoughts. "Today, I wanted to catch a few fish to improve our meals at home. You saw me give my sister-in-law 2 fish earlier. At first, I didn't notice anyone in the river, but when I was heading home with the 2 fish, I saw a pile of clothes by the riverbank from a distance, so I curiously walked over to take a look. Then I saw 2 people swimming toward the shore. At first, I couldn't see them clearly. They were not dressed, but I only realized that when they got closer. I've never seen anything like this before, so I, couldn't help but shout out." Zhao Hohot said, Yes, I've lived for 45 years and have never seen anything like this. My daughter is still young. She must have been scared. She planned to call her daughter's spirit tonight after she fell asleep. The process wasn't complicated. Zhou Ping finished taking notes on half a sheet of paper. From the words, it sounded like those 2 were misbehaving. Otherwise, why would they take off their clothes? At that moment, Secretary Wu returned and asked, "What's going on?" He saw the Han family sitting in the team leader's office. He had just come back from a meeting about autumn farming at the commune and wanted to discuss the meeting's spirit and tasks with Zhou Jianxi. Zhou Ping slammed the notebook on the desk. Something big has happened. Zhou Jianxi said, "Our team is in big trouble." Zhao Hohot replied, "This has nothing to do with us. We're going home." Her daughter had already said everything that needed to be said. They weren't criminals, so why stay? Zhou Jianxi nodded. "All right, you can go home. Little Han, if there's anything unclear, we might need to trouble you again." Han Ke replied, "Sure, I'm always available." The Han family left. Secretary Wu looked at Zhou Jianxi and his wife, noticing their grim expressions. What happened? It looks like the sky is falling. Zhou Jianxi, feeling frustrated, scratched his head. He was the team leader focused on production, and he was most impatient with these ridiculous matters. Zhou Ping handed the notebook to Wu Lei. "Secretary, you read it yourself. I'm too tired to explain. I'm afraid talking about it will just make it worse." Wu Lei took the notebook with suspicion and read its contents. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "I just don't understand. Why can't people live peacefully? If they want to misbehave, why do it in the river? A pile of firewood or a small grove would be better than the river. Isn't it cold? The Zhou couple, is this the main point, Secretary?" Zhou Jianxi slumped in his chair. "What should we do? I think the best option is to choose the lesser of two evils. Sending them to the youth office would have a smaller impact." Wu Lei tapped his fingers on the desk, considering Zhou Jianxi's words. "We can say they are just dating. That way, the impact will be less. Young people like to have fun and seek excitement. Sometimes they act impulsively." Zhou Jianxi exchanged a glance with Zhou Ping. "I think that's a good idea. We need to communicate with them and agree on a consistent story, so there are no slip-ups." The three of them decided to label the situation as young people misbehaving while dating. Their plan seemed good, but it was pointless if others didn't cooperate. That evening, Han Ku learned the situation from Han Liqiu. The two of them had caught a cold and were now running fevers. They had to stay at the health station for observation and were currently receiving 4 fluids. Han Liqiu came home for dinner but had to return for the night shift afterward. Knowing the others were having a hard time, Han Ke felt a bit of schadenfreude. The next day, Cheng Yusi and Yu Jingxi finally recovered from their fevers and returned to the youth dormitory. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes, and the people in the dormitory treated them like pariahs, keeping their distance. Even Cheng Yusi's 3 followers were no longer as close as before. Cheng Yusi had made a serious mistake, and everyone was afraid of being implicated. Especially the idea guy, who couldn't sleep all night, anxious that Cheng Yusi would expose him. Although Cheng Yusi and Yu Jingxi had returned, he felt it was only temporary, and he couldn't shake the feeling that trouble was coming. Yu Jingxi had it worse. Her friend, Shen Mengyao, completely ignored her. Since her return, Shen Mengyao hadn't spoken a word to her, let alone comfort her or offer advice. The other youth in the dormitory whispered and pointed at her. She didn't have time to deal with those gloating people. She just wanted to figure out how to minimize the situation. With no hope left for Shen Mengyao, she had to turn to Cheng Yusi. They were now in the same boat, and neither could escape. Time is of the essence, she thought, needing to discuss their next steps with Cheng Yusi quickly. Ignoring her aching body and tired appearance, she went to find Cheng Yusi. The room was quiet, lacking its usual liveliness, and Yu Jingxi thought it might be empty. As she entered, she found all 4 of them inside, but the other 3 were silent and kept their distance. Cheng Yusi's face was dark with anger. Jingxi arrived, but Cheng Yusi didn't react at all. Not reacting is not an option. It feels like waiting for disaster. Jingxi got anxious because she was dragged into this mess by Cheng Yusi. He was the mastermind behind it all, trying to take advantage of Han Ke for profit. She was just a victim forced to comply due to his threats. Jingxi sensed something was off in the room. What she didn't know was that before she arrived, Cheng Yusi had already had a heated argument with Dianzi, almost coming to blows. Cheng Yusi blamed Dianzi for calling for help too quickly. If he had waited a bit longer, they could have seen him exhausted after his actions and how Han Ke had set him up. Dianzi felt wronged, thinking he was just unlucky. If Cheng Yusi hadn't called him, he wouldn't be involved at all. It wasn't his business. Even if Chung Yu-si married someone and got rich, it had nothing to do with him. He wasn't getting a penny from it. Dianzi regretted not refusing to help and wished he could turn back time. Now he, the most innocent one, was facing the possibility of going to jail with them. He even felt like he wanted to take revenge on the two of them. Just after the argument, Jing-si showed up. They thought she deserved it. She was always causing trouble and finally brought this upon herself. "Get out. I don't want to see you," Chung Yu-si said, recalling a dark moment by the river. Yesterday was the darkest day of his life, a stain he could never erase. Jing-si cried, "Chung Yu-si, I did all this for you. If you weren't always thinking about that other girl, would I be in this situation? We're about to ruin our lives, and you act like nothing is wrong. Do you think I want to see you? If I didn't want your advice, I wouldn't have come. I'm scared. What if the police come and take us away? I don't want to go to jail. Since you don't care, why don't you just take the blame alone? I would be grateful, really, and I would remember it forever. Why should I take the blame alone? It was a joint effort. If you hadn't been around giving me ideas, I wouldn't be in this mess. If we're going to jail, we should do it together. I won't be the only one suffering." Chung Yu-si kicked a pillow to vent his frustration. Jing-si cried even harder. "Why does it have to be jail? Can't you think of something positive? Before they arrive, let's come up with a plan to minimize the damage."
Ugh.
Chung Yu-si felt resigned to the situation, but Yu Jing-si didn't want to accept it so easily. "What do you suggest we do? The fact that we were together is already true." Chung Yu-si scratched his head in frustration. Yu Jing-si replied, "Who says that? We were both tricked by Hano." Chung Yu-si gritted his teeth. "Do you have any common sense? Where's the proof? Who saw us? Just your words?" Yu Jing-si bit her lip. "I'm willing to risk everything to say we were dating." Chung Yu-si was silent, thinking about how she was being so harsh on him when she herself wasn't perfect. He had his own strengths, but he decided to keep that to himself. Yu Jing-si continued, "If we don't say it this way, the consequences could be worse. I don't know what to do, ugh." She sat on the edge of the bed, crying. After a few minutes, she realized she was wasting time. "If the team comes looking for me, I'll say I went to the river to catch fish, and Han could drag me into the water. If I'm in trouble, she shouldn't expect to be fine either." She knew her future didn't look good, so how could she let the person who harmed her go free? Chung Yu-si had lost any romantic feelings for Han Ko, replaced by pure hatred. If she didn't want to be with him, fine, but why did she have to make things so extreme? It felt like she was trying to ruin him. Yu Jing-si was right. If he was suffering, she shouldn't expect to be okay either. Maybe if they both took the fall, they could get lighter punishments since they were also victims. Han Ko had no idea she had pushed two angry dogs into a corner. But even if she did, she wouldn't be afraid. She was confident she wouldn't be bitten back. The past few days had been tough for Han Ku as well. Zhao Hohot and Han Taiju kept asking about what happened yesterday. Luckily, she had a strong mindset and a remarkable memory, so no matter how they questioned her, she kept her stories straight and managed her expressions well. As expected, her mother nagged her again. "You're not allowed to go to the river anymore. It's an unlucky place. We can live without fish." Han Ku couldn't stand the nagging and agreed. She didn't know those two would think to act by the river. If they didn't want her to go, fine. She had Sun Jejia to help her find excuses to use the meat from their storage later. Having more workers at home was beneficial. In just 2 days, the walls had been raised higher, taller than even the tallest man, making it impossible to see the yard without standing on a stool. In 2 days, the team would resume work, and Han Taiju was busy preparing planting boxes with his sons. In the backyard, they were worried about being seen by people in the front yard. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Wong Xha quickly went to open it. She had been waiting for news about her family, so when she heard the knock, she hurried to the door.
"Ah?"
"Secretary Wu. What brings you here?" Wang Zhao opened the door to find Secretary Wu, Captain Zhou, and the women's director standing at her doorstep, along with 2 young people who had been in the water yesterday and a tall, thin young man. Wu Lei didn't want to come. But since it involved the Han family's daughter, he felt uneasy about calling her to the team, as it might seem like they were treating her like a criminal. Moreover, since it was a holiday and the Han family was home, calling their precious daughter could lead to misunderstandings. It wasn't worth offending an entire village over a few young people, especially if the Han family's daughter was innocent. Chung Yusi and Yu Jingxi had discussed it yesterday and concluded that it was better to tell the truth. It was much less serious for Han to be accused of framing them than for the two of them to publicly admit to wrongdoing. If they used their own excuses for dating, they would face serious consequences. So, Chung Yusi, along with Yu Jingxi and Dianzi, went to the team to admit their mistakes, without hiding anything. Wu and Zhou were left speechless. However, they couldn't rely on just one side of the story, especially since Chung Yusi and Yu Jingxi's account was more dramatic than anything written by the Han family's daughter. They claimed she pushed her into the water and then tried to frame them by taking off her clothes. Zhou asked Yu Jingxi how Han could have pushed her into the water if she was the one who was pushed first. Yu turned red and said she didn't know, but she swore she was telling the truth. If swearing meant anything, there wouldn't be a need for the police. Yet, both insisted that Han had framed them. Zhou Ping was rolling her eyes. Even if Han had done something wrong, wasn't it because they had bad intentions? They wanted to ruin her reputation, and she couldn't defend herself? Besides, their story sounded unbelievable. If the Han family's daughter could swim, how could she almost drown last time she jumped into the river? Yu Jingxi even threatened to report them if the team didn't take action. It was the first time they had seen someone who did something wrong and still acted so boldly. To make sure they understood, and to avoid giving those young people any leverage, several officials decided to follow a process to show them the truth. Many of their claims had too many inconsistencies to hold up under scrutiny. Is everyone at home? Let's go inside and talk. Zhou Jianxi didn't want to discuss this at the entrance, as it might affect Han Ke. In just a few minutes, many people were peeking over to see what was happening. Fortunately, the Han family had raised their walls. Otherwise, there would be a line of heads on top today. Oh, okay, come in. Wong Xha let them in, confused, and then closed the door. Yu Jingxi was very upset. Because of Han Ke, she disliked everyone from the Han family, feeling a strong resentment. Why are you closing the door? Is there something in your house you don't want anyone to see? Wong Xha was not polite in response. Mind your own business. You should take care of yourself. You might end up at the police station tomorrow. Hearing the mention of the police station made Yu Jingxi's eyes well up with tears. She had learned this tactic from Shen Mengyao, who often cried to get attention. But now, with no one paying attention to her, she felt lonely. If no one were around, Chung Yusi would have wanted to kick her a few times. It was ridiculous to be causing trouble at such a time. Zhao Hohot was sitting on the bed, making shoe soles, leaning against the window. The light allowed her to see clearly, and she noticed several people entering the yard. Impatient, Zhao Hohot said, "Why are they back again? They're always causing trouble." She quickly got up to let them in, worried they might go to the backyard and see the planting boxes. She gave Wong Xha a look, and seeing everyone was inside, Wong Xha hurried to the backyard. The men were all skilled carpenters, and making the planting boxes was easy for them. The three big men finished 3 sets in just one morning, but Han Laosen couldn't help because he had a job now. "Dad, someone from the team is here. Mom wants you to go. Don't knock anymore. There are quite a few people, including some youth who fell in the water yesterday." Wang Zhaodi stopped Han Lichuan and his brother from making noise. Han Taizhu put down his saw and wiped his sweat. "Stop working. Put everything in the woodshed so no one sees. I'll go check what's happening in front." Han Taizhu brushed off the sawdust from his clothes and headed to the front yard, while the brothers stuffed their things into the woodshed and went to see what was going on. When Zhao Taizhu entered his room, he saw his daughter with red eyes. "You can't bully people like this. Are you upset because I saw something I shouldn't have and then called everyone over to ruin your plans? Everyone here, listen. She claims I pushed her, but she can't even explain herself. I was the one who fell in the water. How could I have pushed her? Do I have arms that are several meters long? Moreover, everyone fell into the water, so why are their clothes dry? When you all arrived, my clothes were perfectly fine. Is this some kind of trick? If you want to frame someone, at least discuss it and make sure your story makes sense. Accusing innocent people without reason is unfair. Captain, Secretary, I need an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, I will take it upon myself to call the police. Yu Jingxi felt hopeless after being interrupted by Han Ke. They were speaking the truth, but who knows why their clothes were dry. She saw Han Ke fall into the water, and she did too, but why were her clothes dry when she opened her eyes again? She and Chung Yusi planned to tell the truth, but the dry clothes were a major flaw they hadn't considered. They had completely forgotten about it. Now there are 3 questions. First, who pushed her into the water? Second, why are the clothes dry? Third, Han Ke can't swim at all. Fourth, there are no other witnesses, which is the most critical point. Both of them are from the same youth group, so their testimonies are not credible. Han Dezhuang went along for fun and accidentally caused a strange situation. Who would have thought it was a goose that did it? This leaves no evidence. Chung Yusi and Yu Jingxi were speechless and couldn't explain themselves, stammering in contrast to Han Ke's clear and confident account. In the end, it was determined that Chung Yusi and Yu Jingxi were lying. That afternoon, the 2 of them, labeled as troublemakers, were sent away. No, it was 3 of them. Zhao Hohat was not satisfied. Her daughter was wronged, so she needed to find out what would happen to those 2. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel at ease. So, Zhao Hohat took her basket and wandered around the village while making shoes. By evening, Han Ke learned that those people had been sent back to the youth office. Although they didn't go to jail, being sent back to the youth office had serious consequences. It would leave a bad mark on their records, and they would be sent to a more difficult place. 2 days passed quickly. 6 planting boxes were completed, each with 4 layers. I cleared out the clutter in the kitchen and arranged the 6 planting boxes in a row against the wall. Fortunately, the kitchen was spacious enough to fit all 6 boxes. These planting boxes are quite large, made from solid materials, and are very sturdy. Han Lichuan and Han Lixia, 2 grown men, were leaning on them without moving. They went down to the foot of the mountain and collected a lot of leaf mold. This soil is light and fluffy, perfect for growing small vegetables like bok choy and mustard greens. With the support of Han Ke's spiritual spring, it's hard not to grow well. The planting boxes are large, and each group can produce a lot of vegetables. Of course, in winter, we should plant quicker-growing vegetables like bok choy, rapeseed, Chinese cabbage, leeks, lettuce, or small water radishes. We can also plant garlic cloves in them. Garlic sprouts grow the fastest. As long as they get enough water, we can harvest them in just over a week. These planting boxes represent the family's hope. Although the Han family isn't short on money right now, who wouldn't want more? Once the household chores are done, it's time to get to work. Han Laosen has been working at the health clinic for a month and brought home his first month's salary of 8 yuan. He proudly took out 3 yuan to give to Li Wan and planned to hand over the 5 yuan to Zhao Hohat. Li Wan said, "You want to give all this money to the public fund? Can't we keep some for emergencies?" Han Liqiu was surprised. Li Wan had never mentioned money before. He thought of her as someone who was above such matters, as if all the noise of the world had nothing to do with her. She seemed to have transcended material concerns, yet today she was talking about money, which surprised him. Li Wan felt her image was slipping a bit, but after 3 years of marriage, they had both contributed their earnings to the public fund, and at the end of the year, it was all counted as family income, leaving them with nothing. Who doesn't need some money for emergencies? What if something happened? Would Zhao Hohat, who is so stingy, really give them money? And what if she decided to leave? How could she go without a single penny? Especially since Han Ke had written a novel that could earn a substantial amount of money. Why could he keep that without contributing it? The big difference made her feel uneasy. Now she thought that Manhwa had a point. Han Liqiu felt uncomfortable. 1. You won't earn much from working in the fields. If I don't hand over my salary, we'll always be relying on our parents and siblings for support. That would mean they are taking care of us. Take the 3 yuan as my personal money and let the 5 yuan be for our food expenses. He didn't keep a single penny for himself. Li Wan forcefully shoved the 3 yuan back into Han Liqiu's hand. I don't want it. Just give it all. She turned away, not wanting to look at him. What would she do with just 3 yuan? It wasn't worth the trouble, and she didn't want to be seen as someone who took money. Han Liqiu is a straightforward person. When he saw Li Wan refuse, he said, "You should keep it. Once it gets to our mother, you won't be able to get it back if you want it again." Li Wan was frustrated and replied, "No. Take it away." She simply slammed the door and left. Behind her, Han Liqiu called out, "Dinner will be ready soon, come back quickly." She felt lost, not knowing where to go. It felt like she couldn't stay in that place any longer. The whole Han family made her feel suffocated. She wanted to vent and find a quiet place to scream. Without any news from home, she wanted to leave quickly. She would do anything to escape that awful place. Han Liqiu looked at the money in his hand and sighed. If he didn't hand it over, it would be like they were eating for free, and he couldn't let his parents and siblings support them. No one would be indifferent, especially someone like Mi Chunhua. So, during dinner that night, Han Liqiu handed over the 8 yuan in front of his family. Zhao Hohot hadn't expected this, but she was pleased that her son took the initiative to give the money. "All right, I'll keep it for you. If you two need anything, just come to me for money and keep track of your expenses. I'll take out 4 yuan for your food, and the other 4 will be saved for you." 4 yuan was enough for the two of them to eat simple meals. The vegetables were free from the family garden, and Li Wan earned some work points too, even if it wasn't much, about 4 or 5. She wasn't idle either. Even though she was given 4 yuan, Li Wan still felt unhappy and thought Zhao Hohot was biased. The happiest person was Mi Chunhua, who was overwhelmed with excitement about the family's finances. During dinner, she kept glancing back and forth between the couple. The next day, while working in the fields, Mi Chunhua pulled Li Wan aside to a quiet spot. "Sister-in-law, I need to tell you something." Li Wan was annoyed with Mi Chunhua and tried to avoid her. This woman never brought good news and always seemed to cause trouble. She frowned and asked, "What is it?" Mi Chunhua smiled, her eyes crinkling with delight. "Good news, great news. I have to congratulate you first." Li Wan bit her lip and stayed silent, waiting for more. She thought to herself that this woman might be up to no good again. Mi Chunhua sighed, "Sister-in-law, I feel for you. You're still young and might not realize it yet. Oh, by the way, you're 26 this year, right? Just like me. I almost forgot. You're 2 years older than the third brother. Women age quickly. Look at your younger sibling. At just 24, he still looks so handsome. Standing next to you, it seems like you two are siblings. What do you want to say?" Li Wan seemed calm on the surface, but she cared deeply about her appearance, especially her age. This woman brought up a sensitive topic, mentioning that she was 2 years older than Han Liqiu. What was her point? So, what if she was 2 years older? Just because she was educated and from the city, did that mean she was unworthy of Han Liqiu, who came from humble beginnings? Mi Chunhua shot a glance at Li Wan. "I'm saying this for your own good, so you stay alert. Men can be quite fickle, even in their 30s and 40s. Look at our mother-in-law. She's over 40 and seems like an old lady. Wait, isn't she looking younger lately? Never mind that, let's talk about you. You're getting older every day without a child by your side. What will you do in the future? I worry for you." Li Wan turned to leave. She knew very well why she didn't have children, and she didn't need anyone reminding her. If she wanted kids, she could have them anytime. "Hey, don't go. I'm not done talking." Mi Chunhua was frustrated with Li Wan's attitude, which made it hard to finish a conversation. She quickly went after Li Wan and grabbed her arm. "Sister-in-law, what do you think of our Eru? I can adopt him for you as a son. We may just be sisters-in-law, but I'm willing to give you my own son, and he can take care of you in your old age. I wouldn't do this for anyone else." Slap. Mi Chunhua received 2 hard slaps to her face. She was stunned and momentarily lost in a daze, only later realizing that Li Wan, who usually didn't stand up for herself, had hit her. When did she fall to such a low status at home? Was Wong Xha rebelling, and now it was Li Wan's turn?
How dare you hit me?
Who do you think you are to lay a hand on me? Mi Chunhua was least afraid of Wong Xha and Li Wan. Especially Li Wan, whom she had bullied before, as Li Wan never retaliated. This gave her the false impression that Li Wan was easy to push around. In reality, Li Wan just didn't want to engage with her, feeling they were on different levels. Today, she hit Mi Chunhua out of frustration, especially after the incident last night when Han Liqiu handed over his paycheck, which made her feel very upset. A surge of anger had no place to go, and today, Mi Chunhua came right to her door, giving her the perfect chance to let it out. The two of them ended up pulling each other's hair. Their voices were loud enough for others to hear. Are you two just trying to make trouble for no reason?
Huh?
Zhao Hohat's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. The two daughters-in-law stood on the ground while Zhao Hohat and Han Taiju sat cross-legged on the Kong, slapping the Kong table loudly. Tell me why. If you two don't give me a good explanation today, you can both leave. Every day, there's no peace. What is going on? We didn't act like this when we were struggling to get by. Zhao Hohat found it hard to believe. As the family situation improved, the problems seemed to multiply. But she felt that today's trouble was definitely caused by Mi Chunhua. This person never seemed to have a moment of peace. The third daughter-in-law usually only replied a few times when asked, and she wouldn't provoke anyone.
Han kevatched coldly.
Ever since she learned the truth about Li Wan, she had lost all goodwill towards these two sisters-in-law. She had already noted down Li Wan's misdeeds in her mind. For the sake of her brother, she hadn't confronted her directly last time. But if Li Wan ever did something wrong to her again, she wouldn't hold back. She wouldn't care about anyone's feelings. She hadn't wronged anyone, so there was no reason to keep putting up with unfair treatment. She was not someone to be pushed around. Zhao Hohat was furious, and no one in the house dared to speak up. Han Liqiu rushed home, panting. He hadn't finished work yet when someone told him his wife and his second sister-in-law were fighting. At first, he didn't believe it, but the person sounded so sure that he thought it must be true. That couldn't be. His wife wouldn't stand a chance against Mi Chunhua. She was so gentle and would definitely be at a disadvantage. After letting Dr. Wu know, he hurried home. As soon as he entered, he heard his mother shouting. Would his wife be scared? He looked over his wife as soon as he got inside and thankfully, she didn't seem hurt. Han Lao-san, you're just in time. Ask your wife, what's going on? And Han Lair, you ask your wife too. Zhao Hohat just wanted answers, following the idea that each family should manage their own daughters-in-law. Han Taiju, as the father-in-law, could only watch angrily. Two daughters-in-law got into a fight outside, and so many people saw it. How embarrassing is that? Recently, the Han family has been quite the topic. Han Liqiu grabbed Li Wan's hand and said, I know what kind of person my wife is. She has never been the one to start trouble. Usually Mi Chunhua would jump up at this, but now she felt guilty. So, she didn't argue back, but everyone understood that she must have started it. Mi Chunhua, what did you do? If you don't want to stay married, let's just get a divorce now, Han Liqiu said with a dark expression. Li Wan pulled her hand away from Han Liqiu and said, Let me speak. Mi Chunhua's face showed a mix of emotions. She wanted to stop her, but was too afraid. Her features twisted in distress. Today, my sister-in-law took me to a quiet place. She said I have no son, and that if I can't have children, Liqiu would dislike me. She even said she felt sorry for me and wanted to give me her son, Eru, to raise as my own and take care of me when I'm old. I would never raise someone else's child just because I can't have my own. That's why we fought. Silence fell over the room. No one dared to breathe. The dim light overhead felt painfully bright.
Wow.
Eru understood what this meant. His mother didn't want him anymore and wanted him to be someone else's son. He cried sadly. He thought his mother didn't like him because he had argued with her. Dahu protectively shielded his younger brother, believing their mother could really do that. Han Liqiu looked at Mi Chunhua with anger, his eyes filled with hatred. He quickly hugged his two sons close. He felt sad for himself. thinking he could just manage things since they were their children's real mother. But what was Mi Chunhua doing? She wanted to give away her own son, even to her brother. She didn't even ask if anyone wanted him. Especially when Li Wan mentioned Eru, her disdain hurt Han Lixia deeply. Why should his son be looked down upon? Han Liqiu was also stunned. If Mi Chunhua weren't his sister-in-law, he would have kicked her for treating his wife this way. What did his lack of children have to do with her? But he couldn't hit her. He could only look helplessly at Zhao Hohot. Fortunately, Zhao Hohot had been feeling better lately thanks to Han Ke's help. Otherwise, Mi Chunhua might have made her very upset. Han Taizhu closed his eyes and said, "It's unfortunate for the family. Just get a divorce." As the head of the family, his word made the divorce seem certain. Mi Chunhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Why should I get a divorce? Just because I feel sorry for the third brother's wife and her inability to have children? I have a good heart. I even gave her my own son. What more do you want from me? Han Ke scoffed. I think you have your eyes on the third brother's salary. Haven't you always been eyeing the Han family's assets? You believe the Han family should belong to you because you bore 2 sons. But that's not enough. You also want a piece of the third branch. Your ambition is quite big. Unfortunately, you only see what's right in front of you. Wong Xha looked at Mi Chunhua with a complicated expression. She couldn't understand where this woman found the energy to keep stirring trouble. Now, with the father-in-law personally deciding on the divorce, it might be good. If this troublemaker leaves, the household could finally be at peace. Han Taizhu looked at Han Liqiu, who was almost hugging his wife, feeling a headache. Third brother, go get the village officials to handle your second brother's divorce. In the village, very few couples had marriage certificates. They would just agree on a date and hold a couple of banquets to consider themselves married. So, divorces didn't require formal paperwork. Mi Chunhua cried and tried to stop Han Liqiu from going, but he pushed her away. He had had enough of this woman and finally felt he could escape her. He would raise his 2 sons on his own. Seeing she couldn't stop him, Mi Chunhua resorted to playing the victim in front of her sons, saying that if they divorced, their father would remarry and a stepmother wouldn't treat them well. She warned them that if she had her own children, they would have to do all the hard work. But this time, her words fell flat. Her sons looked at her with an unfamiliar coldness. Mi Chunhua felt different this time. Previously, she had her sons as support, but now she felt completely alone. She sensed something slipping away from her, leaving her heart empty. She regretted adopting heir who, thinking that if she hadn't, she wouldn't be in this situation. It was hard to admit, but she still didn't understand where she went wrong. Li Wan watched Mi Chunhua rolling on the ground with indifference, feeling a sense of relief. She had endured this woman for years, and witnessing her being kicked out of the Han family before leaving felt liberating. She would be even happier if she could see Han Ke face misfortune. She never thought she would feel jealous of a village girl. No, that's not right. How could she lower herself to compare with a village girl? She has a bright future ahead, while this village girl might just grow old and die in this small place. She had spent too much time in this poor area and almost became like them. How could she even consider a village girl? A sense of superiority suddenly filled her. Without realizing it, Li Wan's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of disdain appeared in her eyes. She was truly being foolish. She and the village girl were worlds apart. She had received a good education, had refined tastes and lofty ideals. As for Han Ke, she would never experience the wonderful life that awaited her. She began to feel grateful that she had not been influenced by the vulgarity of this small place. She needed to leave quickly, far away from these annoying common folks. She glanced at Han Ke, her pupils slightly narrowing. A pair of deep black eyes met hers, seeming to see right through her, as if they could look into the darkest corners of her heart. She hurriedly averted her gaze. Han Ke thought, interesting. She could sense jealousy and resentment in this woman's eyes. How unexpected. Han Ke suddenly realized that this sister-in-law had been hiding her true self. Her seemingly aloof demeanor was just an act. Wu Lei felt quite complicated. Recently, there had been a lot going on with the Han family. In just over a month, he had dealt with numerous legal issues for them.
Sigh.
It had finally come to the point of divorce. The group hurried to the Han household, and before they even entered, they heard loud shouting and crying, like the sound of a pig being slaughtered. That was Mi Chuanhua's voice. Apart from her, they didn't hear any other family members speaking. Han Liqiu, with a serious expression, led several officials into the parents' room. They saw Mi Chuanhua rolling on the floor, crying and shouting, while the other Han family members looked on with dark expressions. When Han Taizhu saw them arrive, he quickly asked the children to move the stools for the leaders to sit. Han Ko, being observant, served tea and water. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. It encourages reconciliation rather than separation. Although the divorce was certain, they still had to go through the process. Those trying to mediate felt somewhat hypocritical. To be honest, the second daughter-in-law of the Han family was truly something else. If it weren't for her formidable mother-in-law keeping her in check, she would have caused chaos long ago. She dared to say and do anything. It would be best if they could get a divorce and send this troublemaker back to her family. The Yangshigu area would be much quieter afterward. Mi Chuanhua saw the leader arrive and quickly got up, crawling to Zhou Ping's feet, hugging her legs tightly. Whoa, the Han family has no conscience. I've been married to the Han family for 8 years, working hard since I was a teenager, giving them 2 sons, and now they just want to get rid of me. Han Liqiu is like Qin Shimi. He definitely has someone else in his heart. Yes, he is cheating. You all need to catch him. Her face, which was already not very pretty, was now covered in tears and snot, making it unpleasant to look at. That wasn't all. Like a character from a sad story, she complained about her suffering while wiping her tears and snot on the women's director's pants. Zhou Ping's eyebrows twitched. Can you please get up? We can talk standing. This way, you won't solve anything, and it just makes you seem noisy. We need to discuss this rationally, otherwise, we won't know what the problem is. If this continues, we won't help anymore. Zhou Ping finally lost her patience as the woman clung tighter to her legs, nearly shouting her last sentence. She was so annoyed. Does crying help? Will crying make someone feel soft-hearted and stay? If she had any sense, she would see the situation clearly. Divorce was inevitable. She should focus on maximizing her own benefits and try to avoid significant losses. Clearly, the woman at her feet was not thinking straight and still hoped for reconciliation. Seeing that crying wasn't working, Mi Chuanhua wiped her face with her sleeve and stood up. Anyway, I won't get divorced. I will never leave. Zhao Hohat ignored her and turned to the team leaders. Today, our whole family agrees to let the second son get a divorce. Please provide a statement and handle the paperwork. Wu Lei cleared his throat. A couple being together is fate. For the children's sake, if possible, they should stay together. But if they really can't get along, we can't force it. As the saying goes, you can't bind people together against their will. Mi Chuanhua replied. This statement was meaningless. It was just nonsense. What if I refuse to divorce? What can you do to me? Can you force me to leave? I will sue you all. She knew that the team leaders would not support her. They were aligned with the Han family, and she felt like an outsider. Zhao Hohat sneered. I read in the newspaper that only marriages with a certificate are recognized by law. You and the second son don't have a marriage certificate, so you aren't really a couple. It was you who ruined our second son's reputation back then, and I didn't sue you for that, so you should be grateful for my kindness. Now you should obediently get a divorce, and our Han family can still give you some compensation. If you don't appreciate it, you won't get a single penny. I'll just send you back to your family, and if you dare to stay with us, I won't give you a single bite to eat. You can starve. Hanka thought, Mom. You're really acting like a villain here. I can't live anymore. Mi Chuanhua screamed, pounding her chest with her fists, looking a bit like Tarzan. Zhao Hohat said, crying and making a scene won't work here. If you want to die, do it quickly. See if anyone will stop you. How do you want to do it? If you want to hang yourself, I can give you a rope. If you want to take poison, I can give you money. If it's hard to find poison, just jump into the river. That's easy and free. Don't worry, since you are the mother of my 2 grandsons, I'll make sure you get a nice coffin. Everyone can witness that you chose to end your life. It has nothing to do with our Han family. If you die, it won't be our responsibility. In other words, you can die if you want. We won't take any blame for it. Mi Chunhua was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. Zhao Hohot was unyielding. What was she supposed to do now? She instinctively looked at the women's director, Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was jolted by Zhao Hohot's words, feeling a bit shaken. She realized she needed to tell the married women in the village to make sure they had their marriage certificates. Look at Zhao Hohot. She knows that without a certificate, it's not legal. How much trouble could that cause for women? Even she, as the women's director, hadn't thought of it. Today had some benefits after all. Zhou Jiancheng had been sitting quietly when his wife suddenly shot him a fierce look. Zhou Jiancheng thought, why? What did I do? Zhou Ping realized she also didn't have a marriage certificate, and no matter how she looked at it, Zhou Jiancheng seemed like a disloyal man. If one day he was tempted by someone else, she couldn't protect her own rights. She decided to drag Zhou Jiancheng to get their marriage certificate tomorrow. Mi Chunhua was looking at her. How about this? Let me talk privately with Mi Chunhua and see what she thinks. The Han family was determined to get a divorce. Now it was just about Mi Chunhua's thoughts. Han Lixia took the 2 of them to his room. Han Lixia, what do you think? You're her husband. Share your thoughts, Zhou Ping insisted, not letting Han Lixia leave. This young man was good-looking and had a nice personality. He acted maturely from a young age, handling serious matters without being foolish. Many families in the village admired him. At that time, the Han family was not well off, and with many sons, Han Lixia was still young and just observing. But such a handsome young man caught the eye of Mi Chunhua, who was not a good match for him. Mi Chunhua and her family had no shame, asking who would let their daughter jump into a ditch with a man in broad daylight. She did it and succeeded. Many people felt sorry for Han Lixia, saying it was a beautiful flower planted in cow dung, with Mi Chunhua being that dung. The 2 were simply not suited for each other. In the city, if Han Lixia dressed well and showed off his good looks and gentle nature, many would have been interested in him. Ah, the Han family has good genes. All the children are handsome. Oh, I got off track. Han Lixia said, since marrying Mi Chunhua, I initially wanted to live well with her. Since I married her, I had to try to make things better. But it's not enough for me to try. She seems to not understand anything I say or do. Our habits are different. I like reading, and she mocks me for it, asking what use it is. She thinks I should spend my time having more children instead. I need to shower every day in the summer and wash the kids, but she won't let me, saying I'm being too picky and pretentious. She can go days without washing, and if I mention it, she gets angry. Whenever there's something good to eat, she takes it for herself, even if the kids don't want it. I can't have a single penny to myself. When we got married, my mother gave me $20 to keep safe, but she secretly sent it back to her family. My mother managed to save 2 pieces of cloth to make clothes for the kids, but she sent them to her brother overnight. Over the years, there have been many such incidents, and I've become numb to it. In our own home, I tolerate her and let her have her way, as that's what a husband should do. But she shouldn't always target my younger sister and others. Yesterday, she even told my 3rd sister that she wanted to give our 2nd son to the 3rd one, claiming that they couldn't have children. I didn't know what to say. Director Zhou, thank you for trying to mediate, but I've really had enough. I want a divorce. My mother has also stated that she will provide compensation for the divorce. Since we're getting divorced, I don't want to speak ill of her, but if you insist on asking for a reason, I have no choice but to say it. Han Lixia really didn't want to discuss these trivial matters, as he didn't want to seem like a petty man. In the village, it's common for men not to bathe or even wash their feet, and others don't see it as a problem. Yet he seems to be the only one who cares about these things. Han Lixia is a bit of a neat freak and has obsessive tendencies. He can't persuade Mi Chunhua, but he keeps himself and the 2 kids clean. Even if the clothes are worn out, they must not be dirty. Mi Chunhua only earns a few credits from working in the fields, but Han Lixia takes care of all the cleaning at home. Zhao Hohat knows this, but she doesn't want to interfere in her son's affairs, though it doesn't stop her from disliking Mi Chunhua. She feels her good son is wasted on her, so she chooses to turn a blind eye. Zhou Ping finds it hard to understand. The couple doesn't match in appearance, they are too different. But in marriage, life is not just about looks. However, Mi Chunhua does have some redeeming qualities. Even though she lacks education and struggles to communicate with men, she is trying hard to improve and take care of her 2 children, which is what a mother should do. If Han Lixia didn't mention it, no one would know how things are in the second house. Han Laonyo has been married for 8 years, and if it doesn't come to divorce, he might never speak up about it in his life. Mi Chunhua feels wronged. She doesn't think she's that bad. How can you say that? How long has it been since we slept together? Director Zhou, you don't know. He usually doesn't talk to me and keeps his distance. He sleeps with our 2 sons every night. It's been over 2 months since he touched me. Do you think he's still a man? What man can endure that? Am I wrong to say he's seeing someone else? The sudden arrival of a car made Zhou Ping blush. She is only in her 30s and doesn't have the thick skin of older women. What nonsense are you talking about? Han Lixia shouted, unable to stay in the room any longer, and stormed out. Zhou Ping took a deep breath. Mi Chunhua, you need to take responsibility for what you say. Do you have any proof? Mi Chunhua pouted, feeling frustrated. Then why doesn't he touch me? Zhou Ping noticed some stains on her collar and sighed, looking away. It seems like separation is inevitable. You should prepare yourself. Think about what conditions you want. Mi Chunhua's eyes darted around. Divorce is fine, but I want 500 yuan. Zhou Ping was shocked, her mouth agape. How much? She thought she must have misheard. I want 500. That's a bargain for their family. Didn't that old woman say she would compensate me? If I get 500, I'll leave happily. I don't even want the kids. Are the 2 sons not worth 500?
Mikuno insisted.
Zhou Ping really doesn't know how to express her feelings this time. Mi Chunhua isn't asking for divorce compensation. She wants to sell her son. It's not surprising. There are people who do such things. She has been a women's director for several years and has seen all kinds of things, but asking for 500 for a divorce is a first. She pushed her chin back and said, Chunhua, do you know how much it costs to marry a wife? With the compensation you're asking for, you could marry 10 women in our village. Aren't you being a bit too greedy? As she spoke, the corners of the women's director's mouth twitched. Even though she deals with difficult people every day, there is a limit. At least they should be somewhat reasonable, but this one is completely unreasonable. Mi Chunhua has completely calmed down from her earlier outburst. She's only 26 and can remarry. With 500, she could find someone much better. If her son isn't thinking about her, why should she care? It would be better to trade with the Han family for money, and after she remarries, she can have as many children as she wants. Thinking this way, she can't wait to get divorced. She lowered her voice sneakily and said, Director Zhou, don't feel sorry for the Han family. I'm telling you, they pretend to be poor. I calculated that they have at least 2,000. Zhou Ping gasped. Last time, the Han family did receive a few hundred from the old woman, or else many people wouldn't have their eyes on them. But the trouble caused by Wong Xha's family got them into trouble. Now this news has spread to Yangshigu. Many people know that the Han family is not to be messed with and have given up on unrealistic ideas. Do you know how much money that little shoe writer can make? I heard that after finishing, the newspaper seller paid over 1,000. Old C sends back 5 yuan a month, which adds up to a few hundred over the years. Plus, the money from the old woman's compensation. Calculate it and see if I'm wrong. Zhou Ping didn't expect Han could earn that much. When she thought about it, the Han family really doesn't have that much. This is just what's visible. The whole family raises pigs and earns work points. She couldn't believe that the richest family in Yangshigu is the Han family. They eat well, and that little shoe. Zhou Ping interrupted, watch your words. You're a woman too. Not only do you favor boys over girls, but you also spread rumors about other women. Zhou Ping felt particularly disgusted with Mi Chunhua. As a woman herself, She couldn't understand why Mi Chunhua looked down on other women.
Get to the point.
Don't talk about anything else. How much Han earns is his business. Why are you so concerned about your sister-in-law's money?
Mikuna pouted sheepishly.
She knew it. There aren't many people in Yangshigo who share her views. Most are just pretending to be serious. Anyway, it's 500. Zhou Ping didn't want to waste any more time talking to her. She had people waiting for her news in that room. Let's go. Since you've made up your mind, just say it yourself. She stood up and left. It was exhausting to talk to someone like her. It was really tough for Han Lao Air to have spent 8 years with such a person. You say one thing, and she says another, completely missing the point, and her ideas were based entirely on her own imagination. Inside Zhao Hohat's house, everyone was happily chatting about next year's production and which family's child had succeeded. Zhou Ping and Mi Chunhua entered the room one after the other. Zhou Ping sat down and said, Comrade Mi Chunhua agrees to the divorce, but she has a request. You can say it yourself. Mi Chunhua said, I want 500. If I don't get 500, I won't divorce. Gasps filled the room. Wow, 500? That could buy a job. Zhao Hohat laughed in disbelief. If I give you 500, would you even dare to take it? Mi Chunhua replied, Why wouldn't I dare? The Han family owes me. I don't want the kids. Aren't the 2 older sons worth 500? Han Lixia clenched her fists in anger. What did she think of the 2 children? How heartless. The Han family was all furious. Zhao Hohat looked at Mi Chunhua as if she were crazy. If I give you 500, I'll just tell your family that you got 500. You know how your family is. In the end, you won't have a single cent left. Do you believe that? Mi Chunhua's face changed. How can you do that? I've agreed to the divorce, and you can't. She couldn't finish her sentence. Zhou Ping admired Zhao Hohat. Now that was impressive. Look, she had quickly found the weak spot. Mi Chunhua had a good plan. She wanted 500 for the divorce, then go back to her family and tell them that the Han family only gave her 100. She knew her family well enough. If they gave her 20, that would be good. She planned to find another family quickly, and with a few hundred, she could live comfortably. The in-laws would have to treat her well. But now her dream was shattered by Zhao Hohat. Zhao Hohat said, I'll give you 300, take it or leave it. After the divorce, don't come back to the Han family, and you must completely cut ties with the 2 children. You can't look for them in the future. Just take your few clothes and leave now. Stay wherever you want tonight and eat whatever you want. Mi Chunhua trembled with anger. The drop from 500 to 300 was too much for her to handle. But everyone around thought the divorce compensation was already a huge amount. They said Zhao Hohat was being unfair to Mi Chunhua. If she really was, she would just give her a few tens and be done with it. Who even had 300 at home? Even the Zhou couple and Wu Lei felt a bit envious. They were all waiting for Mi Chunhua's answer. In the end, Mi Chunhua nodded. 300 was a good amount. The contract was made in triplicate. 1 for the team, 1 for the Han family, and 1 for Mi Chunhua. They all signed and put their fingerprints on it. Once the paperwork was done, Zhao Hohat handed Mi Chunhua 300, making sure to count the money in front of a witness to avoid any future disputes. Mi Chunhua happily counted the money and went back to pack her things, taking whatever she could find. She rolled up the bedding she shared with Han Lixia, took the teapot, wash basin, and even the basin stand. She tore down the New Year paintings from the wall. Da Hu and Air, who quickly grabbed their school bags, books, and stationery, fearing Mi Chunhua would take them too. After she finished packing, she couldn't carry everything and asked Han Lixia to help her take it home, but Han Lixia ignored her completely. The few cadres from the team watched, feeling mixed emotions. The Han family didn't stop her, seemingly not wanting to argue even if she took things. Zhao Hohat had come to terms with it. Life at home was better now, and she didn't want to make things hard for the kids. Once Mi Chunhua was gone, she planned to buy some new items for the children's room. Out with the old, in with the new. Those old blankets had been around for many years, so let her take them. In the end, Mi Chunhua gritted her teeth and said she would pay the team 1 yuan to send her things with the ox cart. Wu Lei waved his hand and agreed. When the cart arrived, Mi Chunhua not only loaded her packed items, but also took 2 wooden boxes from the Kong bed. When she married, she brought only a small bundle with 2 sets of worn clothes. The Han family had given the Mi family 50 yuan as a bride price, along with a bag of coarse grains weighing 30 kilograms, 2 kilograms of pork, and 20 eggs. At that time, it was considered a high bride price. The price was what the Mi family demanded. Otherwise, they would accuse Han Lixia of being unreasonable. The Han family reluctantly accepted. Many people laughed at the Mi family, saying it didn't matter that their daughter was not pretty as long as she could fetch a good price. Now, after the divorce, Mi Chunhua left with a full cart. It could be said she returned with plenty. Mi Chunhua happily walked away without looking back, not even glancing at her 2 sons, whom she often mentioned wanting to carry on the family line. The team cadres shook their heads and returned to work. The Han family lost a day's work, but it was worth it. Since Mi Chunhua left, the whole family felt a weight lifted from their hearts. The news of Han Lair's divorce spread quickly through Yangshigu like a breeze. Mi Chunhua returned to her mother's home on a swaying ox cart. It was evening, just as the workers were finishing for the day. Her mother, Mrs. Mi, who didn't work much anymore, saw Chunhua coming back and unloading things from the cart. She stood nearby and asked, "Whose things are these?" Chunhua replied while moving items into the yard with the old man driving the cart, "They're mine. I'll explain after we're done." Mrs. Mi was quite happy, thinking Chunhua had realized that her family was better, especially with a cart full of items. She didn't even consider divorce. Once the cart left, the 2 women closed the door. Chunhua climbed onto the bed, and her mother, smiling, poured her a bowl of sweet water and poured one for herself too, feeling joyful. "Chunhua, where did you get these things?" "I just saw those 2 boxes. They look great. Your big nephew could use them for his wedding. If he settles down, it won't be long before he gets married." "What do you mean?" "Those are mine. I got divorced." Mrs. Mi accidentally sprayed her sweet water all over Chunhua's face. "Cough, cough, what did you say?" she exclaimed, slamming her bowl onto the table. Chunhua had expected this reaction and wiped her face. "I got divorced today. From now on, I'm living at home. By the way, where will I stay?" Mrs. Mi's eyes widened.
Divorced?
"You need to go back. There's no place for you here. Your big nephew needs a place for his wedding. Hurry before the cart goes too far. You need to go back. Don't take the things. It was hard to get them." Chunhua flopped onto the bed. "I'm not going back. If you kick me out, I'll hang myself at the entrance of the Mi family. Let's see how that goes." Mrs. Mi was shocked. "You silly girl. Is divorce a joke? Where will you find someone like Han Lixia again? Do you think remarrying is easy? You'll be a stepmother, and everything will be blamed on you. Oh, dear, I need to find your father. You can't get divorced."
"Mom."
"Stop it, it's already done. What can you do now?" "What can I do? Are they taking advantage of our Mi family?" "No way, divorce is a serious matter. I need to talk to the Han family. My daughter can't just be sent back like this. Isn't this bullying? Our family hasn't agreed, and they just divorced her?" Mrs. Mi felt this was a good opportunity. This time, they had the upper hand. The Han family must suffer a big loss. Mi Chunhua realized she needed to use her trump card. Otherwise, her family would find out about the $300 she had. "I'm not coming back empty-handed. Did you not see the truckload of goods?" Mi's mother had already reached the door. "What's that truckload of junk worth? You silly girl. It always came back to money." Mi Chunhua slowly pulled out a bag from her waistband and took out a roll of cash. Mi's mother's eyes lit up. That was a lot of money. She immediately climbed back onto the bed.
"How much?"
"Did the Han family give you this?"
Mi Chunhua smiled proudly.
100. Am I going to let myself lose out? If they don't give me 100, I won't leave no matter what. Mi's mother laughed heartily, so happy that she couldn't clap her hands together. "Good job, daughter. Oh my, this money comes at just the right time. Our family was worried. Your big nephew wants to marry a girl, and the bride price is 70. My goodness. With gold trim, it's 70. No one in our whole village has paid such a high bride price. But your big nephew has his heart set on that girl, and if he doesn't marry her, he'll cause a scene at home. Now we have money. The Mi family was genuinely poor. Last time, the Han family took 30 from them, and their savings were almost gone. The $100 Mi Chunhua brought back was like a fortune. Now that she had the 100, she could leave. If she went back, that money would be gone. She couldn't just return it after it was handed to her. Mi's mother reached out to grab the money. She had never seen so much cash before and wanted to count it for fun. But Mi Chunhua quickly stuffed the money back into the small bag. Mi's mother's hand just hung there. This is my retirement money. If I give it to you, what will I live on? Mi Chunhua, true to her family's nature, wouldn't foolishly give the money to her mother. In the past, she made the mistake of taking things from her in-laws to her family, but now she saw her family's true colors and wouldn't be fooled again. If you don't give it, do you still want to stay at your mother's house? Mi's mother was angry. Her voice was loud enough that Mi Dezhao didn't hear her knocking on the door. Go open the door. I'll lie down for a bit, Mi Chunhua said, lying back down and telling her mother to answer the door. Mi's mother gritted her teeth, pointed at the lying Mi Chunhua, and reluctantly went to open the door. Why are you back? Mi's mother asked when she opened the door to see her eldest daughter-in-law. I heard that my little sister is back, so I rushed over to see. The key was that there were rumors that Mi Chunhua returned with a truckload of goods. When Sister Mi entered the yard, she saw some things piled up. She went inside and saw Mi Chunhua lying on the bed. Second sister, why are you back? She got divorced, said Mi Laonyang, who followed behind. Sister Mi was shocked by the news. Why did she get divorced? If that's the case, won't the plan we discussed last time fall through? Sister Mi frowned. Upon hearing this, Mi Chunhua immediately perked up and sat up. Who said it fell through? Sun Jijia didn't go to work today and rode her bicycle to Kaoshan village. She was there to give Han Ke the money from selling hair ties made from pig intestines. Those hair ties sold really well, and her cousin sold them all without any trouble. Han Ke had said she could sell them for 10 cents each. Since Sun Jijia could sell them for a higher price, anything over 10 cents was hers to keep. Sun Jijia felt shy about taking the money since Han Ke always brought her gifts. The first time it was a rhinestone hairpin and the second time it was pig's feet. She had a job, so she didn't want to take the money. However, it was nice to earn a little extra, especially since Han Ke's family wasn't well off, and it could help improve her life. On her way, Sun Jijia was in a good mood, humming a little tune. Feeling cheerful, she didn't mind the bumps on the road as her bicycle turned into Kaoshan village. From a distance, she saw a young man in a white coat. Although he was far away, her intuition told her he must be very handsome, tall, and well-built, even if she couldn't see his face. But that was okay. She could just pass by. Her gaze was drawn to him, filled with curiosity. The more curious she became, the more she wanted to see what he looked like. Han Liqiu had medicine in his pocket and was about to deliver it to a family in the village. Suddenly, he heard some noise behind him. When he turned around, he was stunned to see a smiling young woman riding her bicycle straight toward him. Han Liqiu quickly dodged to the left, but the young woman turned her handlebars and came at him again. He hurriedly ran a few steps to the right to avoid her. Sun Jijia was so focused on the handsome young man's face that she forgot she was riding a bike. She just followed wherever he went. In the end, Han Laosen wasn't as quick as Sun Jijia's 2 wheels. Han Liqiu, in a moment of panic, decided not to dodge anymore, and Sun Jijia's bike wheel bumped into his leg. The two of them were dodging each other, but it all happened in just a moment. Han Liqiu wiped his non-existent sweat and touched his thigh. Luckily, he moved quickly, otherwise, he would have been in trouble. At that moment, Sun Jijia finally realized what had happened. The young woman's face turned bright red, feeling embarrassed for being so infatuated. It was really embarrassing. She almost bumped into him. Are you okay? Han Liqiu rubbed his leg. I just bumped into you to see if you're fine. This girl looked pretty, but she seemed a bit clueless. Sun Jijia quickly propped up her bicycle and walked over to Han Liqiu. I really didn't mean to. I'm sorry. How about I take you to the hospital to check? She didn't mention the hospital, and Han Liqiu wasn't that angry anymore. What did she mean she didn't mean it? He saw her smiling and bumping into him, and wherever he moved, she followed. Wasn't that on purpose? This girl must have left home without her medicine. Something was off. As a doctor, he knew nothing was broken, just some bruises. I'm fine. Just be careful next time. It's dangerous. Sun Jijia nodded quickly. Yes, right. She reached out, but he had already walked away. Honestly, she didn't often go to the countryside. In her memory, country boys were usually very rustic and sunburned. But this guy? How did he look so handsome? Sun Jijia reluctantly watched Han Liqiu walk away. Han Liqiu cursed under his breath, wondering where this strange girl came from. He felt like that burning gaze was going to melt him. Sun Jijia slapped her forehead. How did she forget to ask where Hanke lived? If she had asked for directions, she could have talked to him a bit more. His voice was nice to listen to. Touching her hot face, she thought she had never been this infatuated before. Was she under some spell today? She caught a little boy, gave him a piece of candy, and asked for Hanke's address. The boy, happy to help because of the pretty sister and the candy, led Sun Jijia straight to Han's house. Han Laogu, someone is looking for you. The boy shouted from outside the gate. He didn't dare go in. Ever since Han's family got a huge goose, he was too scared to enter the yard. Hearing someone call her, Hanke leaned out the window and saw someone peeking in. Looking closely, it was Sun Jijia. She quickly got up, put on her shoes, and ran to the gate. Sister, what brings you here? Come in quickly. Sun Jijia pushed her bike into the yard. Wow, your house is pretty far. It took me an hour to ride here. She took a cloth bag off the handlebars and handed it to Hanke. This is for you.
Huh?
What's this? Hanke opened it to find 2 bottles of lotion and some oil. You didn't have to bring all this. What is this for? Zhao Hohat returned with her sewing basket. In the village, news travels fast. As soon as Sun Jijia entered her home, she already knew. She was at someone else's door, sewing shoe soles and explaining why she had stopped talking to Mi Chunhua. She had no intention of sparing Mi Chunhua's feelings. If she didn't share what Mi Chunhua had done, that woman might turn things around on her later. This was called being prepared, a term she learned from the newspaper. She heard a beautiful girl on a bicycle had come to the village, so she had to come back to see. Mom, this is my classmate Sun Jijia. She's really nice. Last time, she helped with that flawed fabric. Hanke introduced Sun Jijia to Zhao Hohat while holding her hand. Sun Jijia was a bit surprised.
Wow.
This is Hanke's mom? How is she so young and lively? Wait, didn't Hanke say she had 4 older brothers? How does her mom look like? She's not even 40. She looks younger than my own mom, and quite pretty too. She glanced at Hanke and then at Zhao Hohat. Something was off. Why does Hanke's face look so different? She looked so fresh and pretty after just a few days. Zhao Hohat's eyes lit up. This girl was a good friend of her daughter. Last time, she had helped them get so many things. Zhao Hohat smiled widely, showing her bright white teeth. Jijia, you're here. I told Xiaoke to bring you home to play. You can't leave today. Stay for dinner. Let Xiaoke show you around and chat with me. Sun Jijia thought. Wow. Hanke's mom is so nice. I really like her. The warmth from Hanke and Zhao Hohat made Sun Jijia feel completely at ease. Since she had taken the day off, she could just hang out here. Hanke proudly handed a bag to Zhao Hohat. Look, Jijia is being too polite, coming here with such nice things. Zhao Hohat playfully tapped Sun Jijia's arm. You silly girl. We're not strangers. Don't be like this in the future. Sun Jijia replied, Okay, I'll listen to you. Sun Jijia was a bit clumsy and didn't have much of a filter. She didn't know how to be shy or modest. She and Zhao Hohat got along so well that they chatted like old friends, leaving Hanke unable to get a word in. Zhao Hohat was delighted. This girl matched her personality. Should she introduce her to her son? After chatting for a while, Sun Jijia suddenly remembered why she had come. She quickly took out a small bag from her pants pocket, opened it, and found it full of coins. The largest coin was 1 yuan, and the rest were either jiao or fun. Xiao Ko, I sold all the hair ties. Look, count them. There are over 70. Zhao Hohot covered her mouth. Why are there so many? She remembered there were more than 500, and at 10 cents each, that should be over 50 yuan. Han Ku immediately understood what happened. Sun Jejia didn't want the difference and took all the money back. Jejia, I told you, anything over 10 cents is yours. Sun Jejia waved her hand. No. What do I need that for? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Just count it. Zhao Hohot counted out 20 and tried to give it to Sun Jejia. Child, take it. We agreed on this amount, and if you don't take it, I'll be upset. It was rare for her to be so generous, but she liked Sun Jejia and felt they had a special connection. Besides, if she wanted to introduce her daughter to someone in the future, she didn't want to give a stingy impression. Sun Jejia insisted on not taking it, saying if she had to take the money, she wouldn't dare come back again. Zhao Hohot helplessly put the money away. Counting it in front of someone felt like she didn't trust them. Little Xuan woke up, crying for Zhao Hohot to hold him. She took her grandson out for a walk, repeatedly inviting Sun Jejia to stay for lunch. She knew her daughter could whip up a few dishes, so she didn't worry. Han Ku pulled Sun Jejia into her room, and the two girls lay on the bed chatting. Sun Jejia rubbed her face. I feel like I'm really in love. Han Ku asked, confused, what do you mean? Explain, did you make progress with your boyfriend? Sun Jejia pouted, we broke up. He's not worth it.
Oh. There's some backstory.
Han Ku sat up seriously and said, Sun Jejia, tell me, what happened that made him not worth it? Sun Jejia, sitting across from Han Ku like a weeble, replied, that shameless guy was seeing 2 girls at once. I work in our town and he works in the county. We only see each other 3 or 4 times a month. Last week, I caught a cold and went to the county to see a doctor. Guess what I saw? As I passed the movie theater, I saw that jerk holding hands with another girl secretly while going to watch a movie. I mean, I dated him for months and never held hands. That hand was taken by someone else first. Am I the one at a loss here? I went up and slapped him, and then we broke up. Han Ku, you are so kind. Even after everything, you didn't tell him he was being inappropriate? Sun Jejia replied, it's not kindness. My mom said there's no need to ruin my reputation over a mouse. Otherwise, do you think I could just let it go? Actually, that guy was chosen by my parents, and I'm not really satisfied with him. He's just a little taller than me, but I like taller guys. Even though he looks a bit like a pretty boy, I just don't feel anything for him. If it ends, then it ends. After it ended, I actually felt relieved. I won't have to spend my life with a short guy. But what I regret the most is that it will be harder to get meat in the future. Han Ku nodded, agreeing with Sun Jejia's mom. In this day and age, rumors can be harmful. Sun Jejia leaned closer to Han Ku and said, can I ask you something? Han Ku replied, what is it? I saw a young man when I entered the village.
Wow.
He was so handsome, about 23 or 24, really tall. Sun Jejia said excitedly, slapping her thigh. Han Ku raised an eyebrow, thinking it sounded like her mother. Who? Is there really such a good-looking guy in our village? How come I didn't know? Han Ku rolled her eyes, trying to think of any outstanding young men in their team. The few good ones were from her own family, so they were ruled out. How many young men work at your village clinic? The one I saw was wearing a white coat and looked really energetic. Not everyone in a white coat is friendly. I was really scared of getting shots when I was little, so I didn't have a good impression of them. But today, I finally cured a long-standing illness. Han Ku's expression grew strange. Wasn't she describing her third brother? There are 2 people at the clinic, one is over 40 and the other is indeed around 23 or 24. Sun Jejia slapped her thigh again. Yes, yes. It's the younger one. What's his last name? Han Ku felt a misunderstanding brewing. His last name is Han. Sun Jejia exclaimed. Is he related to you? Then, he. The silly girl was unusually shy. Han Ku said, stop with the, Not only is he related to me, but he also lives in my house. Sun Jijia looked up, confused.
Huh?
Hanke replied, his name is Han Liqiao, male, 24 years old, and married for 3 years. With a thud, Sun Jijia fell down, covering her face and rolling on the bed. Why is it that all the guys I like are taken? It hasn't even started, and it's already over. I shouldn't have come today. How long will it take for me to forget him? Hanke, I'm planning to make spicy rabbit meat for you today, along with braised fish and a clear fish soup. The cheerful Sun Jijia stood up again, her eyes bright. The last time, that pig's trotter's dish was unforgettable. I can still taste it, she said, licking her lips. That was me. I'm the best cook in my family. The pig's trotters you had last time were my specialty. Today, I'll let you try something different that you'll remember for a lifetime. Do you still remember my third brother? Sun Jijia asked. Who is your third brother?
Hanke replied. Exactly.
Good food can help you forget your worries. If one meal isn't enough, just have a few more. Sun Jijia laughed. With all this delicious food, who needs to think about men? Hanke clapped her hands. That's the Sun Jijia I know, someone who knows how to enjoy life. Come with me. Sun Jijia asked. Where to? Hanke said, I'm taking you to gather some vegetables. Sun Jijia followed Hanke, who had a basket on her back, feeling a bit confused. They chatted and laughed as they walked down the mountain. Now Sun Jijia understood what gathering vegetables meant. They were going to pick them from the mountain. Was it really that easy? But it didn't matter. She didn't want to be a burden to anyone in the countryside. As it turned out, she was overthinking it. Hanke took Sun Jijia to the mountain, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating patches of light on the ground. Curiously, Sun Jijia watched as Hanke dug a small hole in the ground, unsure of what she was doing. Hanke sprinkled corn kernels soaked in spring water into the hole, but this time the concentration was lower. She couldn't afford to make the same mistake as last time. Attracting wild boars again would be a disaster. After quickly setting up the trap, Hanke pulled Sun Jijia behind a large tree to watch quietly. Sun Jijia was filled with doubt. She had never done anything like this and thought it seemed unreliable. Just digging a hole and putting in some food? Was hunting really that simple? If it were that easy, wouldn't they be able to eat meat every day? She whispered, Is this really enough? Is hunting this easy? Hanke smiled and didn't explain further. Just wait and see. I promise you'll have meat to eat today. As time passed, Sun Jijia's doubts grew stronger. She peeked out occasionally, but saw no signs of movement. However, Hanke was confident. The low concentration of the soaked grains meant it would take longer for anything to come. Just when Sun Jijia thought this was nonsense, she suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. She nervously looked in the direction of the noise and saw 2 wild chickens walking slowly toward her. They pecked at the ground as they walked, completely unaware of the danger. As the wild chickens approached the trap, Sun Jijia's heart raced. She stared at the chickens, hardly daring to breathe. Finally, one of the chickens stepped on the trap, and with a splash, it fell into the pit and squawked a few times. Sun Jijia's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she covered her mouth, afraid she would shout out in excitement. After all, it was her first time hunting, and seeing the prey fall into the trap made her feel accomplished. Even though she hadn't dug the pit, she had participated. The other wild chicken, instead of being scared, flapped its wings and jumped into the pit as well. Sun Jijia was speechless. She was so excited that she wanted to pull Hanke to catch the chickens, but Hanke held her back. Hanke put a finger to her lips and whispered, "Shh." Sun Jijia quieted down, and before she could calm her excitement, another rabbit suddenly appeared. The rabbit seemed attracted by something and jumped straight into the trap without hesitation. Sun Jijia could hardly believe her eyes. Everything was happening so fast. She wanted to lean over the edge of the pit to see what was inside. Wasn't it just a few grains of corn? She had seen Hanke throw them in. Hanke pulled her, saying, "Quick, if we catch them, we can call it a day. That would be enough food. They should stop there. If more animals jumped in, anyone would start to wonder." The two quickly reached the edge of the pit, and Hanke skillfully tied up the 2 chickens and 1 rabbit, tossing them into a basket before filling in the pit. Sun Jieje watched in amazement. Judging by Hanke's skill, it seemed she often did this. Today, Sun Jieje had her eyes opened. The whole process left her stunned, and she murmured, "So, does this mean you can just dig a pit in the mountains if you want to eat meat? Wow, I wouldn't trade this life for anything." Hanke replied, "What a nice thought. Hunting relies on luck. If you get it right 5 times out of 10, that's good. Today, you must have brought good luck. I didn't catch anything the last time I went up the mountain." Sun Jieje patted her chest and said, "I thought so. But this is already impressive. Life in the countryside is better. In the city, you might only get to eat meat once or twice a month." Sun Jieje felt balanced after Hanke said that. Otherwise, she would have wanted to quit her job and move to the countryside, where she could eat meat every day. Who would want to stay in the city? Hanke took her to pick some mushrooms and dig up some yam. It was Sun Jieje's first time in the mountains, and everything seemed new to her. She suddenly thought that living in the countryside wasn't so bad. There was food and drink, and she could just go pick whatever she wanted. Hanke laughed at her innocence, saying, "At this time of year, we can gather some things, but what will you do in winter? When winter comes, the whole mountain will be covered in snow, and you won't find anything. It's very dangerous to go up the mountain then. The wild animals will come down looking for food." The two of them happily returned down the mountain, with Sun Jieje feeling a bit dizzy, still immersed in the wonderful experience. As they passed by the river, Hanke tossed out the rabbits and chickens from the basket and soaked the basket in the water. Sun Jieje witnessed how people caught fish. While others might sit there all day and catch only a few, Hanke just lowered the basket and soon pulled out several fish. What a happy life that was. It seemed she had thought of the countryside as too poor. Life here was clearly better than in the city. Silly Sun Jieje was amazed by Hanke's skills and thought everyone could do that. She felt quite envious.
Oh.
Hanke's brother got married. If he hadn't, she would have definitely wanted to stay with the Han family and marry into it so she could eat meat every day. With all these vegetables, it was quite a feast. Hanke took Sun Jieje home. Zhao Hohat was watching her grandson play with Han Dazhuang. Sun Jieje was startled. "Wow, such a big goose?" Hanke was worried that if Sun Jieje mentioned eating goose, it would upset Han Dazhuang. "Yes. Our Dazhuang is very smart. He helps guard the house." This goose was getting more temperamental, all because Zhao Hohat spoiled it. If it got offended, it would be endless trouble, like raising a little emperor. Seeing her daughter and Sun Jieje return, Zhao Hohat helped her daughter unload the basket to see what good things they had brought back. When she saw it was filled with chickens and rabbits, she knew her daughter had incredible luck. Her smile stretched from ear to ear. "My daughter is really capable, bringing back so many good things. Today you can eat your fill, Jieje." With so many dishes to prepare and Wong Xha not around, Zhao Hohat would have to handle the task of preparing the chickens and rabbits herself. Sun Jieje rolled up her sleeves and actively helped Hanke. The chicken was ready, and the rabbit was also prepared. Zhao Hohat chopped the meat into pieces. The rest was Hanke's job. Sun Jieje started the fire for Hanke, not realizing that Hanke was actually the one cooking. She didn't expect her old classmate to have such skills, and even Zhao Hohat stood by to learn. As Hanke cooked, she explained, "Rabbit meat has a strong smell, so we need to blanch it in hot water first to remove the odor." The two of them listened carefully by the pot. Zhao Hohat had some cooking skills, so it was easy for her to learn. However, Sun Jieje struggled. She was naturally clumsy in the kitchen and found it hard to learn, no matter how much she watched. But her curiosity remained strong. Oil was poured into the pot and heated. Then, dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, and garlic were added to stir-fry until fragrant, followed by the rabbit meat. The meat sizzled in the pot, and the rich aroma grew stronger. Sun Jieje sniffed the air. It smelled amazing and made her mouth water. She wiped her mouth, worried about embarrassing herself. Soon, the spicy rabbit meat aroma filled the entire kitchen, making everyone drool. Even though Zhao Hohat had eaten it many times, she still found it irresistible. Her little grandson couldn't sit still, reaching for the big pot. When he was denied, he started to fuss. Zhao Hohat had no choice but to give him a piece of cake to quiet him. The little boy stopped fussing, munching on the cake, while staring at the meat in the pot. Zhao Hohat pulled out a handful of vermicelli and told Han Ke to add it when cooking the chicken with mushrooms. With 2 chickens and the vermicelli, they had a pot full of stew. Next was the braised fish. Han Ke cleaned the fish, made a few cuts on its body, and marinated it with salt and cooking wine for a while. She heated oil in the pot and fried the fish until both sides were golden brown. Then, she added soy sauce, sugar, green onions, ginger, and water to simmer. The fish bubbled in the pot, and the aroma intensified. Sun Jie watched from the side, feeling both impressed and amazed. She realized she had been too superficial before, thinking that state-run restaurants offered the best food. Compared to Han Ke's cooking, what she had eaten before seemed unappetizing. She decided that she would visit Han's house often, even if it meant paying for tickets or meat. She wanted to enjoy a few meals there. Finally, for the fish soup, the crucian carp soup also needed careful attention. If not fried well, the soup would be cloudy and not fresh. Han Ke fried the crucian carp until both sides were slightly yellow, added boiling water, and cooked it on high heat before simmering on low heat. As time passed, the soup became creamy and rich, giving off a strong, delicious aroma. Sun Jie felt her willpower was about to break. She might embarrass herself. She couldn't help but keep looking at the finished meat in the pot. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to control her hands and might grab a couple pieces to eat. Han Dazhuang laid eggs very consistently, guaranteeing 2 a day. Now, eggs were no longer a rarity in their home. If they wanted some, they could just fry a plate. Han Ke took out 2 eggs, added some seasonings, and tossed in chopped green onions to stir-fry a dish. The oily, fragrant scrambled eggs were ready. Sun Jie thought that with what she saw today, she could brag to her mom for a year. Honestly, who hasn't eaten scrambled eggs? But Han Ke's eggs were different. Anyone who tried them would want to eat 2 bowls of rice with them. What did she serve Han Ke last time? No wonder he wouldn't eat that braised pork. It turned out he had high standards. This made her feel quite inexperienced. Not everything could be meat, so Han Ke chopped half a large cabbage and stir-fried it with vinegar to balance the meal. A cold dish of shredded radish would complete it. Finally, Zhao Hohat surprisingly let Han Ke make a pot of rice. Sun Jie helped Han Ke set the dishes on the table, waiting for the workers to return. To distract herself, the foodie Sun Jie wandered around the room, so her eyes wouldn't keep drifting to the table. She noticed that they were also growing vegetables indoors. Han Ke said they were for winter. Sun Jie felt even more envious. No, she was already jealous. Zhao Hohat asked, Jie, how old are you this year? Do you have a boyfriend? Sun Jie replied, I'm 18, 1 year older than Xiaoke. I don't have a boyfriend. If a relationship ended, it counted as not having one, right? Zhao Hohat's eyes lit up. She couldn't say anything yet, not wanting to scare the boy away. The 3 women chatted casually as the workers gradually returned home. The first to arrive were Han Taizhu and Han Lichuan, who finished their work quickly. Seeing guests at home, Han Ke introduced everyone. Sun Jie thought to herself, Han Ke's parents looked so young, it was hard to believe they were grandparents. Han Taizhu looked at the table full of delicious dishes and said, Hohat, look, today's food is perfect for drinking, haha. Zhao Hohat chuckled and gave Han Taizhu a glance. Usually, that meant she agreed. Han Lichuan, very perceptive, took out the wine. He was also tempted. It would be a shame not to have some wine with such good food. Soon, other family members returned as well. Han Liqiao and Liwan were the last to return. He saw that the infirmary was fine, so he went to pick up his wife, worried that she might not finish her work, and wanted to help her complete it. When they appeared, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Sun Jie felt very embarrassed, especially remembering how she had awkwardly watched them leave. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and she couldn't bring herself to look at Han Liqiao. She felt very guilty. It was truly embarrassing. She was so nervous that her toes were almost breaking through her shoes. When Han Liqiu saw Sun Jiejie, he was also momentarily surprised, his expression briefly awkward, clearly feeling very embarrassed as well. He realized that this girl was looking for his sister, and he thought, my sister has a classmate who isn't very bright? Never mind, I'll just pretend I don't know her. Han Ke noticed the unusual tension between them and quickly stepped in to introduce Sun Jiejie, saying, "This is Sun Jiejie, my classmate. She came up the mountain with me today, and helped a lot. The meat and vegetables are thanks to her." Wong Xha recognized the name immediately. Although she had never met Sun Jiejie, she was not unfamiliar with her, as they had bought the large intestine rings from her. She warmly approached and took Sun Jiejie's hand, saying, "Oh, so it's Jiejie. Come, sit with us." The whole family sat down to eat, and once they started, Sun Jiejie forgot her embarrassment. She was thoroughly satisfied with the meal at the Han family's home. The spicy rabbit meat was delicious, the braised fish was tender and juicy, the crucian carp soup was rich and flavorful, the stir-fried mushrooms with goose eggs had a unique taste, the vinegar stir-fried cabbage was refreshing, and the cold shredded radish was appetizing. She couldn't stop praising the food. After the meal, Sun Jiejie helped wash the dishes and clean up, and Zhao Hohat became more and more pleased, thinking that she and her son would be a great match. However, her daughter mentioned that Sun Jiejie's parents both had good jobs, and she herself was doing well too. Would someone with such a background really be interested in their family? Thinking this way, Zhao Hohat's warm heart cooled a bit. After spending some time at the Han family, Sun Jiejie felt it was getting late and decided to leave. Han Ke walked her to the village entrance. He politely invited her to come back to the Han family again. Sun Jiejie, being sincere, nodded eagerly, promising she would come again. However, next time she would definitely bring her own food. She didn't want to just take advantage of their hospitality. But she knew she couldn't resist coming back, as Han Ke had sparked her interest in their meals, and she would be craving them if she didn't return. In a family meeting taking place in a small apartment in a traditional Chinese medicine hospital in Nanjing, Jiangsu province, several men and women of different ages were either sitting or standing, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. A woman in her 50s, with red eyes, sat on the edge of the bed. "Old Li, can we think this over again? This age difference is too much, and he's divorced with a child. Xiaowan is still young and would have to take on the role of a stepmother. As a mother, it's hard for me. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer?" She wiped away her tears. A middle-aged man rubbed his face. "This is a rare opportunity to return to the city. Besides, they said that if we agree, they will bring Xiaoling back too. Good things don't just fall from the sky. You can't have everything. Also, Xiaowan married a man from the countryside. Not only that, but she also has to suffer there. It's better for her to come back to the city where she can at least find a job and bring Xiaoling back. Dad, Mom, please don't think about me. This is my sister's happiness for her whole life. I can't be selfish. I'll find my own way. If my sister makes the wrong choice, her future will be ruined." A young man in his 20s, Li Lingfeng, opposed. He was Li Wan's brother. After Li Wan went to the countryside, he followed her a year later. He returned this time because his mother said she was not well, but when he got home, he found out she was fine. They just wanted to bring him back. Li's father used to be a doctor at the hospital, but now cleans toilets. He didn't understand why his parents deceived him, but now he knew. They had found a partner for his sister, who was the workshop manager at a pharmaceutical factory. If it were just dating, that would be fine, but this man was divorced and had a son. He was 37, 11 years older than his sister. How could that work? This man promised to arrange jobs for him and his sister. Did he really think good things just happen? After spending years in the countryside, he had lost his innocence. Li Wan's sister-in-law saw that her in-laws were hesitant and her brother-in-law was against it. She secretly opposed it too. Their small apartment was already cramped with 6 people, the couple, the in-laws, and 2 children. If the sister and brother-in-law returned, where would they all fit? But since they offered benefits, she thought it was just business. After all, the sister would get married and wouldn't live at home. If the brother-in-law stayed in the dormitory at work, it wouldn't matter much. Dad, Mom, Xiaoling, how should we look at this? Xiaowen has been married in the countryside, and now that she's back in the city, she will be looking for a second marriage. Besides, she isn't young anymore. With conditions like those of the younger sister-in-law, it's unlikely she could find a first-time groom. She will have to look for someone who has been married before. What if the person she finds is not as good as Director Hu? She might regret it later. Since she will end up looking for a second marriage anyway, why not find someone with better conditions? Why don't you write a letter or call the younger sister-in-law to ask? What if she is willing? The three of them agreed with this idea. Li Lingfeng thought his sister would not agree, while the Li couple believed their daughter would be open to it, especially since Li Wan had written before saying she was going crazy thinking about returning to the city. At the town police station, in Wu Aigua's office. Wu Aigua, who hadn't slept all night, looked exhausted as he repeatedly reviewed the interrogation records and a pile of testimonies. The case involving Wong Xha's two younger sisters had reached a conclusion, but it was quite brutal. The case was not complicated, but many people were involved. He had also uncovered a human trafficking ring through the case of Wong Xha's fourth sister. Feeling frustrated, Wu Aigua scratched his head, placed the records and testimonies on the table, and lit a cigarette. He needed to think carefully about how to tell Wong Xha about this. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding the cigarette, he paced back and forth in the office, deep in thought. He needed to choose his words carefully. As a soldier, he wasn't good at this kind of thing. People with weaker mental resilience couldn't handle this kind of blow. Even after 10 years in the military, seeing these testimonies made him feel angry. It seemed like a peaceful world, but how much evil was hidden beneath this calm? When did this world become full of audacious people? Wu Aigua let out a deep breath, extinguished his cigarette, put on his hat, and straightened his clothes. He packed the materials into his bag. Today he had to return to Kaoshantan. Wong Xha was a relative, and she had the right to know the truth. Moreover, the Wong family members were all involved now. With the investigation clarified, it was uncertain how many years the family of three would be sentenced. Wong Xha and her older sister were the only two relatives left. Wu Aigua first went home to freshen up, then greeted Secretary Wu before leaving with his briefcase. Not far behind him, Hano was watching from a distance. Seeing him head towards the Han family, she thought, what a shameless person Han Ku is. Is she trying to play both sides? Hano felt both angry and anxious. She had secretly liked Wu Aigua for a long time but lacked the courage to confess, feeling uncertain about herself. If it weren't for the comparison with Han Ku, she believed she would stand out in Yangshigu. There is a girl named Han Ku who, despite her self-love, cannot claim to be more attractive than Han Ku. Instead, she tries to put Han Ku down in other ways, like by mentioning her family background. However, Han Ku is now making money from writing novels, which makes her feel very anxious. Seeing Wu Aigua visiting Han's house again makes her even more worried. She thinks, I can't wait any longer. If this drags on, it will be too late for Han Ku and Wu Aigua. So, she rushes to find her mother, Yang Bengxia, to come up with a plan. Wu Aigua arrives at Han's house and stands at the door, hesitating for a long time before finally gathering the courage to knock. The door opens and Wong Xha, seeing Wu Aigua, shows a hint of surprise.
Oh.
Comrade Aigua, is there news about my sister? After waiting for more than a week, Wu Aigua finally came. Now that she knows where her sister is, she can go see her. Wu Aigua nods heavily. Yes, there is a result. Facing Wong Xha's smiling face, he feels uneasy. If she knew how badly her two sisters were doing, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. When Han Lichuan sees Wu Aigua, he realizes there is news about his sister-in-law's case and lets him into his room. Zhaodi, get Aigua some sweet water. Aigua, please sit down. Wu Aigua replies, sister-in-law, you really don't need to go through all this trouble. We are from the same village, so there's no need to be so polite. Wang Zhaodi insists, no way. He is helping with the case, so it's only right to be considerate. She goes out to find brown sugar and plans to ask her mother-in-law for 2 eggs to make sweet egg soup. Mom, can I have 2 eggs? Aigwa is here, and there should be news. I feel like I should make him a fried egg. Zhao Hohot hands her the keys from her waist. Of course, I want to hear what the result is too. Call me when you have news. I want to listen with your father. In Han Lichuan's room, he drops the interrogation results on the floor. Han Lidi quickly picks them up. Is this even human? They're like beasts. His hands tremble. With red eyes, he looks at Wu Aigua and asks, does this mean a death sentence? We won't accept anything less. Although he hasn't seen his 2 sisters-in-law much, after seeing this, anyone with a sense of humanity would not remain indifferent, especially since he is the brother-in-law of 2 children. Wu Aigua pats his shoulder, wanting to say comforting words, but he himself is still trying to process everything. It will happen, but your sister-in-law's family has connections, so getting a death sentence might be difficult. Han Lichuan angrily asks, why? This is intentional murder. Everyone knows that Wu Aigua committed murder on purpose, but it's the police's job to investigate and question, while sentencing is up to the court. Sometimes, the police and the court don't even agree. Han Lichuan felt defeated. Is it just because we are ordinary people? Just because we have no power, we have to be bullied? And when we are bullied, we have to endure it. Why should that be the case? Anyone with a sense of justice cannot accept this. What will happen when Zhaodi finds out?
Jeg came in.
Dad, Uncle Aigua, my grandma wants you to come upstairs. Han Lichuan and Wu Aigua exchanged a glance. There was no avoiding it. The 2 of them went upstairs. Aigua, this is really troubling for you. Come, sit down. Have some water to clear your throat, Zhao Hohot said, noticing Wu Aigua's tired appearance. He clearly hadn't slept well. Everyone envies his good job, but that good job is also hard work. Oh, that's fine. Aunt Zhao, don't be so polite. We are not strangers, Wu Aigua replied, then felt something was off and added, I grew up with Lichuan. We are like brothers. He looked at Wong Xha, who had a pair of hopeful eyes. Wu Aigua hesitated. Sister-in-law, you need to be prepared. The news isn't good. Wong Zhao's smile froze, and her face turned pale. What do you mean it's not good? Just tell me. I can handle it. Wu Aigua took a deep breath. Sister-in-law, your 2 younger sisters. They have both died. A loud ringing filled Wong Zhao's ears. She seemed to hear nothing else. Her body felt numb. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she fainted on the spot. Fortunately, Han Lichuan was right beside her. Worried she couldn't take it, but she really fainted. Zhao Hohot and Han Taizhu were also shocked. They had just come to terms with the news themselves. Zhao Hohot shouted for her eldest son. You fool! Put her on the bed. Taizhu, go call for the 3rd one. Han Taizhu quickly opened the window. 3rd one, Han Lao send, get out here. Han Liqiu thought, what did I do wrong now? He hurried out of the room and saw his father leaning halfway out the window, looking at him with a twisted expression.
Han ligger røst over.
Dad, what's wrong? Come inside. Your sister-in-law has fainted.
What?
Han Liqiu quickly ran inside. Luckily, Wang Zhaodi was still young and had been working in the fields for years, so she was relatively strong. Han Tieju's loud call had woken her up. She stared blankly at the ceiling while Zhao Hohot and Han Lichuan surrounded her. Zhao Hohot gently patted her. Zhaodi, you need to think positively. What if something happens to you? What will happen to your 3 children? Who will care for you if you're gone? Only those who truly care will feel your absence. You need to live well and make those who wronged you regret it. Zhao Hohot was frightened. Usually, she found her daughter-in-law annoying, but now that she had collapsed, she was worried the child might not wake up. Han Lixia also turned pale with fear. Wu Aigua sighed internally. He knew this would be difficult. If he spoke up, people might not handle it well, but if he stayed silent, the family had the right to know, and there were matters that needed Wang Zhaodi's attention. Wang Zhaodi's tears flowed endlessly. How could this happen? How could this happen? She murmured. How could both children be gone? What happened to them? Han Kuo was in her space gathering cotton. She had planted the seeds she selected from the cotton she bought at the market last time, and the first batch had grown well. She was using her mental energy to collect it because doing it by hand was too tiring, and she felt lazy now. She didn't plant much, only 4 acres, and after this harvest, she still needed to plant a second batch. Third brother, Han Lao said, "Get out here." A cotton boll fell to the ground with a thud. Han Ko was startled by her father's shout, causing her focus to slip. Did her brother make their father angry?
He must be really upset to shout like that.
She needed to rescue him, or her brother might get in trouble. Hurrying out of her space, she heard her sister-in-law crying loudly in her parents' room. Han Ko quickly entered Zhao Hohat's room. There were many people inside. Her sister-in-law was lying on the bed crying, surrounded by her older brother and mother. Her father, third brother, and second brother stood with furrowed brows, along with Wu Aigua. She understood Wu Aigua. Is there news? Is it bad news? Wu Aigua nodded and handed her the results of the investigation. Han Ko took it and flipped through the pages. Wu Aigua watched her expression. The young girl had her eyes downcast, her lips pressed together. After reading, Han Ko remained silent and placed the documents on the table. It felt like a heavy stone was pressing on her heart, making it hard to breathe. Her sister-in-law's 2 younger sisters had suffered so much at such a young age and still found no peace. Who was to blame for all this? Was it the society that favored boys over girls, or the cruel hearts of the parents? Or was it those heartless, cruel beings? Han Ko felt like her heart was about to explode. She wanted to say something comforting to Wong Xha, but what could she say? As a woman herself, she couldn't even comfort herself. Those responsible deserve their fate, including Wong Xha's parents. She should be grateful to be born into a family that does not look down on girls. Wong Xha finally stopped crying. She struggled to get up and said, "How did they die? I need to know." Wu Aigua replied, "Sister-in-law, I think you should take it easy. How about I tell you in a few days?" He was afraid that if he told her the truth, she would faint again. "No, I want to know. Please, someone tell me," she said, hating her illiteracy more than ever. If only she could read, she would find out for herself. Han Lichuan saw Wu Aigua in a difficult position and said, "Zhaodi, I will tell you, but you need to be strong. We must keep our spirits up to seek justice for our 2 younger sisters." Wang Zhaodi gritted her teeth and said, "Tell me." The truth was very cruel. Wang Zhaodi's 4th sister was only 15 when she was sold by their parents. Wang Zhaodi's mother secretly found someone to sell her for a high price. They did find a buyer, but there was a condition. Once sold, they could not have any contact with their daughter, and they were not to ask where she was sold, or the price would drop. The Wang family urgently needed money to marry off Wang Jiabao. A girl who was seen as a burden was raised only to be sold. Moreover, the price was high, so they agreed without hesitation. On the day Wang Pundi was taken away, she did not even know she had been sold by her parents. When she found out, she cried and begged her parents not to sell her, promising to work harder for the family. The Wang couple beat and scolded her, pushing her out of the house. Wang Pundi was dragged away by several men, crying heart-wrenchingly. A child under 15 was no match for several men. She was taken away forcefully. That was not the worst part. The worst was yet to come. The men were human traffickers. That night, Wang Pundi was mistreated. 2 days later, she was sold to a family in the mountains. This family had 3 sons, and her true suffering began there. She became a shared wife for the 3 brothers, facing daily beatings and hard labor. After 6 months, she suffered a miscarriage due to the abuse and bled heavily. The family did not call a doctor, just watched as she bled to death. Even in death, they did not bury her. They simply discarded her body on the mountain, where wild animals devoured it, leaving no trace. Wang Zhaodi's 3rd brother, Wang Lady, was sold to a city for over 200. They called it a marriage, but it was really a purchase. Given the good conditions of the family, with parents who were officials, why would they choose an illiterate girl from the countryside as a daughter-in-law, especially at such a high price? Something was definitely off. Because this family only had one son who fell seriously ill and was on the verge of death, someone suggested a way to change his luck. They thought if they could improve the boy's condition, they could send the girl away afterward. If things didn't go well and the son died, they would have the girl buried with him. Wong lady was unfortunate. Just a few days after marrying into the family, their son died. The couple blamed Wong lady, calling her a harbinger of death, claiming she caused their son's demise. That very night, her in-laws strangled her with a rope, and she was buried alongside their son. They called it a ghost marriage, ensuring their son would not be lonely in the afterlife. The truth was cruel and dark, and Wong Xha fainted again. Wong Xha cried hard and developed a high fever that night. Fortunately, there was a doctor at home who treated her with injections and medicine, and by the early hours, her fever finally broke. Hano played a part in this. She had added some special water to the medicine, which helped Wong Xha recover quickly. The children were all scared, and even little Xuan felt something was wrong. Instead of looking for their parents, they stayed close to their grandmother. Hano felt heavy-hearted. After Wong Xha's fever broke, she entered her own space. She wasn't someone who could stay up late, but the situation with the Wong sisters weighed on her mind like a thorn. For the first time, she found herself unable to sleep. With no outlet for her frustration, she opened her computer and created a folder. She was just an ordinary rural girl without connections or abilities, unable to fight for anyone else. It wasn't that she was indifferent, it was her powerlessness that turned into a suffocating frustration. So, she decided to write down the experiences of the Wong sisters, using Wong Xha's family background as a model. Once she finished, she would ask her sister-in-law for advice on whether to publish it. After all, this was the Wong family's private matter, and if Wong Xha didn't want it shared, she would change some details before publishing. She typed 5 words on her computer: a silent scream. Yes, the book would be titled A Silent Scream. If it could be published successfully, Hano hoped it would awaken at least a few people. Even a small impact would be a success. With Wong Xha ill, Zhao Hohat couldn't work and had to stay home to take care of the children. Hano took over the cooking duties. In just 2 days, Wong Xha looked several years older, having lost 2 sisters, which was a significant blow. Even Zhao Hohat, who usually only scolded, managed to offer some comfort, which was quite remarkable. Finally, Wong Xha was able to get out of bed. Guests have arrived at home. The guest is Wong Xha's older sister, Wong Didi. Wong Didi visited once during Wong Xha's wedding, but they haven't seen each other in years due to a falling out in the family. Wong Didi looks unhappy. Her deep frown lines could trap a fly. The lines around her mouth resemble parentheses, making her appear stern and serious. It's said that Wong Xha's sister is only 2 years older than her, yet at 29, she looks older than Zhao Hohat. Her clothes are patched up, but her hair is neatly tied up in a bun, resembling an elderly woman from the countryside. It's hard to tell her age. She could pass for over 30 or even 40, but she is actually 29. Kong Ke can't quite express how she feels about Wong Didi. Zhao Hohat is naturally happy, as her daughter-in-law needs family comfort the most right now. Kong Ke acts as the host, serving tea and snacks, then steps aside to give the sisters space to talk privately. Wong Xha is already in tears. She feels very fragile, and her sister's visit is timely. Wong Didi also hugs her younger sister and cries with her. She wipes Wong Xha's tears and says, "Don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, I'll be left all alone. Our parents and Jiaobao are gone. They made mistakes, but they are not to blame for the deaths of our younger sisters." Besides, Wong Xha suddenly looks up, carefully studying Wong Didi's face, searching for something. Right, this older sister always tried to smooth things over in the family. Whenever her younger sisters were punished, she would say to endure it. She believed that if they were obedient and treated their parents well, they wouldn't be punished. From a young age, she always talked and talked. The third sister treated her like a puppet, making her do whatever she wanted. She would have gone so far as to wish for her parents' death without hesitation. So, on the day the third sister was taken away, she didn't even struggle. She just left. A few days later, she was gone. When she was suffocated, she must have been so scared, but neither she nor Wang Daidi knew. Wang Xiaoti's lips trembled as she suddenly grabbed Wang Daidi's shirt. Wang Daidi, what do you mean? Shouldn't they face consequences for their actions? Do you think they should? Wang Daidi looked into her sister's bloodshot eyes and turned her head away, feeling guilty. Second sister, can you please calm down? Wang Xiaoti spat at her. Calm down? 2 sisters died unjustly, and you want me to be calm? I can't be calm. No one can escape from this. Everyone is responsible, even if I have to bear the blame for the rest of my life. I won't let those heartless beasts go unpunished. Wang Daidi forcefully pushed Wang Xiaoti's hand away. What good does it do to be upset? They are already dead. Do you want our parents to pay for their lives? All you do is cry and shout for revenge. Do you know what's happening at home? Everything is turned upside down. Jiaobao's wife wants a divorce. If Jiaobao goes to jail, our family will be finished. I went back to my parents' house this morning, and Gu Fengmei wants to harm the child. I won't allow that. That child is our family's future. If she dares to hurt them, I won't let it go. Second sister, no matter how bad our parents are, they're still our parents. Can you please let them go this once, just this once? I beg you. If our parents and Jiaobao come back, the family won't fall apart, Jiaobao won't get divorced, and we can have another son to carry on the family name. After this lesson, I believe our parents and Jiaobao will be scared and learn from this, and they won't dare to repeat their mistakes. I see now, Wang Daidi, you've lost your conscience too. What do you mean they won't dare again? Is there another daughter to sell? Why are you begging me? Do you think I'm as heartless as you?
Dream on.
I wish for them to be punished. Why shouldn't they get the death penalty? Wang Daidi slapped Wang Xiaoti twice.
How can you say that?
They are your parents. How did you become like this?
Who taught you?
What's wrong? I think Wang Xiaoti has changed for the better. She's stronger than before and not bullied anymore. And you, the eldest sister from your family. You have the ability to confront your sister, so hurry up and report your 2 wrong sisters. I scoff. You seem to be someone who only bullies the weak. Zhao Hohat was chatting with Han Ku in the yard when they suddenly heard the 2 sisters arguing loudly inside the house. It wasn't that they were eavesdropping. The noise was too loud to ignore. Then they heard Wang Daidi scolding Wang Xiaoti with harsh words, which Zhao Hohat couldn't bear to listen to. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Wang Daidi hitting Wang Xiaoti, and Zhao Hohat was furious. Once a daughter is married, she belongs to her husband's family. Wang Daidi had no right to hit someone from their family. Wang Daidi showed her displeasure. How could her in-law eavesdrop? In-law, I'm also upset. You need to talk to her. How can a daughter report her own parents? If her parents are really sentenced, Xiaoti will be looked down upon by others. I'm afraid she might act impulsively and later regret it. No matter what, they are her own parents. Actually, if Xiaoti tells the police she won't press charges and withdraws the case, my parents and brother can come home. Prison is so harsh. My brother has never suffered like that. If he stays there too long, I worry about his well-being. And my sister-in-law, with Jiaobao not coming back, she'll want a divorce and take the kids, and the family will fall apart. It was a sacrifice to marry off the 3rd and 4th sisters, and if that falls apart, their sacrifices will be in vain. They wouldn't support Xiaoti if they knew. Zhao Hohat was stunned. What kind of twisted reasoning was this? She thought of herself as someone hard to deal with, but this person was beyond description. What she said made Zhao Hohat extremely angry and uncomfortable. Taking advantage of Wang Daidi arguing with Zhao Hohat, Wang Xiaoti slapped Wang Daidi back. Why should Wang Daidi hit her? Wang Xiaoti was no longer someone to be bullied. Wang Daidi looked at Wang Xiaoti in disbelief. Xiaoti, you've changed. I hardly recognize you. You used to be so obedient. Tell me, is someone encouraging you to do this? Do you realize how many people you're dragging into this? In the future, these people will hold a grudge against us. Can you handle that? I came to advise you out of sisterly love, but you truly don't appreciate it. I'm your older sister. How can you lay a hand on me?
Cao we were laughed.
You still remember you're her older sister? With the way you're acting, I thought you were her mother. Can you just stop? What does it matter to you if the Wong family can carry on their lineage because of one daughter getting married? Honestly, after hearing what you just said, I thought Wong Baobao was your son. Wow. You seem more anxious about Wong Baobao than your own mother. Your mother raised you well. You seem to think of yourself as worthless. You say you're just a girl, but you look down on your two sisters. I've never seen anyone so shamelessly confident. Stop pretending. Just tell me, what are you really here for? Wang Zhaodi asked. Mom, what did you notice? Zhao Ho hot, frustrated, tapped her forehead. I told you you lack common sense.
You need to work on that.
Zhao Ho hot sat down firmly. Someone sent you here, right? Wang Daidi bit her lip and stayed silent, which was an admission. Wang Zhaodi, upset, started to cry. Is it Gu Fengmei? I think she should be the one punished. She was mistaken. Gu Fengmei wanted the Wong family to be in trouble forever, as she was eyeing their small fortune. If the team hadn't stopped her, she would have moved in on the Wong family. Just leave. I'll pretend you were never here. Wang Zhaodi turned her face away from Wang Daidi. Wang Daidi clenched her fist. I want to discuss something with you. She had been so sharp-tongued before, but now she seemed hesitant, clearly feeling guilty. Wang Zhaodi didn't want to hear it. Don't say anything. I don't want to listen. Whatever you say will just make me angry. Just go. I don't want to argue with you. Wang Daidi didn't move. She was on a mission and couldn't leave easily. In her view, Wang Zhaodi's stubbornness came from Zhao Hohot. Wang Zhaodi was such a good girl before marrying into the Han family, but now she had changed completely. Wang Daidi not only stayed but sat down. She wanted to have a serious talk with Wang Zhaodi to resolve the issue. Mother-in-law, could you step outside? I want to talk to my sister properly. After all, this is our Wong family matter, and it's not good for outsiders to interfere. Wang Zhaodi didn't like that. Who do you call an outsider? This is the Han family. My mother can be wherever she wants. You can say what you want or not say anything at all. Zhao Hohot was pleased with this and gave her daughter-in-law an approving glance. She felt happy inside, her lips curling in disdain as she looked at Wang Daidi. Did you hear that? This is our Han family. Who are you to tell anyone to leave? Speak your mind clearly, and don't waste our family's cooking time. It's almost noon, and we still need to eat. Hurry up and finish so you can leave. We don't have extra food to offer you. Zhao Hohot thought to herself. How does that song go? When friends come, there's good wine. If a wolf comes, greet it with a shotgun. Wang Daidi closed her eyes. Then I'll say it, but you have to promise me not to get too worked up. Wang Zhaodi didn't look at her. That depends on what it is. It's about the family of Sanmei's in-laws. They found me and want to discuss whether we can withdraw the lawsuit. They will offer some compensation, and we can set the terms. Don't rush me. Don't glare at me. Let me finish. Wang Daidi noticed Wang Zhaodi glaring at her fiercely, as if she wanted to devour her. She quickly tried to calm her down. Honestly, the person is already gone, and there's nothing we can do. Once someone is gone, they can't come back. We shouldn't let them take advantage of us. Serving time would be a favor to them. It's better to take the compensation. Zhao Hohot looked at her with a half-smile. What kind of compensation does your family want? We need to consider it too. Wang Daidi hesitated. They want to arrange a job for me, a formal one. Formal jobs are hard to come by. Nowadays, a job pays around 700 to 800, and good ones pay over 1,000. Our family has no connections, and even if we did, we don't have the money. This opportunity is right in front of us. How can we turn it down? Second sister, don't be so stubborn. Wang Zhaodi felt dizzy, but held herself together to avoid fainting. Wang Zhaodi's eyes widened in anger, her whole body shaking. She pointed a finger at Wang Daidi and shouted, Wang Daidi, you are heartless. You would trade the lives of your two sisters for your own benefit. You're worse than an animal. Aren't you afraid that they will haunt you at night? Get out. From now on, I have no sister. Wang Daidi was still defiant. Wang Zhaodi, don't be ungrateful. Sanmei's in-laws are not easy to deal with. The Qin family has connections we can't afford to offend. If you keep being stubborn, they won't be polite. They are willing to negotiate and offer compensation. Don't throw that away. Wang Daidi stopped pretending to be innocent. She was now furious and desperate. Wang Zhaodi refused to cooperate and insisted on making things difficult for her. She couldn't let that happen. She had 4 children to raise, especially her 2 sons, who were her lifeblood. Now that she finally has a chance to wash the mud off her legs, she is determined to seize it. Taking a deep breath, she says, "You may not care, but don't ruin my plans. Your brother-in-law has a job now, and in the future, your nephew will have a good path ahead. Who knows, he might even make it to the city." Getting to the city is something many people struggle to achieve. Wang Daidi, true to her family's values, only thinks about how this job benefits her 2 sons, completely disregarding her daughter, who she sees as a burden. Hearing this, Wang Zhaodi becomes even angrier and shouts, "Get lost." Wang Daidi leaves, feeling very unwilling and making threats as she goes. Hanku estimates that she won't just let this go. Although the case was reported by Wang Zhaodi, Wang Daidi is also part of the Wang family. Will she withdraw the case? Hanku is worried about this. Hanku asks Wang Zhaodi if she is determined to pursue the case to the end, and Wang Zhaodi confirms that she is. However, she is now concerned that the Qin family, related to her 3rd sister's marriage, might retaliate against the Han family. Wang Daidi's threats have left an impression on her. This was originally a Wang family issue, but because of her involvement, she feels she has brought trouble to the Han family. Zhao Hohot and Han Taizhu say they don't care. Zhao Hohot is very straightforward, saying, "We're just country folks. If they want to deal with us, what can they do? Even at worst, we just farm and we already do that." The Han family's children are responsible and don't wander around, making it hard for anyone to threaten them or find dirt on them. However, Wu Aigua mentions that the other side has connections and might not just sit back. They will likely take action. The death penalty is unlikely, but they could face life imprisonment or a 20-year sentence. After a few years, when things settle down, they might be able to get out. And then there's the troublemaker, Wang Daidi. If she represents the victim's family and offers forgiveness, the outcome will be certain. This leaves Wang Zhaodi feeling helpless. Hanku shows Wang Zhaodi a novel she has been writing based on the Wang family. "Sister-in-law, we are just ordinary people without any connections, and seeking justice for ourselves is very difficult. But there might be a way." Wang Zhaodi's eyes light up. "Little sister, what is it? If it can bring justice for my sister, I'm willing to do it." Hanku replies, "We need to make a big fuss about this. The bigger, the better." Wang Zhaodi looks troubled, but how do we make it big? "I don't even know where to go." She thinks it might involve kneeling at some official's door. Hanku said, "It's not what you think. I wrote a novel based on the situation of my sister-in-law's family, using your Wang family as a model." Seeing Wang Zhaodi's confused expression, Hanku explained, "It's about the Wang family's preference for sons over daughters and the selling of daughters, with some even being harmed. My idea is to use real names, so everyone knows the truth. Then I will publish this novel in a newspaper for everyone to see, raising awareness. Even if the Qin family has connections, they can't fight against the whole country, right?" Wang Zhaodi, who lacked education, needed Hanku to break it down for her to understand. In simple terms, it was about using public opinion to pressure them into submission. How powerful could their connections really be? Would they dare to go against the public? Certainly not. Once the truth is revealed, they wouldn't dare retaliate. Not only would they hesitate to act, but they would also have to pray for the safety of the Han family. If anything happened, they might be suspected of being behind it. Wang Zhaodi's eyes brightened as she nodded eagerly. "I'm willing. Let's do it." She didn't care about the real names. However, Hanku knew it wasn't that simple. Wang Zhaodi was just an ordinary rural woman. If this matter became public, not only would Wang Zhaodi be affected, but the Han family might also become celebrities. She needed to discuss this not only with Wang Zhaodi, but also with her parents. Being exposed to the public eye might not be a good thing for her family. While she wanted to stand up for the Wang sisters, it had to be based on the safety of her own family. If this action harmed her loved ones, she would never go through with it. So, before taking any action, she needed to consider the consequences and, most importantly, talk to her parents. As the author, she could face the most serious repercussions since she was the one bringing this to light. After publication, all the attention would be on her. This kind of fame was not ordinary. If she were alone without her family, she wouldn't mind causing a stir. That night, Han-ko went into her parents' room again. This time, instead of milk powder, she made a few bowls of brown sugar water. The three of them enjoyed the sweet drink together. Zhao Hohat and Han Taiju no longer felt guilty, calmly hiding behind the scenes. Now that life is good, meat is served at home every few days, and the kids are enjoying it. Mom and Dad, my second uncle's son is almost 2 months old, right? When do you think my grandma will bring her grandson back? I'm really looking forward to it. Looking forward to some excitement in the second household. But she didn't dare to say this out loud, fearing her father would scold her. Zhao Hohat took a sip of water. Let's hope not. If she comes back, our home will be chaotic. It'll be noisy every few days. I'm not afraid of that troublemaker, but I've gotten used to a peaceful life and don't want to fight with her. In the past, when old lady Han visited her son in the city, she would return in a week at most, but this time she has been gone for 3 months. Han-ko was hoping that the scandal about Han-idong's illegitimate child would break soon, so she could take advantage of it. Han-ko asked, Mom and Dad, what do you think about my sister-in-law situation? Han Taiju replied, what else can we think? Whoever is in this situation won't be satisfied. Anyone with a backbone would fight back. Your sister-in-law is strong-willed, but unfortunately, she has a sister who holds her back. Wang Dajia's sweet words didn't make any impact on the Han family. No matter how selfish Zhao Hohat was, she wouldn't trade a life for her own benefit, and that's what Han-ku admired most about her mother. She believed in fairness. What's rightfully hers should not be taken away. Zhao Hohat said, listen to the nonsense Wang Daidi is saying. It makes outsiders angry. A sister like that is better off not being there. Your dad is right. Your sister-in-law's sister is a burden. I'm just afraid she'll do something foolish. Han-ku agreed with her parents. An eye for an eye, a debt must be repaid. That's only fair. So, I want to help my sister-in-law. I just want to know if you agree. If you don't, I won't help. Zhao Hohat was shocked. What can you do? Even Wu Igua says this situation is difficult. You're just a child. What can you possibly do? No matter how much Zhao Hohat wanted to stand up for others, she couldn't risk her own daughter for someone else's problems. Han-ku planned to publish a story based on the Wang family in the newspaper to rally support for Wang Zhaodi, using public opinion to suppress the powerful people trying to help the Qin family. Zhao Hohat slapped her thigh. This is great. It makes money and lets out frustration. Han-ku thought, Mom, you really know how to focus on what matters. Han Taiju didn't oppose it, so the plan was set. Han-ku will go to the town in 2 days to submit her manuscript. She plans to have a heart-to-heart talk with Sun Jie and bring some things back from her space. Just as she stepped out of her house and hadn't gone far, she ran into the gloomy Hanyu. Their relationship was not good. Hanyu had never acknowledged her as a cousin and always treated her like a stranger. There was no need for Han-ku to be friendly. Ignoring her, Han-ku continued walking. Hanyu, furious, blocked her path and said, Didn't you see me? You have no manners. Han-ku was fed up. Was Hanyu here to settle scores after the embarrassing incident with her mother? Hanyu, if I were you, I'd find a place to hide until everyone forgets about it. Han-ku refused to call her cousin because Hanyu didn't deserve it. They both had their sights set on making trouble for her family. There was no need to be polite to such a troublesome relative. Yang Bengxia and Hanyu often took advantage of Grandma Han's influence. Every time Grandma Han took things from their house, they were given to the second branch of the family. Han-ku couldn't understand why Yang Bengxia thought she was so special. Wasn't she just a rural woman? Just because Han Lauer worked in the county didn't make him impressive in her eyes, but it seemed to impress Yang Bengxia. Han-ku felt a bit of schadenfreude. wondering how young Banksia would react if she found out that Han Laoa had a secret child and was involved with Widow Li. Han Ku knew she would take the chance to make things worse for them. Han Yu's face turned red with embarrassment when Han Ku mentioned her recent scandal. Wow, you can blush? That's surprising. I thought you had thicker skin than a wall, Han Ku said, infuriating her further. In a fit of anger, Han Yu raised her hand to slap Han Ku. She hated Han Ku's pretty face, filled with jealousy. Wu Xiaoyan, who had lost her partner, didn't take revenge properly and hadn't ruined Han Ku's looks. Today, Han Yu planned to do what Wu Xiaoyan couldn't. But Han Ku was no longer the same as when she first arrived. She had been nourished by the spirit spring and had become stronger. Although she may not be strong enough to move mountains, she is definitely much stronger than the men now. She has tried lifting a stone and found it as easy as lifting a piece of tofu. However, she hasn't shown this strong side to her family. Her so-called good fortune is already hard to believe. If she reveals her strength, even a fool would find it strange. Even though she is young, she understands the saying that a person without guilt can still face trouble because of their wealth. Besides, Han Ku considers this her secret weapon for survival. She doesn't need to go into the mountains to hunt wild boars or go to battle, so why expose her secret weapon? Human nature cannot withstand tests. The family is harmonious now, but who knows what the future holds? People's hearts can change. Even if her brother and parents care for her sincerely, her brother has a partner and children. Although Mi Chunhua is gone, let's not forget about the scheming Li Wan. Li Wan is different from Li Chunhua. Mi Chunhua was an uneducated rural woman who didn't think deeply. But Li Wan is educated and comes from a big city. If she has any bad intentions, it could be dangerous. Han Ku doesn't want to be betrayed or treated like a specimen for research. Han Ku easily grabbed Han Yu's hand and then slapped her 4 times, making Han Yu see stars. She felt like her teeth were loose. This was without Han Ku using any real strength. If she had, Han Yu wouldn't have kept her teeth. Does your face hurt? If you don't want to get hit again, stay away from me, Han Ku said, pushing Han Yu aside. Han Yu covered her face, stumbled, and then cried out in frustration. Wah. I'm going to tell my mom you bullied me. I'll tell Grandma. Wah. Han Ku rolled her eyes. You might as well drink milk. How old are you and still not weaned? Talking to someone so weak is a waste of time. She turned to leave, and Han Yu didn't dare stop her, but she was unwilling to give up and kept nagging. Han Ku, I warn you. Ai Guar is mine. He doesn't like you, so keep your distance. Our families are about to discuss my marriage to him. Remember, he will be your cousin-in-law. Cousin-in-law, cousin-in-law. If you try to flirt with him again, don't blame me for being rude. She repeated the important title 3 times, which was quite childish. This caught Han Ku's interest. She suddenly stopped, her eyes bright with excitement, and a smile appeared on her face. Oh my, does Wu Aigua know you're so shameless? Don't say I have nothing to do with him. Even if I did, what does it matter to you? Who do you think you are to warn me? People can have dreams, but I don't support daydreaming. It can easily lead to disappointment.
Han Ku kindly patted her shoulder.
Perhaps scared by Han Ku's earlier actions, she shrank back, avoiding Han Ku's beautiful, fair hand. TSK, 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 how dare she come to warn her? Han Ku found it quite boring and ignored the furious Han Yu as she walked away. She had many important things to do today and no time to compete with Han Yu. Since she had decided to stop being idle, she needed to seize every opportunity to rise up and turn the Han family into a prominent one. That was her life goal. Watching Han Ku walk away without caring, Han Yu stomped her feet in frustration. She didn't believe a single word Han Ku said. She couldn't believe that Han Ku had no interest in Wu Aigua. With her good family background, she thought Wu Aigua was a great choice. So how could Han Ku not be competing with her? She was definitely lying to herself. Han Yu walked home in tears, deliberately telling everyone she met along the way that Han Ku had hit her. What was once a long face looked a bit better after being swollen. Her forehead didn't seem so big anymore. Han Ku arrived at the post office in town to collect her final payment for her manuscript, marking the complete end of her first book. She earned over 1,000 in royalties, and the editor even asked her to submit more work, hoping she would think of their newspaper first. They hinted that the payment could be negotiated. It meant they might offer her a higher rate. Han-ku guessed her novel had made quite an impact. Locked away in this small valley, she had no idea that her story had not only resonated, but had become a hit. The newspaper was very regretful that the novel had ended, as it had increased their visibility and circulation. Fortunately, they hadn't finished publishing yet, so they could maintain their momentum for a while. They worried that once it was all published, the circulation might drop, affecting their bonuses. They were reluctant to return to their previous situation after tasting success. Thus, the leaders and the editor discussed that if this author submitted again, and the quality was at least as good as the last, they would increase her payment. It wasn't that Han-ku wrote exceptionally well. If this novel were from her past life, it wouldn't have been remarkable enough to even secure a contract. However, she was writing in the 1970s, a time when few novels were published, especially about the lives and challenges of educated youth. So, Han-ku stood out like a shining star. Now that she had successfully earned her first bucket of gold, she was confident she could dig up a second and third. You may not know, but when online literature first became popular, many wealthy figures on the list were authors. The era she traveled to was quite good. Once the reforms began, she could write martial arts, fantasy, and other genres. She hoped to find a small spot on the wealth list to establish herself. She sent out her 20,000-word manuscript titled Silent Scream for submission. Unlike her previous work, she had high hopes for this one. Even if it didn't make money, she just wanted it published to raise awareness of the issue. To ensure her submission was successful, she revised it multiple times, crying over her own words until she was satisfied. If she couldn't even move herself, how could she touch the editors who read countless submissions daily? She prayed for success. After withdrawing her money and sending her manuscript, Han-ku headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative to find Sun Jejia. At this time, she could only take Sundays off after a week of work, unlike later, when people could have 2 days off. So, whenever Han-ku came, she could see Sun Jejia. When Sun Jejia saw Han-ku, who had darkened her face a few shades, she couldn't help but smile. The last time she visited Han's house to deliver money, she realized that Han-ku always wore makeup when coming to the city. It seemed that being too beautiful could be a problem, as it might attract unwanted attention. If she didn't have some family background, she might have been targeted too. Her father said he would find a chance to move her and her mother to the county. He repeatedly warned her not to date anyone in town. But she thought that was unnecessary. She wasn't interested in dating right now. The last person they rushed to find for her was a two-timer. At just 18, why was there such a hurry? She decided to wait until she was 20, especially after seeing Han Lichio's stunning looks. She wanted to find someone who resembled him. The two of them chatted, one at the counter and the other outside, leaning in close. Sun Jejia asked, "Why are you here again today? Want to buy something? If you don't have a ticket, I can borrow one." Sun Jejia completely considered Han-ku a close friend, especially after they had shared a big meal. She decided to stick to Han-ku for support. For a bite to eat, she was ready to help with anything. Han-ku replied, "I just went to the post office to collect my manuscript payment and thought I'd stop by to see you." Sun Jejia looked confused. "Payment? What payment?"
Han-ku explained it.
"It's nothing much. I wrote a novel that got published in a newspaper.
Sigh.
Being from the countryside, I don't have a job and can't work the fields, so I have to rely on writing to earn some pocket money." Hearing this almost made Sun Jejia's jaw drop. She playfully punched Han-ku on the shoulder, saying, showing off, "Huh? I won't let you get away with that." They both laughed and playfully hit each other a couple of times. "Sister, let's go to the state-run restaurant for lunch. I'll treat you. We have money now, so please don't be polite with me." It's not that Han-ku wants to show off in front of Sun Jejia. She really thinks that earning over 1,000 yuan is not much at all. She doesn't see it as a big deal. With so many supplies in the space, she doesn't feel it's anything special. The main reason she shares this is that she needs an excuse to improve her life. Moreover, her next goal isn't entirely pure. She needs Sun Jejye to know that her family has some savings. Thinking about her not-so-pure intentions makes Han-ko feel a bit guilty about inviting her to the state-run restaurant. Speaking of the state-run restaurant, Sun Jejye's interest isn't as high as before. If she hadn't tasted Han-ko's cooking, she would have thought the chefs at the state-run restaurant were great. But after trying Han-ko's food, she no longer wants to go there. Now, meals feel bland, and she only craves Han-ko's cooking. Sun Jejye lazily leaned on the glass counter and said, "I don't want to go to the state-run restaurant. It's not as good as what you make." Han-ko replied, "You can come find me any time you want to eat, but I can't cook for you today. We have to go to the state-run restaurant. We can't skip meals." Sun Jejye glanced at her watch. "Okay, there's still over half an hour until we finish work. I won't hold back. You have more money than I do now." Han-ko noticed Sun Jejye's watch and pondered. There are watches in the space. Should she use this chance to take out two? One for herself and one for her mom? But she doesn't have a ticket for buying the watch. Sun Jejye is indeed making excuses, but she might often come to their house because of her cravings. Who knows, she might slip up one day. Let's wait a bit longer. After work, the two of them walked cheerfully toward the state-run restaurant. They headed east while a woman in her 30s walking west paused and looked at Han-ko for a moment, then glanced back thoughtfully. Did she see wrong? As the woman furrowed her brow, she wondered who this girl was while carrying a cloth bag toward her brother's house. Her brother is quite something. In such a tense situation, he managed to get involved with a widow and even had an illegitimate child. Their mother not only doesn't oppose it but supports it. What if this gets exposed? It could even drag her down. She helped her brother find connections for the widow to give birth in the hospital. She can't do that herself. Her brother came to her for help. Her job was also arranged by her brother.
Sigh.
It's tough to owe someone. She just fears that one day it might all come to light, and she could lose her job too. A woman walked for a while and turned into an alley. If Han-ko were there, she would see the woman standing at Han Lao-er's door, knocking on the gate. The gate opened, revealing Han Lao-tai, who hadn't returned to the village for 3 months. "Mom," the woman called out. Han Lao-tai smiled and pulled her inside. Han-ko and Sun Jejye had already set the table with food, chatting as they ate. Halfway through the meal, Sun Jejye mentioned that her dad was trying to find a way to transfer her to the city. Han-ko asked, "If you transfer back to the city, will you still be at the supply and marketing cooperative?" Sun Jejye replied, "Not necessarily, but it can't be worse than my current job. The problem is, I don't want to transfer anymore. I used to want to go back to the county, but your cooking has spoiled me. If I transfer to the county, I'd have to take the bus just to enjoy your cooking. Can I handle that?" She really was tempted. She didn't want to change jobs just for a good meal. Don't. Work is a lifelong matter. You can't let food get in the way of something important. To be honest, I don't have many hobbies in life, and eating is my biggest one. I can't let work take away something I love. Sun Jejye shook her head, feeling conflicted. Han-ko said, "Jejye, I need your help with something." Sun Jejye swallowed her food. "What help? We're like family, just say it." Han-ko put down her chopsticks and leaned closer, speaking softly. "Your dad is a leader in the Materials Bureau and knows many people. I was wondering if you could ask him if there are any job openings. It doesn't matter if the pay is a bit higher as long as it's a formal job. We can accept up to 1,000. Sun Jejye was taken aback. Then her eyes lit up. "Right. If you also work in the county, we won't have to be apart, and I can enjoy good food often." Han-ko's eyebrows raised. "No, you misunderstood. It's not me. It's my dad." Sun Jejye looked a bit disappointed. "Not you? That's okay, I'll ask him. But why don't you want to work?" Han-ko replied, "I can earn money by writing. How can I make money from a job? My dad works and I write. That's 2 incomes. With 2 incomes, we can buy a house faster. If we have a house in the county, I can move there with my mom. You'll have a place to enjoy good food too." Sun Jejye thought this logic makes sense. It was decided happily. Now she was okay with transferring to the county, and she hoped it would happen soon. "I'll call my dad this afternoon and ask him to keep an eye out. If you're willing to spend 1,000, there must be something. After they finished eating, the two went their separate ways. On the way back to Yangshigu, Hanko was carrying a lot of things. There were many cases of conjunctivitis in the village, but even if someone had red eyes, they could only say some jealous remarks. People earned their money through hard work so they could spend it however they wanted. If you have the skills, you can also earn money through your own efforts. It turned out that not everyone could succeed. Those in the educated youth dormitory, who prided themselves on being cultured, saw Hanku receiving manuscript fees and secretly submitted their own work, but none of it was accepted. All were returned. Fortunately, they sent their submissions secretly. If people found out they couldn't do better than a village girl, they would be laughed at. They refused to admit that they were worse than Hanko. They thought she was just lucky. In a small courtyard in the town, the sound of a baby crying could be heard from outside. Old Lady Han was holding her precious grandson and trying to soothe him. Widow Li complained that she didn't know how to calm the baby, sitting on the kong and gesturing around, truly a case of one thing overcoming another. In the cool autumn, Old Lady Han was sweating. She checked the baby's diaper and saw it was dry. She looked at Widow Li and said, "The baby is hungry. He hasn't wet or soiled himself, so he must want milk. Why don't you feed him?" Old Lady Han's humble and forced smile made Su Aihua uncomfortable. She wasn't even a proper daughter-in-law. She was just the mistress of the second brother, who had a child out of wedlock, and look at how proud she was. The courtyard was almost too small for her. Su Aihua couldn't take it anymore. While Old Lady Han wasn't paying attention, she grabbed the baby and handed him to Widow Li, saying, "You're just relying on having given my brother a son. I warn you, don't get too carried away. If you take good care of him, you'll have a good life. If he's unhappy, you'll be unhappy too." Widow Li pouted and unbuttoned her shirt to prepare to feed the baby. She could handle Old Lady Han and second brother Han, but she couldn't handle Su Aihua. This Su Aihua was quite capable and formidable. Even Han Adong was wary of this sister. Su Aihua was born after Old Lady Han remarried and had a child with Old Su. Su Aihua was not an easy person. Although she shared the same mother with Han Taiju and Han Adong, she never acknowledged Han Taiju as her brother, only recognizing Han Adong and her two brothers from the Su family. Actually, she is just a snob. Because Han Taiju has no ability and is just a common person, what uses it for her to recognize him as her brother? Han Adong is different. He can help her find a job, and her current position at the town hospital was arranged by him. She is called an accountant, but really, she just collects fees at the window. Old Lady Han felt awkward. Su Aihua glared at Widow Li, pulling her mother into the west room to talk privately. The door to the west room slammed shut, and Widow Li spat at the door. Old Lady Han and Su Aihua climbed onto the bed. "Mom, how can you stay in the west room? Does she even understand the rules? In the past, she wasn't even a concubine. She was just my brother's mistress. She isn't a proper daughter-in-law, so why are you giving in to her? Even if she were a proper daughter-in-law, you shouldn't let her have her way. You are the mother-in-law and an elder. They should respect and honor you. She thinks that just because she had a son, she can control you and my brother. How naive. Does she think she is the only one who can give my second brother a son?" Old Lady Han's behavior was hard for her to accept. She was such a strong person. Yet, she was being controlled by a shameless widow. That woman had such a strong presence. You could smell her from 2 miles away. Although Su Aihua was not the same father as Han Adong, she wasn't much better looking than him either. That flirtatious Widow Li had charmed so many men, which made her feel an unexplainable jealousy. Old Lady Han sighed. "Do you think I want to give in to her? I'm just temporarily keeping her calm." Su Aihua was confused. "Why are you keeping her calm? Does she deserve it?" Old Lady Han pointed to the east room and whispered, "This is serious. Your brother promised her a job, and they broke up, but the child belongs to our family. Now that your brother hasn't arranged it well, that widow won't let me bring the child home. A few days ago, I wanted to bring the child home, but she made a huge fuss, saying if I did, she would expose everything and make your brother come back to farm. The grandson is in her hands. How can I not be controlled? If I didn't have this leverage, I wouldn't be so angry with her. Old Lady Han gritted her teeth as she spoke, clearly very angry with Widow Li. Su Aihua frowned. Then let's find her a temporary job first. Let her start working, and once we take the child away, we can find a reason to fire her. No one can threaten their siblings. Su Aihua was someone who didn't know her limits. She thought she was doing well at the hospital, and it made her feel overly confident. How can a troublesome widow threaten us? Anyone who offends our family will not have a good ending. Old Mrs. Han said, "It's not that easy. It's hard to find temporary workers now, and they cost money. Your brother spent all his money buying 2 houses, which cost over 1,000. I even used my savings for that, and still have to support Widow Li and my eldest grandson." Su Aihua replied, "Mom, I'm not saying this to upset you, but why did you buy her so many things when she was in confinement? How much did that cost? It really hurts to see that. I've never seen you treat me that well." Her mother has a pension, so she didn't believe she had spent it all. But it seemed like there was money for Han Adong and even for Widow Li, yet none for her, which made her very upset. When Widow Li was pregnant, she could ask for anything from the old lady, and she always got it. It was hard for old Mrs. Han to refuse, especially considering Widow Li's condition. So during that time, a lot of money was spent on her. Han Adong used all his savings to buy 2 houses in the county and town. He also had a family to support on Yang Bancha's side, so he couldn't stop giving them living expenses. Now he couldn't meet Widow Li's needs because he had run out of money, and temporary workers also needed to be paid for. "Aihua, why don't you think of a way to arrange a job for her? Just to keep her settled for now, so I can bring my chubby grandson home." Su Aihua said, "Mom, where am I supposed to find her a job? Besides, didn't she say both she and her daughter need jobs? That's 2 positions. I can't manage that. I still need to rely on my brother. Mom, why don't you talk to my brother? See if he can help me find a job in the county. I've had enough of this small place. If I could go to the county, I could be with my brother and have someone to rely on. Then I would definitely take you to enjoy life." Old Mrs. Han's face twisted in disbelief. "Do you think your brother is some big official? He hasn't figured things out for himself yet. If he had the ability, Hanyu would have arranged everything already." Old Mrs. Han knows her own daughter well. She talks big, but in reality, she has high hopes but low skills. Suddenly, Su Aihua slapped her thigh. Realizing something, "I just remembered." Old Mrs. Han slapped her back. "What are you doing? Making such a fuss?" Su Aihua grabbed old Mrs. Han's arm. "On my way here, guess who I saw? I almost didn't recognize her." Old Mrs. Han asked, "Who?" Su Aihua squinted her eyes and said, "Han Tieju's daughter. Mom, let me tell you, that girl has grown up and she's really beautiful." Su Aihua had no dealings with Han Taiju, but during the holidays, she had to visit her mother in Yangshigu. She had run into Han Ku a few times in the village. In the past, Han Ku would greet her as aunt, but today it was as if she didn't see her at all. Things have really changed. What a disrespectful person. She might look down on Han Tieju's family, but they shouldn't treat her with such disregard. Even if a village girl has studied for a few days, she is still from the countryside. She completely forgot that she also came from a village and had only been in town for a few years, forgetting that she was once just like them. She didn't even finish elementary school, but looked down on someone who graduated high school. This is Han Laotai's biological daughter, who has fully inherited her mother's traits. What does Han Laotai think? What's so great about that girl? She heard that the girl jumped into a river for a young man, which is truly shameless and has tarnished the family's reputation. She had been gone for months, busy with her eldest grandson, and hadn't even had time to deal with that family. Thinking of Han Taiju, Han Laotai's eyes lit up. Yes, she and Adong had spent all their money. She should go back and ask that man for some. She can't have raised him all those years for nothing. The gratitude she owes him for raising her son is something Han Taiju can never repay in his lifetime. Why mention her? That girl is becoming more shameless. At such a young age, she's already thinking about men. She looks so flirtatious. It's clear she's not a good person. She's not behaving well in the village, flirting with men everywhere. Once I get back, Han Laotai immediately had an idea. She would use Han Ke's embarrassing behavior to make Han Taizhu give up some money. Han Laosi was sending money home every month, and she had long been envious of that. If that money comes out, life will be easier for Adong, and they could also help Widow Li and her daughter. She could finally bring her grandson home. The more Han Laodai thought about it, the more restless she became. She wanted to return to Yangshigu immediately. But the baby was not yet 3 months old, and Widow Li wouldn't be able to take care of him. She didn't feel comfortable leaving her grandson with Widow Li. Su Aihua noticed her mother was deep in thought and said, "Mom, what if I help find a match for Han Tieju's daughter?" Han Laodai replied, "If you're going to find someone, make sure they can be useful to you. Don't you want to transfer to the county? I think you don't need your brother anymore. By the time you wait for him, it'll be too late. Find a family that can help you move to the city." I'm not exaggerating. That girl, even though she was born in the countryside, is one of a kind in this area. She's also educated. I think it's fine. You can find someone now. It doesn't matter what the man is like, even if he's blind, lame, or foolish, as long as he is useful to us. Her future will depend on her own luck, and she should be grateful that we found her a powerful family.
Ugh.
Let that worthless person have her. Old Lady Han strongly agrees with this. Raising a worthless person is just for selling them off, right? Han Taizhu and his wife are not doing anything useful, sending a worthless child to school. We won't even mention how much money they spent over the years. Think about how many work points they lost. Just the thought is painful. All that money saved could have been for the party. The two women happily decided Han Ke's future.
Yang Shugang.
Mom, I want to go too. Hanyu had already dressed up nicely. She was determined to go to the Wu family with Yang Bengxia. Since she was upset by Han Ke this morning and complained at home, Yang Bengxia was furious when she saw Hanyu's swollen face. She almost impulsively went to the Han family to confront Zhao Hohot. But she quickly calmed down. She knew she couldn't match Zhao Hohot in words or strength. And in terms of class, she believed she was not on the same level as that loud woman. She couldn't act like those old women in the village and get into a fight. That would be too damaging to her reputation. Hanyu kept mentioning it from morning until noon, wanting her to go to the Wu family, while both of them were home to propose. Yang Bengxia cared about her dignity. Usually, the man's side would send a matchmaker to the woman's family to inquire. How could the woman rush to the man's house? That would make her look bad. But this girl seemed too impatient. Hanyu's nagging was unbearable, so she agreed to go and check things out. The girl insisted on coming along, all dressed up. "What's with your face? You've made it so white, you look like a dumpling. And you put on red lipstick. Who can't see what you're trying to do?" Yang Bengxia was at her wit's end. The intention was too obvious. Hanyu had done her makeup, and even a fool could tell what she was up to. "Go wash it off, or don't follow me." Hanyu replied, "No way. I worked hard on this. I look great. I don't want to wash it off. Besides, that fox Han Ke could attract Wu Aigua just because of her looks. My character is good, but it doesn't show on my face. Who can see it? I look just as good as Han Ke, right?" Yang Banxia si gid. Unable to argue with Hanyu, she had no choice but to take her to the Wu family. The Wu family had just finished lunch when Yang Bengxia arrived. Wu Xiaoyan looked up and down at Hanyu, clicking her tongue. What was with that outfit? Was she trying to show off that she was half a city person? Her clothes were almost new, without any patches, and she had put on makeup, which made Wu Xiaoyan feel a bit jealous. Although they lived in the same village, they didn't get along. Wu Xiaoyan was the daughter of the village chief, but Hanyu didn't care. She thought she was better than Wu Xiaoyan and felt they were not on the same level. Lu Tsuefan said, "Oh, what brings you here? Have you eaten?" Yang Bengxia replied, "Yes, I just finished eating. I came over to chat." Wu Lei raised an eyebrow, thinking who would believe that. Yang Bengxia was always looking for a benefit and thought highly of herself. As Hanyu entered the house, her eyes were wandering everywhere, looking inside and outside. She felt disappointed when she didn't see Wu Aigua. Disappointment was fine, but she shouldn't show it on her face. That made Wu the village chief feel uncomfortable. Yang Bengxia also felt a bit embarrassed. Cough, cough. Since you're here to see Tsuefan, you two chat. I'm going to take a nap in Aigua's room, Wu Aigua said, feeling it was inappropriate for a man to be present while the women talked. He greeted them and left. This disappointed Yang Bengxia, as family matters were usually decided by the men, especially since Wu Aigua was an official. Lu Tsuefan swept the area by the Kong with a broom, inviting the two women to sit down. Wu Xiaoyan climbed onto the Kong, sitting cross-legged and staring at them, wondering what they were really there for. She didn't believe they were just there to chat. Recently, Wu Xiaoyan had been more obedient because she had crossed the line and upset her whole family. Her dream of marrying Emote Sunji had vanished, and she would have to rely on her parents for her future, so she had been holding back a lot. However, holding back didn't mean she didn't have other thoughts. Her brother was the deputy chief of the police station, so she needed to stick close to him and have him help her find a good match in the city. Then she could also become a city person. Lu Tsuefan and Yang Bengxia chatted casually about village matters and eventually started talking about Zhao Hohot. They found common ground and criticized her harshly. After finishing with Zhao Hohot, they turned to criticize Han Ko, which made their conversation even more lively, and the four of them joined in together. Meanwhile, Han Ko was at home sneezing repeatedly, feeling unwell. Am I getting a cold? That can't be. I drink Lingquan every day. My immunity is strong. Someone must be missing me. After lunch, Han Ko went into her parents' room and brought Wong Xha along. A few days ago, Wong Xha was deeply affected by the news of her sister's passing. Today, she has finally started to feel a bit better, as there is so much work to do at home, and she can't leave it all to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. She noticed that Li Wan seems even less present now, almost like an invisible person. She doesn't know what Li Wan is thinking, but no one at home is being harsh on her or asking her to do much work, so she just goes about her day quietly. Even with such a big event happening in Wang Zhao's family, Li Wan, as the third sister-in-law, hasn't offered a single word of comfort. Zhao Hohot pulled Wang Zha into her room and took out some money from a box, counting out half and handing it to Wang Zha. Take this and save it for yourself.
Don't let others see it.
Actually, no one else in our family has any objections. Mi Chunhua is gone, so our home is peaceful now. For the first time in days, Wang Zha smiled a little. She felt the money in her hands and thought that earning money wasn't so hard after all. If her family had been wealthy, they wouldn't have had to sell her two sisters. No, they sold two lives. Han could see that Wang Zha was feeling down. She patted Wang Zhao's shoulder and said, Sister-in-law, I've already sent out the manuscript. Don't worry, we will definitely get justice. Trust me, if this newspaper doesn't accept it, I will submit it to another one. If that doesn't work, we'll go all out and post big posters to the province. Wang Zha felt warm inside. She must have done something good in her past life to be blessed with such a wonderful mother-in-law and sister-in-law. In this life, she feels fortunate. Among the four sisters, she is the one who married the best. Meanwhile, the Wu family is discussing Wu Aigua's marriage. Lu Tsuefan, having found common ground with Yang Bengxia, is now speaking freely.
Oh.
My eldest son is already 27, and he still hasn't found a partner. He isn't in a hurry, but as his mother, what can I do? He doesn't listen to me at all. Mom, that's not right. It just means the right person hasn't come along yet. If fate is on his side, maybe my brother will find a high-ranking official's daughter, Wu Xiaoyan chimed in. She wondered why her mother was so clueless. Can't she see what the two of them are after? She can see it clearly. With Han Yu's looks, she doesn't even compare to her brother. How could she think she deserves him? When Han Yu heard Wu Xiaoyan say that Wu Aigua should find a high-ranking official's daughter, she was displeased. Are high-ranking officials' daughters that easy to find? They are all spoiled. Can your family even take care of them? Moreover, if patriotic brother keeps hanging around the Yu family, it would be no different from being a live-in son-in-law. If he's looking for someone, he should find someone he knows well and can build a life with. Hanyu almost mentioned her own name. When she called out patriotic brother, Lu Tsuefan woke up. She looked closely at Hanyu, of course, with the eyes of a future mother-in-law. She shook her head in her heart. She didn't like Hanyu's looks or character. Even though she was also quite something herself, she looked down on the Han family, thinking they were like vampires. Being related to such people would only bring trouble in the future. Hanyu flaunted her father's job in the city, but what was there to show off? No job, no looks, just a middle school student. If you ask her, she preferred that dead girl Han Ke. Although that girl was rebellious, she was undeniably beautiful, with a fair, delicate face like a peeled egg. She had never seen such a pretty girl. Plus, Han Ke could earn money. Others might not know how much Han Ke made from writing, but she did. Every time Han Ke withdrew money, Lu Tsuefan was aware. In just over a month, she earned over 1,000. That was not just a golden child, it was a money-making machine. But her relationship with Xiao Hohat was not good, and they had already fallen out. She had looked down on Han Ke before, and if she changed her mind now, wouldn't it be a slap in her own face? Yang Bengxia wore a big smile. Sister Lu, what do you think of our Hanyu? I'm not just bragging about my child. You know my character well enough to know I don't lie. Hanyu is truly a sincere person. She is very honest, kind-hearted, and especially family-oriented. I've always believed that when looking for a daughter-in-law, one should find someone like her. Patriotic and Hanyu have been childhood friends, growing up together and knowing each other well. We all live in the same village, so we understand each other thoroughly. Hanyu's father has already said that after the new year, he will arrange a job for the kids. Look, Patriotic is still in town. In the future, let's see if my husband can help find a way for Patriotic to work in the county. If that happens, both kids working in the county would be wonderful. It would be a perfect match. Yang Bengxia enthusiastically promoted her daughter. Lu Tsuefan, sitting across from Yang Bengxia, felt her eyelids twitching as she listened to Yang's words, feeling increasingly annoyed. What does Yang Bengxia mean? On one hand, she looks down on her son Aigwa working in town, and on the other hand, she keeps praising her daughter and trying to push her towards the Wu family. Doesn't she take a good look in the mirror? Why lift up her daughter while putting down her son? Besides, her daughter doesn't even have a job yet she dares to make promises in front of her. She really has no idea of her own limitations. Wu Xiaoyan couldn't hold back any longer and rolled her eyes, raising her voice. Haha, Aunt Yang, you really know how to talk. What do you mean by childhood sweethearts? My brother is already 27, and Hanyu is only 18. They are 9 years apart and never even played together. Where does this childhood sweetheart idea come from? If that's the case, then all the kids in the village are childhood sweethearts. It's amusing. She guessed her brother probably doesn't even remember what Hanyu looks like. Yang Bengxia is really inflating her own importance. Plus, Hanyu has been complaining about her father finding her a job since she was 16, and now 2 years have passed without any success. When Yang Bengxia arrived, she was well prepared, having already thought through her arguments. She believed that with her persuasive skills, this marriage proposal was almost certain. In her view, the two families were a good match. Marrying her daughter Hanyu to Wu Aigwa wouldn't be unfair to him, right? As for whether Wu Aigwa agreed, she hadn't even considered it. In her mind, as long as Lu Tsuefan and Wu Lei agreed, Wu Aigwa would have to marry her daughter. After being mocked by Wu Xiaoyan, Yang Bengxia felt her face flush. If her daughter weren't so unambitious, she would have left already, not caring about anyone's feelings. Lu Tsuefan remained silent for a long time, her expression showing some reluctance. It seemed she wasn't very pleased. To be honest, Yang Bengxia wasn't entirely satisfied either. After all, Wu Aigwa only worked at the town police station. If he had a job in the county, she would have readily accepted the proposal. It really felt like she was pushing too hard. Hanyu anxiously poked Yang Bengxia, her eyes filled with urgency. Yang Bengxia was frustrated, thinking to herself, why is it so hard to get her married off? Why is she so eager? It was already embarrassing enough to come to someone else's door to propose. Lu Tsuefan forced a smile and said, well, I still think the same way. The child is older and has his own ideas, and as a mother, I can't control that. Especially since our Aigwa has been in the army for so many years. He knows what he wants. Aunt Lu, please don't refuse right away. Can you talk to Aigwa? What if he agrees? Hanyu said, sounding a bit submissive. Hearing this made young Banksia close her eyes in frustration. You need to hold it together. Lu Tsuefan chuckled awkwardly, thinking that today she had truly seen someone with such thick skin. She had never seen a girl so shameless. Because of this lack of shame, she didn't want such a daughter-in-law. Even if her son agreed, she wouldn't. Besides, these two women were just painting a pretty picture without any real benefits. In principle, Lu Tsuefan and Yang Banksia were similar. Both thought highly of themselves and were rather proud. They seemed unaware of their limitations and looked down on everything. This short-sightedness only allowed them to see their immediate surroundings, revealing their narrow-mindedness while still believing they were impressive. When two such people came together, they simply couldn't stand each other. Lu Tsuefan said, Hanyu, look, your mother has said it too. With your good conditions, why settle for anything less? Our Aigwa is much older and really doesn't deserve you. Besides, your father is capable. Wouldn't it be better for him to find you someone else in the county? Why go through all this trouble with Aigwa? Don't you agree? Aigwa sees you as a sister. If he had feelings for you, he would have said something by now. Why would I need to ask? Lu Tsuefan was unwilling to accept this match, and Wu Xiaoyan added fuel to the fire with her sarcasm, leaving Yang Banksia and her daughter embarrassed as they left the Wu family home. Daughter, did you see that? They look down on us. You need to do better and find someone better than Wu Aigwa so they regret it and feel ashamed. You're not helping yourself either. I told you not to push, but you didn't listen. If we had hired a matchmaker, we wouldn't have had to face this embarrassment ourselves. Yang Banksia deeply regretted coming today. Acting impulsively was a mistake.
Han kry din frustration.
Lu Tsuefan's disdain and Wu Xiaoyan's mockery felt like sharp needles, piercing her heart. She felt wronged. What was wrong with her and Wu Aigwa? They were clearly a perfect match. Just because of that wicked mother-in-law Lu Tsuefan and that cruel sister-in-law Wu Xiaoyan, she can't be with Wu Aigwa. Stop crying. It's embarrassing. When your dad comes back, I will make sure to ask him to help you find a job, Yang Banksia said, feeling both angry and sorry. That evening, Han Adong returned to the town after not seeing his son for over a week. He held his chubby son in his arms, grinning from ear to ear. Oh. Mom, look, my son can already chat with me. At just 2 months old, he knows who his dad is. My son is so smart. Han Aidong's eyes were filled with love and joy. Old Lady Han smiled widely. Of course. Just look at who raised him. My grandson looks great, with a round head and a strong build, good features and lovely ears. Oh my, he looks like Liu Bei. This is the face of a ruler. Sho, keep it down.
Mom, what are you saying? You can't just say things like that.
If someone hears us, we're done for. Han Adong was startled by his mother's bold words, but thankfully they were in their own home with the door closed. If someone overheard and reported them, they might be lucky to just go back to farming. But Mom, you're right, my son really is handsome. The girls at home all take after me, but my son takes after his mother. Han Adong felt happier the more he looked at his chubby son. He had been teased for his big forehead since he was little, but now having a son who didn't look like him was truly a joy. This way, Banksia wouldn't doubt anything because the child didn't resemble him. What was said without intention was heard with meaning. Old Lady Han felt uneasy and quickly leaned closer to the child, examining him closely. Could this child really look like Widowly? Because he was well-fed, the child looked healthy, and being so young, it was hard to tell who he resembled. After observing for a while, Old Lady Han couldn't figure it out. Han Taiju didn't look like his short-lived father for a reason, but the fact that her grandson didn't resemble Adong made Old Lady Han uncomfortable. Adong, when are you bringing my grandson home? I've been away for so long, it's time to go back. At my age, I really can't take care of a child. Bring him home so your wife can look after him, and let me rest. At my age, my back aches, and I feel tired all over. If this continues, I really won't be able to manage. Old Lady Han pointed towards the east room. What are you planning to do about her? Can we still support her? Han Igwa gently rocked the child in his arms while looking at his mother. I've been finding her a temporary job lately, and it's almost settled. Once she starts working, you can take the child home. By then, the baby will be 3 or 4 months old, and it will be easier to manage. Old Mrs. Han sighed in relief. If it weren't for wanting her son to carry on the family name, she wouldn't be going through this trouble. Your sister said she wants to find a good match for Han Tieju's daughter, and I agreed.
Han Aidang frov ned.
Aiho wants to find a match for that girl? She must have a reason, otherwise, she wouldn't be meddling in this. Old Mrs. Han pouted. Of course, there's a reason. It's a win-win situation. You should help arrange things in the county town, since Aihua knows fewer people in the town. Look for someone influential who can help you both. Han Adong slowed his rocking of the child, his eyes flickering. My older brother won't agree. Will he? Old Mrs. Han snorted. Does he dare to disagree? After all I've done to raise him, if he goes against me, I'll report him. He should know better. When he married Zhao Hohat, I strongly opposed it, but he went against my wishes and brought that trouble home. He's always been rebellious. Adong, your sister makes a good point. If she moves to the county, you two will have each other's support. Hurry up and arrange something in the county. If Han Tieju's daughter can find a powerful family, it will benefit our family greatly. Just the thought of marrying Han Ko to such a family made old Mrs. Han feel vindicated. Zhao Hohat always acted so arrogantly. She wanted to see if she would dare to challenge her again after this. Han Adong narrowed his eyes, thinking quickly. There were indeed families like that, but would they be interested in his niece? After all, she was just a country girl. If this was handled well, not only Aihua but he could benefit greatly too. However, he couldn't be the one to step in. Since Su Aihua was willing to take on that role, he would facilitate the connection and leave the rest to her. The reason he didn't want to return to Yangshigu and preferred living in the city wasn't because the city was so great. It was because he had a bad reputation in Yangshigu. He felt guilty, after all. Han Taiju had left his stepfather's house with him when he was 13, having only stayed there for 3 years. His mother had only raised Han Taiju for 3 years. Before he turned 10, he was raised by his biological father. So, old Mrs. Han was just lying through her teeth. After Grandma Han remarried into the Su family, life was tough for the brothers. At that time, Han Taiju was only 10 years old, and he was often scolded or beaten. They had endless chores and were never fed enough. Grandma Han had a job and had to go to work every day. Although their biological father had wanted Han Taiju to take over the job after he passed away, Han Taiju was only 10, so Grandma Han took the job first. Grandma Han, whose name was Tang Mei, originally named Tang Sanya, changed her name after marrying Han Taiju's father. He thought Tang Sanya sounded bad, so he gave her a new name. After marrying into the Su family, Tang Mei couldn't take care of her 2 sons because she had to work, so they suffered a lot. After 3 years of hard work in the Su family, Han Taiju decided to leave and return to their original village, where they had an old house. At that time, Tang Mei was already pregnant. If she hadn't been pregnant, she wouldn't have stayed with the Su family. She didn't want her child to grow up without a father, so when Han Taiju left, she let him go. However, Han Lao Er insisted on going with Han Taiju, so she allowed it. Before they left, Tang Mei asked Han Taiju to take good care of his younger brother and ensure he could go to school. If Han Ai Dang faced any trouble, she would hold Han Taiju responsible. The Su family members were minors. After Tang Mei took over Han Taiju's father's job, she worked at the mine. As a young widow under 30, she attracted a lot of attention. One man from the Su family, who was charming and persuasive, got close to her. Before they married, they became intimate, and it naturally led to marriage. Later, when their daughter grew up, the man from the Su family passed away. His children treated Tang Mei poorly, always thinking about his small salary, so she returned to live with Han Lao Er in Yangshugo. When Han Lao Er got married, Tang Mei made things difficult for Han Taizhu and his wife, taking advantage of them until she was satisfied. Han Taizhu married a strong wife, which made it harder for her to take advantage of them. So, she particularly disliked Zhao Guihua and now had a plan to deal with her. Li Wan was informed by accountants Hua that there was a letter for her at the brigade office, sent from the provincial capital of Su Province. Everyone in the brigade knew that Li Wan was from Su Province. In the past 10 years, Li Wan had received very few letters from home, but in the last 2 months, a few had arrived. She secretly went to the brigade office to collect the letter without her family knowing. Taking advantage of Han Liqiu's absence, she opened the letter and read it from start to finish. After reading, she felt a mix of emotions. She was happy that she had hope of returning home, but unhappy that she had to marry a man who was divorced in order to go back. While she was lost in thought, Han Liqiu unexpectedly walked in. Li Wan hurriedly folded the letter and put it in her pocket, but it was too late. He had seen everything. Han Liqiu's eyes flickered as he casually asked, "Did you get a letter from home? How are your parents?" Li Wan tried to calm her racing heart and forced a smile. "They're doing well. My dad has returned to the city and is back at the hospital, but he hasn't returned to his original job yet. It's good that he is back. That makes me feel better. They just asked how I was doing." Seeing that Li Wan had no intention of showing him the letter, Han Liqiu smiled. "That's good. As long as your parents are well, you can feel at ease. I came back to grab a jacket. I might have to work at the clinic tonight. There's a child with diarrhea who needs 4 fluids. It's getting cold, so make sure to keep warm tonight." After saying this, he glanced at Li Wan and left. He noticed her anxiousness when he entered, and he was sure she was hiding something from him. Was something troubling her family? As a rural man with no power or influence, he felt helpless about Li Wan's family situation. He wished he could help her resolve their difficulties. On the other hand, he felt disappointed. After 3 years of marriage, Li Wan was still keeping her guard up around him. Once the door closed, Li Wan let out a big sigh of relief, staring at the closed door. She silently thought, "I'm sorry, Liqiu." This apology was one she had repeated to herself many times. Li Wan took the letter out again to read it once more. Her parents had found her a match in the provincial capital, a divorced man, 36 years old, 10 years older than her, and he had a child. They asked if she agreed to it. If she did, he would help her find a job and arrange for her to return to the city. She could never let Han Liqiu see this content. Li Wan's heart was filled with extreme conflict. She is only 26 years old, and she feels very reluctant to marry a 36-year-old man who is divorced and has a child. But she really can't stay in this poor mountain village any longer. She has been here for 10 long years since she was sent here at 16. Isn't that enough? She wants to return to the city, and that desire burns in her heart like a flame, almost consuming her. In the end, she makes up her mind that even if she has to marry that divorced man, she will go back to the city. The next day, Li Wan secretly wrote a letter home, telling her parents that she planned to accept that man and ask them to talk to him about arranging the paperwork quickly, preferably without alarming the people from Yangshigu and the Han family. If the Han family found out she was moving her household registration, they would definitely not let her go. She knew how difficult it was for a rural man to find a wife, especially one like her who didn't ask for a bride price and was educated and beautiful. She was like a gift. Days passed, and there was still no news about Han Ku's submitted manuscript, but then Sun Jie arrived. Sun Jie looked quite anxious as she pulled Han Ku into her room. "Ku, you are so lucky. What you wished for has come true. After I called my dad, we got news in just a couple of days." Han Ku was excited. "News about the job?" Sun Jie nodded eagerly. "Yes, there's news about the job. Isn't it a coincidence?" Han Ku asked, "Is it a permanent position or temporary? How much does it pay?" "Sit down. I'll get you a glass of water." Sun Jie looked like she had rushed over, still sweating in the cool autumn air. Han Ku poured a glass of warm brown sugar water and added a little essence. "Drink this while it's warm, and then we can talk." Sun Jejia gulped down half the glass and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. It's a permanent position and the pay is good, 800. But it's within your budget.
Hanko was happy. Great.
Jejia, 800 isn't too much. We should take this job. What kind of position is it? When asked this, Sun Jejia hesitated, looking a bit uncertain. Well, you might not like the job. I think 800 is a bit high for this position, but they won't sell it for less. Sun Jejia rushed over to clarify the situation with Hanko. What kind of position is it? Hanko wondered if it was something tough, like a loader or a boiler operator. If these are the positions available, her father really shouldn't go. At 45, he shouldn't put himself through hardship. It would be a hassle if he had to switch jobs with someone else. Finding a job for Han Taiju was meant to ensure he would have a retirement salary to enjoy, not to make him suffer. Sun Jejia shook her head. It's a gatekeeper position. The job mainly involves watching the entrance and handling newspapers and mail. The working hours aren't long, and several people share the shifts. Hanko's eyes lit up. This job is great. It's very suitable for her father's age. A job that Sun Jejia looks down on is already a good job in Hanko's eyes. They could start by securing a formal position, and then her father could find a way to get a diploma and switch jobs later. One step at a time. Yes, yes, yes. This job is quite good. When can we handle the paperwork? When can we do the handover? Sun Jejia was momentarily stunned, then came back to her senses. It's just a gatekeeping job for 800 yuan. Don't you think that's expensive? Shouldn't you think it over a bit more? Hanko asked. By the way, which company is it? Sun Jejia replied, it's a towel factory, also known as a knitting factory. This factory is quite large. It not only produces towels but also sweaters. I heard the benefits are good. Sun Jejia was even considering applying there herself. Her father insisted she work at the supply and marketing cooperative, saying it was convenient for shopping and often had internal discounts, so he wanted her to keep that job for the family's benefit. He planned to make her stay at the cooperative. Hanko thought, wait a minute, a towel factory? How many of these factories are there in our county? Sun Jejia rolled her eyes at her. It's a big factory with over 2,000 people. How many could there be? We only have one knitting factory in our county, and it's a leading enterprise. Thinking it over, this job is still worth considering. After all, it's such a large factory and well known in the province. Watching the gate is just watching the gate. You get what you pay for. There's a reason they ask for 800. At that moment, Sun Jejia felt the job was indeed acceptable. What she didn't know was that Han Taiju was educated. She always thought he was from the countryside and, like other rural people, couldn't read, so he could only be a gatekeeper. So, this job might actually suit him well. Hanko thought to herself, wait a minute, isn't Han Laonia working at this company? Just because he became a workshop director there, he acts like he's on top of the world. Sis, we need to take this job for our family, Hanko declared firmly. Sun Jejia said, aren't you going to ask Aunt and Uncle Han? What if they don't agree? This child, can you really make such a big decision on your own? Why not ask the adults? Hanko waved her hand. I already said my parents agree. We were just waiting for the right moment. Oh, sister, how can I thank you? I really can't express how grateful I am. Sun Jejia chuckled. Well, you know. Then she surprisingly pulled out a piece of pork belly from her bag. Hanko replied, got it. You'll have plenty of braised pork for lunch today. Before the family returned, Hanko and Sun Jejia started preparing lunch together. The piece of pork belly was quite large, weighing over 3 pounds. Hanko divided it into 2 parts, 2 pounds for braised pork and 1 pound chopped into small pieces for meatballs to make soup. Sun Jejia felt like she was torturing herself, drooling the whole time as she watched. Hanko also made sweet potato with syrup. The vegetables at home were ready to be harvested, so Hanko cut some garlic sprouts and picked a lot of small greens. One benefit of being home alone is that Hanko could water her plants without being sneaky, so the vegetables in the planting box grew very quickly. They had already eaten the first batch, and this was the second. With some extra money and a sense of security, and since they were raising pigs in the backyard, The family wasn't as eager to sell vegetables, so the Chung family enjoyed fresh vegetables every day. Hanku picked all the edible vegetables, wanting to treat Sun Jejia, the hero of the day, to a nice lunch. When the Chung family returned, Hanku announced the big news. Everyone was in disbelief, and Zhao Hohot pinched Han Tieju's thigh hard. Only when Han Taiju gasped in pain did Zhao Hohot realize it wasn't a dream.
Ha ha ha.
Zhao Hohot laughed uncontrollably, her hands almost clapping together. At first, when their daughter said she would get her father a job, the family didn't take it seriously, thinking she was just joking. And now, not long after, it had come true. Sun Jejia became a great contributor to the Han family and received a warm welcome, leaving with a lot of goodies. Jejia, I don't have much to give you, but these goose eggs are from our big zhuang. Take them home for your family to try. And these vegetables are from our garden, nothing too special. Zhao Hohot packed all the goose eggs and all the vegetables they could gather and handed them to Sun Jejia. Han Ke held a jar of cream and mysteriously pulled Sun Jejia into her room. Sister, I have to tell you, I happened to buy a few jars of this cream last time. Guess what? Sun Jejia stared at Han Ke's flawless face. Does it make you look prettier the more you use it? Hurry up and give it to me, don't hide it. Han Ke slapped her thigh, thinking it was easy to talk to someone smart because they could figure things out themselves. Exactly. Look at how smooth my face is. It's all thanks to this cream. After I saw the results, I went back to buy more, but the new batch didn't work as well. I still have some left. Take it and use it for a week, and you'll see the difference. Sun Jejia carefully took the cream. I will definitely use it seriously. Honestly, your face makes me jealous. If I could make my face look as good as yours, I would audition for a performance group. Han Ke replied, I didn't know you had such ambitions. I remember you used to sing off-key. Sun Jejia was taken aback. Why bring that up? Can't we have a pleasant chat? After Sun Jejia left, the whole family gathered in their parents' room. With Sun Jejia around, the adults and kids usually held back, but now the atmosphere was lively. Having a formal job meant they were considered city folks, and their household registration would change from rural to urban. Han Taiju never imagined that at the age of 45, he could still work, even if it was just as a security guard. He knew about the towel factory. It was the same one where his younger brother worked, who could support the whole family on just a few dozen yuan a month. It would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. His fingers trembled as he held his cigarette. If this good fortune happened to someone else, they would let their son take it first. But the Han family's sons were all respectful, and besides, the job for their father was specially arranged by their little sister. The brothers only envied their father's luck and never thought of taking the job for themselves. What they didn't know was that Han Ke had been keeping track of things. During this time, she observed her brothers, especially when good things happened, to see their reactions. Fortunately, her brothers didn't disappoint her. Of course, Liwan was not part of her considerations. This was also a test. If any brother had selfish motives, she wouldn't help him in the future. So far, she was satisfied with their behavior. She had completed her first goal, and her next goal was to help her mother move to the city. After that, she needs to take the college entrance exam, and with the reforms, she plans to help her family build a wealthy life. A certain celebrity in her past life once said that she didn't need to marry into a rich family because she was already wealthy herself, and Han completely agrees with this statement. She has her own skills, a special space, and the ability to foresee events decades into the future, so she doesn't need to marry into a wealthy family to elevate her status. Of course, if she does decide to marry in the future, she won't settle for an ordinary person. She will look for someone who matches her status, not just let someone enjoy the fruits of her labor. A couple should support each other equally. Although she is still young in this life, she has always been clear-headed. The Han family celebrated like it was New Year's at noon, but in the afternoon, everyone went to work. Han Taiju and Zhao Hohot stayed home to discuss job opportunities. Xiaoke, when you said you wanted to buy a job for your dad, we didn't take it seriously. But now that the situation is real, most of the money in our family was earned by you. Your dad and I talked it over. After he gets his salary, he will save it until he pays you back. This was the decision made by Zhao Hohot and Han Taiju. The money from selling ginseng, about $70 or $80, was still in their hands. Han Ke suggested using that to buy a job for her dad, but the couple had initially decided to use that $700 as her dowry. In their minds, they felt they were misusing their daughter's dowry, which was not acceptable. Zhao Hohot and Han Taiju insisted, and Han Ke reluctantly agreed for now. Once the reforms take place, they will understand that this amount of money isn't significant. Although in rural areas they can manage land and resources, there are still more opportunities in the city. Zhao Hohot took the keys from her waist and unlocked a box, pulling out a cloth bag that contained all of the Han family's belongings. Mi Chunhua was right. The family's assets were just over 2,000, along with some tickets. Ugh, 10, 20. Zhao Hohot spat on her thumb and began counting the money, all in tens. After counting 80 bills, she worried it might not be accurate and counted again, finding 50 more. We'll need this 50 for tomorrow in the county to buy train tickets and for meals. Sun Jiejia will take us to report in, and we can't let her buy her own ticket. We should also invite her dad to a state-run restaurant. No, 50 might not be enough. We need to bring a bit more for our trip. Zhao Hohot was counting 50 again, and you could see the worry on her face. She was biting her teeth while counting. Han Ke covered her mouth and laughed at her mother's expression. In the Han family, only the children and Han could sleep well. The adults were too excited and didn't sleep well that night, waking up with dark circles under their eyes. Han Taiju took a day off from work, saying he wasn't feeling well and needed his wife and daughter to accompany him to the county for a checkup because he was scared to go alone. This made Secretary Wu and Zhou Jinjia laugh at him for being so timid. The autumn harvest was over, and they were now sowing winter wheat, which wasn't too busy. Wu Lei quickly provided a letter of introduction, giving Han Taiju 3 days, which surprised him. What he didn't know was that since his daughter appeared in the newspaper, the people in Yangshigu had changed their opinion of their family, and some were even trying to please them. They realized that their daughter was special and destined for success. Wu Lei also wanted to build a good relationship, thinking that their daughter might achieve great things in the future. He guessed it, but he didn't expect her to be so successful. One day, he would sigh, thinking his own family didn't have that luck. Han Taiju happily took the letter home. Hohot, how about we take the household registration book? Since we're going to the county, you and our daughter can stroll around for a couple of days before coming back. Han Ke replied, Mom, if Dad gets the job, he might have to stay at work. We should bring him some daily necessities. If not, we can buy them when we go to the county. By the way, Dad works shifts and stays at the gatekeeper's place during work. Where does he stay when he's off? He can't come home every day. He needs a place to live. Everyone in the city has houses, but we don't. Zhao Hohot was speechless. Han Taiju pondered, That's a good question. He can't just sleep on the street, right? Zhao Hohot slapped her forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Han Taiju suggested, Let's see if the company has dormitories. I can share with someone. Han Ke said, I think it would be more convenient to buy a yard. The couple exchanged glances, then looked at their daughter, who always had ambitious ideas. But everything she had attempted had succeeded. Zhao Hohot asked, Tell us more, explain your idea. Han Ke clapped her hands, Look. My dad went to the city and you should go too. Zhao Hohot asked, What do I need to go to the city for? Han Ke replied, My dad has a good job and you shouldn't be worried about all the widows noticing you. Just think about Widow Li. That's a lesson to remember. You don't want to be the next Yang Bangxia. Han Taiju said, That life is tough. Daughter, I always thought we were on the same page, but now I realize there's a gap. This time, Zhao Hohot didn't glare at Han Taiju. She knew this was her daughter's excuse to buy a house. Han Ke couldn't say that house prices would rise in the future. With the money they had now, buying a house was like finding money. Even though it would be 20 years before prices went up, the whole family needed a place in the city. Once the reforms happened, they could tear down the house and build a practical one for living and business. Zhao Hohot was silent for a moment. We can buy, but I don't know the price of houses. Our family might not afford it. They had just taken out 900, and there was only a little over 1,000 left. If the youngest son got married, where would they get more money? That would be a problem. Han Taiju shared this concern. Han Ku exclaimed, "Oh my. You forgot I have over 1,000 too. I'll give it to you." Han Ku was determined to buy the house because she wanted to go to the city to sell what she produced. In the remote Yangshigu, it was inconvenient to travel to the black market. If they had a house, she could go there often to sell chickens, ducks, geese, and grains. Also, she was tired of wearing patched clothes. Once in the city, she wanted to wear nice outfits since their dad already had a job and they could afford it. In the countryside, she couldn't stand out too much. So, for her future and to earn money, buying a house was essential. Han Ku clung to Zhao Ho-hot like a puppy. Mom, let's buy a house. I want to live in the city. Please, let's buy it." She had to use her charm to persuade her. Zhao Ho-hot was amused and helpless against her daughter's persistence. She patted her a few times. "Fine, if you're paying, we'll put it in your name." No arguing, it's settled. Han Taiju agreed. "Listen to your mother."
All right.
It didn't matter whose name it was. The decision to buy a house was made. Han Taiju briefed his eldest son and then took his daughter-in-law to the county to buy a house, under the envious gazes of his other sons. They hadn't even started the house-buying process, so they didn't tell their sons whether it would actually happen. But Zhao Ho-hot brought all her belongings with her, fearing her daughter's money wouldn't be enough, so she would chip in a little. The three of them arrived in town and met up with Sun Jejia. Then Han Ku went to buy tickets for the four of them. This time, Sun Jejia didn't stop him. A ticket didn't cost much. They got on the bus, with Zhao Ho-hot and Han Taiju sitting in the front, while Han Ku and Sun Jejia sat in the back. As the saying goes, 3 women are like 500 ducks. Zhao Ho-hot turned to chat with the 2 girls. Han Taiju wondered why women had so much to talk about. It all seemed like nonsense to him. Zhao Ho-hot asked, "Is the supply and marketing cooperative in the county big? I went there several years ago, and I don't know what it's like now." Sun Jejia replied, "Yes. It's definitely bigger than the one in town." Han Ku asked, "Do they have a full range of products?" Sun Jejia said it's about the same, but sometimes they sell bicycles and radios, which we can't sell in our town.
Han Ku exclaimed, "Bicycles."
"I need to buy one." Zhao Ho-hot scolded, "Don't dream. We have no money. You always think about spending. Look at Jejia." Sun Jejia added, "My mom scolds me the same way." Zhao Ho-hot noticed the watch on Sun Jejia's wrist and thought about the bicycle the girl rode. Han Taiju remained silent. The bus during this time was bumpy, loud, and very slow. Luckily, chatting made the journey feel quicker, and they arrived in about 2 hours. Han Ku squeezed off the bus and let out a long breath. Then he looked around, feeling lost. It had been a year since graduation, and suddenly being in the county town, he couldn't recall his past memories. Han Taiju helped Zhao Ho-hot, who had strained her neck from talking too much, get off the bus. The parking lot in the county was just an open space with few cars. The so-called waiting room was a row of a few red brick houses, but it was a bit larger than usual. The 4 of them exited the bus station. Sun Jejia said, "Let's go directly to the workplace. My dad has already made arrangements. I can take you there." Zhao Ho-hot was still thinking about treating someone to lunch, but it turned out they were too busy. After all, they were the leaders. Just making a call to arrange things was enough. They wouldn't personally show up. There were no buses in the county, so they had to walk. Fortunately, the county town wasn't big. Zhao Ho-hot reflected that she had only come here recently to deliver grain and hadn't had time to really explore the county. Han Ku looked around at the county town of this era. It was just a larger version of a town. There were more people than in the town, more bicycles, and he could see a few jeeps. The departments were also larger than those in the town. Throughout her journey, she had never seen a building taller than 3 stories, and all were quite old. She also didn't know where the rumored black market was located. Sun Jejia confidently led 3 people to the knitting factory. The factory's entrance had a gate, and through it, they could see what was happening inside. They could hear the machines clattering and see workers moving around. The guard came out and asked, What can I help you with? Sun Jie smiled and approached. Sir, we're looking for Qian Junhui. The man paused for a moment. That's me. Are you here for the job handover? Please come in. Qian Junhui opened a side door and let them in. The four of them entered the reception area, and he said, Please have a seat. Qian Junhui was in his early 30s, tall, and with a square face. Zhao Hohat wondered why someone so young would sell their job and asked him directly. Qian Junhui sighed. Every family has its struggles, and every family has biased parents. I don't mind sharing my story. I got this job through my own efforts. My younger brother went to the countryside for a few years, and my parents wanted him back in the city. But it's not easy to return without a job. My mom cried and insisted that I give my job to my brother. If I do that, what will happen to me? I have a wife and children to support. When I refused to give my job to my brother, my mom threatened me. I earned this job through my own abilities, and I will not compromise.
So I decided to sell it.
This way, I can cut off my parents' hopes and not give it away for free. With a few $100s, I can still support my family. If I just give it up, my family will struggle. I want to sell it quickly, as soon as possible. Zhao Hohat empathized and shared her own family troubles. Han Lao Tai's shocking actions left Qian Junhui speechless. He thought his own parents were difficult, but now he realized there were worse situations. He sympathetically nodded at Han Taizhu. Indeed, happiness is often a matter of comparison. With Han Taizhu's experience, he felt a bit better about his own troubles. Han Taizhu felt helpless too. Family matters shouldn't be shared outside, but Zhao Hohat, who spoke freely, shared everything. He couldn't stop her in front of others, so he awkwardly nodded in agreement. To be honest, the price for this job was quite high. The gatekeeper's position could be taken for 600, but they insisted on 800 because they needed to support their family. Qian Junxing said that their factory has good benefits. They give out items during holidays, and sometimes they also distribute tickets. Occasionally, there are leftover yarn and towels that can be sold cheaply to employees. I switched my shift today just to wait for you. I've already talked to the HR department. Brother Han, you can come with me to complete the paperwork now. Qian Junhui stood up and called a familiar person to watch the door for a moment. Zhao Hohat needed to go along, and Han Kuo and Sun Jie also wanted to join. After all, she had never seen a factory from the 1970s, which was said to be the most productive in the county. The group walked toward the office building at the back. Zhao Hohat remembered Comrade Qian. Does your unit have dormitories? We don't have a house in the city, and our family member Taizhu has nowhere to stay. Can the factory arrange a dormitory for him? Qian Junhui replied, Well, sister-in-law, I must tell you that dormitories are quite tight at our unit. There are not many cases like brothers and those who had to solve it themselves. The collective dormitories are all full. After we finish the paperwork, we can ask at the factory office to see if they can arrange something. The noise from the machines in the workshop was loud, so Qian Junhui had to raise his voice. Sun Jie leaned close to Han Ku and said, This is indeed a problem. Why didn't we think of it? How about after we finish the paperwork, we see if anyone has a rental? We can rent a room temporarily. Han Ku nodded. If they couldn't buy a house in the next 3 days, they would have to rent a room for now to let their father stay. The office building was at the northernmost part of the factory, a small 3-story building. Qian Junhui pointed to the second floor and told them that the HR department was located there. After the 5 of them reached the second floor, they turned right. Above the second room's door, there was a small sign with black letters on a white background that read HR department. Before they even entered, they could hear voices inside. Qian Junhui knocked and went in first. After a while, he let Han Taizhu and the others follow him into the HR department. Han Kuo and Sun Jie entered the HR department behind the others. There were 4 desks in the HR department. A bald man in his 40s with glasses took out 2 forms from a drawer and asked Qian Junhui and Han Taizhu to fill them out. Han Taizhu completed the forms according to his household registration and handed them back to the bald man. The man looked at the forms and then up at Han Taizhu. Are you from the countryside? He asked, surprised. You don't look 45. You seem younger than me, and you have nice handwriting. Han Taiju smiled modestly. I have studied a bit. He was cautious and didn't mention how many years he studied, but his daughter insisted he should get a diploma, even if it was just a middle school one. After completing the paperwork, they found a quiet spot where a few people counted and exchanged the money. Jin Hui was a decent person and took Han Taiju to the factory office while Han and a few others waited outside. Han Ai Dang came out of the workshop. He was the supervisor of the towel workshop and had to check on production and safety every day. Dressed in gray work clothes, he walked with his hands behind his back, humming a tune. With a big sun, life felt complete, and he was in high spirits, walking confidently. He noticed 3 people standing not far away, but didn't pay much attention. After a few steps, he felt something was off and turned back to look. One of them looked a lot like Zhao Guihua. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was indeed Zhao Guihua. His mind buzzed. What was she doing at their factory? There was no one at the factory entrance, making Zhao Guihua and her companions stand out next to Han Ai Dang. It was hard not to notice them. Zhao Guihua and Han also spotted Han Ai Dang. Zhao Guihua smiled, thinking how life brings unexpected meetings. Recently, her reading had improved, and she could even use idioms correctly now. In moments like this, her bold personality shone through. She strutted towards Han Ai Dang with her arms crossed and chin held high. Here she came, walking right toward him. Han Ai Dang stepped back in fright, but then felt embarrassed, standing there wide-eyed as she approached. The person he feared most was the sister-in-law. Zhao Guihua never held back. When she got angry, she wouldn't spare anyone. He remembered the time he had to fight over a frying pan. What a nightmare. Be big sister-in-law.
Heh?
Zhao Guihua snorted. What's wrong? Grown some wings? Running away when you see me? Don't want to acknowledge me as your sister-in-law anymore? Of course not. I wouldn't dare not recognize you, big sister-in-law.
Heh?
Han Ai Dang forced a smile. Zhao Guihua looked him up and down in disdain. It had been half a year since they last met, and he seemed to have aged several years. She seriously suspected he had been spending too much time with widows. Big sister-in-law, what brings you to our workplace? Han Ai Dang asked cautiously, glancing over at Han and Sun Jiajia. Is that my niece? My niece is here too. Hey, don't leave at noon. The food in the cafeteria is pretty good. I'll treat you all to lunch. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize your niece? You're really doing a great job as an uncle. What do you mean by asking if we can come to your workplace? Is the towel factory yours? Can we not come? Zhao Hohat was never good at speaking, especially with people she didn't get along with. Han Adong gritted his teeth in frustration, but didn't dare to express his anger. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? The factory isn't mine. I meant, what do you need to do at the towel factory? If I can help, I definitely will. Zhao Hohat replied, Oh my, that's great. Just hearing you say that is enough. Now, will you give us your job? No, this job was originally ours, so you can return it to us now. Han Adong thought, seriously? Can we not have a normal conversation? Forget it. He never had the upper hand when talking to her, so it was better not to provoke her. If it turned into a work issue, it could hurt his reputation. He was hoping to move up to the deputy factory manager position, so he couldn't afford to mess up now. By the way, I forgot to tell you your older brother is now a colleague of yours. You just said if you need anything, you can ask him for help. From now on, you take care of him. If he has any problems at work, don't blame me, Zhao Hohat, for being rude. You'll be in trouble. Han Adong wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but when Zhao Hohat mentioned trouble, she glanced at him in a way that made him wonder. Was he overthinking it? Wait, what? His older brother is working at the knitting factory now? My brother is working at the towel factory too? How can he work at the knitting factory? He accidentally blurted out his thoughts. Zhao Hohat replied, What do you mean? If you can work at the knitting factory, why can't my husband work there? It's not your family's factory. Well, your brother is here. Zhao Hohat pointed towards the office. Han Adong turned to look and saw Han Taiju walking with Qian Junhui, who was in charge of the gate at their unit. They were chatting and laughing together. After 6 months, his brother looked younger than before, even younger than him. When they were younger, he was always jealous of his brother because he didn't inherit their father's looks. Comrade Qian Junhui, thank you so much. I really appreciate your help. Brother Han, what you said is true. Our relationship isn't just about finishing a task. Besides, I didn't really help much. The two of them went to ask about the dormitory situation, but there was nothing available, so they had to leave disappointed. Even though the matter didn't work out, Qian Junhui did his best. Helping is a kindness, and not helping is just how things are, so Han Taiju still thanked him. Having more friends means more opportunities. Since he is new here, and Qian Junhui is a local, they might be able to stay in touch in the future. Han Taiju could see that Qian Junhui was a genuine person, worth getting to know. Han Adong realized that his brother was buying Qian Junhui's job. A few people in the factory knew about Qian Junhui selling jobs, but the price was too high. So many were waiting to see what would happen, including Han Adong. He wanted to arrange a job for Widow Li, but he couldn't come up with 800 yuan. Besides, he wasn't too keen on having Widow Li work at the same factory. Being too close could lead to trouble if their relationship was discovered. Talking casually was fine, but having such a big son was undeniable evidence. This job cost 800 yuan. He spent just over 700 yuan to buy a house in the county. Where did his brother get so much money? No, when he got back to the office, he had to call Aihua and ask him to talk to their mother about this. For some reason, Han Adong felt particularly anxious. He had a feeling that something was slipping out of his control. He glanced at Han Ke. As an uncle, he hadn't paid much attention to his brother's daughter before, but now that he looked closely, she was quite beautiful. Although her thick bangs covered her eyes, the features below were exceptionally delicate. Each feature was perfectly balanced. Any more would be too much. He clenched his fist. Regarding the matter Aihua mentioned, either they wouldn't do it, or they would go for something big. Someone like Zhao Hohat was bold and hard to handle. Ordinary people couldn't manage her. If they were going to find someone, they needed to look for someone powerful, someone Zhao Hohat couldn't offend. With Han Ke's looks, his future success was just around the corner.
Han Ke noticed Han Adong looking at her.
She was aware of the conflict between her family and Han Tieju's, so she didn't give her uncle a friendly face. She neither greeted him nor spoke. When Han Adong looked at her, her bright black eyes were also fixed on him, making him feel a bit uneasy. He smiled awkwardly and turned his face away. Big brother, congratulations. From now on, we will be working in the same factory. As your brother, I will take care of you. Zhao Hohat thought to herself that he was just puffing up because he was overweight. Given their relationship, it would be a miracle if Han Taiju didn't cause trouble for him, let alone expect him to take care of anything. Nobody would believe that. Han Taiju looked at the brother he had practically raised and smiled faintly. Yeah, we're in the same factory now. He suddenly realized he had nothing to say to this brother. What could they talk about? Asking each other how they were doing felt pointless. Han Ida knew best how well his family was doing, since he was the one causing the problems. Asking about his mother felt a bit insincere. To be honest, he should be filial to her, but he really didn't want to think about it. Qian Junhui saw that it was no longer his business, so he said goodbye to a few people and went back to the gate to pack his things and head home. Han Tieju's job was managed by the security department, so he still needed to report there and have them reassign his work. Han Ida could handle this. Regardless of how the brothers got along privately, they appeared to be close brothers in front of others. If Han Ida ignored even this small matter, people would think he was too cold-hearted. He needed to maintain his image. So, he took the initiative to bring Han Taiju to the security department. Sun Jejia nudged Han Ku and whispered, "Hey, why do I feel like the atmosphere is strange? Is this really your second uncle? Are they really related?" Even she, who usually didn't notice such things, sensed something was off, especially since Zhao Hohat's attitude was so obvious and unfriendly. Han Ke looked at the brothers' backs and nodded. "They are related, right?" Sun Jejia replied, "What do you mean, right? If they are, they are, if not, then not." There's no room for doubt. They waited a little longer until Han Taiju and his brother came out. Han Ida said, "Big brother, sister-in-law, wait a moment and come with me to the cafeteria. I'll treat you to a meal." Zhao Hohot rolled her eyes. "Seriously? We came all this way and you, as a brother, are just taking us to the cafeteria? At least we should go to a state-run restaurant for a proper meal. Ida, you can't forget your gratitude. Our family has been good to you. For a brother to not even offer a meal on his own turf is really heartless. Oh wait, I forgot, you probably don't have a heart. Hey, Taiju, when did you officially start working?" Han Adong struggled to maintain his expression after being put down by Zhao Hohot. He was clever and quickly composed himself, saying, "Sister-in-law, brother is going to work tomorrow." Wow, Han admired him. Even after being disrespected, he could still greet her with a smile. This Han Adong was impressive. Zhao Hohot suddenly looked at him. "Hey, second. Where do you live?" Han Idong's heart sank, and his mouth twitched. "I rent a place." Zhao Hohot gave him a long look. Oh. Her tone was meaningful, but Han Adong didn't understand what she meant. Zhao Hohot only knew that Han Adong had bought a house in town. She suddenly wondered if he had also bought a house in the county, so she decided to test him. For a brief moment, Han Idong's eyes showed panic, which did not escape Zhao Hohot's notice. She realized that this guy, who had taken so much money from her family, was buying one house after another. "Just wait, we have plenty of time." She reached out. "Second, you're a workshop director and busy all the time. I know you can't join us for dinner. How about this? You give me the tickets and money and we'll go ourselves, so it won't delay your work." Han Idong's eyes twitched. Okay. He nervously fumbled in his coat pocket for a while, finally pulling out about 3 or 4 coins and a few tickets, including food stamps and possibly others. Zhao Hohot grabbed everything. "Then you get back to work. We won't disturb you." Han Adong felt like he had been robbed by Zhao Hohot. He was in shock and looked at Han Taiju, hoping to see his brother's reaction, but Han Taiju acted as if he hadn't seen anything and showed no response. Things had changed. His brother had truly changed. Had he held a grudge against him for asking to borrow money to marry when he was young? So many years had passed, yet he still remembered. That was too narrow-minded. The person who had once treated him like a father and brother had suddenly become like this. Han Adong found it hard to accept. He realized that Zhao Hohot's influence had affected him. Indeed, one becomes like those they associate with. He initially felt a bit guilty about telling his mother and sister that he was working at the knitting factory, but now, due to Zhao Hohot's behavior and Han Tieju's indulgence, all his guilt had vanished. The bully Zhao Hohot left with his people, and as he left, only Han Taiju nodded at him. His niece didn't even give him a glance. She was so rude, just like Zhao Hohot raised her. Their family has 3 daughters, and none of them are like that. It's true that when choosing a wife, one should choose a virtuous one. He married Yongbangxia because she had some education. A cultured mother makes a difference. A well-educated daughter knows how to behave properly. Unlike Zhao Hohot's daughters, who are just pretty on the outside. So selling this arrogant niece who looks down on him as her second uncle doesn't make him feel guilty. Don't blame him. They brought this on themselves. Han Adong squinted, staring at the distant figures with a darker expression. Once they were out of sight, he strode to his office. After entering, he asked the 2 people in the office to leave and called Su Aihua at the town hospital. Su Aihua answered the phone. "Hello, who is it?" "Aihua, it's me," came Han Idong's voice.
Oh.
"Brother, it's you. What's up? Do you have news about my job?" Su Aihua's eyes lit up. Han Adong sighed. "Why are you only thinking of good news? That job isn't something you can just get back easily."
Oh.
"Do you have something to say? Go ahead." Su Aihua's disappointment was clear even over the phone. Han Adong tightened his grip on the phone. "Aihua, Han Taiju has a job now."
"What?"
Su Aihua exclaimed on the other end. Han Adong quickly moved the phone away from his ear to avoid being startled. Once she calmed down, he brought it back. "Can you let me finish? I saw Han Taiju and Zhao Hohot at our factory today. They actually spent 800 on a job just to watch the gate. Isn't that wasting money? 800 just to stand at the gate. They must have money to burn. Su Aihua's eyebrows shot up, and she gritted her teeth. He's secretly saving money behind Mom's back? That's just great. I'll definitely tell Mom. Han Adong smiled slightly. That's not my concern. I just think he's wasting money and needed to vent my frustration to you.
Sigh.
My older brother seems to have a misunderstanding about me, probably still holding a grudge from the past. I invited them to the state-run restaurant, but my sister-in-law took all my money and said she would go herself. It's so embarrassing for me. What hurts the most is that my brother didn't stop her. It really breaks my heart. Our niece is really pretty, but she looks at me like I'm her enemy. Su Aihua said, Ugh. He married and forgot his mother. What a heartless person. Mom should teach him a lesson. Why would he hate you? Who does he think he is? Back then, Zhao Hohat made a scene over a pot, and she even spread rumors about you in the village. How can they treat you like this? Brother, you're too honest. If it were me, I would show them. You are Han Tieju's brother. As the older sibling, he should treat you well. Just wait. I'll tell Mom to deal with him. I have to go now. I'm busy here. After stirring up trouble, Han Adong felt much better, but still a bit gloomy. He left the office with his hands behind his back. Han Ku walked arm in arm with Sun Jejia, and the four of them headed to the state-run restaurant. Zhao Hohat asked, Han Taiju, do you dare to bet with me? Han Taiju replied, What bet? Zhao Hohat said, I bet your mother will come to the city tomorrow to cause a scene.
Empiezo a responder, no bet.
He knew he would lose. He understood what kind of person his mother was and couldn't figure out why her attitude was so different towards her sons. Zhao Hohat almost spoke out of turn and quickly corrected herself. Today we should order some good dishes to celebrate. Sun Jejia said, Aunt, the state-run restaurant isn't as good as your cooking. The food here isn't as tasty as in our town. You'll see soon. When they entered the state-run restaurant, it was larger than the one in town, but the variety of dishes was similar. In this transitional season, there really wasn't much to eat. Yesterday, when they went to the Han family to deliver news, Sun Jejia's mother was amazed by the amount of fresh vegetables they had. Even in this season, they could still enjoy such green vegetables, which showed that the Han family was doing well. It might have been a coincidence, but Sun Jejia and her mother found the vegetables especially fresh and tasty. They were eating and commenting on the food. They ordered everything they could, and despite Sun Jejia trying to stop them, Zhao Hohat insisted on thanking her for her help today. Sun Jejia said she didn't do much. It was her dad who had good connections, and she was just showing the way. She shouldn't have mentioned her dad, but once she did, Han Taiju and Zhao Hohat kept saying it was a pity they hadn't treated Director Sun properly. Han Ke said, Mom and Dad, once we buy a house, let's cook a nice meal to properly thank Director Sun and his family. Once they got to the city, Han Ke started calling her parents Mom and Dad. Zhao Hohat clapped her hands and said softly, The girl is right. This afternoon, we should go look for a house. I now feel that the city is better. It's inconvenient to buy anything in the countryside. You have to travel far just to get something. I want a house with a bigger yard, where we can grow some plants.
Sigh.
Even buying a green onion in the city is a hassle. Sun Jejia was confused and didn't understand what she meant. Han Ko, seeing her puzzled expression, wanted to pinch her cheek. She leaned closer to Sun Jejia and said, My dad is working in the city now. There's no dormitory or place to stay. Plus, my mom and I will need to live in the county town later, so we must have a house. After lunch, the three of us are going to look for a place. Sun Jejia's eyes widened. They just finished work, and now they were buying a house. The Han family was so straightforward. When they said they were buying a house, they meant it. Unlike her own parents, who would discuss and think things over endlessly before buying anything. Her family has one house in the county and another in the town, but both are public housing, not private. Several families live in one large courtyard. Although they are doing well, she has two older brothers. One is in the army, and the other went to the countryside, but neither is married yet. So, her parents have to consider their future marriages, which requires a lot of money, making it harder for them to buy things as easily as the Han family. Sun Jejia felt that her own situation was not as impressive as she thought. The Han family was quietly doing well. She used to think they were poor, but it seems you can't judge someone by their appearance. Just because they don't dress well doesn't mean they are not well off. At 18, Sun Jie learned a valuable lesson from her experiences. The Han family often enjoyed good meals, and even Zhao Hohat, who is usually frugal, found it hard to eat. It's difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Even if the food wasn't great, they couldn't waste it. That would be shameful, especially since they are farmers who care deeply about food. They finished every last bit of food, leaving no grain behind. After eating, the four of them sat back for a while to rest before leaving the state-run restaurant. Sun Jie said, "I took a day off so I can take you to look for a house. I know the county well. Tomorrow morning, there's a bus back to work, so it will be just in time." That was great, but it felt a bit troublesome for Sun Jie. Having someone familiar to guide them was much better than the three of them wandering around aimlessly. Sun Jie took them to several key locations. Now most houses are rented, and there are very few people selling their homes. Han Adong, who often stays in the county town, found this house after searching for a long time. They found a large yard on the outskirts of the county, near a middle school. The elderly couple wants to move to Xinjiang to join their son, who is a leader in the army, so they want to sell the yard quickly. The yard is quite spacious, and Zhao Hohat was surprised because it is larger than their old house in the countryside. The house is made of red bricks and tiles, but it has only 3 rooms. The entire yard costs 950. Hanke thought for a moment. The small yard that Han Adong has in town is also a few tile houses, but it has tall brick walls. She wondered how much it cost, but thought that small yard couldn't be more than 800, right? The yard is surrounded by a fence that they built themselves, and to have real walls, they would need to hire someone. The elderly couple has their household registration in the county, and both have jobs. They live in an area where the old man's workplace bought land to accommodate employees. Originally, they only received one side, but since their house is at the far west, they added 2 more rooms and expanded the yard, which made it quite large and drew envy from many colleagues. The couple is honest. They say what is true. The house is theirs, but they expanded the yard themselves. If they want to build brick walls in the future, they will need to get permission for the land. The old man showed Han Taiju around the yard, explaining how big the original yard was. The old woman took Zhao Hohat around and mentioned that they couldn't eat all the vegetables they grew in the summer. Sun Jie thought the house was a bit far from the knitting factory where Han Taiju works. It takes half an hour to ride a bike, and over an hour to walk, which is inconvenient. The Han family all like the size of the yard, especially Han Ke. The county town will keep expanding, and this area will eventually become the city center. Buying it would be a great deal. She noticed many families around, and when the area opens up, they could turn the front wall into a storefront for business, whether it's a small supermarket or a restaurant. As long as there are people, there will be business. Moreover, there is a middle school nearby. If the school doesn't move, they could sell student supplies or open a snack shop. Right now, it's not suitable to apply for land. The government won't approve it. It will be easier to get land after the reforms, especially after the 1980s. For now, we can just hold on to it, even though we can't do business. As for Han Tieju's long commute, buying a bicycle would solve that problem. Han Ke quietly asked Sun Jie, "Do you know where the black market in the county is?" Sun Jie suddenly became alert and looked around. "I know where it is. But why do you want to know?" "Be careful. If you get caught, the consequences could be serious." Han Ke replied, "It's okay. I'll be careful. I just want to know if the black market has everything like bicycle tickets. I want to buy a bicycle for my dad. It's too far for him to walk every day." Sun Jie said, "That is a problem. I don't know if the black market has bicycle tickets. Those tickets are rare. Even my dad, who works at the supply bureau, might not be able to get one. I'll ask when I get home. If they have them, the price will probably be high. Are you willing to pay?" Han Ke said, "Of course, I would pay anything for my dad." Sun Jie laughed and playfully hit Han Ke. Zhao Hohat asked, "What are you two laughing about?" After Zhao Hohat finished chatting with the elderly lady, she returned to the north courtyard and saw the 2 girls giggling together. Han Ke didn't dare to tell her mother about wanting to buy a bicycle, knowing Zhao Hohat would nag her if she found out. It's nothing, we were just talking about school days. At that moment, Han Taizhu and the old man also came to the backyard. Everyone decided to sit down and talk. Once inside, they looked around the 3 simple tile-roofed rooms. The house was very basic, just a row of 3 square rooms. Each room was about 20 square meters. The middle room served as the main room, with 2 rooms on either side facing each other. The main room was divided by a wall. The north side was the kitchen, and the south side was the living room. In the living room, there was a round table where everyone sat down, and the elderly lady served tea. Han Ku stood up to look into the kitchen, which had a large stove and a cupboard against the wall for dishes. In the corner, there was a small pile of coal and firewood, and outside in the yard, there was a shed with more firewood and coal. Zhao Hohat asked, "Annie, I see you don't have any chickens or ducks. Is it not allowed to raise them in the city?" The elderly lady sighed. "It's not that we can't have them, but we can only keep a few, just 3.
Sigh.
It's not very safe here. There are always some troublemakers around. We raised some animals, but they were stolen, and after a few times, we didn't dare to keep any more. People take advantage of us because we are old and have no one to support us. Not only the chickens and ducks, but even the vegetables from our garden were stolen. Our fence gets knocked down every few days. Because of this, we decided to go live with our child. My son is a leader in the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, and he doesn't want to move back. We thought, since he is our only son, we should go to him for our old age. They say fallen leaves return to their roots, and we don't want to leave either," the elderly woman said, becoming emotional and pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. Zhao Hohat is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She can't stand seeing others cry. When the old woman started to cry, she didn't know how to bargain anymore. It was Sun Jie who noticed the Han family was willing to negotiate and asked if they could lower the price a bit. In the end, they settled on 900 yuan. Both parties went to the local neighborhood committee in the afternoon to register and then went to the housing authority to reissue the property certificate. The property certificate is just a piece of paper. Han Kidian had read a lot and knew that during this time, there wasn't a complete property registration system like in later years, nor were there specialized institutions for issuing property certificates. The process for obtaining property certificates was not systematic at all. Sun Jie was stunned to see that the name on the property certificate was Han Ke. Oh my! She was so envious. Why couldn't her parents be like that? Although her own parents loved her and she was their only daughter, they didn't spoil her like Han Ke's parents did, even putting the house in their daughter's name. Even though Han Ke explained that the money was her own earnings, Sun Jie still held on to the traditional belief that girls shouldn't have personal property. In families like the Hans, the money for buying a house came from the daughter, but if she wasn't married, the house should belong to her parents or brothers. Even if she bought a house after getting married, it would belong to her husband's family. Women rarely have their own assets. However, what the Han family did today opened a new world for her. She thought to herself that she needed to be careful with her salary, save some money, and maybe one day she could buy a small house for herself too. Both parties agreed to exchange the keys the next day, and the elderly couple needed to pack up a few last things. They didn't expect the house purchase to go so smoothly. Zhao Hohat said it felt like they had hit the jackpot lately. It was as if everything they wished for was coming true. After leaving the gate and walking a distance, Zhao Hohat and Han Taizhu looked back at the house, feeling an indescribable joy. For ordinary people, nothing makes them happier than establishing a home. Sun Jie didn't expect to buy the house so quickly, so she said she would take the last bus back to town in the afternoon. After Sun Jie left, the 3 of them went to the supply store and spent all their coupons to buy some basic daily necessities for Han Taizhu. Zhao Hohat planned to bring back the main items later, as they didn't expect to finish the work so quickly, so they didn't take anything with them. After browsing the supply store, the 3 of them had dinner at the state-run restaurant. After the meal, Han Taizhu returned to work since he was on the night shift that evening. Han Ke and Zhao Hohat checked into the guest house with their household registration book. The guest house was extremely basic. In fact, Han Ko would not find such a simple place to stay in the future. There was no place to take a shower, otherwise Zhao Ho-hot could have enjoyed a hot bath. They could only use the guest house's thermos to get some hot water to wipe down and make do for the night. The room had 2 small beds, and the mother and daughter each lay on one side. Because they suddenly had work and a house, Zhao Ho-hot couldn't sleep and started chatting with her daughter. "Dear, just wait and see. Tomorrow morning your grandmother will storm into your father's workplace. Do you know why I'm not leaving? I'm waiting for that old woman." After many years of being a daughter-in-law, Zhao Ho-hot understood Han Laotai's temperament very well. Their family could not have any advantages. If there was even a small benefit, Han Laotai would not let it go, especially regarding something as significant as a job. She guessed correctly. After work, Su Aihua couldn't wait to rush to Han Laotai and Widow Li's small yard. As soon as she entered, she urgently said, "Mom, I have something serious to tell you." Widow Li was nursing her son and felt annoyed when she saw Su Aihua again. Ever since they moved in, this woman had been coming over frequently, not only eating for herself, but also bringing her child. Of course, it wasn't like she was eating her food, and Widow Li didn't mind that, but it was just irritating. Every time this woman saw her, she was so forceful and spoke in a very unpleasant manner. Widow Li always felt that she was being insulted indirectly. But today, Su Aihua looked upset and angry, so Widow Li perked up her ears to hear what was going on. What she hoped for most was that Su Aihua would face some misfortune. Han Laotai was bringing the prepared food to the table, saying, "Look at you, in such a hurry. What could be so serious to make you this upset?" She knows her daughter's temperament, so she doesn't think her son-in-law has offended her daughter because he wouldn't dare. Su Aihua threw her bag onto the bed and sat down on the edge, gulping down several big sips from the tea jar on the table. "Oh, I'm so angry. I've been upset all afternoon since I heard this news." Li Guofu thought to herself, "Why aren't you dead from anger? Mom, did you know?
Han Taiju has a job now."
With a clatter, the chopsticks in Han Laotai's hand fell to the ground. "What did you say? Say it again." Han Laotai hurriedly picked up the chopsticks, not even bothering to wash them before putting them on the table, her eyes wide with shock at Su Aihua. Su Aihua replied, "I said Han Taiju has a job. He's working at the same factory as my brother. He actually spent 800 yuan to get a job as a security guard. Isn't that infuriating? I want to transfer to a job in the county, and I don't even know how to do that, but he spends so much money just to stand at the gate. If I had that money, I could use it to get a position in the county office. Isn't that a waste? Mom, where do you think he got that money? When he married my brother and built a house, he was in debt. Where did he get the money to buy a job? Besides, such a big decision, and he didn't even discuss it with you, as if he doesn't respect you as his mother? It's not their fault they don't know. Han Laodai has been away for over 3 months and doesn't know what has happened in the village. Moreover, Yang Bansha hasn't come to see her, so Su Aihua is even more clueless." Han Laotai was momentarily speechless, lost in thought, then muttered, "He went to the county? How can he go to the county? How can he have a job? No, he should be farming. He should stay in the mountains for his whole life." Li Guofu thought, is this really his mother? Does she hold a grudge against him? She pretended not to hear, trying to make herself feel invisible, but her ears were still perked up, afraid of missing a word. Su Aihua slapped her thigh. Exactly. A country bumpkin like him doesn't deserve to work in a factory. He should just farm in the village. I don't expect him to bring glory to the Han family. Just being a good support for my brother would be enough. By the way, Mom, do you think that job could be for me? It's at a knitting factory. Not just anyone can get in. If I get this job, I can trade it for another one and get into the county, right? This was why she was so anxious. After thinking all afternoon, I still feel frustrated. Why am I stuck in this tiny town while Han Taiju has already gone to work in the county? It's unfair. People strive to rise, just like water flows downwards. She is someone who wants to move up in the world. With her middle school education and work skills, she is ready to show what she can do in the county. A small town hospital can't hold her back. She is so jealous that Han Adong took her mom's shift. They were both born to the same mother, but because they have different fathers, she can't get the same opportunities. Han Adong got her a position at the health center, thinking it was a favor to his family, or so she believes. Su Aihua talked for a long time, but Grandma Han didn't respond. Mom, did you hear what I said? Grandma Han seemed to wake up at that moment.
Huh?
Su Aihua was speechless. I can't believe you didn't hear anything I said. I'm asking how his job affects me. Grandma Han replied, What do you mean? Do you really need to ask? If you want it, just take it. People like him shouldn't even have a job. He should just go back to the village and farm. Hearing this made Su Aihua incredibly happy, and she smiled so much that her eyes crinkled. Really? You're the best, Mom. But what should I do? If I go to him, he won't listen to me. You should go tomorrow. I'll go with you. He won't dare ignore you. Once we go, we can handle the paperwork right away, so we won't have to make another trip. Grandma Han nodded, as if it were obvious. Okay, we'll go tomorrow, early in the morning. The sooner we go, the sooner we can come back. Li Guofu was stunned. Watching these two talk to each other made her wonder if she was the one who was strange, or if it was just them. Why should you get someone else's job? We all live in the same village. Everyone knows everyone. Years ago, Grandma Han made a mess of things, and the whole village criticized her. Han Taiju ended up in debt because his own mother and brother let him down, and he even wrote a separation agreement in front of the village. Why shouldn't others have a good life? Why should they give you everything? If you didn't know better, you might think they weren't even related. It's not how a stepmother would act. Li Guofu was excited to watch the drama unfold. Zhao Hohat is not someone to mess with, and she was curious about what would happen next. Although she was annoyed with Zhao Hohat, after living with Grandma Han for a while, she found herself disliking Grandma Han even more. This old person is cruel and selfish. If it weren't for the child she has, she might even harm her. Su Aihua finished her meal at Grandma Han's place, made plans to pick her up the next morning, and happily went home. The next morning, Han Ke and her mother had breakfast at the state-run restaurant and also ordered a takeout for Han Taiju. In the factory, you need to buy tickets to eat, and Zhao Hohat wondered if Han Taiju had bought one. She felt sorry for him, worried he might not have breakfast, so she specially made some porridge and steamed buns. She would deliver it to his workplace. Now, she thought the gatekeeper job was pretty good. At least she didn't have to go inside to find Han Taiju. She could just wait at the entrance. The two of them happily carried the lunch boxes to the knitting factory. Han Taiju had worked a night shift, and he could sleep during the night because there were patrolling staff in the factory. So, the pressure at the gate wasn't too much. Looking up, he saw two people at the window. His wife was grinning at him. Han Taiju smiled back and quickly opened the door to let them in. Zhao Hohat placed the two lunch boxes on the desk and opened the lids. Eat while it's still warm. It hasn't completely cooled down yet. I heard your cafeteria sells meal tickets. Did you buy one last night? If not, you should get one this morning. My daughter and I can keep an eye on the gate for you. Once you get the ticket, we can have lunch here. Han Taiju sat down. Okay, I'll go check after I finish eating. As Zhao Hohat folded his blanket, she mumbled, You have this job, but I wonder how much you'll earn in a month. Han Taiju took a sip of porridge. Maybe 20 or 30 yuan. Daughter, what are you looking at? Han Ke replied, Dad, didn't you and Hui say the factory has yarn and towels for internal use? I was thinking, how about we ask Uncle Air to buy some yarn to knit sweaters? But we need a ticket for the yarn, and we don't have one. He said to come to him for anything. We can't just talk about it. We need to take action. Zhao Hohat couldn't help but laugh and gave Han Ke a thumbs up, proud of her daughter. That's right. I'll ask Air later. Their daughter has been showing off her sweaters. Not only should he buy some for us, but we need enough for both adults and kids to wear. Han Ke was quiet. She meant to ask Han Adong for help, but her mother seemed reluctant to spend any money. After finishing his meal, Han Taiju put on his coat and headed to the cafeteria. The meal tickets at the knitting factory are printed internally. There's no need for grain tickets. Just use money to buy food. This treatment is already very good. Which factory offers such benefits? Zhao Hohot even said she got lucky. When Han Taizhu left, she took out 50 from her pocket and gave it to him. In a poor family, Han Taizhu can't be without money when he's out. Zhao Hohot's actions made Han Ke see her in a new light. Her mother used to be very stingy. Look, in such a short time, she has changed so much. So, the brainwashing must continue. She even wants to train her mother to be a businesswoman. It's not impossible. With Zhao Hohot's daring spirit, she clearly has the potential to achieve great things. Especially after the reform and opening up, those who were bold made money. Your grandmother's bus will arrive soon. It's better that your dad isn't here, so he won't interfere. Just watch how I deal with that old woman, Zhao Hohot said, leaning out the window, eagerly looking at the road. She seemed ready to take action.
Han Ke replied, yes.
My grandmother needs to be taught a lesson. We can't spoil someone like her. Mom, I fully support you. Give her a good talking to this time, so she behaves for a while and stops coming to our house uninvited. Our good days have just begun. We can't let her ruin it. Han Ke was excited and eager for the drama to unfold. Zhao Hohot scoffed. What good was the division of the family back then? The paperwork was done, and the village confirmed it, but it turned out to be useless. That paper is just a piece of paper. That old woman keeps coming to take advantage of us. If she doesn't come today, fine, but if she does, I'll make sure her son has no face in the factory afterward.
Oh.
Speak of the devil. Here she comes. Daughter, is that your grandmother? Oh, and it looks like Su Aihua is with her? This Su Aihua is even worse than your grandmother. I've fought with her before. Zhao Hohot stared intently at the two women coming from across the street, her teeth clenched, ready for a confrontation. Han Ke, now stronger than before, was determined not to let her mother be at a disadvantage. Zhao Hohot opened the window and leaned out. Oh, who is that? They look familiar. Han Ke thought, Mom, you really are something. They haven't even approached you yet, and you're already provoking them. I admire your confidence. The two women saw a familiar face, or rather, an annoying one, peeking through the window at the gate. They were momentarily stunned. What was that loud woman, Zhao Hohot, doing here? They were confident about dealing with Han Taizhu, but Zhao Hohot changed the situation. Fortunately, Mrs. Han still had the status of a mother-in-law. Zhao Hohot, what are you doing here? Zhao Hohot replied, the factory gate is under our family's control now. If you want to enter, you need to ask me if I allow it.